born a top-tier magic prodigy, but how would it feel to suddenly get hit with a fatal mana disorder when fate slams one door shut? Another one is forced open. Follow the story of Mayel Carlstein, the kid who fell into that twisted mess. The moment he was born, Mayel was destined to be the shining hope for the entire world. His insane talent showed up early, like during this one fateful conversation between his dad and the butler. That day, the butler Bachin was getting ready to set off on an expedition to gather resources at sea. Even though he was just a kid, Mayel desperately warned him not to take the route near the southern mountain range. He could feel the mana flow there was super unstable. On the exact day Bakken began his voyage, the sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, and lightning struck, signaling a bad omen. It wasn't until late at night that the butler rushed back to the mansion, completely exhausted. Turns out Bakken had trusted Mayel's warning. He decided to take a much longer route than originally planned. That decision to change routes, while time-consuming, was the very thing that saved his life. According to news Bakken gathered, the old path was completely devastated by monsters, and no one who took that path made it back safely. This incident immediately made the family take notice of Mayel's natural-born talent. Bakken believed the boy could sense mana in the air, and his father declared that Mayel was the future of the Carlstein family. Just as expected, at 6 years old, Mayel began to sense it. Just 1 year later, he could summon it. And by age 10, Mayel had reached the divine mind state. Mayel naturally became the top entrant at the most elite magic academy, the most prestigious training institution for mages in the entire kingdom. The title of magic prodigy was attached to him from then on. At that time, Mayel couldn't hide his arrogance. He was certain he would lead his family to new heights, but that glory was ridiculously short-lived. On the very first day of school, Mayel was shocked to realize he was nothing compared to his classmates. The teacher kept pushing them to practice, but Mayel struggled miserably just to release a basic stream of magic. Mayel himself couldn't even figure out what was happening to his body. That was the first time Mayel and everyone else realized that he was suffering from a mana disorder. The moment he was diagnosed, Mayel's entire world seemed to completely shatter. His body lacked the ability to release magic externally, even at a target just 1 meter away. For a mage, this was the cruelest possible sentence. They quickly realized he was just a nobody with no real talent. The crowd's attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. Just an accidental bump in the academy hallway, and immediately, 2 other male students started spewing contemptuous insults. For all the students who were already jealous of him at the academy, Mayel was simply a useless loser, unable to wield magic, a failure who couldn't even cast a basic spell in the hallowed halls of magic. Obviously, the fallen prodigy was now the best entertainment for their smug satisfaction. On desperate nights, Mayel could only helplessly ask himself if he still had a chance to become a real mage. Mayel Carlstein, the name that once shook the academy with a perfect entrance score, the one who carried more expectations than anyone else. That same prodigy was the one who worked harder than anyone else, but because of the mana disorder curse, he was turned into a magical cripple. Was that the end of all his efforts? No, there was still one chance. Mayel had thought that all his hopes had been completely snuffed out at that moment, but he had no idea that a miracle was quietly waiting for him. The story of the forgotten prodigy was only just beginning. At the very depths of his despair, a completely new and challenging journey began to unfold. A faint glimmer of hope appeared, along with a system message that flashed brightly before his eyes. The notification rang out clearly. The protection mechanism has been officially activated. Just as Mayel felt himself falling into an endless void, a system screen began to form before his eyes. When Mayel woke up in a daze, everything around him felt strange. He was completely disoriented. The only thing he could feel was his body weighing him down as if he were sinking deep underwater. A confusing line of information appeared, revealing that he was the incarnation of Ogre, an entity known as the Destroyer of Worlds. The giant being in front of him was the one who had brought Mayel to this mysterious space. The thing looked totally alien. It wasn't human, and it sure as hell didn't look like any hero Mayel had ever heard of. Mayel didn't have a single second to process all the crazy crap happening. The entity's lips started to move, like it was trying to tell him something. Instantly, Mayel's eyes went wide. He was completely floored, just totally stunned. Let's rewind time, back to just a few hours earlier. At the Academy's training grounds, it was finally Mayel's turn to step up for the practical exam. Professor Black reminded Mayel to just follow the damn instructions, make a fireball, and hit the dummy. With everyone staring him down, Mayel knew a fireball was the most basic spell any student was supposed to master. But for Mayel, he had zero confidence he could actually pull it off. When the professor gave the signal, Mayel poured all his focus into this attempt. A flickering orange flame started to gather in his palm. The ball of fire grew bigger, as if his intense willpower was literally burning. The guys around him were actually surprised, not believing he could even control that much mana. Even Mayel himself felt a glimmer of hope that he'd succeed this time, but then that familiar, cursed feeling washed over him again. His hand started shaking uncontrollably. Despite the desperate screams in his head, his mana disorder cruelly shut him down once again. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. He couldn't take it anymore and had to forfeit. Even so, Professor Black sternly demanded that he try to release the fireball. Mayel desperately wanted to, but he knew it was impossible with his body. Professor Black's words were harsh but real. He was already a senior. If he couldn't even manage a basic fireball, how the hell was he supposed to pass the graduation exam? Even Mayel himself was starting to accept that he was a total failure. This training exercise was about target practice, but Mayel couldn't even finish casting the spell, let alone hit anything. The hope of becoming even a third-rate mage was a complete joke. Vicious laughter echoed across the training grounds again. They openly called him the disgrace of the academy. Mayel was pretty much immune to this kind of bullying and humiliation. He didn't let it get to him anymore. The only thing that crushed him was the reality that he had no hope. It was all because of the curse that had plagued him for 6 years, his disorder. After the pathetic training session, Mayel sulked off into the main hall alone. He wanted to be left alone, but trouble just wouldn't let him be. 2 guys came up to him, deliberately trying to provoke Mayel with nasty, sarcastic remarks. One of them kept calling him Mayel the moron, with a smug look on his face. They escalated from mocking his performance to insulting his family and his territory. They hammered home the point that House L was just a family of nobodies with no influence or reputation whatsoever. Mayel's patience finally snapped. They could insult him, but they were absolutely not allowed to mess with his family. The punk who provoked him immediately caught a powerful punch from Mayel. The force of the punch was so insane it sent the guy flying several feet. Mayel was seriously pissed off, his rage exploding because of the guy's stupid mouth. Even after getting his face smashed in, the guy wasn't scared. In fact, he just started screaming even louder. Mayel wasn't holding back anymore. He recognized this punk as Ben Phone, some nobody who dared to start a fight and insult his family. Ben Phone's buddy saw this and recklessly charged in to attack too. The result was predictable. The second guy was also completely dominated by Mayel with a single punch. He lost the will to fight, collapsing pathetically to his knees on the floor. But what Mayel never expected was that Ben Phone would dare to break the rules and use combat magic inside the academy. The guy didn't care about getting expelled. He insanely launched a massive stream of mana straight at Mayel. Mayel's close combat skills were great, but when faced with pure magic, he was completely outclassed. The immense magical pressure washed over him, and Mayel's body felt like it was frozen solid, unable to move. Right at that moment, Professor Black appeared and immediately rushed in to intervene. But he was a second too late. Ben Phone's massive mana blast hit Mayel head-on. In that instant, Mayel thought his consciousness was about to fade into eternal darkness, and yet now, here he was, standing before a giant god. Next to him was the familiar system text. Faced with this totally unreal situation, Mayel had no clue what the hell was going on. Getting dragged into some weird, magical space and meeting a mysterious entity, Mayel had only one question. What is happening? Mayel tried his best to focus and listen, but the sound was way too faint. He only caught the last syllable, L. That deep voice echoed again, and this time it was a lot clearer. It was definitely his name, Mayel Carlstein. At the same time, from the distant void, another faint sound began to reach his ears. That sound seemed to be calling his name, Mayel Carlstein. Mayel Carlstein. Mayel slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a woman with shiny blonde hair. It was Helen, a high-level healing mage. Her face was etched with worry as she asked him, "Are you awake?" Snapping out of his daze, Mayel was startled to realize where he was. He tried to sit up. "Where am I?" Helen quickly supported him, gently reassuring him. "This is the recovery room. It's okay. You don't need to force yourself to sit up." Mayel tiredly held his head. "I'm fine. A little dizzy, but I can manage." As he spoke, he tried to piece his memories back together. Did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind. The mysterious guy in the cloak, that weird space, and the sound of the system. Why were they so damn clear? Suddenly remembering something, Mayel immediately asked Helen, "How long was I out?" She replied, "Almost 1 day." Helen continued, "You're really lucky it wasn't worse. You must have been blessed." Mayel was quiet for a second, then carefully asked, "Am I completely healed?" Helen's face clouded with a bit of worry, and she hesitated before explaining, "We need to keep an eye on you for a while longer." But your condition is way too good for someone who took a direct lightning hit, no wounds, no burns, your internal organs are totally intact. I've never seen anything like it. Mayel couldn't help but be stunned by his own condition. Still, he started to accept that this ridiculous situation was somehow possible. Mayel stared intently at the palm of his hand, lost in thought. Lightning magic is supposed to instantly obliterate a body, yet he took a direct hit and came out completely unscathed. Right at that moment, Professor Hayden walked in, interrupting Mayel's train of thought. He spoke up. "I'd like to have a private word for a moment." Helen got the hint. She leaned down and told Mayel, "The professor is here. I'm going to check on your results. Just call if you need anything." And Mayel instinctively looked up. Professor Hayden walked over to the hospital bed, crossing his arms and calmly asking, "How are you feeling?" Mayel answered curtly, "I'm fine." The professor's stern expression relaxed a bit. "That's fortunate." He began to report on the situation after he fainted, including the emergency meeting the professors held about the accident. Hayden looked straight at Mayel. "You're still just sitting there with your head down. First off, Benfoni will be expelled for using attack magic with lethal intent. On top of that, he's guilty of spreading false rumors about the L family and bullying other students. The faculty council has reached a unanimous decision." Mayel's face darkened, and he mumbled guiltily, "But I fought back against Benfone too." Professor Hayden replied instantly, "Of course you're getting punished too. After reviewing the entire incident, you're required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month." Mayel gave a slight nod. "Yes, sir," though he still seemed troubled. The professor continued, "One more thing. I want to ask you something. Do you happen to possess an artifact?" The sudden question made Mayel snap his head up. "You should know it's a legendary weapon from an ancient mage with an infinite source of mana." Mayel quickly waved his hands in denial. "An artifact? I definitely don't have anything like that. If I had something like that, I wouldn't be getting pushed around." Hayden narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping. "Well, considering how rare it is, the family head would have already used it for the family's own gain." Unable to hide his curiosity, Mayel asked, "But why would you ask me that?" The professor just focused his gaze directly on Mayel, his sharp gaze looking like it could see right through him. He didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he recalled that moment. There was definitely a red glow that wrapped around your body. Right before Benfone's lightning bolt could touch you, it looked exactly like a high-level artifact activating its defense, and it knocked Benfone's attack away. Hearing this, Mayel was just confused. What is he talking about? He thought to himself, an artifact? What the hell is he going on about? Suddenly, Mayel realized something. Wait a second, could it be connected to that weird dream from before? Then he immediately brushed the thought aside. Nah, I'm just going crazy. Professor Hayden let out a small sigh. "I don't get what happened, but it looks like you really don't have an artifact." "All right then." He turned to leave. "Get some rest." Mayel stared after the professor's retreating back. He told the truth that he didn't know Jack, but it was obvious the guy didn't totally buy it. "Professor Hayden, what the hell are you plotting?" Once he was alone in the room, Mayel just sat there for a while, thinking. Everything he just went through felt like some crazy dream, and that weird voice, Draka's treasure, the world destroyer, and the player. Mayel kept tapping his forehead, muttering, "I know there was one more thing." Ugh, what was it? Mayel skeptically blurted out the last keyword, status window. Instantly, a blue notification panel popped up in midair, making his eyes go wide like he'd just seen a ghost. Mayel stumbled back, yelling, "Whoa, what the hell is this thing?" Hearing the scream, Helen rushed in. Seeing Mayel's freaked out face, Helen asked worriedly, "Mayel, are you okay? Are you feeling sick?" He stammered, pointing at the empty space. "No. Don't you see the blue panel floating right in front of me?" Helen looked where he was pointing, completely confused. "What are you rambling about?" "Mayel, there's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay?" Right then, a thought hit Mayel. No way, she really can't see it, so this thing is only visible to me. The status window clearly displayed the info. Mayel, incarnation of Draa, the world destroyer. The result of pursuing infinite power, the sorcerer Draa was annihilated along with his world. For Draa, who was born lacking mana, strength is the source of a player's power. Draka's treasure can open the status window and grant infinite power through quests. Strength 150, agility 100, wisdom 1,550. To avoid looking like a total psycho, Mayel quickly changed the subject. "Nah, it's nothing. I'm just a little out of it." Helen gave a helpless laugh. "Ha, not funny at all." She held up the test results, announcing happily, "The results are totally normal. You can go back to the dorms now." Mayel smiled, feeling like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He said softly, "Yeah, Thanks a lot. Mayel started putting all the pieces together. He survived a lightning strike, met some red-eyed entity in a weird space, and saw a mysterious status window. He remembered the message from the dream, Incarnation of Draa. It was totally possible that the sorcerer Draa's treasure had been transferred into his body. When Mayel got to the training grounds, the dead of night had completely covered the area. Suddenly, another system window appeared before his eyes. Even though it startled him, curiosity made Mayel immediately click on it. The contents displayed the first quest, repeatable quest. Because you are the player linked to Draa, the world destroyer. You must train your body to advance your power. Punch 100 times, kick 100 times, roundhouse kick 100 times. Reward: plus 10 strength and 10 new skills. After reading it, Mayel immediately rolled up his sleeves, even though his face screamed doubt. Punching and kicking, they're related to strength, but how is this supposed to help me become a sorcerer? Shoving the question aside, now wasn't the time to ask. He took a deep breath, deciding he had to test it out right away. Mayel threw a punch with his right hand, and the quest window instantly updated. Punches, 1. He followed up with his left, and the number jumped. Punches, 2. Mayel let out a smug little laugh. Whoa, it's actually going up. At this rate, I'll finish this quest in no time. Keeping up the momentum, Mayel yelled, throwing a flurry of punches, but the number on the quest window stubbornly stayed stuck at 2. Mayel frowned, looking closely at the quest window again. It's not going up. Maybe the system doesn't count it if my form is crap. That thought made him get serious. All right, gotta punch the right way. The moon was high, hanging in the silent night sky over the academy. While everyone else was deep asleep, Mayel was still grinding away at his training, panting like he'd just run for his life. He leaned over tiredly, hands on his knees, muttering to himself. A moment later, Mayel cracked a satisfied smile. Finally, the quest was done. The status window announced the quest was complete, granting the reward of plus 10 strength points. New skills unlocked. Mayel wiped his sweat, glancing at the notification. So, what's the reward anyway? Suddenly, Mayel felt a fresh surge of energy slowly spreading through his entire body. Mayel thought to himself, what is this feeling? It flowed through every vein, an energy even more fundamental and raw than mana. He clenched his fist, his fingers tightening, his arm trembling with excitement. I've actually gotten stronger. With this new power, Mayel decided he had to test it out right now. He took a deep breath, raised his hand and swung it forward hard. Let's see what this can do. With just a simple punch, the air right in front of him was instantly torn apart. A rush of victory surged through him. Mayel smirked, totally satisfied. This new power was a complete game changer. His speed, stamina, and raw destructive force were off the charts compared to before. While he was geeking out over his new physical strength, Mayel suddenly remembered, what about that skill unlock reward? With just a thought, the status window popped up right in front of him. The new skill was the power circle, a passive one. It ran on pure strength. His mana circle was completely gone. From now on, all his magic and movements were directly tied to his strength stat. Mayel was floored. His mana circle was totally replaced by a power circle. He automatically put a hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat. So, all his mana was just gone, replaced by strength. Every mage has a mana circle around their heart. It's like the core engine for releasing and boosting mana, and it jacks up your stats based on how much mana you can handle. Mayel closed his eyes, focusing on his chest. He used to have 4 mana circles, way more than anyone his age, but they were all useless thanks to his mana disorder. Then suddenly, Mayel's eyes shot open. He felt a crazy change. His 4 mana circles were actually gone, replaced by a single, powerful circle that was going absolutely wild. That had to be the power circle. Thinking about it, Mayel couldn't hide his shock. This was a totally unexpected twist, but the shock quickly turned to dread. A power circle instead of a mana circle. Without mana, you can't be a mage. If this new circle couldn't even cast magic, what the hell was he supposed to do with his life? A grim look crossed Mayel's face. Was his dream of becoming a mage really over just like that? But moping around was pointless. Mayel quickly shook it off. No time to freak out. He had to test this thing right now. He stuck his hand out, focusing all his will on the familiar spell, Fireball. Instantly, a massive surge of power exploded from his palm. In a split second, a blazing fireball formed. Staring at the flame dancing in front of him, he was stunned. That was way too fast. How is that even possible? He couldn't look away from the flame, feeling a raw power he'd never experienced before. The second Mayel registered the size of the fireball. He immediately knew what was up. Mayel let out a wild laugh. This had to be the power from that newly awakened artifact. He held the flame in his hand, doing some quick math in his head. Normal magic always has a casting time. You need at least 10 seconds to charge up before you can let it fly, Mayel thought to himself. But I just completely skipped that 10-second charge time and made a fireball with pure strength. This power is insane. He clenched his flaming hand into a fist. This was the real power of the artifact. Suddenly, a weird notification popped up in front of Mayel. He was like, huh? What the hell is that? Turns out it was a system notification for the skill, Berserker Mage Draa. The dude who couldn't use mana normally came up with this. Focus your mana into your body and your enemies. The player won't be harmed by their own magic. When you use it, you get a buff. The magic attack also deals extra psychological damage. Mayel read the info carefully and thought, focus mana into my body to attack? How do you even do that? He was still trying to figure it out. Now that he thought about it seriously, Mayel realized that this Draa guy was cursed with the same mana disorder he had, and his solution was to channel mana into his fists and feet. The more he read, the more Mayel couldn't believe how this guy came up with such a bizarre fighting style. Just then, another quest notification popped up. Mayel snapped out of it, yelling, another quest? The quest was to practice using the Berserker Mage method. Use the power circle and mana to attack a target. For every target hit, he'd get 10 bonus points. Mayel was a little skeptical. What do they mean, attack a target? He narrowed his eyes, thinking, I've never even considered attacking like this. What if this is actually how I can become a mage? Mayel held out his hand. He clenched the burning fireball. I have to test this right now. The fireball in his hand erupted, its blazing embers looking like they'd burn through anything in their way. After he threw the punch, a satisfied grin finally spread across Mayel's face. The system immediately pinged with a notification. Quest complete, plus 10 bonus strength points. At almost the same time, Mayel collapsed onto the cold ground, totally wiped out. He looked up at the starry night sky, totally satisfied. He'd finally finished the first quest. He remembered how he always used to fail at the magic release step, and now he'd totally nailed it just by using his fists. Mayel wondered what the hell Draa even was. He really wanted to find out more, but his body was so heavy he couldn't even move. Suddenly, he heard some weird sounds. Whoa, what's this? Did he actually sleep out here? Looks like he was training until morning. Seriously sleeping out here? Should we wake him up? The voices echoed in Mayel's head. What the hell is going on? Did I die and go to heaven or something? Nah, how could he be dead? He took a direct lightning bolt and didn't even flinch. That's insane. The gossiping continued. Mayel slowly pried open his heavy eyelids. What's all the noise about? The crowd around him freaked out. Oh my god, you're awake? Mayel, you scared us to death. Mayel calmly stretched. Yeah, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleep outside or something? They all nodded at the same time. Duh, of course! No noble sleeps out here without a warm blanket and a soft mattress. It's so weird. They started getting suspicious. Hey Mayel, were you drunk or something? He didn't really care, and just waved as he walked off. Drunk my ass. I was tired, so I slept. See ya. Everyone just stood there helplessly, watching him leave. They immediately started gossiping like crazy. It's like Mayel has become a completely different person. One guy asked skeptically, what are you talking about? Suddenly, a noble student turned back, shocked to see something weird in the training area. His voice was full of curiosity. But what about that scarecrow that's been beaten to a pulp with only the pole left? Did Mayel do that? But they immediately dismissed the idea. Nah, definitely not. At the same time, over at the noble's dormitory. Right after getting back to the dorm, Mayel ran right into his blonde-haired friend. The guy immediately asked, hey, what's up? Were you out all night? This dude is Jaun Damon, a veteran 6th-year student at the academy, at least. Jaun wouldn't stop asking about Mayel's absence, but the main character just brushed him off. Even though he's the firstborn son of the famous Jamon family, this guy is the only friend who's actually nice to a loser like him. Jaun kept teasing him, suspecting Mayel went on a date, even though, in reality, this guy is the one who's a drunk and a womanizer, and is always sneaking out of the academy. This guy just kept talking. So after that lightning strike, you finally learned how to have some fun? Come on, tell me everything. Mayel got annoyed and threw something at Jaun. What are you even talking about? I'm going to take a bath. Soaking in the tub, Mayel enjoyed the rare feeling of relaxation. He sighed. This is what it feels like to be alive again. Suddenly, Mayel remembered something important. Oh, right, the quest? He immediately called out, quest. The notification window appeared. A repeatable quest, Draa's physical training, requiring practice to increase strength. Each completed punch, kick, and spin would grant him 10 strength points. Mayel sighed in frustration. The reward was still the same, but the quest requirements had doubled. He sank into the tub, realizing the harsh reality of it. I knew it. This journey wasn't going to be easy at all, but Mayel quickly regained his determination. If this was the only path to becoming a mage, he had to follow it. 1 month passed. Mayel was deep in an insane training schedule, with the quest repeating daily. The reward stayed the same, but the requirements just kept increasing. The system had a cruel rule. If he didn't complete the quest within the day, all his progress would be reset to 0 the next day. And Mayel managed to do it. He didn't miss a single day of training. Mayel was gasping for air, sweat pouring off him, his body nearly broken. The quest requirement finally hit the 3,000 mark per day, a number that nearly squeezed every last bit of strength out of him. He performed the final spinning kick, completing the grueling exercise. The quest window updated: 3,000 punches, 3,000 kicks, 3,000 spins. The reward was still just a measly 10 strength points. For an entire month, Mayel had repeated this hellish training process over and over. In return for his efforts, he received a new skill. It was the passive skill Body Arts, which helped strengthen his body and make it more flexible based on his training. The scene changes to the dormitory, in the students' common area. Lunchtime got noisy with everyone talking about Mayel. That guy's been so weird lately. He never dared to nod off before, and now he just passes out. Someone else argued. He eats and sleeps at the training grounds now. All you see him do is practice kicking. Another voice chimed in. Just ignore him. It's not the first time he's acted weird. The crowd concluded that he was probably just trying to cope with his mana disorder. Whatever, it's useless anyway. Ignoring the chatter, Mayel focused on his goal. A month passed, and he got a new lead on Draa. The problem was he couldn't find the name Draa in any of the Academy's documents or records. Not just that name, but terms like player world, destroyer, system, or status window didn't exist. Mayel kept wondering, who the hell is Draa anyway? The status window popped up. Mayel Carlstein, the incarnation of Draa, the world destroyer. The core question remained, who the hell was giving him this power? As he was thinking, a loud voice shouted, Mayel, get over here! It was Jason. Mayel asked, what's up? But Jason just shot back, you heard the news? Mayel was clueless. What news? Jason looked kinda nervous, seeing him just chilling with a book. He probably had no idea. Sensing something was off, Mayel asked again, did something serious happen? Jason looked around all shady and whispered, the head of the Ain family is here at the academy. Mayel snapped to attention. What? Jason repeated urgently. It's your dad. Heavy, firm footsteps echoed right outside the door. Mayel burst in panting from the run. He yelled, Dad! Everyone in the room immediately whipped their heads toward the door. His dad cheered Mayel. My boy, you're here. The two of them found a private corner away from everyone to talk. Mayel spoke first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it, Dad? Ever since I came to the academy at 10, have you been doing okay? His dad nodded. Yeah, I'm doing fine. He then asked, and what about my little sister, Luina? His dad bragged proudly. Your sister's all grown up now. She's even started practicing her swordsmanship by herself. She declared she's going to protect her weak big brother. Mayel burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's so embarrassing. His dad brushed it off. She's always been that bold and strong. Suddenly, Mayel's whole vibe shifted. His face got serious. Dad. He looked his father straight in the eye and said, I'm doing really well right now. His dad looked confused. What do you mean by that? Mayel stressed it again. I'm seriously fine. I'm not hurt at all, physically or mentally. The Carlstein patriarch just calmly took a sip of his tea. Unhurried, his voice calm. Mayel, I actually came to the academy to ask what you think about leaving this place. He added gently, if it's getting too tough, you can come back home anytime. I know you've been dealing with a lot of crap without saying anything, right? Mayel knew exactly what his dad was getting at. I kind of figured that's why you're here. But Dad, I think I've found a way, Mayel pleaded. So please just promise me one thing. His dad was surprised. Promise what? Mayel said decisively. When the exams come, I'm going to ace the practical test. He then made a bet. If I fail from now on, I'll stop making my own decisions and just do whatever you tell me to. Mayel knew that promise showed his dad how serious he was. His dad went back to the mansion, and then the exam he'd been waiting for finally came. The proctor announced, all right, everyone, listen up. Standing on the platform, the instructor started explaining the rules. Today is the exam for Introduction to Magic. Just so you know, any cheating will get you an instant fail. When the signal was given, the students started the test. Mayel gripped his quill tightly. The Academy's exam had two main parts, a written test and a practical test. The practical test was split into 4 sections: target identification, mana, measurement, combat application, and one-on-one duels. As someone with a mana disorder, Mayel had aced the written exam for the past 6 years straight. But when it came to the practical test, Maiko from the Gazin family was always at the top. Mayel's fists clenched. But this time was going to be totally different. Things had to change. He told himself, this practical test is definitely going to be different. Mayel was sure of it because he swore he'd take first place in the practical test this time. Right after the written part ended, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Mayel. It was Jason. He walked over and said, you've been acting strange lately. You got a plan for the practical test today or something? Mayel gave a firm nod. Yeah, I'm gonna do it a completely new way. Jason was stunned. Huh? Seriously? You figured something out? Just then a condescending voice cut in. Mayel, what are you even doing here? It was that jerk Miko. He crossed his arms smugly. Don't tell me you're actually planning to take the practical test with that pathetic body. It's pointless with your mana disorder. Mayel calmly touched his chin and said, so what? That's right, I'm here to take the test. But Miko wasn't about to let it go. Yo, Mayel, as the top student, I want to give some advice to a loser who's failed the practical exam 6 times. His voice was dripping with contempt. I'm telling you, instead of coming here just to get embarrassed, why don't you just drop out now so you don't lose face? Mayel shot back coldly. Whatever, but I don't think advice from a tool like you is gonna help me. Miko clapped his shoulder, dripping with sarcasm. He doubted some freak with mana disorder syndrome could even finish the test, and his head was filled with annoyance, wondering what the hell was wrong with this bastard. Miko gritted his teeth, absolutely hating Mayel's confident attitude. The guy who used to be nothing but a bootlicker. He growled out a challenge. Just you wait. We'll settle this in the one-on-one duel. The competition finally kicked off. The first event was target acquisition, also known as the multiple target takedown test. The rules were super simple. This test was all about the maximum number of targets you could hit with a single skill activation. But this year's test was way harder than last year's. The targets were now constantly moving. The contestants took their turns, and the organizers announced the results. First up was Hap, who took down 1 target, followed by Angelina, who unfortunately didn't hit any. The best score so far was only 4 targets. This situation dragged the average score for this year's exam down to a pathetic low. The next contestant tried their best, but only managed to take down 3 targets. The supervising professors in the back were all scowling. They didn't expect that just a small increase in difficulty would cause the scores to plummet so drastically. The quality of this year's students is just terrible. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Professors, I think it's a bit too early to be disappointed. It was Professor L from the potions department, who was also Miko Gaji's uncle. He looked extremely proud. It's almost Miko's turn. Just you wait and see. Professor Ellick was clearly looking forward to his nephew's performance. The kid stepped onto the stage, getting into his attack stance. A provocative thought still lingering in his mind. Watch closely, Mayel. He showed absolute confidence, not caring what some loser like you was plotting. Professor Ellick shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Go for it, Miko! Miko roared with confidence. This is the absolute difference between you and me. With that, he unleashed his skill, and a whole bunch of dummy targets were immediately hit, shattering from the powerful attack. Everyone watching was in awe. That's Miko for you. He hit so many targets with a single cast. First place is definitely his again. Professor Ellick immediately came over to brag. What do you all think? The boy is truly worthy of being a descendant of the famous Gaji family. He continued to praise his nephew. With this achievement, Miko is the pride of the academy. The student representative spot for this year is definitely his. Suddenly, another authoritative voice cut in. That's quite enough, Professor Ellick. We've seen enough of this year's students' abilities. There's no need to watch anymore. The one who had just spoken was Professor Gion, the Academy's headmaster, a 7th-level grandmaster. Professor Ellick still tried to insist. Why don't we stay and watch a little longer? It's almost Mayel's turn. Professor Gion asked in surprise. Mayel? Is that kid still at the Academy? Headmaster Gion finally agreed. All right, out of respect for the boy's enthusiasm, we'll stay and watch. After all, staying a little longer won't hurt. Mayel stood on the stage, slowly rolling his wrists. All right, this is a perfect opportunity to test my real power. The instructor in charge of the test spoke up. Mayel, you may begin. Mayel was already holding a blazing fireball in his hand. He calmly agreed. Yes, sir. Instantly, a brilliant flame erupted, radiating around him, sparkling as if it were gilded. Everyone watching was completely stunned. What in the world is that? What the hell happened to his skill casting speed? The students below also started to buzz. Oh my god, how many targets did he hit? I can't even count them all. Miko was now grinding his teeth in anger. He sneered contemptuously. Hey, did you all forget Mayel has mana disorder? He could cast that 1,000 times, and it's still a toss-up if he'd hit a single target. That useless piece of trash can't do anything right. But just at that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, The power-up system activated the time refraction skill, activating and distorting time for 30 seconds. Attack speed skyrocketed by 200%, and movement speed also increased significantly. But a notification rang out. You have exceeded the time distortion duration. 5-minute cooldown. Mayel suddenly remembered that new skill he just picked up, time refraction, a move that lets him teleport instantly wherever the hell he wants. To put it simply, he was basically a ghost, moving way faster than normal. The magic energy exploding from Mayel was freaking huge, totally overpowering everything around him. This insane, blazing fire wrapped around him, forming a solid shield. All the professors were glued to the scene, not daring to look away from Mayel's insane performance. Meanwhile, the kids down below were just totally floored, their jaws on the ground, screaming their heads off at this ridiculous scene. The test was over, and Mayel gave this cocky smirk. Everything went down exactly how he planned. On the field, tons of wooden splinters from the busted targets were flying everywhere. Mayel, 27 targets. The professor in charge looked like he'd seen a ghost, sweating bullets, while Mayel just stood there catching his breath, staring at the mess he made. The crowd started whispering right away. They were like, did he seriously just power up his fists with magic and start punching the targets? 27 targets was a new record. That speed was just insane. Everyone was completely stunned before it all went dead quiet. Suddenly, a huge round of applause shattered the silence hanging over the arena. It was the Academy's headmaster, John Zignett, who was the first one on his feet, clapping, praising Mayel for being so damn good, while everyone else was still frozen, shocked by this unbelievable score. Once the headmaster himself gave the nod, the student mob just exploded with cheers. Yeah, that was awesome. Mayel, congrats, dude. But in the middle of all the cheering, you still had the haters, the quiet ones, the confused ones, and of course, you couldn't forget Maiko. His face was dark with rage, and all he could do was grind his teeth and think, that little punk Mayel. How the hell? Cheers were echoing all over the place. Mayel just stood there quietly, but inside, he was buzzing. This feeling of being praised and actually seen was something he hadn't felt for the last 6 years. He'd never gotten a single compliment, and his chest felt like it was on fire. Mayel held his head high, a small smile playing on his lips under the sun. His eyes were shining with pride and the satisfaction of finally being recognized. This was the feeling he'd been chasing. Over in the meeting room, Professor Elric started bitching. He couldn't accept someone just juicing up their fists with magic and going in for a brawl. He'd never heard of any magic like that. The scowl on Elric's face just screamed old-school stubbornness. Professor Hai Den shot back immediately, stressing that magic has no freaking limits. It's a world where any crazy thing can happen. He was dead serious, saying if everything had to follow some strict rulebook, it'd be math, not magic. Sticking to old-fashioned ideas is how you get stuck. Elric still wanted to pick a fight with Hai Den, but before he could even get a word out, Headmaster Cheon just held up a hand, telling him to shut it. Headmaster Cheon spoke calmly, saying today they all saw a student pull off something amazing. You could totally see he was pleased. It was a real magic miracle. He could tell the professors were all arguing, but when the headmaster spoke, everyone just clammed up. Nobody dared to argue. Elric was so pissed he was clenching his fists, unable to deal with it. He cursed under his breath. That damn Mayel screwed everything up. Nobody saw this coming. Jason threw an arm around Mayel and yelled, "Yo, the ultimate mage has arrived." The shove was so hard it almost knocked Mayel on his ass. He quickly muttered, "Dude, cut it out." Hearing the commotion, a few other students spotted Mayel and came over. They swarmed him, saying hi and non-stop asking about yesterday's test. Mayel barely managed to say hi back before getting buried in questions. Someone even asked if he remembered their name after 6 years together. Mayel scrambled to get away from the mob, thinking to himself how just yesterday he was a total nobody. He turned back and rushed to tell Jason, "I'm out of here." He still couldn't believe how fast things had changed. His whole world got flipped overnight and Mayel hadn't caught up yet. He felt better being alone, even knowing there were still plenty of haters. Mayel slowly opened his door, and some blonde dude was already standing in his room. Hearing the door, the guy spoke like he owned the place. "So you're back? Acting like he owned the damn room? What the hell are you doing in my dorm room, Miko?" Mayel asked, his face darkening. His glare was so sharp it could kill. Miko turned and got right in Mayel's face. He sneered. "You scored a few points with that trashy move and now you think you're hot stuff? Your arrogance makes me sick. I'm here to tell you to get off your high horse," Mayel shot back. "Or are you just pissed because you scored lower than the guy you've looked down on for the past 6 years?" Those words hit a nerve, making Miko fly into a rage and grab Mayel by the collar, roaring, "What did you just say, you bastard?" But But Mayel's face remained ice cold, showing zero emotion at his actions. Mayel just calmly raised a hand and gripped Miko's wrist that was tightening on his collar. He peeled his hand off effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. It was that calmness and overwhelming strength that shocked Miko, who started to tremble. Miko looked totally freaked out, his brows furrowed. What the hell? How can this loser be this strong? He couldn't believe what was happening. Miko, we both need to graduate. Mayel leaned in close to his rival, his eyes flashing with anger. If you really want to mess with me, then wait for the one-on-one combat test and we'll settle it fair and square. The moment he growled those words, Miko broke out in a cold sweat and slapped Mayel's hand away, his attitude full of hostility and contempt. Miko glared furiously and snarled, "You think you're worthy of fighting me? Someone who's always dead last, failing every single subject?" Mayel shot back instantly. "Just you wait and see if I'm worthy or not." His gaze was locked firmly on Miko's face, who turned and stormed off in a rage, not forgetting to throw back a sharp glare and a threat. "Pass the next test before you run your mouth," he shouted before walking away. But his mind was still racing with thoughts about his sworn enemy. He was sure that arrogant bastard would fail the practical exam, let alone the combat test. Then Miko suddenly stopped and pulled his hand out of his pocket. It was still shaking uncontrollably from their confrontation. He wondered if that strength really belonged to a mage. Standing tall in the middle of the testing area was a giant golem statue, the site for practical exam number 2. Used to measure mana output, the statue was a rare artifact from the ancient Kingram Golem Academy. 500 years ago, the great mage Frost sealed the living golem Kingram, turning it into this artifact. It specializes in absorbing mana and acts as a living magical punching bag. The test required students to attack it to get a score. Mayel turned to Jason and asked, "So that means we just have to hit that statue with whatever magic we're best at?" Jason confirmed, "Yeah, but this Kingram Golem is known for being a tough grader. Getting over 20 points is considered outstanding." A student with slicked back hair and a deep purple mana aura stepped up. With a shout of lightning storm, the student immediately cast his spell, shooting a bolt of lightning straight at the golem. The golem immediately spoke in a mocking tone. "Go back to school, you pathetic mage. 1 point." It added, "It's not too late to drop out now." The student was frozen on the spot. The crowd started whispering. They thought he did a pretty good job. Kingram really was a tough grader. Kingram roared, "Next! Get up here!" The student sulked back to his spot. Another female student stepped up confidently, shouting, "Ha ha, my turn." That girl raised her hand and declared loudly, "Watch this!" With a face full of confidence, she yelled, "Ice Coffin," immediately focusing her mana and casting her spell. The golem began its commentary. I will definitely not forget you." "That's impressive," the girl asked excitedly. "Are you serious?" Kingram replied, "Yes, but..." Not letting the girl celebrate for long, he threw a bucket of cold water on her. "This is the first time I've ever seen someone cast such garbage magic." He bluntly announced a score of 2 points, which made the female student burst into tears. She couldn't accept it, screaming, "No way! I did my absolute best!" The other students kept taking their turns, but the results weren't any better. 5 points! Get out of my sight! One student who got a low score yelled in anger, but Kingram just kept on dissing them. "Is that watered-down magic?" Which pissed off the student. "That's 100% pure mana, you damn golem." The supervising teacher had to step in. "Jackson, stop screaming. Get back to your seat now." The teacher managed to prevent an assault on everyone's eardrums. The student named Jackson just scratched his head, playing innocent, and ran back to his spot. The teacher in charge called out, "Next up, Michael Gary Hill." He walked out with a dark expression, radiating killing intent. But it turned out that was just his usual expression right before casting a spell. He unleashed his attack, powerful waves of mana continuously bombarding the Kingram Golem statue. Kingram began to speak, sounding disappointed. "Gary Hill, are you really George Gary Hill's son?" He immediately puffed out his chest and answered proudly, "That's right, I'm the third son of Josh Gary Hill. Mick Gary Hill." Kingram scoffed. "Proud of what?" "Your father, that crybaby fool, used to beg me to give him extra points. Mick Gary Hill. You're even more pathetic than your idiot father. 27 points. The guy went nuts and roared, "You're just some low-life elf. Who the hell do you think you are spouting that crap?" The instructor rushed to stop Mick. "Shut it, Mick." The teacher called the next person. "Next up, Mayel Carlstein." He immediately answered, "Here." Mayel stepped forward, his face calm and emotionless, but inside he was totally freaking out. He tried to calm himself. "Whew, I'm suddenly getting nervous." He told himself, "Let's just give it a shot. I can definitely do this." At the same time, a flame flared up in the palm of his hand. He looked straight at the statue and introduced himself. I'm Mayel Carlstein. It's an honor to meet you. His eyes showed absolute determination. Kingram spoke up. Oh, this is the first time I've ever seen your face. His voice was filled with obvious surprise, but he just brushed it off. Go ahead and start your test. Kingram acted like he couldn't care less, while Mayel and the flame in his hand were totally ready. A student immediately recognized Mayel's skill. It was explosive fire. The look on his face was one of total shock. The other students also realized it was a Tier 4 magic spell. Everyone was in disbelief. What? He can use that skill? Kingram frowned, wondering, what's with that stance of yours? Mayel suddenly changed his posture to prepare his attack. Here I come! Mayel launched himself off the ground, rocketing toward the statue. The mana orb that was originally in his hand was now under his feet, creating a powerful thrust. At first, everyone thought Mayel would use his hands, but he completely switched it up, blowing everyone's minds one after another. He used his own feet, now blazing with mana, to kick the King Graham statue straight on. The instructor was also stunned by this display. He wondered, no way. How could that kid transfer mana from his hand to his foot and detonate it in just a split second? The students were all completely floored. One turned and asked, didn't you say that was a Tier 4 spell? The other guy immediately shot that down. No, that's wrong. The power from that attack has to be at least Tier 5. Mayel landed lightly after the powerful kick, looking completely calm. You mean Mayel is at least a Tier 5 mage? Mayel was catching his breath, but his mind was a mess. He was sure he had cast the explosive fire perfectly. So why is Kingram reacting so weirdly? Did I mess up somewhere? The elf statue finally spoke slowly. You, who in the world are you? Mayel asked back, surprised. What? I already introduced myself. I'm Mayel Carlstein. But King Graham cut him off. Are you Draa? The sudden question made the color drain from his face. Draa, I have always been waiting for you. Even for a statue, its bloodshot red eyes were enough to show its desperation. King Graham's voice echoed, full of desperation and longing. I have always been waiting for you, Draa. That whisper caused total chaos, and the crowd around them immediately started talking. Countless judging eyes and questions popped up. Who is Draa? Is he confusing Mayel with someone else? The memory of 2 long months spent digging through every ancient document suddenly flooded Mayel's mind. He couldn't find a single trace of Draa, but he never thought King Graham would know. Mayel's face darkened. He knew exactly what the statue's words meant. You know Draa? Mayel asked, his voice a mix of shock and a sliver of hope. In response, Kingram said only a single word. Yes. Seizing the rare opportunity, Mayel quickly pressed him, hoping to dig up more information. Then can you tell me more about them? A mysterious smile appeared on King Graham's stone face. He murmured, how interesting. I never expected to meet his incarnation right here at this academy. His confusing words made Mayel blink, trying to figure out what incarnation was supposed to mean. Suddenly, King Graham changed the subject, cutting off Mayel's train of thought. What's your name? Despite being caught off guard, Mayel answered quickly. It's Mayel Carlstein. All right, Mayel, I'll remember that, Kingram said. His massive body was like a towering mountain, its huge shadow covering Mayel. As King Graham started to turn away, a voice called out in a hurry. It was the instructor. Excuse me, sir. Before you leave, could you tell us what Mayel's score is? There are too many people here. I'll tell you later. The evaluation is over. This magic isn't something I can even judge. King Graham's cold verdict made the proctor scream in shock. What are you talking about? He couldn't believe his own ears. According to school rules, you have to give a grade. This rule has been followed for 500 years. The professor tried to argue with the regulations. Enough! King Graham let out a terrifying roar, his aura overwhelming everyone. You dare mention rules to me? For all these years I've had to grade brats who can't even pass for mages. His face was tense, his bloodshot eyes blazing with anger, making the professor stammer. I'm sorry, but I don't care, King Graham growled. But a deal is a deal. I'll give you the score. He went silent, his dagger-like gaze making the professor gulp and break out in a cold sweat. It's either a 0 or a 100. What do you want? Little destroyer. King Graham's deep voice was aimed right at Mayel. A brilliant smile lit up Mayel's face. He didn't hesitate for a second, his eyes firm as he answered. 100 points, of course. The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy halls. Hey, did you hear? King Graham gave someone 100 points. Everyone immediately started gossiping. Huh? King Graham? But who did he give it to? When they heard it was for that dead last Mayel, everyone was completely stunned. Just then, a stern voice cut in. It was Professor Hayden. He walked over to Mayel, his eyes narrowed. "You're causing trouble again." Mayel flinched and turned around. "Professor Hayden, what are you doing here?" Mayel asked, surprised. Professor Hayden crossed his arms, approaching him sternly. "The news about your 100 points reached the headmaster. He decided to give you a reward since this has never happened before. Here, take this for now." With that, he handed Mayel a small parchment scroll. Mayel read the words on the scroll out loud, looking confused and skeptical. "The treasure vault? What is this?" Without any further explanation, Professor Hayden just gestured with his hand and immediately turned to leave, telling Mayel to follow him. They walked a long way, passing through countless silent corridors and mysterious doors. Finally, Professor Hayden stopped in front of an ancient, imposing door. As soon as the door creaked open, a blast of cold air rushed out. He motioned for Mayel to head deep inside with him. Mayel couldn't hide his amazement, curiously looking around as he walked. This was the first time he'd ever set foot in a place so completely different from the rest of the academy. Professor Hayden explained, "Of course, because this is the only forbidden zone." The fact that this was the academy's only forbidden zone immediately made Mayel suspicious. Why did Professor Hayden bring him here on purpose? Curiosity, mixed with a bit of anxiety, started to creep into his mind. The two of them finally stopped in front of another door. This one looked even more solid than any of the previous ones. Professor Hayden turned back, his expression serious as he announced, "This is the entrance to the treasure vault, and I'm only allowed to bring you this far." Mayel looked at the professor, a sense of unease growing. He asked again, "So I have to go in there by myself?" Professor Hayden nodded. "That's right, go on in. I'll wait for you right here." Mayel took a deep breath and moved to open the door. Even though his mind was still full of unanswered questions, he told himself, "Since this is a reward, I'll just go in and see what's up." Gathering all his courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open hard. As soon as he stepped through, what hit Mayel's eyes was an empty room, but it was overwhelmingly vast. A gloomy, chilling atmosphere filled the space, the dim light just barely enough for him to grasp the scale of the place. So this is the treasure vault. Mayel scanned the room, and even though it was empty with nothing on display, he could clearly feel the presence of countless precious treasures. Items he had only ever heard of by name. This was definitely the treasure of the great mage, Nit. While Mayel was still busy observing, lost in the overwhelming gloom of the room, a deep voice suddenly spoke from right behind him, startling him so much he tensed up and spun around. "You look so lost?" Mayel immediately went on guard. "Who is it?" The mysterious person continued to speak, his tone profound, as if he were reading Mayel's mind, as if you don't realize your own true value. Just then, Mayel was shocked to recognize the familiar voice. It was King Graham, sitting solidly on a chair in the middle of the room. Why is he here? But what shocked Mayel the most was King Graham's appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue, but was now present in the flesh, a living, powerful human form. It was like King Graham could totally read Mayel's mind, he explained, his voice all deep and mysterious. "Surprised I'm not a rock anymore? This is the only place I can rock this body. The mana flooding this room lets me exist in my original form, instead of that artifact shell." Mayel mumbled back, "Got it." Mayel looked up at King Graham, totally skeptical about what he'd just said. He shot back, "Sir, what did you mean when you said I don't know my own worth?" King Graham's sharp fangs looked seriously menacing as he spoke. "It's exactly what it sounds like. You have absolutely no clue what you're really worth. Even that artifact you're using is just like the one Draa had." King Graham's next words hit like a ton of bricks, and Mayel was floored that he knew about the artifact. He was freaking out inside. King Graham stared down at Mayel, his gaze so sharp it felt like it could see right through him. "That's a super rare artifact. How'd you get your hands on it, and what's your deal with Draa?" King Graham paused, obviously waiting for Mayel to spill, but all he got back was a serious look, his voice laced with confusion and frustration. "I'm wondering the same thing. Who the hell is Draa anyway?" Graham watched Mayel in silence for a beat, then decided to start explaining, his tone suddenly shifting to one of nostalgia and deep respect. "He was a great entity, a being on the verge of becoming a god. A long, long time ago, he paid a visit to the celestial tribe, where I used to live. First impression, he was short and scrawny, not much to look at. But even so, his power was so insane that no one in the celestial tribe could even touch him. What was scarier was that he just kept getting stronger, so even if all of us elves jumped him at once, we couldn't beat him. Because of that power, we had mad respect for him, and he decided to live with us, just like a real member of the tribe. He personally taught me, the guy destined to be the next chief, the ancient magical language for almost 100 years. What? 100 years? No way a normal human can live that long. Mayel stared at King Graham, completely blown away. His brain just couldn't process what he'd just heard. King Graham smirked, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Of course he could, because he wasn't human. That statement hit hard, dropping a terrifying truth bomb about Draa. His true identity was the Black Dragon, Dragonia. King Graham's announcement dropped another insane bombshell on Mayel. No way. Mayel choked out, his voice tight with shock. So you're telling me dragons are real? He was so floored by this info, he had to ask again just to be sure. For real? Yeah, didn't you know dragons are the source of all magic? King Graham shot back instantly. Mayel vaguely remembered hearing that somewhere, but he always thought it was just talk. He figured it was all just a myth. Now, everything he thought he knew was totally wrecked. King Graham cut through Mayel's chaotic thoughts with another bombshell. However, Draa couldn't use magic. He repeated the mind-blowing info. That's why he created a fighting style just like yours, by channeling magic directly into his limbs. Do you get what that means? King Graham paused, asking a heavy question. It started to click for Mayel, the scattered pieces suddenly snapping into place. He realized that Draa must have been treated like crap in the past. Just like him, Mayel answered right away, picturing some mysterious figure in his head. I think I'm starting to get it. King Graham went on with the story, his tone getting way darker. Draa created a special power that only he could use. It was a way to turn pure magic into raw physical power, exactly like you do. Once he got a handle on it, Draa became the most powerful being in the world. But he wasn't satisfied and just kept amping up his power endlessly. And in the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Mayel was stunned all over again, so that's why they call him the destroyer of the world. He couldn't even imagine how insane that kind of power was. A mix of awe and fear washed over Mayel. Suddenly, a familiar system window popped up. A notification popped up that Mayel unlocked a new achievement, search for Draa's traces. The rewards included the title Elf Alley, the skill Elven Rage, and the spirit Trang, the embodiment of power. The Elf Ally title had two effects. The first was a boost in friendship percentage, and the second let the user talk to elves. Mayel read every line carefully, hand on his chin, thinking. He had no idea why he suddenly got a reward, but he accepted it anyway. Being able to talk to elves was cool, better than nothing. The system window went on to show the details of the new active skill, Elven Rage. It borrows the wrathful power of the elves to instantly increase strength for 330 seconds. This effect gets stronger based on body stats. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. After reading the reward info, Mayel mumbled with a serious face. This looks like a worthwhile upgrade skill. As soon as he finished his sentence, a shiny blue orb instantly appeared, fitting perfectly in his palm. But there were already a few cracks on its surface. Mayel wondered curiously, Trang, the embodiment of power, what the heck is this? Graham rose from his stone throne, his massive body blocking the light, and he spoke up. Looks like you just got a quest reward. Draa used to stare into space and talk to himself just like that. His words confirmed what Mayel was experiencing. Mayel was still holding the blue orb, looked up at King Graham with a questioning look. If so, do you know what this thing is? He replied confidently. Yeah, bring it here and let me have a look. King Graham leaned down to carefully inspect the brightly glowing orb in Mayel's hand. Then he stated firmly, that's Trang. Wanting more information, Mayel asked, do you know anything about this item? King Graham replied cryptically, an item? It's not an item, it's an embodiment. Mayel looked back at the orb in his hand doubtfully, finding it hard to believe. What? This little thing is an embodiment? Graham began to explain, his tone certain. He was always glued to Draa's side. How could I not know? Seeing its condition, I'm guessing Draa sealed him inside a spirit stone before he died. He continued to talk about Trang's nature. He's the embodiment of power, and though called a spirit, he's not like any ordinary spirit. He has an extremely short temper, always demanding infinite power from Draa. But if you satisfy him, he'll grant you infinite power in return. A really risky bargain. You mean this embodiment will come back to life from this stone? Mayel frowned, raising the orb to inspect it. Just then, more small cracks began to appear. That's right, so you don't need to worry too much, King Graham reassured him. As soon as King Graham finished speaking, the orb suddenly cracked even more. The cracks grew larger until it was about to shatter completely. Mayel watched, stunned, his heart pounding. It's really breaking, he screamed internally. But contrary to what Mayel imagined, when the smoke and fragments disappeared, the only thing that appeared was a tiny object lying in his palm. Mayel stared at it and exclaimed in shock, This is a tiny teddy bear. It rubbed its eyes while cursing. its voice shrill but full of irritation. You brat! You dare call me a bear? Mayel was completely stunned. A talking bear, but his surprise and the fact that he kept calling it a bear made it grind its teeth in anger. Stop calling me a bear already. You punk! It screamed harshly, its cranky voice echoing through the vast treasure room. Feeling deeply insulted, Trang the bear pointed straight at Mayel's face. Stop looking at me like I'm a bear, he replied helplessly. But you're clearly a bear. At that moment, Mayel's face was full of confusion, with sweat running down his cheeks. How can a bear talk? The little bear's face flushed red with anger. Hey, are you deaf? It put its hands on its hips, looking like it was about to blow a gasket, and chattered on endlessly. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear, Mayel asked curiously. Then what are you? It crossed its arms and grinned confidently. I am an embodiment. I can turn into any form I want. To prove its point, it put on a determined and powerful expression. Brace yourself. Watch this. I'll show you my true power. Hearing that, Mayel on the other side also focused intently, holding his breath and waiting for an explosive display. And yet, absolutely nothing happened at all. The little bear's face instantly went pale as a sheet. It was mortified. After an awkward silence, it screamed in a panic, not believing what was happening. Huh? What is this? Where did my power go? Mayel's face was a mask of secondhand embarrassment. What the heck is it doing? Suddenly, Trang yelled. It's gotta be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Hurry up and give me some food. Mayel silently sized it up. This bear was definitely not normal. He had to be the bearer of bad news. There's no food here. I don't even know what you eat. Hearing that was like a punch to the gut. It screamed in despair. What? You don't even have food? Why is my master so freaking weak this time? Mayel was confused. Master me? Totally bummed. Trang just ignored the world, curled up like a furball and conked out. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Just wake me up when it's time to eat. Mayel was helpless and had no clue what was happening. It called him master 1 second and then called him weak the next. He gently placed the sleeping Trang on his shoulder. The silly sight even made King Graham chuckle. Some things never change, huh? Seeing Trang again really took him back. You and that little guy really remind me of the old days. King Graham seemed lost in a trip down memory lane, remembering the days he faced off against Trang and Draa in the Celestial Tribe. Snapping out of his memories, King Graham sat up straight, his eyes locked on Mayel, and he started talking. Mayel, you little destroyer carrying Draa's legacy. So what are you gonna do now? He asked blankly. About what? King Graham stressed his point. The power you have will make you stronger, but it's a double-edged sword. It can put you on the right path, or it will swallow you whole. I'll ask you one more time. When you get stronger, what are you going to do? This question sent Mayel deep into thought. The original reason he craved this power was to be strong enough to protect his loved ones from dangerous monsters. Not only that, he also wanted to use that power to restore his family's name and bring glory to the house that everyone looked down on. Most importantly, he was desperate to prove his own worth and shatter the disrespect from everyone who dared to look down on him. Mayel let out a satisfied smirk. Yeah, those goals are more than enough. He had too many important things to protect, and there was no way he was letting this golden opportunity slip by. After figuring everything out, Mayel looked up and stared straight at King Graham with a determined look. I'm going to live the way I want, for my loved ones, for my family, and for myself. King Graham saw the kid's determination and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'll be looking forward to the future you choose. Thanks to King Graham, Mayel understood Draa a lot better. His days were still filled with the same repetitive quests. The only thing that changed was the intensity of his training. Mayel was grinding away on the training field, wiping away sweat, completely exhausted. He shook the bear on his shoulder. Trang, wake up. Are you trying to skip a meal or what? Just hearing the word food, Trang immediately shot up. Its eyes were sparkling and it was drooling like crazy. We're eating? Moving so fast like it was afraid of missing its meal by a single second, the little bear quickly climbed to its usual spot on Mayel. While Mayel was still gathering his energy to cast some magic, Trang already had its little mouth wide open and waiting. Mayel glanced over, feeling completely helpless. This little guy is seriously crazy for food and his appetite is insane. The little bear intently inhaled the flames that were burning on Mayel's hand. Every stream of fiery magic was sucked in, flowing straight into its bottomless mouth. After finishing its meal, it patted its round, full belly in satisfaction, looking extremely pleased. Trang let out a loud burp and declared, I feel a lot better now. Mayel thought to himself, this food was just the strength points he got from his quests. Trang was directly absorbing his power. The system displayed Trang, the embodiment of 1-star level power, the only spirit that reacts to the primordial nature of power. Power is proportional to its vessel. The bigger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 kings and the black dragon Dragonia and was destroyed. After Trang was full, thanks to a special companion skill, Mayel's strength points also increased significantly. He praised it. "You're actually useful, aren't you?" It immediately puffed out its chest with pride. "Of course I am," Mayel confirmed. "Every time you get stronger, I get a max of 100 strength points, right?" Trang explained. "If I reach 2 stars, you get 200, 3 stars is 300, and it just keeps going up. Before I was sealed, I had 31 stars. Mayel's scalp tingled when he heard that. 31 stars is equal to an extra 3,100 strength points, and he hadn't even hit 1,000 points yet but already felt this strong. This information made Mayel incredibly jealous. He yearned to be as strong as Draa used to be. He quickly asked, "How did Draa reach that level? Are there any other ways to increase my strength besides quests?" Noticing Mayel's impatience, Trang let out a mischievous laugh. "Heh heh, so you're finally realizing my true worth now, are you? If you want to know, then get me a drink first." Mayel immediately threatened it. "Fine, don't talk, but don't come crying to me when you're starving later." That trick worked instantly. It rushed to answer. All right, I'll talk." The guide started explaining everything. There are a ton of ways to get stronger, like finishing high-difficulty quests to get way better rewards. Another way is to hunt down special items that give you a permanent power boost. Or you could just go straight for lost treasures. Or even hunting high-level goblins for their tendons to make power-up elixirs is a super fast way to get stronger. But right after that, the guide totally burst his bubble. However, none of those methods are going to work for you right now. Mayel immediately shot back like, "Why not? There are so many ways." The little bear plopped down on Mayel's shoulder. It crossed its arms and pouted mockingly. "You need at least 1,000 strength points to even think about doing that stuff. Your growth rate is way too fast, but your body is still weak. You're like a toddler learning to walk." That taunt made Mayel shut up and think. He really thought he'd gotten a lot stronger. But it turns out this was all just the beginning. The goal right now is to hit 1,000 strength points. And so, Mayel had to go back to the same old brutal training routine. He trained like a madman every single day until his strength stat hit 930. Just then, an announcement rang out. The third test, the practical combat exam, had officially started. The second he stepped into the arena, the guide immediately asked, "You're doing the combat test today?" Full of confidence, Mayel replied. "That's right. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A mage's position is usually to attack from the back line, so there's a good chance your spells will hit your allies in the middle of the chaos. This test is to check your risk management skills. You could say it's the most important part of the exam." Right then, Jason was taking his test. He was putting everything he had into casting his strongest spell, a fireball. But ironically, the fireball didn't go for the monster. It shot straight at the support knights, making them scream in terror. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't aim at us!" Even the monster standing next to them looked confused. The proctor watching from the sidelines could only shake his head and sigh. "I declare, Jason, you're eliminated." Jason looked totally defeated and lifeless. He walked away with his head down as his classmates laughed at him. At the same time, the Farron Knight Squad reported that they were there to support the exam, to ensure the students' safety and evaluate their ability to work in a team. The life or death test lasts for 10 days. Your score will determine your opponent. And now the top 13 students have made it to the final round. The atmosphere on the final day was extremely tense. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting, not knowing what kind of monster would be released into the arena. Suddenly, the entire stadium shook violently, just like an earthquake. The students' faces immediately turned pale with fear. Someone panicked and yelled, "What's that sound?" A giant creature stepped out. Its massive body blocked the view. Its face was ferocious with sharp fangs showing after it roared. The crowd panicked and screamed, "It's a water fiend!" This species of water fiend lives in packs scattered all over the continent. They're many times larger than humans. They possess a comparable level of intelligence and are extremely violent by nature. This has been the cause of countless bloody wars. The surrounding students' eyes went wide and they broke out in a cold sweat. They asked, trembling, "Professor, is it really okay to use this monster for the test? What if someone dies at its hands?" Professor Hayden remained calm. He explained, "You are mages. You must always remain rational. Treat this like a real battle and give it your all." "Even if the fear is still there," the students replied in unison. "Yes, sir." As soon as the test officially began, the water fiend was released. It immediately roared like crazy and charged straight forward. The monster swung its muscular arm, attacking the knight formation directly, forcing them to quickly raise their shields to defend against the impact. As soon as the Knight Squad successfully held back, the giant water fiend, Miko, immediately seized the opportunity from the backline and started casting ice magic. A series of ice arrows were shot out one after another, flying swiftly from his position. This was just basic ice magic, but disappointingly, Every single one of those ice arrows missed the target, sticking uselessly into the ground. The water fiend suddenly launched an attack from the air. By the time the crowd realized, it had already soared above their heads. A terrified scream rang out. "Watch out above!" The professors supervising the match also had to shout in alarm. "Michael, get the hell out of the way!" But instead of listening, the dude just froze up, shaking like a leaf. He was still mumbling about getting even, but he was totally paralyzed by fear. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Professor Black had to step in to save his sorry butt. He yelled, "Stop!" Just before the water fiend could land the final blow, thousands of vines shot up from the ground and wrapped it up tight, leaving Michael completely stunned. The monster roared, pissed off that some humans were getting in its way. It screamed like a maniac, trying to break free from the vines. Even tied up, that water fiend was still itching for a fight. It reached for Michael and let out a threatening roar, making him scramble backward in terror. Michael's face went completely white, like he'd seen a ghost. And for that pathetic display, he got Professor Black's ice-cold voice saying, "Michael Gary Hill, you're out." Watching this go down, his uncle, Professor Eric, slammed his fist on the monitor desk. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, he failed again." That useless kid, clearly wanting to mess with Mayel's test. Eric turned to Headmaster John and was all like, "Headmaster, are you really going to continue with this test?" Headmaster John just looked at him, confused. "What are you getting at, Professor Eric?" Then Eric just came right out with it. "It's Mayel's turn next, right?" Headmaster John was like, "Yeah, it is." Eric's face twisted into a total smirk. Mayel is the only student who got a perfect score from King Graham. Letting him take the same test as everyone else seems kinda unfair to that achievement, don't you think, Headmaster? The headmaster slowly stroked his beard, thinking, "I see what you're saying, but the thing is, we're fresh out of monsters for the test." That's when Professor Eric showed his true colors. He flashed this evil grin and said, "Oh no, sir, we've got plenty more." Turns out, when the foreign knights brought the water fiend over for the test, they also dragged along a battle ogre. Headmaster John thought it over. Using an ogre for an exam was crazy dangerous. But with Professor Black and a whole line of knights watching, he was actually dying to see what this Mayel kid was really made of. The scene cuts to a long hallway inside some fancy castle, with torchlight flickering and making shadows dance on the stone walls. Professor Black was just standing there looking tired, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His eyes locked on Mayel as he slowly walked out from behind a huge door. He called out to him quietly. Mayel heard him and looked up, all confused, and was like, "Professor Black?" The professor walked over, hands stuffed in his pockets, and was like, "Gotta give you a heads up before you go in. Your test today is gonna be way harder." Mayel was still clueless, not getting it. Professor Black spelled it out for him. "The Academy has some crazy high expectations after you got that perfect score from King Graham. Everyone's saying it's not fair for you to fight the same monster as the regular students, so they've cranked up the difficulty on you." Mayel's brow furrowed immediately. "What do you mean, harder?" The professor shot back. "You won't be facing a water fiend. You're going head-to-head with an ogre." That news made both him and the bear, with him stare wide-eyed in shock. "An ogre?" Trang blinked her bright round eyes and chimed in, "Aha! So your first real enemy is an ogre? Now this is going to be fun to watch." The scene snaps to a giant, veiny hand, clenched into a fist, trying to bust out of some heavy iron chains. It was a jacked ogre, about the size of a giant, with orange-brown skin, and it was roaring its head off. Two guards were staring at the monster, totally freaked out. "The blonde dude, Jason," asked Eric, who was standing next to him, "is that the water fiend's leader or something?" The guy with black hair snapped, "You idiot, that's an ogre." Jason's face scrunched up in disbelief. "An ogre? No way. How is that possible?" Eric gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking, "I guess I did suggest it." He was confused and kind of looked down on the idea, but seriously, who in their right mind would make a student fight an ogre for a test? How is a student supposed to be strong enough to handle that thing? Ogres might look a bit like water fiends, but they're way, way stronger. They can take someone out with a single hit. Eric gritted his teeth and glared at the professor, growling, "Are you serious?" Even the knights had a hard time catching them. Professor Black just replied with a dead serious face, "I'm sure. It's an order from the headmaster." Eric just scoffed. "Ha," he growled. "You're seriously betting the students' lives on this test." From a distance, the sound of black leather shoes clicked closer, and a confident voice cut in. "Yeah, and I'm betting my own life on it." Eric turned to look at the newcomer, his face showing clear surprise. "Huh, who are you?" The two faced off. Mayel looked Eric dead in the eye. "I'm Mayel, a contestant in the test." Eric shot back. "You?" Eric scanned Mayel from head to toe, his gaze full of disdain. This kid thinks he can take on an ogre? What's he gonna use against that monster? While Eric was still trying to figure out how to protect Mayel and the professor, the kid just coldly strode right past him. Eric was startled. Where does he think he's going? He scowled and yelled, "Hey, you're going the wrong way. What the hell are you doing?" Mayel replied nonchalantly, "I'm getting ready for the test," Eric snapped, cutting him off. "You're in the wrong spot. You need to fall back," Mayel stated firmly. "I'm standing here." The knight frowned, confused. "Huh?" Mayel's emerald eyes were like ice. He explained seriously. "My spells are a little different." Eric warned loudly, "If you're on the front line, we can't protect you. It's not some water monster you can just play with." Mayel confirmed again, "Yeah, I know." But Eric wasn't having it. "Why are you gambling with your life like this?" Mayel decisively threw off the cloak he was wearing, looking like some kind of modern-day boss. He couldn't be bothered to explain, "I'm out of options." With that, he started walking straight toward the ogre. Seeing him act so recklessly, Eric couldn't help but worry. His brows furrowed tightly, and he thought to himself that he didn't see a hint of fear from the kid. He must have something special. Professor Hayden, who was watching from behind, finally spoke up. "Mayel, get ready," he shouted. "Your test officially begins now." With that, he snapped his fingers. With a loud click, the shackles on the giant ogre's hands burst open and fell to the ground. The monster was officially free. The ogre immediately exploded into a rage. It let out a savage roar, charging straight at the shield-bearing soldiers and Mayel. Mayel was already in a ready stance, his hand erupting with magical flames. He shot forward, zipping past the stunned soldiers. Eric screamed to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing? He's actually daring to face that ogre head-on?" Eric screamed, "Don't!" But it was too late to stop him. Mayel and the ogre charged straight at each other. His blazing fire magic clashed directly with the monster's fist. The ogre let out a world-shaking roar, swinging its giant arm to block, preparing to smash the incoming magic. An earth-shattering boom rang out, the ground shaking violently from the first impact. Mayel didn't back down. He kept charging forward, yelling, "Fireball!" aiming straight for the ogre's center. The violent explosions continued, as the light from the two clashing magical powers erupted, lighting up a whole corner of the arena. Even the soldiers standing guard couldn't keep their footing. They were all sent flying by the shockwave from the direct clash between Mayel and the ogre. Eric watched the battle in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. He was actually using magic for close-quarters combat in a life-or-death situation. Professor Hayden calmly waved his hand, clearing the cloud of dust. It seemed he had already anticipated the outcome. Mayel certainly didn't disappoint him. Of course, he was the only one who was calm. The surrounding soldiers had already gone pale, too terrified to look directly at the center of the explosion. The reaction from the important people in the stands wasn't much better. The arena floor was now thick with smoke and dust. The soldiers stood frozen, unable to see what was happening. A student fighting an ogre in close combat, you just had to hope he was still in one piece. Before anyone could get their bearings, a familiar figure in a black shirt slowly emerged from the smoke. Even Eric was startled. He was still alive. The sight of Mayel's face through the smoke sent another shock through Eric. He was still standing, immediately getting into a ready stance for the next attack. Professor Hayden kept his calm expression, but now it was mixed with obvious satisfaction. You could practically see the word proud written on his forehead. Suddenly, a hand slapped hard on Mayel's shoulder, followed by a loud shout, "Hey!" It was Eric. His face was grim as he angrily roared at him. "You almost got yourself killed!" Mayel calmly looked up, meeting Eric's eyes, his face still terrifyingly calm. He replied politely, "I'm sorry, but if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in?" Eric was speechless at the comeback. All he could do was look away toward the angrily growling ogre. "We don't have time to chat. We need to finish this test now." The ogre was totally pissed now, going more berserk than ever. Eric jumped in front of Mayel, waving him back. "Get back now. I get that you're strong, but this monster is seriously dangerous." Like that wasn't enough. The knight kept yelling, his voice way louder now. "Just stay put and let me handle it." Mayel just blew off Eric's warning. He zipped right past the guy, stopping dead in his tracks to block the knight's way. Mayel turned around, looking dead serious, and was like, "This is my test." Eric looked like he couldn't believe his ears, just repeating, "What?" Mayel's face stayed locked, totally determined, as he said it again. "Let me finish this test on my own." The huge monster let out a nasty roar. Its body was freaking massive, probably 5 times bigger than Mayel. Mayel stared down the boss, his resolve like steel. Behind him, Eric was totally on edge, ready for it to attack at any second. He was laser-focused, not a doubt in his mind. There were two big reasons Mayel was acting so cocky. He suddenly remembered that title he got from King Graham, the one that let him understand what the ogres were saying. The monster let out a vicious screech. "Don't come any closer, just free me." But Mayel wasn't fazed one bit. He knew exactly what it was screaming about. It wasn't trying to be a psycho, it was just scared because it was surrounded by knights and mages. The second reason he was so chill was the urgent quest that just popped up. The system had just dropped a quest on him: strike first and take down the enemy. The reward was 30 strength points and unlocking the Eagle Eye skill. Mayel cracked a confident smirk and just charged. That reward was way too good to pass up. One quest for the same points as 3 days of grinding, boring repeatables? Hell yeah. With a whoosh, Mayel shot forward like an arrow, leaving nothing but a blur of dust behind. He summoned a fireball right into his hand, moving like the wind and charging straight ahead, leaving Eric completely stunned. In a split second, Mayel's flaming fist crashed right into the ogre's giant fist as it came down, creating a massive shockwave. Sparks went flying as the monster took the hit full on. It roared in pure rage. A massive explosion erupted, and the powerful fire vortex blasted the ogre backwards. Just like that, the enemy objective was cleared. Mayel just smirked. This fight was far from over. The thing was screaming like a maniac, its bloodshot eyes wide with rage. It ground its sharp teeth, radiating pure killer instinct. It looked ready to rip him apart. The monster immediately powered up and launched itself into the air. It poured all its strength into this one attack from above. The ogre screamed, "I'm gonna crush your skull!" Its devastating slam made the whole ground shake like crazy. Luckily, Mayel smoothly dodged the kill shot. He watched every single move the monster made, determined to find its weak spot. The second he landed, he activated time refraction to boost his speed and charge forward. Captain Eric could only stare, totally blown away by Mayel's insane speed. How is he moving that fast? While he was moving, he channeled his firepower, his only thought to close the distance immediately. Almost instantly, Mayel closed the gap and appeared right at the ogre's flank. He aimed straight for a weak spot, and before the monster could even react, a blazing fist slammed into its stomach, making it howl in pain. Over with the knights. Jaws were on the floor. He wasn't even scared of the ogre. What the hell even is this kid? A few guys had to duck and cover from the flying sparks. The student section was buzzing too. What is even happening? Yo, look out! The ogre was going nuts with a counterattack. It threw a heavy punch right at Mayel, but he just blocked it with his bare hand. Not about to give up, it swung with its other arm. But Mayel blocked that hit easily too. He instantly went for a kick, aiming right for its open arm. But surprise, the monster was fast enough to react, grabbing his leg in a death grip. It didn't hold back at all, swinging him around and chucking him like a sack of potatoes. Mayel's body went spinning out of control through the air. He looked just like a flimsy leaf in a hurricane. He managed to stick to the wall, totally Spider-Man style. But before he could even get his bearings, Mayel's eyes went wide at what came next. It launched a flaming fist straight for him. Good thing Mayel dodged it, because a huge piece of the wall behind him just shattered. He landed lightly on his feet, totally fine. The monster whipped its head around to stare him down, snarling with pure hatred. "You pathetic human." Mayel moved quick as a flash. He dodged to one side. He spun around, winding up for a kick that was sure to shock his opponent. Mayel unleashed a powerful spinning kick. The payoff for all his brutal training shot straight for the monster's head. The giant goblin slammed onto the arena floor, making the ground tremble as rocks and debris flew everywhere. He didn't waste a second, jumping right on top of it. To end this thing fast, he activated his goblin's rage skill, and a sick-looking red and black aura exploded around his arm. The goblin was sweating bullets, shaking like a leaf. It demanded, "Are you even human?" Mayel shot back coldly, "Like you need me to answer that." The goblin's eyes went wide, totally shocked. It stammered, "You can understand me?" Mayel couldn't care less, charging up his next move while lazily answering, "You understand me just fine." Before the goblin could even finish its thought, Tyrant's Flame, a fist engulfed in fire slammed right into its face. Stacking it with the goblin's rage effect, Mayel triggered his berserk state, making the energy way harder to control. His pupils shrank, and he gritted his teeth in pain as the flames exploded, completely swallowing the monster's huge body. Mayel pulled his fist back. The monster in front of him was totally scorched and completely knocked out. Still, Mayel stayed on guard, wondering, is it really over? Trang, who was watching from a distance, was seriously impressed. Not bad at all, way better than expected. Mayel stepped off the monster's body, panting and totally wiped out. The crowd was just stunned. Did he really just take down that goblin? Looks like it. Everyone started cheering like crazy, going nuts for him. Awesome. Mayel was so badass. That night, Eric looked seriously pissed off, like he couldn't believe Mayel actually won. Totally opposite of Eric, Headmaster Tyon was smiling, completely satisfied. The crowd kept buzzing. A lot of people still couldn't believe it. Did he really take down a goblin all by himself? The guards immediately moved in to check the monster's body. Eric walked up to Mayel. He asked, "Mayel, who taught you that spell and those fighting skills?" He just said, "Nobody." Eric's face was full of doubt. "You mean you learned all that on your own?" Mayel kept up his straight-laced model student act. "Yep." He turned to the professor, who was standing there looking all thoughtful. "Professor, how'd I do on the test?" The professor was quiet, like he was lost in thought for a minute. After a bit, he finally said, "I thought you were in over your head, but you didn't even give me a chance to step in." The professor looked right at Mayel. "You always manage to blow my expectations out of the water." Mayel immediately asked, "So does that mean I passed?" That one simple sentence from him made the whole place erupt. Standing in the middle of the smoking rubble, Mayel cracked a confident smile, looking like a total rock star. The system window popped up, confirming quest complete, and dropping a new urgent quest on him. The reward was the player's eye skill and 10 strength points. Mayel was pretty surprised. Huh, player's eye? Looking into it, it was a skill that let him see the true nature of everything, gathering and digitizing all the info. And it also unlocked a stealth skill and the ability to spot stealthed enemies. Trang, perched on Mayel's shoulder, looked stoked. "Player's eye, huh? Now you're a real player." Mayel turned to him. "You know about this skill?" The little bear thing chuckled mischievously. "Of course I do. It's something only players get." Trang put his hands on his hips, eagerly explaining. "You can see enemies that are using stealth. A faint outline will show up around them." Mayel thought, "Damn, that's useful." Suddenly, the status window popped up again, announcing he'd unlocked the minimap. Mayel was surprised. "A minimap?" Trang just grinned, totally pleased with himself. This new feature let Mayel see everything happening in a 500-meter radius around him. Not only that, the skill also let him check the status of any target he wanted. The amount of info he could get depended on the target's level. Trang crossed his arms with a smug, mischievous grin, declaring there were way more surprises to come, and that he had to try out the new skill right away. Trang immediately suggested, "Look at that knocked-out goblin over there and activate player's eye." Mayel glanced down at the huge body. "Look at that thing." Mayel focused hard, channeling his energy to activate the skill. A status window instantly appeared. It showed all the monster's info, starting with its name, origin, and traits, all the way to a full overview. He was blown away. This skill is insane. He immediately wanted to try it again, this time targeting Professor Hayden. But the system only showed his level. He finally got it. The info's locked down. The system shot back, "Duh. You can't read the stats of someone who outranks you." It got all serious, holding up a finger to explain. "Once you get stronger, you'll automatically unlock more info." Mayel listened, dead silent. Mayel cracked a small smile, one hand on his chin, his lips twisting into a scheming smirk. "So that's how it works. I get it." The second the combat test was over, rumors that Mayel took down the goblin all by himself spread like wildfire through the academy. On campus, Jason plopped down next to him, teasing, "Mayel, you notice everyone's whispering about you?" Mayel shot back, totally clueless. "I have no idea. This is a first for me." Right then, a shy brunette walked up and called out, Excuse me." The girl looked super bashful, her eyes sparkling with some hidden agenda. "Are you Mayel, the upperclassman?" Right after that, 2 more girls came over holding out lunch bags. "You were so awesome. Here's some food. Eat it when you get hungry." The second Mayel took the bags, the girls got all flustered and bolted, leaving him standing there totally baffled by how fast it all went down. He awkwardly held the pile of bags out to Jason. "You want some?" But Jason just screamed, "Hell no." Jason was pissed, yelling at him for disrespecting the girls who had to get over being embarrassed just to make him lunch. Mayel was clueless. "Why are you freaking out like this?" Looking at his friend, who was practically green with envy. Mayel suddenly remembered using his player's eye. Jason's status window said he had massive potential. Jason suddenly scooted over, slapped Mayel on the shoulder, and whined. "I've been listening to the gossip lately, and it sounds like only Miko has any real potential." Mayel's face went dead serious, his eyes full of belief. "Jason, you just need to push a little more. I'm dead sure you'll kill it on the next test." Jason was confused. What the hell? Are you feeling sorry for me? Mayel shot that down fast. It's not pity. I'm saying you've got potential. Your skills are solid. You just need to be more confident and stop messing around. Jason was shocked. For real? Mayel advised. Quit slacking. Jason just laughed. Fine, next test. My goal is to crack the top 10. Mayel had to say it. That's kinda ambitious, dude. Just when he was getting pumped up, Jason's face fell instantly. Are you for real? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Mayel was confused. What are you talking about? Jason confessed. I'm starting to wonder if you're the same Mayel I've known for the last 6 years. Mayel was a little surprised. Oh. Mayel looked up at the sky, thinking that even he found it hard to believe sometimes. So he got why Jason felt that way. Jason suddenly remembered. Oh, right. There are some rumors going around about you. Mayel asked. What rumors? Jason went on. They're saying you're gonna smoke Miko, Gary, and Hill. Not just take the top spot, but become the Academy's rep. Mayel acted like he couldn't care less and got up, looking bored. I don't give a crap about that. Let's just head inside. Left in the dust, Jason scrambled to catch up. How can you not care? The Grand Festival is this year. Every year in May. Reps from all the big shot academies get together for a magic festival to find out who's the best. And get this, every 8 years, all the mages compete in the Olympiad to pick the strongest one. And the Grand Festival happens in a year when both of those huge events are going down. The Grand Festival, a nationwide battleground to honor the most badass talents. The winner doesn't just score a massive prize, but also gets a ton of ultimate perks. Because the competition is so insane, the spots are super limited. Only the top 31 elites from the Academy get to go. That's 1 solo spot and 30 team spots. The solo competitor is the honorary rep. The Academy cafeteria was buzzing with talk about the tournament. All bets were on one candidate. Is Miko gonna dominate the rep spot again this year? Mayel's table was no different. Jason declared, obviously Mayel has to be the rep. His orange-haired buddy next to him immediately jumped in. Totally. He's the only one who scored a perfect 100. Chewing his food, he sneered. If I remember right, you guys remember how bad Miko sucked at the last Magic tournaments, right? The brunette immediately chimed in. Yeah, I remember. The team competition was whatever, but in the solo round, he only ranked 4th out of 5 people. The orange-haired guy laughed sarcastically. That's exactly why our academy got stuck with the loser label. A totally humiliating rep, cause we bombed in both the team and solo events. Lunch ended and the trays were gone, but the argument kept going. The only hope to get rid of that pathetic nickname was Mayel. All eyes were suddenly on him. Mayel kept a dead serious look on his face, reminding himself the trial wasn't over yet. This was no time to get cocky or hyped. Only the top dog from the trial who gets a nod from the professor gets to go to the Grand Festival. And the 4th trial, the epic one-on-one showdown between him and Miko was about to go down. Mayel's eyes were locked forward, totally focused. He had one goal and one goal only, to go all out in the coming fight. His mind was set on absolutely crushing Miko. Days later, the combat training grounds finally opened for the big trial. Mayel instantly jumped into action. Warming up for the fight, he threw a 6 spin kick, sweat pouring off him, proof of all the insane training he'd been doing. The system kept pinging him. You've racked up 1,000 strength points. The Rookie No More title has been officially granted. Trang stretched and let out a growl. Finally, the day was here. The goal was to level up right now. It crouched down, focusing its power, and all the energy in the air started swirling violently towards it. Once it had gathered enough juice, it exploded upwards in a massive leap. It landed softly on Mayel's shoulder as a wicked flame erupted, completely surrounding it. The system announced that the mission difficulty just doubled. But hey, the rewards tripled. Trang focused hard, compressing all that firepower into its hand. It gulped, getting ready for its big transformation. Its tiny body arched back, head thrown up, as it strained with everything it had to unleash its hidden power. Then, in the next second, a fireball as bright as the freaking sun exploded. The heat spread like crazy, threatening to burn everything to a crisp. Trang looked over at Mayel, and the sudden blast of heat made him throw a hand up to shield his face. The pressure from this flame was insane. Then, like he realized something, Mayel's eyes went wide as he stared in total shock. No freaking way. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Eric was standing by a window, arms crossed and deep in thought. He was replaying the moment Mayel easily took down that monster. His face was twisted with annoyance. Damn it, I still had to give the punk points in the end. Eric imagined the scene of Mayel openly challenging Miko. He wondered if Mayel was actually strong enough to take down Miko, but the thought of Miko losing was so ridiculous he just shut it down. What a joke. That's pretty much impossible. Eric gritted his teeth, thinking it through. If Mayel wins, Miko's spot at the Grand Festival and his title as top student are both on the line. And the Gary Hill family has to run this academy. Every muscle in Eric's face twitched as he tried to keep his rage from exploding. He had to protect his position no matter what. Back at the training grounds, Trang had successfully leveled up to level 2, even though it was wiped out and its firewall was weaker. Mayel still got 200 strength points and a blazing orange flame burning like crazy in his palm. Mayel stared at the flame, totally impressed. Trang was obviously way stronger after leveling up. It immediately acted all grateful, saying it was all thanks to Mayel that it scored a quick 1,200 strength points. It got all cocky, putting its hands on its hips. It puffed out its chest, all proud and smug, but also kinda dorky. It grinned like an idiot, scratching its chin like it was the coolest thing ever. This was just the warm-up. The system mission just got a major upgrade in difficulty and rewards. They both immediately focused on the system status window, checking out the new details right away. The level 2 physical training mission required 5,000 punches, 5,000 kicks, 5,000 spin kicks, a full 10-mile run, and completing combat practice to get 30 strength points. Mayel looked over the objectives, figuring his current training was already so intense that this mission wouldn't be too much of a problem. He immediately turned to Trang, asking about that last requirement. So, what exactly is this combat practice thing? Suddenly, Trang's face went dark, and it gave him a wicked grin. You remember the first time we met, right? I told you I could turn into anything, Mayel said. Yeah, he remembered. Trang declared all smugly, my transformation ability is now unlocked, though there are still a few limits. Mayel asked if it could turn into a person. Trang said yeah, but not until level 5. Turning into a human is super complicated. He kept pressing. So what can you turn into now? Trang's face got all sly. Wanna see? Instantly, a small whirlwind started to form, quickly surrounding Trang's entire body. The tornado got bigger and bigger, exploding even more violently. A second later, when the whirlwind died down, a beat-up old scarecrow was standing there. The sight was so weird that Mayel couldn't help but crack up. Is this supposed to be a scarecrow? Mayel's reaction was totally not what Trang expected. Trang got pissed and snapped. What the hell is that look for? Mayel quickly held back a laugh. It's nothing, just not what I pictured. Trang immediately got all smug. Don't you dare look down on this scarecrow form. Back when Draa was just a rookie, I was his personal sparring partner. Mayel was skeptical. By sparring partner, you mean you were his moving target, right? It shot back confidently. Damn right, this form is perfect for the job. From now on, you're gonna have to fight me for real every single day. Trang whipped up a small whirlwind around itself, trying to look all mysterious. My power's still weak right now, so I'm only about as strong as a level 3 mage. Deep inside that scarecrow body, a wicked grin was forming. Once I get my full power back, nothing will be able to stop me. Doesn't matter if it's a dragon or a demon, I can take them all on. Mayel was totally hyped. He wanted to try it out right now. Trang got into a ready stance too. So what form do you want me to take for our little sparring session? Mayel didn't hesitate with his request. A real mage. That request seemed to be exactly what Trang wanted to hear, and it immediately went into taunt mode. Oh, you got it. I'll play along. Trang focused its energy, conjuring up a magic staff topped with a glowing red jewel. The scarecrow's arm grabbed the staff, and in a flash, bulging muscles rippled with power. Trang explained, my attacks only cause shock. They don't do any real damage. Mayel casually shot back. So what about the damage you take? The answer was that it wouldn't feel a thing. Mayel raised an eyebrow. He realized this was the perfect sparring partner, an ideal punching bag. Trang didn't waste any time, immediately conjuring a massive fireball. Roaring, all right, eat this. As soon as the words were out, it blasted a powerful stream of magic straight at Mayel, obviously not planning to go easy on him for this sparring session. Mayel's reaction was lightning fast. With a single leap, he cleanly dodged to the side, getting out of the attack's path. Mayel's excitement was off the charts. He was sure Miko was training too, and he couldn't wait for the day he could officially challenge that guy. But completely contrary to what Mayel thought, Miko was currently in Eric's room. He stared at the leaf. That bastard is getting on my last nerve. How are we gonna deal with him? Eric instantly blew up. You little punk. You dare talk to me like that? If you were just a little bit stronger back then, things would have turned out differently. Miko didn't want to hear it, waving his hand to cut him off. Just shut up already. I heard that Mayel only got his score boosted thanks to you. Eric was instantly flustered. Miko didn't hold back at all, his sarcastic tone obvious. So what if I did? Weren't you the one who set up that whole goblin trap? Miko looked like he wanted to eat Eric alive, slowly stepping forward. Because of you, he snagged a perfect score. If the family finds out about this, you'll be lucky to get out of it alive. Eric was absolutely furious with his disrespectful nephew, but all he could do was grit his teeth. You little brat, you dare talk back to me. Miko was losing his patience, telling Eric to stop his useless rambling and figure out a way to deal with this. He couldn't let Mayel snatch the Academy representative spot from him. Eric immediately stated with confidence, "No, that's not going to happen because I've already got a plan." A small turquoise vial appeared in Eric's palm. He ordered Miko to take it. Miko recognized it with just a single glance. This is blaze flower, an extremely rare awakening herb. Blaze flower, a plant that only grows in the northern wastelands. A rare herb used to brew special elixirs. Eric explained, drinking this will trigger an awakened state, cutting down your mana casting time to almost nothing. Miko was worried because it gets rid of your sense of pain, and even worse, you can't tell friend from foe. Eric stared hard at Miko and confirmed, "That's right. To put it bluntly, you go completely blind. Looks like you actually pay attention in class after all." Miko still couldn't figure out what his uncle was getting at, totally confused. "But why are you making me use something this dangerous?" Eric roared, "Are you insane? You don't get to talk back to me, not after you got your ass handed to you by that punk. You want to bring even more shame to the family now?" Miko was still scared. He knew how sharp Professor Hayden was. "This is way too risky. He knows exactly how strong I am. If I get caught, it's all over." Eric scoffed, puffing his chest out arrogantly. "Did you forget who I am? I'm the one in charge of all the drug testing around here." Eric, a guy who always plays dirty, had already planned out every single step. He handed over something else. "Take this. It'll wipe away all the evidence." A second purple vial was shoved into Miko's hand. Elric's orders were clear. "After you drink the combustion flower, you gotta use this vial immediately." Elric tried to calm his shaking nephew down. "Don't be a wuss. This is for the glory of the Gary Hill bloodline. This is the only way. So make up your mind. Are you gonna take it or not?" Michael was totally floored that his own uncle was pushing him to use a banned substance. He was seriously hesitating. He was having a total meltdown inside. Finally, the fated one-on-one showdown was here. Sunlight blasted the combat arena. The mana in the air started to crackle. The stands went wild. The cheering was insane. Just like always, these combat tests pulled in a massive crowd. And this was it, the final battle. Mayel and Michael faced off, their eyes locked on their opponent. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The scuff of their feet echoed, signaling the match was officially on. Mayel's face got dead serious. It was go time. The final exam. A face-off with Michael. Mayel listened to the analysis page. The enemy knew he was all about close-quarters combat. If that dude cooked up a strategy to counter him, this fight was gonna be a total bitch. Mayel smirked. "But what if I get right up in his grill?" The page just nodded and said, "Then one punch from you is all it'll take to knock him out." The ref standing in the middle spoke up. "To make this as close to a real fight as possible, the arena's been loaded with all kinds of different terrain." He boomed. "Are you two ready?" They both said yeah. Mayel eyed Michael, a weird feeling creeping up on him. Something was way off. He frowned, trying to figure it out. "This jerk, Michael? What's he hiding?" Michael's face looked super weird, and his body was all tensed up in a strange way. Mayel sized him up. His state is messed up. Michael just clenched his jaw and stared, not making a move. His usual cocky attitude was totally gone. Sensing something was off, Mayel decided to use Player's Eye. Mayel instantly activated the Player's Eye skill. A glowing blue magic circle appeared in front of his eyes. Michael's status window popped up. Michael, Gary Hill, 3rd tier mage, high potential, special dual state magic ability, hidden berserk. Mayel was instantly suspicious. "What the hell is this status? I've never seen anything like it." The system even added a note. "This state is currently concealed. Did he use some illegal drug and is trying to hide it?" Mayel remembered they were all checked for banned substances before the fight. But hold on. The guy in charge of the check was Professor Elric, Michael's uncle. No way he covered for him, did he? The ref announced the rules. "Listen up. The only thing forbidden in this battle is dark magic. You're free to use all 4 elemental systems, and your score will be based on the tier of the magic you use." The ref added, "The mana shield in this hall cancels out 99% of all magical power, so you don't have to worry about any fatal blows. Any questions?" Mayel shot his hand up, getting the ref's attention. The guy turned to him. "What's the problem?" "Mayel?" Michael's face went white and he froze up when Mayel started talking. "If a competitor gets caught using a banned substance during the match, what's the punishment?" The ref's voice got serious. They'll be disqualified on the spot and get a failing grade. They might even get expelled depending on the violation. But why are you asking this? Mayel's eyes flicked over to Michael, and he answered the ref casually. No reason, sir. The ref waved his arms, and they both backed up to their spots. He yelled out, "Take your positions." Mayel clenched his fists, his mind racing. I'm the only one who knows what's up, but nobody would believe me since I'm the only one who can see the status window. Mayel's eyes went cold as ice. The only thing that mattered now was exposing Michael's cheating right here and now. They faced each other, their killing intent practically sparking in the air, creating a super tense vibe, like a fight was about to explode. The ref took a deep breath and then bellowed, "Ready!" The second he yelled, "Begin!" Both Mayel and Michael shot forward. Without wasting a second, Michael formed a blue magic orb. He roared like a maniac. "Mayel, die!" Instantly, a ton of dark green vines burst from the ground, wrapping around Mayel's ankles like snakes. All Mayel had to do was flex his leg, and all the vines were instantly ripped apart by his raw strength. The crowd went nuts. No way! He broke out of that binding spell like it was nothing. Is Michael's magic totally useless against Mayel? Mayel thought to himself. This mana shield is a freaking gift. It only dampens magic. But his physical strength was still intact. He immediately charged straight at Miko. Miko instantly switched his attack, a pink magic skull opening its mouth wide and roaring. You think this is all I got? The fire roar spell activated. A blazing red stream of insane heat shot straight towards Mayel. Mayel activated his flash step skill, his body flashing before disappearing, perfectly dodging the destructive flame that was closing in. Right after the dodge, Mayel immediately changed his direction of movement. But the magic flame stubbornly stayed on his tail. The flame seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It swerved and chased him, forcing Mayel to constantly leap around to find an opening to dodge. Mayel quickly ducked behind a large boulder as the terrifying heat from the magic explosion began to spread across the area. Mayel cautiously peeked out from behind the rock, observing the situation on the other side. Reduced cooldown, increased casting speed, and a larger mana pool, Mayel confirmed those were the effects of the blazeweed. Miko laughed like a maniac, screaming, "Stop hiding and come out here and face me, you coward!" Mayel focused intently, searching through his knowledge of medicinal herbs. This abnormally euphoric state, it could definitely only be that one herb. A name immediately flashed in Mayel's mind, passion grass, also known as blazeweed. Mayel put the symptoms together. Trembling hands, extreme euphoria, loss of pain sensation, and an inability to clearly distinguish friend from foe. While Miko was still screaming, "Get out here!" Mayel frowned and thought. The only side effect that hadn't shown itself yet was the ability to completely block all pain. Mayel stepped out to face Miko head-on. He deliberately taunted him. "No wonder you're so confident today. Turns out you're relying on that stuff." Miko was instantly startled. "What did you say?" Mayel kept a calm expression, looking straight at Miko, who was starting to get flustered. He enunciated every syllable. "Blazeweed." Miko's face was stunned for a moment as his secret was revealed, but he immediately tried to cover it up. "So what? I don't need to use that stuff to take you down." Mayel waved his hand, his voice full of provocation. "Then prove it. Come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mayel shot forward like an arrow, simultaneously activating his unique skill, time refraction. Miko hurriedly summoned a wall of ice and snow to defend himself. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what kind of insane speed is this?" Miko immediately threw up a solid ice barrier, blocking Mayel's advance. Mayel didn't hesitate, roaring, "This barrier is totally useless." A horizon sweep kick from Mayel flashed with a brilliant golden light, tearing the barrier apart, to Miko's horror. The stands immediately erupted in debate. What was that magic? Is it really magic? Or is it some other kind of combat skill? Miko didn't falter. He immediately summoned a third-tier spell, Magma Burst. He roared, "Take this final blow!" Mayel clenched his fist, unleashing a destructive counterattack called Earthquake. Mayel's punch collided head-on, completely shattering Miko's Magma Burst spell. His body recoiled in pain. Mayel's counterattack was too powerful, and the audience in the stands was once again astonished. He had just used an earth element skill to directly counter a fire element one. Miko was thrown backward by the aftershock. He collapsed onto the ground, screaming in despair, "Impossible!" Instantly, Miko's pupils constricted, his face freezing in pure terror. He looked up at Mayel looming over him, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer." Mayel snapped his fingers coldly. "Don't act so pathetic. Take this finishing blow." Miko watched in horror as Mayel pressed his thumb and middle finger together. He stammered, "What are you planning to do?" Mayel's two fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, and a brilliant golden light began to converge there. After a deafening bang, the scenery inside the mana-barriered arena seemed to distort. The moment Mayel's fingers snapped apart, the compressed golden energy instantly expanded, shooting straight towards Miko. The entire crowd in the stands shot to their feet, holding their breath as they watched. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the entire arena, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Miko slowly raised his head. The scene before him was somewhat surprising, because even after taking the hit, Miko was still hunched over, chuckling darkly. "Mayel, you dare to underestimate me." He had just finished his sentence, barely having time to scratch his chin, when Mayel rushed forward, delivering a powerful headbutt to the side of Miko's face, not giving his opponent a single second to recover. Mayel followed up with a brutal chain of punches. A loud crash echoed as Miko's entire body was sent flying into a boulder, lying motionless on the ground. Miko's entire body convulsed, but a faint, wild laugh still escaped his lips. Didn't feel a thing. Mayel realized that taking so many hits and remaining conscious meant this berserk state could kill him from shock. Mayel grabbed Miko's shoulder, trying to haul his ass up. He knew this was getting seriously dangerous. Just then, a ton of twisted green trunks called prison trees shot up from the ground, yanking Miko's body into the air. Mayel shot his hand up and called him out. "Hey ref, is Miko on some kind of banned substance or what?" The examiner walked over, looking totally skeptical. "What are you talking about? Miko's doping? You got any proof? If you're just spouting crap, you're disqualified." Mayel's voice was dead serious. "I'm positive, but the proof is probably hidden real good," he continued. "Or someone already found it and decided to just ignore it." The ref hesitated. "What are you trying to say?" Mayel slowly turned his head to look at the professor's section. The only one with access to rare stuff and who's in charge of the checks is... The ref's eyes shot over to Eric too. Mayel's voice cut through the silence. "In this whole damn academy, there's only one person who could pull that off." Mayel looked suspicious. "Now that I think about it, isn't Professor Eric Miko's actual uncle?" "Wait a sec. So does that mean Professor Eric himself?" Eric freaked out and rushed over, growling. "Mayel, do you have any idea what you're saying?" Eric snapped, totally pissed. "Are you implying Miko cheated with some illegal juice and I'm the one covering his ass?" Mayel didn't even flinch, just coolly confirmed it. "Yep, and I've got stone-cold proof." That made Eric freeze up. Eric let out a harsh laugh, trying to play it cool. "Fine, let's run the test again." But Mayel just shut him down, saying it wasn't necessary. "You used a special elixir to hide the symptoms." Backed into a corner, Eric got all flustered. "So what do you want? Where's this so-called proof?" Mayel touched the prison tree, a sly smirk on his face. "I'm about to show everyone the truth right now." Instantly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, and a brilliant yellow light exploded right where he touched the trunk. He held his hand in the same pose, fingers still spread from the flick. Mayel pointed to the massive dent in the tree, claiming that was the power from his forehead flick earlier. He started laying it out. Miko's magic might be stronger, but nobody takes a beating like that and stays on their feet. His skull's gotta be seriously rattled, and he's got at least a few broken ribs. Miko's eyes were bloodshot, and the dude was still laughing like a psycho. Mayel drove the point home. He's acting like he can't even feel pain. Hearing that solid accusation, Eric's face went stiff. Mayel pushed him. "Still want to deny it? Teach?" From the stands, Headmaster Tyrion Itnit shot to his feet. He roared, "Professor Eric!" Just one look at Eric's guilty face, and the headmaster had all the answers he needed. Tyrion Itnit's rage just exploded. "How dare you pull this crap in a sacred place? Professor Eric, get to my office now." Hearing that no-nonsense tone from the headmaster, Eric froze, his eyes darting nervously over to Miko. But Miko was totally clueless, still laughing his head off like a maniac. And that was it for the scandal. The Gary Hill family's dirty laundry was out for everyone to see. The academy hallways were buzzing with rumors that Professor Eric got fired and Miko got expelled. Mayel unwillingly got a new nickname out of it when another student threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing and calling him Mayel the Purifier. The sound of steady footsteps echoed, breaking the dead silence of the hall. Mayel stopped, standing in front of this massive, imposing door. The space around him suddenly lit up. Mayel was here because the headmaster himself had summoned him. He felt like time had just stopped, and a total silence washed over everything. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise and immediately looked up to see what it was. Mayel's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The scene shifted. Mayel was standing in the middle of a huge grassy field with a red chair right in front of him. He was totally confused. Is this the Odio family's territory? He muttered, trying to calm himself down. No, this place feels different. Not quite the same. Mayel's eyes snapped back to the weird object in the middle. That throne is. He recognized it instantly. That's the throne of Tyrone, the legendary seat of the supreme sorcerer. What the hell is it doing here? Tyrion Itnit's voice suddenly came from behind him. What is it you're seeing, Mayel? He quickly turned around to greet him. Oh, hey, headmaster, the headmaster explained. This space was created from the eyes of Menarok. Ever heard of this artifact? Mayel followed behind him. Yeah, I've heard of it. Mayel knew all about Menarok, the leader of the invasion of the Freya continent. Legend said he could reflect a person's greatest desire. After he died, his body was forged into an artifact. Tyrion Itnit glanced at Mayel, confirming that the Eyes of Menarok is the artifact that reflects your inner self. What you just saw is your deepest desire. Mayel lowered his head, thoughts racing. My greatest desire. To restore my domain and become the strongest mage in the universe. The headmaster suddenly asked, curious about what I'm seeing? Mayel's curiosity was piqued. So what is it you're seeing? Tyrion Ignat smiled kindly, his eyes reflecting his own desire for a perfect world. A place where everyone plays their part, students act like students, and mages fulfill their duties. They stopped in front of a massive door as the headmaster continued. Of course, achieving an ideal like that is never easy. Mayel just quietly replied, yeah. A heavy creak echoed through the hall. The massive, thick door began to slowly open, revealing the space within. Just as Mayel was about to step inside, he suddenly looked back, as if an image had just flashed through his mind. A vision appeared of him hoisting the championship trophy, being thrown into the air by a cheering crowd, their shouts echoing. Mayel won. The scene shifted again to Mayel, looking sharp in his graduation robes. A proud voice announced, congratulations to the valedictorian, Mayel Carlstein. Seeing those images, the corner of Mayel's mouth curled up into a faint smirk, a subtle smile that was hard to notice. The scene changed again, bringing them into a quiet room. The silence was immediately broken by a soft clinking sound. A cup of hot tea was gently placed on the table as Tyrion Ignat gestured to it. Have some tea, Mayel. He nodded politely. Yes, thank you. Headmaster Tyrion Ignat was silent, his eyes watching as Mayel slowly raised the cup for a small sip. When Mayel set the cup down, he finally got to the point. I called you here because I have a question, and I hope you'll answer it. Tyrion Ignat folded his hands, his voice turning serious. Among all the forbidden substances out there, how did you know for a fact that what Miko used was Nien Tu Hoa? Mayel didn't answer right away, sinking into silence as if carefully arranging his thoughts. He then began to list his observations. Miko's attitude was off. He was extremely violent but also restless, and on top of that, his mana flow was abnormally amplified. So I guessed it was Nien Tu Hoa. Tyrion Ignat immediately pressed him, but what I saw was absolute certainty, not a guess. Why was that? Mayel frowned and explained. The mana barrier hall only dampens magic. It's useless against physical power, and what I used was a purely physical attack. He told himself not to reveal his observer's eye skill. Mayel's voice lowered. I'm sure he was in serious shock from that hit, and yet he just laughed, showing no sign of pain. The only explanation had to be the pain-suppressing effect of Nien Tu Hoa. The headmaster was silently impressed. A 16-year-old kid could be sharp enough to notice such subtle changes in his opponent, handle the situation so calmly, and possess flawless magical talent. Tyrion Ignat placed his hand on the table. His voice was resolute. As the headmaster, I deeply regret this incident. My sincere apologies, Mayel. I guarantee the Gary Hill family won't be able to touch you. After he finished, the headmaster stroked his long white beard, his gaze turning serious. There's one more thing. I have a proposition for you. Mayel was completely stunned by Tyrion Ignat's proposition. Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative? Even though he had somewhat expected it, Mayel still couldn't hide his shock. The Academy's representative. It was a prestigious position anyone would kill for, even if he had vaguely guessed it was a possibility. Mayel closed his eyes tightly, trying to steady his breathing and calm his mind. He was clearly weighing a very serious decision. Tyrion Ignat waited intently for his answer. Mayel began. Thank you, sir. I'm incredibly honored to receive this offer. But his voice trailed off with hesitation. You know, I'm still far too inexperienced. I haven't had a single real battle in years. He lowered his head, his voice growing quiet. During that time, I couldn't do anything. No accomplishments because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is where the best of the best gather. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to compete. Tyrion Ignat's voice cut in, pulling Mayel from his thoughts. That's not a problem. As a judge at the Grand Festival, the headmaster raised his index finger. his voice firm. I believe you are more than worthy of the title of championship contender. Mayel was stunned and asked again, I'm sorry? A championship contender? Tyonis slowly stroked his long beard. He said the kid was a contestant with insane potential. What was even crazier was Mayel's face flushing red when the headmaster declared he was their totally unexpected secret weapon. Tyonis let out a satisfied sigh at them. You're the perfect wild card. No intel, no data on your techniques or fighting style, and of course, no way to figure out a counter strategy. Mayel was secretly hyped, so that was it. Always being dead last meant no one was on guard. They didn't have much data on him like they did on Maiko. This was definitely going to cause a major upset. Mayel's hands clenched the hem of his pants. He was nervous as he heard the headmaster's final question. So what do you say? You'll join. You'll join? After pretending to think it over carefully, Mayel looked up and answered decisively, I'll give it everything I've got to live up to your expectations. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Tyonis smiled. Perfect timing. Please come in. The headmaster then turned to Mayel. He suggested, I believe physical combat skills will be more useful to you than magic, so I've invited a specialist to train you personally. A familiar voice called out, You doing okay, kid? Mayel was instantly stunned. He recognized this new professor. The person who just arrived was Godder Purante. He chuckled teasingly. What's with that expression? Not happy to see me again or something? Mayel immediately recognized his famous background. The former captain of the Knight Order in the Elric territory, one of the only Elk-rank knights in the entire kingdom. He also remembered this was the very examiner he'd faced during the third test. Mayel was secretly shocked. No way this legend himself was teaching physical combat. Godder then got straight to the point. First, I need to confirm a few things, Godder asked. Professor Hayden said you're a special case, a mage who can only fight up close. Is that information correct? Mayel didn't hide anything and nodded to confirm. Yes, that's correct. Godder immediately gave his professional opinion. Based on my observations, your movements are very good. They're fast, decisive, and have no wasted motion, but to be blunt, it's obvious you've never had any formal martial arts training. Godder analyzed slowly. Your techniques might be enough to take down goblins, but against a professional, you're completely predictable. No matter how strong you are, a master of combat will predict your attacks by watching the movements of your shoulders and hips. Mayel's hand, resting on his knee, tightened slightly. He admitted the man was right. His techniques were just repetitive movements from the system's quests, not truly optimized for actual combat. Suddenly, Godder shot to his feet and reassured him. But don't worry. If you learn from me, every single one of your movements will be rebuilt from the ground up. Godder looked straight into Mayel's eyes and declared, Then let's begin your training immediately. They both moved to a private training ground. Godder began the lesson. For a knight, your feet are the most important thing. A stable stance makes for a powerful sword, and it also helps you read your opponent. So the first lesson is learning how to step correctly. Godder sat on the observation platform and emphasized, only when you've mastered movement will you be qualified to learn true physical combat skills. Mayel immediately got into position, seriously following Godder's instructions. Tenbu was the fundamental martial art used to train all knights. Mayel continuously threw punches, creating a sharp whooshing sound that echoed throughout the training area. Godder stood up to watch Mayel practice his forms. He explained, this art has a total of 36 basic forms, and that's not even including the advanced swordsmanship techniques. Mayel continued to train tirelessly, his fists clenched, and his entire body poised to lunge forward at any moment. His fists and feet continuously struck the air, creating powerful whistling sounds without a moment's rest. Nearby, Godder stood with his arms crossed, silently and meticulously observing Mayel's every move. His expression suddenly turned serious. He recalled Mayel's earlier question. Mayel had asked him bluntly, You don't gain anything from teaching me, and you even have to come to the academy every day. So what's the real reason? Godder had simply replied, Just consider it an investment. Hearing this, Mayel was immediately skeptical. An investment? Godder rubbed his chin, his gaze distant. I happen to meet someone with the potential to become a great mage. If I lend a hand in helping that person develop, then that could be considered a completely worthwhile investment, couldn't it? Hearing this, Mayel immediately bowed deeply to show his respect. Then I'll be in your care, Professor Godder. Godder suddenly cleared his throat and suggested awkwardly, Hey, Professor is too formal. Just call me Godder. I'm only in my 30s. Mayel was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Anyway, back in the present, Mayel was still going all out with his insane training regimen. Mayel was throwing punches non-stop, left and right. Godder, just chilling and watching nearby, looked totally pleased. This kid's seriously good. He's got guts. Guder remembered checking out the ogre's wounds, with whispers buzzing in his ears. What? That ogre's jaw was actually shattered? Seeing Mayel's powerful kick, Guder couldn't help but be impressed. A melee mage stronger than an ogre, now that's one interesting kid. 3 weeks of training just flew by, and Mayel checked the system. His physical arts skill had leveled up to level 10, and he earned the title, My Body is a Weapon, plus a reward that buffed his mage's frenzy skill. He could now channel magic through his whole body. Mayel figured mastering heavenly martial arts was definitely paying off. Trang laughed gleefully, saying, Of course those awesome rewards helped me break through to level 3. Mayel checked the notification. His strength stat was now at 2,130. He clenched his fist, feeling that explosive power surging through his body. Trang sighed. Mayel's speed at grinding strength points was just terrifying. She mentioned it took Draa a year and a half just to hit 2,000 points. Guess that's the difference between how humans and dragons see time. Suddenly, someone yelled Mayel's name urgently from far away. Seeing Jason rushing over, Mayel turned and asked, What's up, Jason? You look panicked. Jason was bent over, hands on his knees, totally out of breath. He panted and asked if Mayel had seen the new notice yet. Mayel just looked confused, with no clue what he was talking about. Jason shouted, The official roster for the Grand Festival just went up at the Academy gate. The words Grand Festival instantly made Mayel freeze. Memories flooded back. He remembered his moment of glory at the opening ceremony, when the name Mayel Carlstein was called as the top representative for all the freshmen. But that fame also put a huge target on his back, drawing tons of jealous glares and nasty rumors. To cope with the pressure, he basically threw his life away, acting like a total loser for 5 damn years. He could only watch helplessly from afar as his rival, Miko, stole all the praise and admiration. But things are different now. Both Mayel and Jason were sprinting toward the academy gate where the announcement board was. When they arrived, a massive crowd of students was already there, all crammed together in front of the board. When Mayel's eyes landed on the most important line on the notice, he gasped out loud, drawing everyone's attention. Mayel couldn't believe what he was seeing. His name, Mayel Carlstein, was right there as the academy's representative for the solo tournament. The crowd instantly realized the guy himself was standing right there. Whoa, it's Mayel. That's really him. Right away, everyone rushed over to Mayel. A storm of congratulations erupted as they yelled, Congrats on being the rep. We're gonna cheer like crazy for you. Mayel just smiled in return. After this whole long journey, he'd finally taken back the spot that should have been his all along. Beside him, Jason was also exploding with joy. He'd snagged the 31st spot, the final slot on the team competition roster. Cut to the headmaster's office. Tyrion spoke up. I was seriously stunned when Guder reported that you've completely mastered the heavenly martial arts. The headmaster paused. As an S-rank student at only 16, your raw talent is honestly a little scary sometimes. But then Tyrion's voice turned firm. I have total faith that you can pull this off. Mayel's prep for the Grand Festival went off without a hitch. Before long, the representative team was in Ain, where the event was being held. Everyone was gathered waiting for the train. The students were buzzing with excitement. This was their first time on a mana train. They'd heard it was insanely fast. Mayel listened in on the conversation. The Freyja Kingdom only had 2 transit hubs, while the Freyan Imperial Federation had over 100. The difference in power was crystal clear. Suddenly, a snarky voice piped up. It's just a mana train. Stop making such a fuss. Bunch of country bumpkins, causing both Mayel and Jason to scowl. Hanker sneered. Stop acting like you've never seen the world before and shut your mouths. Jason immediately shot back. What the hell did you just say? Jason roared in anger. You piece of crap. You got something else to say? But Mayel kept his mouth shut, not planning to jump into the argument. Mayel recognized the jerk as Hanker, one of Miko's lackeys. The same guy from last year's Magic Festival. Hanker kept on mocking them. If you guys think Mayel is gonna work some kind of miracle, you can just give up now. He's just some lucky punk who aced the first semester. Hanker's goons immediately jumped on that. The reps from the other academies are all monsters. Miko, the one with actual experience, should have been the pick. Hanker announced they wouldn't accept Mayel as their rep and told everyone to just look out for themselves, which made Jason shake with rage. He screamed, What the hell? Mayel's face went grim. He knew these losers just wanted to suck up to the Gary Hill family, but he had to win, even if it meant being stuck on a team with them. Trang giggled on his shoulder. Tough spot, huh? Hanker shot Mayel a dirty look and muttered, If Miko were here, he'd definitely approve of this attitude. Mayel just smirked, cold as ice, and shot back. Such loyal little dogs, even when your master's about to get booted from the academy. Hanker stepped up, growling. Did you just call us dogs? Mayel laughed. Glad to hear it. I was trying to put it in simple enough terms for your tiny brain to get it. Looks like I succeeded, Hanker started to say. Just because you're the rep. But Mayel cut him off with a sharp command. Listen up, Mayel's voice turned dead serious. This grand festival is on a whole other level. It's not some lame magic fair you've been to before. A good performance here will open doors the Gary Hill family could never dream of. Hanker burst out laughing like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Of course, doing well would be great, but that's impossible. The people in this festival are all total monsters. Our fate is to be stuck in the Roydian kingdom, working for the Gary Hills. Get real. Ignoring the taunts, Mayel just calmly stated, We can do it. He turned and walked away. This grand festival is all about teamwork, so it's best to get rid of anything that's messing with team morale right now. Hanker froze, then yelled after him, Are you saying you're going to compete alone, without us? Mayel shot back with a cryptic line. On the way there, you guys should think long and hard about who the real Academy representative is right now. Hanker gritted his teeth in fury, realizing no one from the Gary Hill family was around to see or reward his pathetic loyalty. He lost it and started screaming, You're ruining my first solo match! I swear I won't take a single order from you at this festival. The chugging of the train echoed over and over as it sped through a dense forest. Inside, the students stared out the window, amazed. Whoa, this thing is crazy fast. Trang laughed from Mayel's shoulder. Whoa, what is this? The modern world is way better. Back in my day, the fastest ride was. Mayel just looked totally embarrassed. Suddenly, the sound of cocky footsteps echoed from a nearby door. A sarcastic voice dripped poison right next to Mayel and Jason. Ah, I think I smell a bunch of losers around here. 3 guys showed up, their leader sneering. Well, look what we have here. Some country bumpkins from that stupid academy? Mayel glanced at the crest on the guy's chest and said, That's the emblem of the Oyota National Magic Academy. Mayel's intel said it was the only academy in Oyota, the desert kingdom of sand. They're known for their long history of pushing swordsmanship and physical training to the absolute limit. Mayel narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Why are guys from the Oyota Academy on this train? Seda spoke up, his voice dripping with arrogance. Hey, you morons from that trash academy, where's Michael Gary Hill? Did he get scared and run off? I was planning on having him take care of us this year. Seda burst out laughing. And by take care of, I mean like a slave. Seda waved a hand at Hanker. You guys are aiming for last place again this year, right? We should totally be friends, huh? Trang covered her mouth, giggling. Wow, you've got some serious patience, Mayel. You can just sit there and take that kind of trash talk? Mayel looked at the jeering Seda, thinking he never realized it before, but it looked like their academy was a total joke to everyone else and got treated like crap. His eyes quietly shifted to someone else nearby. Professor Hayden was just staring at his notebook, acting like he didn't care. Mayel got it instantly. The professor wasn't going to step in. The grand festival was the students' fight, and the professor was just a chaperone now. Mayel lowered his head slightly, his brow furrowed. He realized that all the power and responsibility for the entire team was now on his shoulders. The other academy's rep, Seda, got right up in Hanker's face, leaning on his chair. Hey Hanker, where's your precious rep, Michael Gary Hill? At least that dude was more interesting. Hanker stayed quiet, too scared to answer, when suddenly a voice cut in, making Seda turn around. Michael's probably stuck in bed. He'd better just pray for his broken ribs to heal fast. Seda saw Mayel stand up straight, his posture full of confidence, staring right at him without flinching. Hanker was forced to speak up, his voice hesitant. That's our academy's new rep. Seda squinted suspiciously. A rep? That guy? Never seen his face before. As soon as he said that, Seda turned and stomped right over to Mayel. His footsteps were heavy like drum beats, and no one dared to breathe too loud. Seda stood face to face with Mayel and introduced himself. I'm the rep for Oyota, Seda Mankiri. And you are? Mayel wasn't scared at all, casually answering with his own name. Mayel shot back, his voice low and heavy with pressure. Since it's our first time meeting, I think you should know your place. You've caused enough trouble, now get the hell out of our cabin, he growled. What? Mayel smirked, his smile full of provocation. Oh, and of course, you have to apologize for calling us a stupid academy before you get lost. And remember to be polite about it, Mayel repeated, emphasizing every single word. Before you go, shouldn't you apologize for calling us a stupid academy? I mean a sincere apology. Veins started popping on Seda's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. What the hell did you just say? He got right in Mayel's face, growling. Did you just tell me, Seda, to apologize to you? Seda suddenly turned on Hanker, venting his anger. Hey, Hanker, Didn't you tell him who I am? Hanker started trembling, stammering. Well, Seda got even more pissed off. You can't even handle that? Let me teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Seeing Seda's over-the-top reaction, Mayel immediately understood the situation. So that's what this is about. He could clearly see the fear spreading across the other students' faces. This was exactly why they were terrified of the Oyota Academy crew. Mayel's eyes stared firmly at Seda. It was all because they were being pushed around and bullied by this Seda Menkiri guy. An atmosphere of fear filled the entire cabin. Mayel realized they were deliberately starting a fight to crush their opponent's morale right before the match. Mayel's fist tightened. So the grand festival had officially started from this very moment. Suddenly, Mayel smirked provocatively. So, you want to throw down right here and now? Seda was stunned. He burst out laughing. Huh? This bastard has really lost his mind. Seda raised his fist, not forgetting to add a threat. You think I'm scared? Don't go crying when you get hit. Before he could even throw the punch, a loud shout stopped him. Seda, stop! Seda hurriedly pulled his fist back, his attitude changing instantly, his voice faltering. Professor, the man scolded him sternly. Can't you sit still for 1 minute? What do you think you're doing? We just got here and you're already trying to make enemies? He turned to Professor Hayden, apologizing sincerely. My student was incredibly rude. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize to you. Hayden just gave a slight nod in return. The professor shoved Seda hard, shouting, Get back to your seat immediately. Seda still wasn't satisfied. But Professor, he turned back to throw Mayel a hostile glare. You just wait. Mayel watched his retreating back, lost in thought, just as I expected. Nothing was going to be easy from the start. In another cabin, Seda's frustrated voice rang out. Professor, why did you stop us? Seda was still resentful, not understanding. But you were the one who came up with this plan. So why? The professor lowered his head and sighed, asking in return, You didn't realize? Seda was dumbfounded. Sir, what do you mean? Seda was startled when the professor asked, Didn't you see that old man smiling? The professor recalled. That Professor Hayden from their academy. He was smiling as he watched you, like he was just waiting for you to make a move. Seda guessed cautiously. Maybe he was just acting confident. Professor? His professor sighed again. I'm not sure. I can't say for certain. He recalled Mayel's aura. I felt that there was something very unusual about that Mayel kid. He's not like that Mockery Hill you dealt with before. Hearing that tone, Seda knew things had gone beyond his simple initial calculations. The train continued on its journey. After the Oyota crew left, the atmosphere in the cabin changed strangely. Everyone immediately surrounded Mayel, discussing worriedly, Hey, what's the first match? It's a group match without the reps, which means you're not participating. Mayel wondered if these guys could actually pull it off. Hanker suddenly spoke up, his voice filled with determination. Of course we can. We absolutely cannot lose. The others immediately chimed in. That's right, we can't lose to those bastards. Mayel smiled in satisfaction. Just a few minutes ago, they were divided by their egos and jealousy. Now they were suddenly united. Everyone turned to Mayel with concern. Are you okay? Why are you making such a big deal? Those Oyota guys are born fighters. If we actually throw down. Mayel cut him off. His question made the whole crew freeze. Doesn't it piss you off getting humiliated like that? Mayel growled. They looked down on you, publicly dissed our school's representative, and if I, the one in charge, just shut up and take it? What do you think is gonna happen? Mayel's voice boomed. Our silence will just make them gloat and crush us even harder. A student hesitated. Yeah, that's true, but... Mayel immediately cut him off. If we accept being dissed, then we're exactly the bunch of stupid academy kids they're making us out to be. Is that really what you want? Mayel's question made the whole group hang their heads in shame. You want them to look down on you forever? Mayel suddenly yelled. It's because of your wimpy attitude that we've been their doormat for all these years. Mayel pressed them. So what's it gonna be? This is definitely not the time for personal egos to break the team's unity. A student pushed Hanker forward. We were planning on having Hanker play goalie in the match. You cool with that? Hanker scratched his head, all awkward. Huh, me as the goalie? Mayel was secretly satisfied. The main character's little henchman was finally cooperating. This attitude needs to last until the competition is over. The train's PA system announced the next stop, Antonucci. Right after, a voice urged, We're here. Everyone grab your luggage and get off the train. Antonucci, a small state belonging to the Dainart Royal Federation and the only neutral territory recognized by the Empire. Anyone who steps foot in here, even mortal enemies, has to put all conflicts on hold. Any act of bloodshed in Anton will be directly handled and judged by the Dainart Empire, the overlord of the continent. This ironclad rule makes Anten the ideal location for international tournaments like the Grand Festival of the Mages Guild or the Grand Sword Tournament of the Swordsmanship Guild. The students were blown away by the bustling city. So this isn't the Dainart Empire yet? Another person dismissed the idea. Idiot, this is the Royal Federation. But it's under the Empire, so what's the difference? Jason couldn't stop looking around. This place was like a completely different world. Our academy was already impressive, but compared to this place, Mayel's gaze softened a bit. He observed everything carefully. So this is Anton. He watched two men just casually chatting. The atmosphere was so relaxed, just as you'd expect from the heart of the Federation. His gaze swept over two girls laughing and joking, and all the buildings had a classic, ancient vibe. The people here also seemed really laid back. Mayel silently admitted to himself that you really have to set foot here to realize just how small his world was before. The professor's voice cut through. All right, we're heading to the lodgings. Everyone, hurry up and get in the carriages. The whole team immediately and orderly climbed aboard. The line of carriages started to roll, one after another, into the central district. Professor Hayden sat across from Mayel. He started with a warning. I'm telling you this in advance, just in case. Absolutely do not go anywhere near the other academy's lodgings. The professor's eyes flicked over to Mayel. Now is not the time to cause more trouble. Mayel instantly got awkward. He thought to himself, why did he look at me when he said that? Suddenly, Trang, who was sitting on his shoulder, yelled out, Whoa, look, what's that over there? Mayel asked, surprised. What's going on? Trang just raised an eyebrow. Over that way. The little dragon continued, I just caught a whiff of a really interesting scent. Mayel's eyes went wide. What kind of scent? Suddenly, Trang leaped off Mayel's shoulder, landing in his lap. It stood on Mayel's thigh, its expression extremely serious. It seemed like Trang could clearly sense the legacy of Draka's ruins right here in this place. The scene changes to the next morning at the Academy's lodgings, where a sleepy Jason watched Mayel quickly throwing on his jacket. He asked, Yo, Mayel, got a date this early in the morning? Mayel didn't answer. He just shot out the door, fast as the wind. The system screen lit up. Mayel confirmed again as he ran. Are you sure? Trang nodded. Positive. It's about to show up on the mini-map. Even I find it strange. The two of them stopped in front of a shop with a sign that read, Vibrating Pledge Guild Workshop. Trang cheered. We're here. Mayel took a deep breath, carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. He scanned the scene, thinking to himself, I imagined the Black Dragon's legacy would be in some special location. Why is this place so ordinary? Mayel rested his chin on his hand, speculating. It should have been in the black market or some noble's secret basement. Trang scoffed. Draka's ruins are useless to regular mages. They treat it like garbage. The moment his gaze locked onto the damage immunity ring, his eyes immediately went wide. In the very next moment, a brilliant aura suddenly exploded out of nowhere. The light shot straight at the shopkeeper, making him jump. A ring was just floating in the middle of the glow. The system displayed its info. This was an inherent treasure, a priceless piece of gear, but also Draka's first failure. Its core ability was damage immunity. It helps resist any physical impact on the body, maximizing its ability to nullify attacks. Mayel immediately wondered, why call it a failure? The description page explained with a laugh that this treasure had a really weird quirk. It said the ring didn't just resist all attacks, it also resisted all normal physical contact. Even a hug from someone you love would be blocked. The system description laughed awkwardly, saying it's useless when you need it and useful when you don't, which is why it's considered a failure. But he still had to take it, knowing he couldn't refuse. Mayel had no choice but to nod. He looked at the system info and saw it had a 0 strength requirement to equip. Mayel nodded in agreement. Just the fact that it had a 0 strength requirement was more than enough reason to wear it. Without hesitating, Mayel immediately tried on the artifact ring, slipping it onto his middle finger. He looked at his hand, feeling totally satisfied. The ring was a perfect fit, like it was custom made for him. He immediately turned to the shopkeeper. I've decided to take this ring, so how much is it? The shopkeeper just laughed out loud and waved him off. Just take it for free. It's been sitting here for way too long, and I don't even know how to store it right. Since he couldn't just take it for free, Mayel offered to buy something else instead. The owner just cheerfully replied, Feel free to choose whatever you like. He started walking along the shelves, constantly scanning the area. He thought to himself, Man, this observer's eye skill is way too convenient. Information on the rarity of every single book kept popping up. Mayel was seriously impressed. It could even identify the hidden potential of every item. Suddenly, Mayel's gaze was locked on a hidden corner of the shop. A dazzling golden light was radiating from a book, and the info displayed a high rarity. The title, Quantum Mechanics of Magic and Swordsmanship. Mayel was startled. This is it! Just as Mayel reached out to snatch the book, another hand suddenly appeared, stopping him in his tracks. Mayel looked up, stunned, staring at the white-haired girl who had just appeared. He recognized this person. An info panel popped up. Irene Sperato, S-rank mage, very high potential. Mayel immediately realized this was the one and only Irene Sperato, from Psy Women's University. She was one of the 11 successor mages chosen by Pluto Terran Actimus himself, the ultimate mage king. Mayel's expression immediately turned serious. Rumor had it she was an outstanding genius, about to reach the S-rank threshold. Mayel looked at Irene, comparing her to the appraisal information, but the system said she was already S-rank. Clearly, the rumors on the outside had underestimated her true power. Irene ordered in a harsh voice, "Let go," but Mayel was determined not to back down. I saw it first. Irene's hand was still clenched tight. She recognized his academy uniform and then introduced herself. "I'm Irene Sperato from C Women's University. You already got what you needed. Now you're just looking around. I came here for this book and this book only." She suggested that Mayel should let her have the book. He frowned, thinking it over. It seemed like she had eavesdropped on his conversation, and her goal was to buy this book to prepare for the grand festival. Mayel asked her, "So what do you need this book for?" Usually, academic books like this have a pretty niche audience. Hearing his question, Irene's tone suddenly became hesitant and flustered. She quickly pulled her hand back, turning away to hide her blushing face. "It's just for homework. I can't give you the details. You just need to know that's enough." Mayel immediately guessed that this was definitely no ordinary homework. Could it be directly related to Pluto? Mayel suddenly decided, "Then you can have it. It's obviously really important to you, so just take it." The fact that he gave in so easily made Irene flustered. "Huh? Oh, well, thank you." After giving her the book, Mayel went back to searching, wondering to himself, "So what should I buy now?" Mayel's figure slowly disappeared from sight. He left Irene standing there stunned, with a slightly confused and bewildered look on her face. As soon as he got back to the lounge and told them about the encounter, the room immediately erupted. "You really met Irene Sperato? Is she as beautiful in real life as they say?" Jason and Hanker's eyes were shining as they barraged him with questions. "Where did you meet her? How did you even manage that?" Mayel was helpless. "Please, one question at a time." Jason looked up at the sky and cried, "I'm so jealous I could die. My lifelong dream is just to touch Irene's hand once." Hanker immediately started to show off. "Whatever, I even met Irene at the grand festival. Sat right next to her." Jason, annoyed, cut him off. "Shut up. Sitting next to her doesn't count as talking." Mayel was stuck listening to them scream at each other. "You should talk. You can't even get close to her, let alone start a conversation," Hanker added, suddenly remembering. "Sure, she's strong, but she's always stuck in second place, getting her butt kicked every year by the #1, Doom Prim." Jason shot up, furious. "Bullcrap. How dare you talk about my Irene like that?" Hanker sighed. "Since when is she your Irene? I'm not just talking smack. Doom Prim is #1 at the Doinak Military Academy. He's officially the strongest guy in our age group." Hanker added, "Plus, the guy wields a light sword." This info totally shocked Mayel. A swordsman? He immediately connected it to that book from before. So that's why Irene was hunting for it. She needs that knowledge to beat Doom Prim, Mayel analyzed. Swordsmen aren't usually rated that high. A magic sword doesn't give much of a power boost, and mastering the blade is a real pain. Hanker added, "But Doom Prim is a total exception. His light sword is an S-rank artifact, and his sword skills alone are on the level of a professional knight." Jason sighed dramatically. He's mastered the sword, he's mastered magic, and he even has an S-rank artifact. That dude's not even human, and to top it off, he's handsome and rich. Listening to Jason whine about this ridiculously OP rival, Mayel just stayed quiet, lost in his own thoughts. He thought about Irene, a mage who hit she level at just 16 years old, and Doom Prim, a swordsman who always dominated the top spot. Mayel frowned, thinking hard, a big question looming over him. Did he even stand a chance of winning against these geniuses head-on? He remembered Zeta's attitude. It was obvious no one saw this nobody as a threat, but that was exactly his advantage. Mayel closed his eyes, remembering Principal Tyrion's words. Calling him a championship contender wasn't a total exaggeration. He told himself he had to give it a shot. Suddenly, a student rushed in with an announcement. "Everyone! The organizers just posted the match schedule for the opening ceremony." Hearing the news, a determined glint flashed in Mayel's eyes. He clenched his fist. "Good, it's finally time." Without any hesitation, Mayel immediately stood up, striding decisively toward the door. He walked straight into the blinding light pouring in from outside, with only one thing on his mind: the grand festival. Mayel's coat billowed in the wind, a silent declaration that things were just getting started. He quickly made his way to the notice board area, where the match schedule had just been officially posted. Mayel's face was dead serious as he looked up, his eyes scanning the bracket, searching for his first opponent. His gaze froze on a particular matchup. The pairing took Mayel by surprise: Oyota Academy. Just then, a mocking voice sounded from behind him. "Looks like this match is going to be a piece of cake." It was Zeta. He walked over with a smug look on his face, talking trash. "Fighting you guys is just a waste of time." Then he turned and signaled to his Oyota crew. Mayel faced them without a shred of fear, even though he knew clashing with the Oyota gang was the biggest pain in the butt. He scanned the entire Oyota team. These guys were notorious for their dirty tricks and brutal fighting style. Behind him, Hanker and his crew started to shake. Damn it, why'd we have to get stuck with these guys? They're terrifying. Mayel realized Oyota's fighting style had left a lot of students with some serious trauma. Zeta continued his taunts. "You're all so weak. You're not even interesting enough to fight. How boring." The Oyota lackeys immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha!" The crowd around them started to murmur. "Oyota's up against a bottom-tier academy again. It's basically a free ticket to the next round." Hearing this just made Zeta even more arrogant. "Let them talk. What are they going to do to me?" Seeing that attitude, a dangerous smirk formed on Mayel's lips. He thought to himself, "Good, this is the perfect chance to show them what we're made of." Mayel clenched his fist, his eyes filled with pride. He declared in his mind, "We're completely different now." Right after that, Mayel spoke up boldly. "I was looking forward to meeting you guys too." He walked straight towards Zeta, deliberately provoking him. "Wow, so many grand festival contestants are gathered here, huh?" Zeta immediately growled, furious. "What do you want?" Mayel got closer, leaning into his ear, his voice deceptively light. "I just wanted to introduce myself." Then Mayel suddenly turned and shouted for everyone to hear. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mayel, the representative from that stupid academy you're all talking trash about." Mayel continued his loud declaration. "I don't have much to say, just one small request." His face turned sinister as he growled out every single word. "Don't you ever call us stupid academy punks again. It's seriously annoying." Hearing the direct warning, Zeta gritted his teeth in anger and hissed, "Yeah." A terrifying smirk spread across Mayel's face as he threatened, "I'm sick and tired of being at the bottom, starting right now." Mayel stared right into Zeta's eyes, making a declaration that stunned the entire Oyota crew. "I want the top spot." His goons finally snapped out of it and started yelling insults. "If we don't call you academy idiots, what should we call you? You're talking nonsense. Stop being so delusional." Zeta was getting seriously pissed. He sneered, "You think this is some backwater tournament? The top spot sounds so damn annoying. Who the hell do you think you are?" That question reminded Mayel of the silver-haired headmaster. He thought to himself, "Oh, I'm..." Mayel's face was full of confidence as he boldly played his trump card. He had made up his mind. He was never backing down again. The scene shifts to the Oyota lounge, where the whole crew was buzzing with gossip. Who the hell was that guy? Mayel? They were all scratching their heads. I looked him up. Rumor is he used to be the loser at the bottom. What? The bottom feeder gets to be the academy rep? One of the guys answered, annoyed, "I'm not sure, but the news says he did a complete 180 at the start of this semester. His scores are through the roof." Hearing this, Zeta immediately asked in surprise, "A complete 180? The other guy continued, "Yeah, that's probably why he's so confident and arrogant." The professor's warning suddenly echoed in Zeta's mind. "That kid, there's something about him we don't know." He then let out a sigh, calming himself down. "I'm probably just overthinking it." Zeta immediately stood up, stretching and cracking his knuckles. He declared, "Those arrogant punks, just leave it to me to teach them a lesson they'll never forget." His face was full of pride. He smirked. "Of course, we'll do it the traditional Oyota Academy way." The scene cuts to the Itis Academy lounge, where Mayel's team was gathered to discuss their strategy. Tomorrow is the mana grenade toss round, a team battle where everyone except the representative has to participate. Mayel started breaking down the strategy. "This challenge requires us to throw mana grenades at a Meechin golem. The team that takes down their golem faster wins." Immediately, a worried team member asked, "Without you leading us tomorrow, I don't know if we can hold on." Mayel stood up and admitted, frankly, "It's true that our individual skills right now don't match up to the Oyota guys." But with strong conviction, he immediately encouraged them. "But I'm absolutely sure you guys will win." The whole team was baffled. How are we supposed to win? Seeing their confusion, Mayel asserted, "This is a team match. As long as we have perfect teamwork, victory is guaranteed." He immediately laid out the plan, starting by dividing the 30-person formation into smaller groups. Hanker was surprised. Smaller groups? Mayel explained the detailed plan. Team 1 will heat up the grenades, Team 2 will transport them, Team 3 will attack the golem, and Team 4 will obstruct the enemy by healing their golem. As soon as the plan was announced, the team started whispering, "If we split our forces like that, it'll take forever to take down the golem." Yeah, for real. Oyota will have 30 people attacking at once. We have fewer people, and we'll have to deal with them too. Maya looked at each of his teammates with a sincere gaze. Then he suddenly shouted, "What the hell are you all so scared of?" Hanker flinched. "Yeah." Mayel's face was dead serious. He growled, "Do you remember what I declared in front of them? I said we're going to be number 1. He was completely serious about that. Right after, Mayel slammed his hand on the table. He roared, "Whether I'm participating or not, I'm still going to give it my all to support you guys." Mayel analyzed. Oyota is strong individually, so they'll focus their power on one big hit. We have to counter with 2, or even 3, continuous strikes. Using a traditional strategy like theirs will just make us lose because we don't have enough time. Mayel's conviction immediately spread. Jason decisively declared his trust. Hanker immediately jumped on board, affirming he would follow the plan. Instantly, the entire team's morale exploded, and they all shouted their determination in unison. Everyone placed their complete trust in Mayel. Having gotten their agreement, Mayel didn't waste a second and immediately assigned roles. "Hanker, you'll be the commander. Zola, get ready for your assignment." He pointed. "Min, Mora, Ayake, and Freya, you guys are in charge of the firepower team, specializing in activating and heating the monogrenades." Mayel continued to coordinate. As soon as the grenades are activated, Taemoon is responsible for transport. He thought to himself, this plan is based on each person's abilities, something only his innate skill could see through. Immediately, Gamer's Eye was activated, and he used the skill to scan the entire team. Understanding this ability is the key to minimizing risks and maximizing each person's advantage. With their confidence sparked, the whole team started buzzing with hope. This strategy is solid. We can actually win this. Mayel realized that when put in the right position, everyone's confidence skyrocketed. They started a lively discussion. The guy who's not a good thrower can just handle the 5-second warm-up. Another was confident in his own precise throwing skills. Seeing this positive shift, Mayel felt extremely satisfied. He thought to himself, thank goodness the first step of the plan was a success. The heavy atmosphere had vanished, replaced by laughter and chatter. Mayel felt relieved. Their teamwork and belief in victory were now rock solid. Suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere was torn apart by the sound of the door flying open. Someone rushed into the room, out of breath. His face was bruised and covered in injuries. He staggered and then collapsed, causing the whole room to panic and scream Funlum's name. He shakily gasped, "Mayel!" Mayel immediately rushed over, anxiously asking, "What happened to your face? What's going on?" Funlum struggled to get the words out, stammering, "The Oyota guys." Mayel snapped, "What about Oyota?" It took a moment before Funlum could explain clearly. The Oyota representative called his cronies. They ambushed me and dragged me away. The scene immediately cuts to the Oyota team's quarters. Zeta smirked when he saw Mayel walk in alone, and he let out a, "Well, well." He looked at Mayel with contempt. "See what I mean? I told you he'd come crawling. Now what are you gonna do? You think you can do anything to us all by yourself?" Mayel's face was like stone. He shot a murderous glare in his direction and growled, "Zeta Mankiri, get out here right now." In the middle of the room, Mayel roared, repeating his demand. "Zeta Mankiri, I said get your ass over here." Seeing Mayel dare to challenge him, Zeta laughed scornfully and swore, "Damn, this little punk has really lost his mind." Zeta stood up, swaggering over to stand in front of Mayel. "What gives you the right to act so damn superior all the time, huh?" Mayel fixed his killing intent on Zeta, at the same time placing a hand on the shoulder of a lackey blocking his way. He growled, "You're asking me what I'm basing this on?" Instantly, Mayel channeled his power into the hand on the guy's shoulder, an overwhelming force that immediately crushed the underling, forcing him straight to his knees. Zeta's eyes widened in shock at the sight, and he thought to himself, what the hell kind of monstrous physical strength is this? Zeta immediately flew into a rage. He clenched his fist and roared, "You damn bastard!" Zeta lunged to attack, but Mayel moved too fast, easily dodging his series of 5 punches. And in the blink of an eye, with one swift move, Mayel had locked and bent Zeta's arm, making him howl in pain. Mayel's expression turned absolutely terrifying. He warned, "If you ever dare to touch one of my people again, things won't end this nicely." Zeta was thrown to the ground, groaning as he clutched his badly injured arm. His lackeys swarmed around him in a panic. "Zeta, are you okay?" Zeta's face was contorted in pain as he clutched his broken shoulder, letting out a pathetic scream. Mayel stood towering over Zeta, his voice full of menace. "So, you want to make a bet with me?" When he returned to their quarters and told them about the bet, the entire team was stunned and then shouted, "Just a forehead flick?" The whole crew was still in shock. "If we beat Oyota, Zeta gets a forehead flick from you. It's not going to be one of those devastating flicks like you gave Miko, is it?" Mayel added. "Not only that, he also has to publicly apologize to the entire team in front of everybody." This condition of the bet immediately fired up the whole team's spirit. They all shouted in unison, "We absolutely have to win." The motivation was crystal clear. The one and only goal was to crush Oyota. Just as their morale was soaring, a member ran in with an urgent announcement. "It's time to move to the Anen Arena. The entire team needs to assemble." Before long, the representative team was standing in the main arena of the Grand Festival, the most important magical event on the entire continent. This place, throughout its long history, had witnessed countless legendary mages. Those people, who had once stood here, were all exceptional individuals who held the power to change the fate of the entire continent. The stands erupted in a frenzy of cheers. The chant, "Go Ichnis Academy," echoed unexpectedly. Mayel felt proud, never imagining he would get to be a part of a legendary arena, the birthplace of countless heroes. As soon as the opening ceremony concluded, the announcer's voice rang out, requesting all students to take their positions to prepare for the first round. The entire team immediately moved to their designated waiting area. Suddenly, on the way there, Mayel ran into an unexpected rival. It was none other than Zeta. He gritted his teeth, growling a threat. "You better be ready. I won't be careless this time." With those words, Zeta stormed off with his crew, looking totally pissed. Mayel didn't even give him a second thought. His real target in this tournament was never some loser like Zeta. Suddenly, Mayel's eyes locked onto a figure in another section. He was staring straight at Doom Prim, Irene's ultimate goal. That face just screamed powerhouse, the undisputed champ, the top dog from the Nat Military Academy. Mayel clenched his fists, knowing damn well that to get to the top, a showdown with this monster was inevitable. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice piped up right next to him. "Looks like you're the center of all the drama." Mayel whipped his head around, and the person who just spoke was none other than Irene Sperato. She looked right at Mayel, sizing him up. "The news about you yesterday really stirred things up," Irene continued. "You even went all the way to Oyota's lounge by yourself to pick a fight." Mayel was totally stunned, completely shocked. "How did you know about that?" Irene answered casually. "This place isn't that big. News travels fast, so probably everyone knows by now." Mayel awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, is that so? It wasn't really about making trouble, just some personal business I had to clear up." Irene turned away, giving him some serious advice, like she was paying him back for the book. "You shouldn't make yourself the center of attention so early on." Mayel smirked, hitting her back with a line that left Irene stunned. "Like you're one to talk. You are hiding your S-rank power too." Before Irene could even react, Mayel spun around and walked off. "Later, I gotta go meet up with my team. My team's about to start the first round." Irene was totally frozen. She couldn't believe her biggest secret had been seen through so easily by him. Right after that, the match announcement blared, and the monogrenade throwing competition officially began. The first two teams to face off were Zignet Academy and Oyota Academy. Mayel turned to his whole team and yelled to pump them up. "Everyone ready to go?" The whole team put their hands in, hyping each other up. "We're gonna show them what we're made of, and prove we're not just some joke of an academy." Totally fired up, the entire Zignet Academy team stormed into the arena. The match began, but Zignet's strategy immediately threw everyone for a loop. The crowd started whispering, "What's this? What the hell are they doing?" Their formation was split up like a night squad, which made no sense to anyone, since Magic team battles had always been about raw individual power. The other Mage teams were shocked too. Are they splitting up to charge and throw separately? But Oyota's still gonna win in the end anyway. Mayel just watched calmly, ignoring all the trash talk about them just putting on a show and calling them the dumb academy. They just didn't get that strategy is what breaks past individual limits. Even Irene's team was holding their breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. Irene herself couldn't hide her shock, blurting out, "No way!" Right after that, Mayel's team shattered one of the golem's arms, stunning everyone. The stands went wild. Zignet's golem lost an arm. Seeing the strategy was working, Mayel immediately pushed them. "Everyone, keep up the pressure, don't stop." Mayel immediately started shouting orders. Hanker, charge speed is good. Mora, Ayake, transport, support, now. Jason, target the right arm. The whole team instantly obeyed, moving in perfect sync. In just a moment, the golem's right arm was completely destroyed. Witnessing this, Sita was so pissed he was grinding his teeth, unable to believe it. He started raging at his teammates. What the hell are you idiots doing? How did you let that dumb academy get the jump on us? An Oyota member yelled back, those Exignet bastards are weird. They're healing our golem so it's not getting any weaker. Trapped by this insane strategy, Zeta was losing his mind, but he was helpless and could only curse under his breath. Damn it. Meanwhile, Irene couldn't hide her admiration, as she exclaimed, so impressive. Watching the Xignet team fight with such discipline, Irene analyzed that the reason they turned the tables on Oyota was their superior strategy, which completely made up for the difference in power. Irene secretly admired Mayel, realizing this strategy could only work if the commander had a perfect grasp of each member's abilities. She suddenly remembered that moment in the bookstore, how he found that rare book with just a single glance. And now, here he was, arranging a perfect formation based on everyone's individual skills and executing the plan with unbelievable precision. Irene's eyes were locked on Mayel, and she wondered, who the hell is this guy? How could someone like him have been a nobody in all the past magic festivals? At that very moment, Jason, their main attacker, was charging up a massive sphere of energy. A second later, Jason roared, unleashed a full-power magic orb. It was over. The demon's attack slammed right into its core, making the freaking golem explode. Seeing his team's golem get completely annihilated, the dark mage went pale, totally frozen in place. He let out a pissed-off hiss, refusing to accept this loss. Right after that, the giant golem's lifeless body came crashing down onto the arena floor. The ref called the match, and the whole Xnit team went wild, screaming their heads off. We freaking did it! We won! Right at the festival's opening event, in a match Oyota was supposed to have in the bag, the ultimate win went to the total underdogs. The whole team rushed over to Mayel, mobbing him in a huge victory hug. The Academy of Idiots finally snagged its first win. The team was so stoked, like, the Idiot Academy isn't dead last anymore. Oyota's the team at the bottom now. Maybe we should call him Oyota Washed, huh? Right then, the ref announced the next event. Capture the Flag, a battle of the reps. Mayel himself is stepping up for this one. The team went nuts, cheering, Go, Mayel, wreck 'em, the ref announced. First match, Xnit Academy's rep, Mayel versus Oyota Academy's Dark Mage, Meng Kiri. Mayel strolled toward the Dark Mage, who was practically boiling with rage. Trang, perched on his shoulder, immediately started messing with him. Dude, why the long face? You look so stressed. Mayel just ignored him, muttering, We're ranked 20 out of 32 schools right now, which is the perfect spot. Trang was like, Perfect how? Mayel explained, The crowd was shocked after that last match, so they're starting to notice us. But that's not nearly enough to erase the crap reputation we've had for years. He clenched his fist. This next match has to be a total blowout. Mayel's gaze locked onto the Dark Mage as he declared, Only by absolutely crushing Oyota will everyone finally take us seriously. Hearing that, it finally clicked for Trang. Oh, so that's what you're scheming. As he said that, Mayel looked right up at the grandstands, where everyone was watching. Mayel's eyes found the Archmages, and he was dead set on this. This was his chance to show them what he's really made of. Cut to some dark room, where the Archmages were glued to a surveillance orb, watching the match go down. The orb showed a crystal-clear image of the two fighters, Mayel and the Dark Mage, facing off in the arena. Archmage Tehran was watching them, looking deep in thought, like he was scheming something. The person next to him mentioned Mayel, one of the 11 commoner candidates from that year, which shocked the mage. You still remember him? Duran explained, looking down. I make it a habit to remember exceptional talents, and Mayel was a natural-born genius who awakened his mana on his own when he was just a kid. But right after that, his face scrunched up in disappointment. Because my expectations were so high, I was even more crushed when I heard Mayel had a mana disorder. The headmaster was surprised to hear that, and he shot back. Didn't you treat Mayel like he was some useless, talentless punk? Faced with that blunt question, Tehran just fell silent, deep in thought, offering no explanation. Tehran continued to speculate, but it's a real shock that you chose that student as the representative. Are you planning something interesting? Did those two brats really break the mana curse? Hearing Tehran's deduction, the headmaster just remained silent, keeping his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he looked straight into the orb, his voice filled with confidence. Sir, just watch for yourself. You'll have your answer soon enough. Back in the arena, Trang immediately asked, "What are you gonna do? Binding or freezing both require getting in close, or are you gonna summon a guardian?" Mayel immediately shot that down. "No. The guardian isn't smart enough." Trang was even more confused. "Then how are you gonna fight?" Mayel just cracked his knuckles, getting loose. He smirked, his face full of fighting spirit, and confidently declared, "Obviously, I'm going head on." At that moment, the referee yelled out loud, "Prepare for the match." As soon as the word begin was spoken, Mayel immediately shot off like an arrow straight for Zeta. Zeta didn't flinch. He instantly activated his magic and roared, "You're gonna pay for what you did yesterday." With that, Zeta summoned his battle guardian. A massive magical entity charged straight at Mayel. Seeing the giant night guardian closing in super fast, Mayel stayed totally calm. He didn't panic. Instead, he instantly activated his time refraction skill. Mayel's speed shot up, and he easily weaved past the night guardian's devastating attack. He didn't stop, just kept rushing straight ahead. His target was still Zeta, and in the blink of an eye, Mayel got behind him, closing the distance. Caught by surprise, a pissed-off Zeta spun around to strike. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Mayel didn't even flinch, reacting in a flash and blocking Zeta's punch with his bare hand. A smug look spread across Mayel's face as he sneered, "I knew you'd react just like that." Zeta tried to yank his hand back, but it was stuck. He roared furiously, "How long are you gonna hold on to me? Let go!" Mayel calmly replied, "I don't think I'm the one who should be worried right now." That made Zeta pause. Huh? Because after missing its attack, the Night Guardian had turned around and was now charging straight for them both. Zeta's face went pale, and he screamed in a panic, "Stop! Stop, you stupid Guardian!" But the Night Guardian didn't listen. It just kept charging straight at its master, scaring the hell out of Zeta. Zeta struggled like crazy, but it was no use. He realized he was still trapped in Mayel's grip, unable to move. Mayel's face was a clear challenge as he taunted him, "Go on, try and get away." Suddenly, it looked like something dawned on Zeta, and he blurted out, "Wait, could it be?" A stunned Zeta realized that getting his butt kicked that day was for real, not because he was careless or underestimated him, but because of a massive gap in their power. The Night Guardian's spear was inches from his face, and Zeta was totally helpless. He gave up, accepting his unavoidable defeat. He squeezed his eyes shut, his body frozen stiff, just leaving it all to fate and waiting for the finishing blow from his own guardian. But the killer pain he expected never came. The weird silence made Zeta carefully open his eyes to check things out. What he saw left him completely stunned. Mayel had jumped in front of him, blocking the Night Guardian's attack with his own body. Zeta was frozen to the spot, unable to believe the insane scene in front of him. His mind went blank, with only two words echoing inside, "No way." He watched in horror as Mayel used his bare fist to repeatedly pound on the Guardian, a creature made of solid steel. He asked himself, is this dude insane or just suicidal? Under Mayel's relentless punches, the giant Night Guardian started to crack. It was getting totally wrecked, unable to even fight back. Mayel landed the final blow on the Night Guardian right in front of Zeta, which sent him into a state of total shock all over again. Right after, Mayel slowly turned and started walking straight towards Zeta. Each step was dripping with absolute terror. Zeta looked totally confused, and he stammered out a question with a tiny sliver of hope. Did you just save me?" Mayel gave a cold smirk and pretended to be surprised. "Save you? Why the hell would I save the punk who humiliated my teammate?" Mayel's expression turned seriously dangerous. He got right in Zeta's face and whispered, "I just wanted to be the one to finish you off myself." Right after that, Mayel brought up their deal. "You still remember our bet, right?" Mayel started cracking his knuckles. He smirked. "My prize is just a little flick on the forehead." That little flick created a monstrous shockwave, sending Zeta flying backward and slamming him hard onto the arena floor. Zeta lay sprawled on the ground, his mind completely blank. He stared dazedly at the sky, only managing to say, "The sky is so blue today." The stands immediately erupted. The audience couldn't believe the outcome. They could only scream, "Oh my God, is the match over already?" Witnessing the overwhelming victory, Team Innis burst out in celebration. Their cheers were so loud it felt like the whole stadium was about to explode. Countless praises were showered on Mayel. "So badass. What the hell kind of magic was that? He didn't even need to use any complex spells." This victory immediately caught the attention of the Supreme Mages. Headmaster Innis glanced at Tehran's expression. He thought to himself, "Damn, here comes trouble." The Archmage Tehran, the Supreme Mage, had a stiff expression, looking completely dazed as if his soul had left his body. Terran's mind was in turmoil. He questioned himself. A man at the level of a demigod, the only level 8 mage to be called supreme, had never witnessed any magic like it. The supreme mage's face showed clear bewilderment. He couldn't believe his own analysis. Tehran's eyes were locked on Mayel, his curiosity piquing. Just who the hell is he? Seeing Mayel laughing and joking around after his victory only made Tehran even more pissed off. The name Mayel echoed repeatedly in his mind. Tehran's anger flared. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Mayel as if he wanted to eat him alive right then and there. Tehran suddenly turned, his tone imposing and mysterious. Tyrion Innes, tell me everything you know about Mayel. Headmaster Innes became pensive. He was silent for a moment, a flicker of unconcealable helplessness in his eyes. Tyrion began to speak. He's a student who always does his duty, someone everyone thought would break but never gave up, a person who knows how to turn weakness into strength and is a more exemplary mage than anyone. That is all I know. Hearing that generic answer, Tehran's lips tightened into a thin line. He was clearly suppressing a furious rage. Tehran suddenly pushed himself up to his feet. He sneered. "Oh, so you're trying to protect your student from my curiosity, are you?" Tehran arrogantly made a threat. "What if I bypass you, summon Mayel here, and question him directly? What will you do then?" Headmaster Innes didn't back down. He spoke with a hidden meaning. "If you truly intend to force the boy to speak the truth, then I'm afraid I'll have to stop you." Tehran was stunned. He immediately shot an annoyed glare at Tyrion, unable to believe his subordinate dared to challenge him. The old man scoffed and let out a contemptuous smirk at Tyrion's attitude. "You're citing the mage's right to silence, Melia's law." The two of them glared at each other, ignoring the crowd. "Fine. I guess exchanging a little information won't hurt." The old man glanced at the orb, the corner of his mouth curling like a predator that missed its prey. The one to reach the limits of magic must be me. Tehran stared intently at the orb, not blinking even once, determined to find out what kind of magic that was. Meanwhile, as night fell in some unknown location, the air was still. "We've only gotten through one round," he groaned, holding his head. "I should be focusing on recovering. Going on like this is dangerous." Dung Kak joined in. "What's the big deal? Let's party!" The drunk students were shouting loudly. Across from them, Mayel was completely helpless. "Awesome! You have to stop here when you come to An-10. Come on, Mayel, let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival!" Gayson clapped him on the shoulder from behind. As for Mayel, he was 30% helpless and 70% resigned. He could only sigh. "We've got Vanyangan coconut juice and also Dragon Kiss." Two tempting drinks were placed right in front of him. Dragon Kiss. That name immediately stunned Mayel. "Haha, I'm always proud of my hometown." Gayson held the bottle out towards Mayel. "Is this a specialty from your hometown?" "Of course, but that's not the only reason I ordered it." Footsteps interrupted. "The moment this stuff touches your lips, it feels like you're really kissing a dragon. It's top-notch," Gayson advertised enthusiastically. "Come on, Mayel, don't make that face, just try it. One glass will get you wasted. No, one glass and you'll taste perfection." He tried to force Mayel to try it. Mayel looked warily at the bottle. Right behind them, a tall, imposing dark figure appeared. Startled, Mayel looked up at the person who had just appeared behind him. That giant dude was none other than Seda, the guy who lost to Mayel in the last round. Seda Mankiri. The whole crew called out his name, completely stunned. "I know your pride's hurt from losing to Mayel, but get lost. Don't ruin the mood." Jason frowned, his eyes filled with annoyance. Seda Mankiri. Mayel couldn't believe it was him. "What's he doing here? Looking for trouble?" "I came here to apologize." He swallowed his pride, forcing out each word as the whole crew just stared, completely dumbfounded. They were completely floored by his statement. "I'm sorry for always looking down on you guys." He bowed his head slightly, trying to look as sincere as possible. "Losing to Mayel in the arena made me realize something." He clenched his fists, growling, "I have no right to look down on others just because they seem weaker." The unbelievable words kept pouring out of him. "There are countless people in this world stronger than me, and compared to them, I'm just weak." The group was still stunned as he continued. "I've truly realized that my behavior has been wrong all this time." "Hold on. What's with the sudden change of heart?" Jason asked nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I know saying this won't be enough for you to forgive me, but I have to say it anyway. I am truly sorry." Seda bowed deeply, a gesture of absolute sincerity. Mayel watched him, his expression softening slightly, but he stayed quiet. He's being so sincere. The rest of the gang just looked at each other awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "Yeah, seriously, sorry for killing the vibe. I'll get going now that I've said what I needed to say." Seda straightened up and was about to leave, but a sudden voice made him stop in his tracks, and he turned back in surprise. "Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you actually sorry?" Mayel stared right into his eyes, Half doubting whether this sudden change of heart was genuine, Seda replied, his gaze steady and honest. After hearing his answer, Mayel breathed a sigh of relief, a small smile appearing on his face. Thanks for having the guts to apologize. Mayel stepped forward and offered his hand, leaving Seda completely stunned. A wave of emotion washed over him, and Seda's eyes welled up. Seda reached out his own hand, and the two shared a firm handshake that carried a ton of complicated feelings. All right, bottoms up. This is seriously good. What is this stuff? They went back to the party, accepting Seda's apology. The whole crew was back to having a good time, hanging out together, and then they were all buddy-buddy, chugging down bottles of Dragon Kiss together. They drank like there was no tomorrow, late into the night. Suddenly, Mayel jolted awake, a look of pure horror on his face. He sat there, deep in thought. Jason and the others were staring at him, grinning from ear to ear. Mayel finally sobered up. Huh? He pushed himself up with one arm, rubbing his pounding head with his other hand. Yep, the whole crew had been gathered around his bed, watching him for who knows how long. Do you remember anything about last night? Are you addicted to Dragon Kiss or something? Hanker's question sent Jason and the others into a fit of laughter. Last night, Mayel was a total mess, crying his eyes out while thanking everyone for trusting him. He was whining about how tough school life is, and Seda was right there, clapping and cheering like a madman. Remembering that scene sent them all into another round of roaring laughter. Who knew the perfect Mayel had such a vulnerable side? Jason now had something to tease him about for ages. Mayel stomped down the hall, pissed off and muttering curses about his demonic friends who started teasing him the second he woke up. His face froze when he remembered Jason tricking him into trying Dragon Kiss. What the hell kind of drink makes a person lose all control? He swore to himself he would stay far away from it. As he was just walking along, Mayel suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. This time he ran into Seda, who jogged up to him with a huge grin, asking if he slept well. Last night, the two old rivals had hugged and cried, swearing to be brothers. Mortified, Mayel tried to make a quick escape while Seda yelled down the crowded hallway. See you later, my friend! Mayel's face turned beet red. Mayel dragged his exhausted body onward, worn out from the shame and the alcohol. It was straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. He ran right into Professor Hayden. The professor's comment, "Wherever you go, trouble follows," made Mayel's heart pound, worried he knew about the drunken incident. But the professor said nothing about it, only telling him someone wanted to meet him. A dangerous man hiding behind a kind face. That description just made Mayel even more curious. Mayel was completely floored when he found out the person who wanted to meet him was the two-faced underworld king, Tehran. Professor Hayden gave him a serious warning. You need to be careful. Tehran is an incredibly mysterious person. The professor stressed, people like him who hide their true nature are always the most dangerous. Mayel just listened intently in silence. That's as much as I can warn you, Hayden concluded. Mayel sank into deep thought. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Professor, Mayel said reassuringly. Hayden nodded. I'll give you the specific time after today's exam. The whole team went into an uproar when Mayel told them what happened. The underworld king Terran, the supreme mage, is interested in us? They were all buzzing, some excited, others worried. Mayel crossed his arms and declared with conviction, well then, that just gives us all the more reason to win. I've got a strategy ready. The plan is to defend if you can. The whole team was confused. What exactly do you mean? Mayel confidently pointed at himself, declaring, I'll charge the goal by myself. The next match is called Arrow Ball, a sport that uses self-moving magic arrows. They fly continuously all over the arena. Each team has 9 members split into 3 positions, offense, defense, and goalie. Whichever side gets more arrow balls into the net, wins. The rules sound simple enough, but this game demands some serious strategic thinking. Teams have to time their defensive magic perfectly, know when to drop area of effect control skills, and master catching the arrow ball and chucking it into the enemy's goal. Normally, this is a team strategy game, but for Mayel, rules are just meant to be broken. A guy on the other team yelled in a panic, Everyone, watch out! Mayel shot off like an arrow, heading straight for the enemy goal. The match officially started, and the opposing team immediately yelled, Ice Shield, Ice Lance. A barrage of ice magic focused on Mayel. Another dude gathered his mana, unleashing a giant wall of fire straight at Mayel. Mayel shattered the block of ice with one fist and threw a punch with the other to blast through the flames, making all of their magic totally useless. In the stands, Seda was cheering for Mayel even harder than the XNIT Academy fans. Go Mayel! Go XNIT! Everyone around him gave him the side-eye, wondering what was wrong with this dude. Just yesterday he was all salty and throwing a fit. Mayel must have knocked him silly. Hearing the chatter, Seda roared in anger. What are you talking about? Knocked silly? Don't you know you gotta throw down to become bros? Another student chimed in. What fight? You were the only one getting your butt kicked. Those words cut deep. What did you just say? The crowd didn't dare say it to Seida's face anymore and started whispering behind his back. What's up with this year's reps? The big guy just stood there with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Mayel, after our duel, I'm totally sure of one thing. You're the mage who's gonna carry the next generation. The image of Mayel looked so damn heroic in his eyes. Irene Sperato from Say Women's University, Dalian Menken from the Frelia Academy of Holy Arts, and even Doom Prom from the Dynap Military Training School. Seida had faced the strongest fighters at the Grand Festival head-on, but Mayel was on a whole other level. Not only did he have overwhelming power, Mayel also had leadership skills and insane patience. His image flashed through Seida's mind again. Thinking about it, he still couldn't figure out why, after all their clashes, Mayel still agreed to be his friend. Captain, it's almost our turn. Aren't we gonna talk strategy? Yeah, let's go. So, Seida had to stop cheering for Mayel. An opponent yelled in desperation. We have to stop Mayel at all costs. They were desperately trying to stop Mayel. Ice, fire, earth, wood. They threw everything they had at him. The whole team yelled in unison, We're trying our best! Mayel relied purely on his physical speed, effortlessly and decisively dodging every single attack coming his way. Mayel smirked victoriously. You all done? Then it's my turn. The terrified opponent scrambled to put up a thick ice barrier. He let out a roar and threw a punch, shattering the ice blocks into pieces. It's not that easy. Mayel's expression suddenly changed. His eyes sharpened, piercing right through to Doom Pram. His eyes blazed with power, a power forged from the trust of his teammates. He thought of them and declared, There are still so many people putting all their faith in me. That's the motivation I need to shatter this wall. Mayel raised his hand, the one with the brilliant red-stoned ring, straight at him. Pram didn't get what Mayel was doing. He just frowned and sneered. Looks like you've really lost it. He lifted his sword off the ground, taunting him with a low growl. Let me teach you a lesson, and we'll see how long you can keep that tough talk up. Without waiting another second, Mayel roared, activating the surging power hidden inside him. Mayel's hair stirred, reflecting the rage that was ready to erupt. He warned Doom Pram in a low growl. The life-or-death clash continued, both of their auras exploding as neither one backed down. Doom Pram immediately leaped high into the air, channeling all his power into a single downward slash, a killing blow if it couldn't be dodged. Mayel didn't even flinch. He immediately raised his arm with the glowing red ring, ready to meet the attack. A head-on clash between two opposing powers, destructive swordsmanship against a mysterious ring. Whoa, the air got thick, the tension was insane, and neither of them showed any openings. The massive magic sword pressed down, grinding against the fragile ring, threatening to crush it. Right at the critical moment, the damage immunity ring suddenly activated, completely nullifying the physical damage. The ring suddenly flared with a brilliant light, creating a shockwave that shattered the sword into pieces. Countless shards of the sword embedded themselves deep into Doom Prim's body, inflicting numerous severe wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Mayel immediately shot past him, leaving Doom Prim completely stunned in disbelief. Doom Prim trembled, looking down at the bleeding wounds on his body and muttering in utter confusion. Mayel didn't miss his chance, landing a vicious kick right behind the knee, causing Doom Prim to lose his footing and collapse. His entire massive body lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, a foot slammed down decisively on his chest, pinning Doom Prim to the ground. Mayel spoke slowly, his cold voice ringing out. Doom Prim, listen up. Mayel looked down at his defeated opponent and declared, You're not on my level. All you have is your smug arrogance. Get over your superiority complex and wake up. Mayel's arm slowly rose, his fist clenched, preparing for the finishing blow. Doom Prim's pupils contracted. He was completely frozen, feeling true fear for the first time. Mayel began to deliver the final blow, the hem of his clothes whipping around with each decisive movement. The three of them witnessed a flash of teleportation light, signaling that Doom Prim had been officially eliminated. Seida clutched his chest and sighed in relief, still in shock. If you had lost, I would have been his next victim. Mayel just smiled and admitted it was luck, that he had almost failed. Mayel's gaze suddenly stopped. He noticed Irene standing alone nearby, her face clearly showing sadness. Her eyelids were lowered, obviously in a very complicated and uncomfortable mood. Mayel took the initiative to approach her and spoke, Irene, I'm sorry for interfering in your fight. Irene tried to hide her sadness, forcing a smile in response. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who should. She bowed her head, her voice filled with self-blame. It was my selfishness that put the whole team in danger. I'm truly sorry. Mayel still hesitated. He felt guilty, but I was the one who stopped you from achieving your most important goal in this competition. Irene suddenly turned and walked away, saying casually, "Don't worry about it anymore. That goal is gone." Mayel was completely confused, muttering to himself. Irene smiled faintly, turning back to reveal, "My goal of defeating Doom Prim has changed." As she finished speaking, she pointed her finger straight at Mayel, declaring, "My new target is now you." Mayel was like, "Seriously?" He raised an eyebrow, smiling challengingly. "Well then, this target won't be an easy one for you." Irene replied with a mischievous grin. "I'm well aware of that. You'd better get ready, because one day I'll definitely surpass you." The situation grew more and more tense. The total number of survivors was down to just 5, including us, along with Danyan, Mankin, and Chai, all of whom were in a decisive battle. Seta and Irene were also fighting fiercely, but the remaining alliance was clearly no match for our party. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from deep within the forest, accompanied by a blinding flash of destructive light. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, mixed with a strange blue light that enveloped everything. Danyan, Mankin, and Chucky were knocked out, all of them lying motionless on the ground, completely enveloped by that blue light. Danyan and Mankin were rendered completely unable to fight, their bodies stiff and unmoving. Watching Danyan and Chai get eliminated and teleported away, Seta couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Mayel spoke up. "So, in this survival battle, it's just the 3 of us left." Irene smiled. While Seta couldn't hide his joy, he never expected to make it to the final round. Mayel immediately suggested one last battle to decide the winner, but Irene quickly spoke up. "Wait, Mayel." Irene announced that she was withdrawing. She admitted that she wasn't in good condition and promised to try harder next time. Mayel readily agreed, scheduling another rematch with Irene, thinking to himself that she must be exhausted from the last fight. Seta squinted and grinned. "So, it's just a battle between you and me. Mayel, even though I'm the team leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills yet." Mayel immediately got into his stance, ready to fight. He challenged Seta to bring it on, but he suddenly panicked and yelled, "Hold on, wait a sec." Instantly, Seta's body was enveloped in a beam of light and shot up into the sky. His screams were still echoing. I told him to just wait a sec. The scene cuts to another place, where excited cheers are roaring. "Congratulations to our Academy's rep for taking first place." Everyone's gathered around the party table, raising their glasses to celebrate Mayel's epic win. They're all chanting his name. A familiar voice catches Mayel's attention. "Everyone said you weren't in the dorms. I figured you were hiding out here." Turns out the 2 people who just showed up were none other than Seta and Irene. They're standing right outside the door. Irene explains that since they fought side by side, she couldn't miss out on celebrating, and Seta just insisted on tagging along. Mayel rests his chin on his hand, listening to Seta bitch about being called Sir. Irene just smirks, admitting she was totally messing with him on purpose. Mayel smiles, glad that everyone's still the same as always. He mentally recaps that after the survival battle, he's become the undisputed top dog. Even though Doom Priam racked up a ton of kill points, his survival points were so low it tanked his ranking. Dalian and Irene, even as final contenders, still ended up behind him. Mayel pictures himself hoisting the championship trophy to the sound of roaring applause. The final victory isn't just some far-off dream anymore. Jason's eyes are sparkling with little hearts. He's over the moon with joy. He never thought he'd see the day he'd be sitting at the same table as the goddess Irene Sperato. He feels like he could die a happy man. Irene gets all flustered and waves her hands at his fanboying, but everyone just keeps cheerfully raising their glasses, shouting toasts to the goddess Irene. Faced with the group's crazy energy, Irene can only shyly cover her mouth and smile. The vibe is just awesome. Seeing the whole rowdy scene, Mayel can't help but crack a happy smile along with everyone else. The party at the bar is filled with the sound of friends laughing and messing around after the intense competition. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a couple of guys are whispering to each other. They're doubting Mayel's chances of winning and quickly shush each other. They're scared Doom Priam will overhear, and even though they tried to keep it down, their trash talk goes straight to Doom Priam's ears. Doom Priam is stewing in his own salt. He still can't accept the fact that he lost. Doom Priam stares at the shattered pieces of his sword, bitterly admitting he got careless. He never expected Mayel's target wasn't him, but his weapon. He remembers the moment they clashed. Even though he figured out the plan at the last second, he still swung his sword confidently, thinking the win was in the bag. Priam is now drowning in regret. He failed spectacularly in a crucial battle that he was watching. Suddenly he asks, "Is he not coming to see me today?" The The guy next to him stammers that he hasn't shown up yet. The dude suggests Doom Priam shouldn't worry and should get some rest, but he shuts that down immediately, his voice flat. Sorry, I want to be alone right now. The follower scrambles to his feet and gets out of there fast, leaving a message. If Doom Priam needs anything, just call. The room is now dead silent, with only Doom Priam left by himself. He stands completely still in front of his personal locker. He stays like that for a long time, obviously lost in some heavy thoughts after his failure. Down below, the cheers are deafening. Mayel's victory over Doom Priam signals the official rise of a new generation of badass mages. Tyon Xylit stands high above, silently looking down at the crowd. The excited cheering isn't showing any signs of stopping. His eyes are filled with pride. He only expected Mayel to do well. He never dreamed he could get this far, let alone beat Doom Priam. Darren suddenly shows up. He teases, "Your student won, so you're looking a lot happier, while my pride is taking a beating over here." Tyon Xylit hesitates before asking about the situation at the arena. Taryn just smiles and nods, confirming everything's been taken care of. Both of the Supreme Mages look down at the chaotic scene unfolding below the tower. The final events signal that the Grand Magic Festival is about to wrap up. The sound of steady footsteps rings out. An announcement is made. The final competition, the individual round, officially begins. The event is a massive obstacle course race held throughout the city. It's based on 3 main criteria, including track and field. The race combines combat and swimming. Mages are allowed to use mounts or spatial teleportation magic to get ahead. Seda turns to his teammate standing next to him, curious about how Mayel is feeling right at the starting line. He looks over at the stands, where the crowd is screaming Mayel's name. Seda asks what it's like to be a star. Mayel also looks toward the stands. He just shrugs it off, saying he's not really sure how he feels. Then, Mayel's expression darkens. He wanted to savor the moment of glory, but his instincts told him it wasn't time to celebrate yet. Nearby, Doom Prim was still keeping an eye on Mayel. He told himself that celebrating would only mean something once the final winner was decided. The competition took place on a beautiful sunny day, with warm light flooding the clear blue sky, creating a super chill scene. Seda crossed his arms and warned Mayel, "This is a solo competition. Don't go getting yourself into trouble." Mayel just laughed back, "I know, and I'll give it my all." The referee raised a signal gun to the sky, shouting the signal, and all the contestants got into position. Irene, Dalian, Mencken, and Chucky all instantly got into their starting stances. Mana started to flare up, then a loud bang echoed from the starting pistol. Signaling the official start of the race, dust immediately kicked up everywhere. The sound of contestants' frantic footsteps as they charged forward created a scene of pure chaos. Each mage used their own signature way of moving, some with magic, others with skills, but they all had the same goal. The lead pack suddenly screeched to a halt. A fully armed horde of goblins was blocking their path. Irene spoke up. Dalian Mencken suggested a temporary alliance, but Irene politely turned him down. She said she wasn't interested in forming a party. Just then, the thundering sound of hooves echoed nearby, getting clearer and closer. Doomgram appeared, riding on the back of a warhorse, his face dead serious and focused. He swung his sword, and a brilliant yellow blast of light magic shot straight at the goblin horde, carving a path through them. Irene figured everyone wanted to get through on their own, and they all agreed Doom Prim was too unapproachable, so they decided to split up. Doom Priam's menacing reflection appeared clearly in the terrified eyes of a goblin. The monster didn't even have time to react before a devastating sword strike came crashing down on it. Doom Prim suddenly glanced behind him, wondering why his arch-rival hadn't appeared yet. Right after that, he swung his sword again, decisively slicing through another goblin in his path. Could Mayel have left us all in the dust? No way. Doom Prim looked back one more time, convinced Mayel had to be behind them. He frowned, questioning Irene. Why hasn't Mayel appeared yet? She could only stammer a reply. Irene admitted she had no idea either, but thinking back, she started to realize something was off. She remembered the goblins. They were obviously in the lead. So where were Mayel and the rest of the pack? Dalian Mencken's voice also became anxious. They've had plenty of time to catch up, but not a single person had appeared. Before Dalian Mencken could even finish, something unexpected happened. A black shadow zipped past the 3 of them at an insane speed. Mayel appeared right in front of them, casually saying, "Hello, finally caught up to you guys." Doom Prim's eyebrows immediately knitted together, his eyes turning dark and dangerous. Flashing back to the starting line, the crowd was buzzing because Mayel wasn't moving. A lot of people thought he was quitting, But others had faith in the guy who beat Doom Prim. Mayel was confident about this physical round. He'd been training for the last 6 months, waiting for this festival for a long time. However, as a close-quarters mage, showing his back to a bunch of chasing enemies was a massive tactical disadvantage. After thinking it through carefully, Mayel's gaze hardened with resolve. He made his choice. He would start in last place. His strategy was to attack and take out every opponent from the rear before moving up. The contestants up ahead suddenly heard a loud commotion and cautiously turned to look. They only caught a glimpse of Mayel as he zipped by, knocking out 3 people, and he started counting the eliminated, 29, 28, 27. Then the number got so high he didn't even bother counting anymore. The commotion caught Sita's attention, and he glanced back with a look of disbelief. Seta was stunned when he saw Mayel, and just as he was about to ask something, Mayel cut him off. Mayel flashed a seemingly harmless smile. "You get what I'm doing, right, Seta?" But his eyes instantly turned ice cold. He said sorry. Then he unleashed a lightning kick. Seta was sent flying straight into the air. His figure faded as he was teleported out. His furious scream, yelling Mayel's name, still echoed in the air. And that's the whole story of what happened. Right as Mayel caught up to the lead group, a stunned Irene Sperato asked, "So you took out everyone else on your way here?" Mayel just nonchalantly replied, "Only a few. The rest got too scared and just gave up." A sharp glint flashed in Mayel's eyes. He declared, "No one's in our way now." Doom Priam gritted his teeth, growling the name of his eternal rival. Mayel Carlstein. He stared daggers at Mayel, his eyes blazing with fire, vowing that this time things would be completely different. The wind started to pick up, and the tension between the strongest contenders became suffocating. Doom Priam's voice rang out, dead serious. "I'd love to take you on right now, but we've still got a tail." His fist clenched, and blue mana began to flare up. Enveloping Doom Priam's body, he decisively leaped onto the back of his warhorse in one fluid motion. Doom Priam declared in a low growl, "See you at the finish line, Mayel Carlstein." With that, he immediately spurred his horse, bolting forward and leaving the others behind. Dalian Mankin yelled after him, "Hey, are you insane? You really have to go through there?" They all watched in horror as Doom Priam charged straight for the castle, knowing full well it was a death trap zone. Mayel remained completely silent, his face pensive, his gaze fixed on the distant, trap-filled castle. The castle, which held countless traps to protect its treasure, was now being used as an obstacle. This was a method to test a mage's risk management skills. Irene and Dalian Mankin immediately focused their mana, preparing to safely dismantle the barriers and traps. Mayel lightly tapped the castle's solid stone wall with his hand. He muttered, "But disarming the traps the normal way will take too much time." Trang looked up and asked Mayel, "So you're planning to just knock this wall down?" If it were Draa, he'd definitely do the same. It seemed hesitant. "It's a good idea, but breaking through this solid castle wall is impossible." Mayel spoke up. "I know." Trang was even more confused. "Then how are you going to do it?" He turned and explained, "This is the ruin of an abandoned castle." Trang suddenly understood. "Oh, you mean you're going to target the corroded weak points?" Mayel gave a slight nod to confirm. All the data on the massive wall's hardness immediately appeared in his eyes. Mayel explained, "I'm using the eye of the serpent to observe the wall's structure." His gaze scanned every single point on the wall before suddenly stopping at a spot near the ground. When he saw the information old and corroded pop up, Mayel let out a small cry of triumph. Found it. His entire body immediately shot forward. Trang also clung tightly to the shoulder of Mayel's shirt. Mayel focused his power, unleashing a barrage of consecutive punches, relentlessly hammering the weak point he had just discovered on the wall. Dalian Mankin witnessed Mayel's strange actions. He wondered doubtfully, "What the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break down a castle wall with his bare hands?" Irene was secretly impressed. "That's Mayel for you." Dalian looked at Irene, annoyed. "I know you're close with Mayel, but don't you think this is just ridiculous? Who in their right mind punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly, Irene pointed straight at the wall, exclaiming in shock, "Look closer!" Right at the spot Mayel was attacking, large cracks began to appear and spread outwards. Both Dalian and Irene stared, stunned, at Mayel standing before a giant hole he had just created at the base of the castle. Dalian Mankin scratched his head and gave a forced laugh as he hurried over. "Hey man, can I tag along through here?" Mayel just coldly turned his head and gave Dalian a dismissive stare. Seeing Mayel raise his hand to attack, Dalian Mankin quickly backed away, yelling, "Wait, Mayel!" A large boulder from the top of the wall came crashing down, blocking the entrance completely. Dalian roared in anger. "That bastard is a real piece of work." Mayel quickly slipped through the hole. Trang couldn't help but be impressed. It only took 2,400 strength points to break the wall. You actually know how to use your brain, huh? Mayel ran, panting. So now it was just him and Doom Priam in the lead. As Mayel rounded a corner inside the castle, he immediately spotted Doom Priam's figure. Trang grumbled. That guy got out fast too. But it immediately noticed the arrow sticking out of Doom Priam's shoulder. Looks like he's injured and in a real hurry. Mayel sped up, closing in right behind him, thinking to himself, Doom Priam, do you want to beat me that badly? Doom Priam let out a roar, yanking out his spare sword, ready to fight. He swung a backward slash, but Mayel quickly leaned back to dodge the attack. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doom Priam's collar from behind. Mayel held on tight to Doom Priam as they both launched off a large balcony, growling. Let's get through the final round together. The two of them free-falled through the air before splashing into the water below. White foam sprayed everywhere. Mayel immediately broke the surface. He gasped, desperately trying to catch his breath. He swam like his life depended on it, running the calculations. If he let Doom Priam use magic to fly over the cliff, he'd be at a serious disadvantage. He had to get through here fast. All of a sudden, Mayel felt the water turn unnaturally cold. He whipped his head around, horrified to see the surface behind him, freezing over at an insane speed, closing in on him fast. He realized his opponent was pouring all his power into the spell. Mayel let out a shocked roar. Doom Priam, he bellowed in rage as the ice clamped down on his body. You bastard. Can't you see I'm swimming here? But Doom Priam just looked down from his horse, totally indifferent. That's none of my concern. With that, he let out a contemptuous smirk. I'm going ahead to claim my victory. Oh, hell no. Mayel gritted his teeth, watching Doom Priam's figure shrink in the distance. He hissed a bitter curse under his breath. Damn it. Mayel flexed his entire body, and a wave of golden heat energy started to explode from within him. He had to shatter this ice immediately. The intense heat made the ice begin to fall apart. Massive cracks shot out in all directions. The sound of splintering grew louder and louder, and then with a huge explosion, Mayel completely shattered the ice that held him. Doom Priam was urging his horse onward when he suddenly heard a familiar sound closing in fast from behind. He whipped his head around in shock, unable to believe Mayel had caught up. How the hell did he get out so fast? Mayel channeled all his power into his legs. He knew there were no more obstacles. This was now a pure race of speed. Mayel slammed his foot into the ground, using the recoil to shoot straight up into the air, locking onto his target. He dove from the sky like an arrow, roaring out one last challenge. Doom Priam, let's end this. Doom Priam broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that with his current injuries, he had no way of blocking this attack. His thoughts were shattered by a thunderous impact, and a massive cloud of dust instantly billowed up. The crowd held its breath, eyes glued to the screen, nobody sure of the result. They murmured amongst themselves, wondering who the final winner was. Suddenly, someone in the audience pointed at the finish gate and shouted, "Look, someone's made it." The gate opened, but the figure that emerged from the dust was a warhorse. It held its head high and neighed triumphantly. The crowd was baffled. It's just the horse. Where are the mages? Right then, someone yelled, "Look at the screen. We've got an image." The big screen suddenly lit up with an image of Mayel standing over the defeated Doom Priam. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the stadium. Mayel won. Mayel stared coldly down at his defeated opponent and remarked, "You burned way too much energy trying to force your way through the trap zone. That's what sealed the deal for our match." Doom Priam shut his eyes tight, only able to let out pained and resentful groans. Mayel turned his back on him without a second thought, leaving him with a final word. "I'm going on ahead." At the main stadium, 3 flags representing the top 3 places were ceremoniously raised. Mayel stood proudly on the highest step of the podium. He had won both the survival round and the triathlon. With his victory in the individual event, Mayel earned the highest total score overall, making him the Grand Festival champion. He recalled the 6 years he'd been locked away in a dungeon of solitude. The roar of the crowd felt like recognition for everything he had endured. The boy whose back was once hunched with loneliness now stood tall at the peak of glory. Mayel clenched a fist over his heart, the sound of applause thundering in his ears, like a whisper telling him, "You've been through a lot." His face lit up with pure joy, the roar of the crowd, the ultimate reward for his tireless efforts. He raised both his arms, answering the crowd's wild enthusiasm, silently promising himself he would never let go of this glorious feeling. Outside, a long line of fancy carriages had formed. Someone exclaimed, "Damn, why are there so many noble carriages here?" Jia propped his chin on his hand, looking out the window as he asked, "Are those all hand-picked, high-ranking nobles?" Mayel nodded. Jia hesitated. "So, Are they all here for? Mayel simply answered, Yep. Mayel sat by himself in the banquet hall, knowing full well that all these bigwigs were here for him. He let out a tired sigh. This political crap is so boring. He just wanted to get the hell back to the academy. A sudden noise made Mayel jump. He mumbled, kinda weird. Then realized the person who'd arrived was Irene, grinning widely. He said her name, surprised. Irene pulled up a chair and sat, getting straight to the point. What's so weird? You mean all these people? I haven't seen a single person come up to talk to you. Mayel just shrugged, totally chill. They probably think I'm a cocky bastard, and on top of that, I had the nerve to wear this crappy outfit to their fancy party. Irene looked Mayel's outfit up and down, then nodded. That makes sense. But she immediately added, however, from what I know, there's another, more serious reason. Irene glanced around, noticing countless wary eyes watching them. It was obvious most of the nobles here wanted to get close to him, so no matter how arrogant you are, there's no way not a single person would dare to approach. Her eyes flashed as she came to a conclusion. It seems someone deliberately spread rumors about you. Irene's analysis stunned Mayel. That person must have immense authority, enough to make the entire nobility afraid to even come near him. Mayel was just about to ask who it was when a formal voice rang out, capturing the attention of the entire hall. The man standing at the head of the table cleared his throat, announcing the grand banquet had officially begun, and requesting the 32 academy representatives to follow him. On the long banquet table, countless gourmet dishes were exquisitely arranged, alongside the finest drinks. This extravagant scene reminded Mayel of his dinner with Hades. Everything was prepared like a royal feast, but the atmosphere here was incredibly strange. Someone clicked their tongue and sighed, saying they should have faked being sick to get out of it. Another whispered that this was supposedly a celebratory dinner, but in reality, it was a final evaluation. For those who performed poorly, it was basically their last meal on death row. Mayel glanced over at the 2 empty head seats nearby. He was confused. He thought only Hades was coming, so why were there 2 head seats? The man leading them gave a signal, announcing that the important figures had arrived. All 32 representatives immediately stood up in unison, looking respectfully towards the entrance. They saw only Terran, Hades, striding in slowly as everyone bowed their heads as he passed. A unified voice rang out, We greet your highness Hades. Although Mayel also bowed, he was cursing inwardly. Greetings, my ass. So damn annoying. When he heard Terran say, please enter, Mayel couldn't help but be surprised. What? Hades himself has to personally invite someone? A strange but authoritative voice suddenly rang out. I hope I'm not interrupting your important dinner? This person had eyebrows as sharp as swords and deep brown pupils. The newcomer exuded an unparalleled noble aura. Mayel was completely bewildered, wondering to himself, who the hell is this guy? He remembered the crowd's cheers, calling him the rookie mage, but now everyone in the room, including Hades, was kneeling and respectfully shouting, Long live the Crown Prince. Hearing the words, Crown Prince, Mayel was instantly startled and terrified. Realizing the identity of the newcomer, after the formal greetings, everyone quickly returned to the banquet table, but fear was evident on every face, all of them keeping their heads down, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even a small movement of a hand was enough to terrify these top-tier mages. The atmosphere at the party sank into absolute silence, so tense you could hear a pin drop. Tehran was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Well, was the skill gap so large that not a single one of the 11 could beat Mayel? Pram kept his head down, his whole body trembling at the comment. Terran continued, How disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up, only able to tremble and promise. I swear this mistake will never happen again. Terran's voice turned cold. Second place is for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying right. A dragon can still emerge from a small stream. Mayel's mood wasn't any better. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if this whole party was set up just to humiliate the 11, and he was being used as a tool for Hades to achieve his goals. Mayel's gaze shifted to the person standing next to Terran, another figure who made the atmosphere feel suffocating. This guy had been shooting daggers at Mayel since the start of the party. That person was Salman Dwaynak. He was staring straight at Mayel without even trying to hide it. Mayel searched his memory. Despite starting as the disadvantaged third prince, Salman had used his sharp strategies as a weapon, eliminating all his brothers to seize the position of crown prince for himself. Mayel broke out in a cold sweat, facing someone who was nearly perfect in every way. He suddenly connected this to what Irene had said, that a powerful figure must have spread the rumors, a force that compelled the entire nobility to shun him. Tehran suddenly broke the silence to question Mayel. Del, how do you feel about your victory at the Grand Festival? This unexpected question immediately sent Mayel into deep thought, the air thick with tension. Mayel finally answered bluntly, I'm not comfortable. Tehran frowned. I'm not comfortable with it. Mayel's voice was firm. Yes, I'm satisfied with the result, but it's extremely unpleasant to have my victory used to insult the honor and trample on the efforts of the other students. Irene beside him frantically grabbed his arm. Everyone present was stunned, shocked by his direct confrontation. Mayel remained silent under the pressure, but his eyes showed no trace of fear. Tehran responded in a nonchalant voice. So you're saying you don't want your victory to be used to put others down? But isn't falling short a motivation for growth? You should understand that, shouldn't you? Mayel immediately shot back. My opinion is that you're deliberately inciting hostility aimed at me. Pointing out weaknesses to encourage them to try harder is completely different from provoking resentment by dwelling on their failure. As he finished, Mayel looked directly at Masteron, asserting that those were two completely different concepts. Mayel's voice was ice cold. And my humble academy isn't a place for you to casually belittle with a nickname like Little Wolf. The corner of Tehran's mouth lifted into a cold smirk. He let out a meaningful, oh, and the two locked eyes, the air around them once again falling into a deathly silence. Suddenly, a chuckle from So Merton shattered the silence. Right after, he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, causing everyone's gaze to shift to him. Mayel's face immediately twisted in annoyance at this bizarre behavior. So Merton hastily wiped away a tear, laughing as he said, Oh man, my stomach hurts. That's too funny. Where on earth did this kid come from? Irene clutched her chest and breathed a huge sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars. She turned and whispered angrily, Mayel, you're not planning on starting anything else, are you? Mayel forced a smile. No, he said, but silently added in his head, it's possible. Tehran folded his hands and remarked, but maybe things will be a little different. You're a breath of fresh air compared to Tyrion. I'm really looking forward to what you do next. So Merton suddenly turned to Mayel and called out, Hold on. He stood up straight and made an offer. Mayel, would you care to have some tea with me? As he finished speaking, Salmon gave a cold laugh. I'm not taking no for an answer. The two of them quickly moved to a private area. Mayel and Saman were now sitting across from each other. The Crown Prince slowly spoke up. Mayel Carlstein. So Merton narrowed his eyes, his expression taunting. From now on, you will work under me. And again, I won't accept no for an answer. He said it nonchalantly, as if it was a done deal. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I'll transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and take care of your accommodations. So Merton suddenly remembered something and added, Oh, and about the matter of your citizenship, the right-hand man of the future, Crown Prince can't be a foreigner, can he? Mayel was getting more and more bewildered. Citizenship? What do you mean? Still not getting it, Mayel quickly asked. But why me? The Empire has plenty of talented mages, like Dung Bram, for instance. Salmon slowly interrupted him. Ah, you're talking about that guy? Salmon lowered his head and sighed, admitting that in the end, he still lost to that other mage. Sonnerton's tone instantly turned to ice. He demanded to know if Mayel wanted him to keep a loser by his side. Mayel just lowered his head, silent, so Merton continued with his terms. He warned Mayel that from now on, when speaking to him, there was one thing he absolutely had to remember. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Soman's brown eyes. He slowly stressed that he prefers to hear answers. Yes, rather than constant questions. Hearing that domineering tone, Mayel snapped his head up to look him straight in the eye. His own eyes were now filled with undisguised anger, so Merton was starting to lose his patience. He urged Mayel to give him an answer right away. He then started to explain his reasons for the recruitment. First, because the old man recommended you. After years of me asking for a talented mage, yours was the only name he brought up. Salmon went on to explain the second reason. It's because I have a special appreciation for your rare kind of guts. He pointed straight at Mayel, explaining it's the kind of guts that lets you dress like a slob in front of a bunch of power-hungry senior leaders. This time, Soman's voice clearly carried a hint of admiration for Mayel, the kind of person who dares to publicly voice an opposing view and argue straight up with the old man. And for the final reason, the Crown Prince cracked a knowing smirk, is the type to keep questioning me back, completely ignoring the warnings I already gave. So Merton spread his arms wide with a nonchalant air, concluding that on the harsh political stage, sometimes you need a jester to shake things up. After Soman's long speech, Mayel summed up the situation. So the job is just being an advisor. Somerton immediately got pissed off at the question. He declared he wanted Mayel to protect him from his asshole brothers who are always trying to screw him over. Mayel just bowed his head in silence, not giving any response, his face showing extreme confusion and hesitation. The Crown Prince kept pressing him. Looks like you don't like this job, Mayel nodded. Yeah, that's right, Somerton growled, saying he knew Mayel would say that, which is why he warned him. He absolutely didn't want to hear that answer. No. Mayel fell into deep thought. He stared intently at Somerton, his mind analyzing that this was a golden opportunity, one that might only come once in a lifetime. The position of right-hand man to the most powerful crown prince in the empire sent Mayel's mind into chaos. He knew damn well that most mages ally with power, and even the magic tower, which was supposed to be all about research, was no exception. If he refused today, he might regret it for a long, long time. But after a moment of hesitation, Mayel gave his final answer. He still had other things he wanted to pursue. Telling himself he didn't want to be some rich dude's personal mage, Somerton's tone immediately turned ice cold, and he remarked that he thought he was being rational, but it turned out Mayel was just being overly emotional. He asked one last time, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You sure you won't regret it?" Mayel shot back decisively, "I won't." And with that, Mayel slowly got up to leave. Somerton didn't try to stop him, just smirked. Fine, let's just pretend this conversation never happened today. As Mayel turned to leave, he suddenly called out after him, "Mayel, they say you were the brightest gem at this year's grand festival." Somerton didn't even try to hide his possessiveness. He openly stated his hobby was collecting gems, and so far, there wasn't a single one he couldn't get his hands on. You know why? He let out a sharp warning, because the gems I can't possess have only one fate, to be completely shattered. Just before stepping all the way out of the room, Mayel paused, looking back one last time at the guy who just threatened him. Without a shred of hesitation, he yanked the door open and decisively stepped out of that suffocating room. Now, Mayel stood alone in the dead silent hallway, thinking over that last threat. He muttered to himself, that last part was definitely a threat. Turning him down was the right call, right? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from nearby. "Yo, Mayel!" Jason walked over, asking curiously, "Where have you been? Sneaking off on a date with some girl?" Mayel quickly shot back. "No, of course not," he said, thinking to himself. "Anyway, my ultimate goal is to become a mage, my own kind of mage." Meanwhile, back in that room, Somerton's voice was heard again. He admitted he was very curious about the name the old man recommended. "That Mayel guy seems pretty special," Tyron immediately added. "Looks like things won't be solved the easy way." Somerton nodded. "Yeah, I tried threatening him a bit, but it didn't seem to work at all," Tyron asked. "So, are you going to give up on recruiting him?" Somerton let out an amused laugh. "Not a chance." He raised his wine glass, light glinting off a ring on his finger, affirming Mayel understands perfectly, especially when it comes to his collecting hobby. Somerton smirked slyly, declaring the end result was already set. Mayel had to be his, simply because he willed it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mayel could only manage a forced smile. As he tried to fend off the interrogation from his two friends, under a brilliant sunset, Mayel was grinding away at his punches and kicks. Yes, a faint aura enveloped his body, giving off an extraordinary vibe. The system window popped up, showing his workout details. Punches 500 out of 500 times, kicks 500 out of 500 times, roundhouse kicks 500 out of 500 times, and an endurance run of 15 kilometers. Combat training completed 1 out of 1 time. Mayel stared at the stats panel, gasping for breath. Finally, today's training was over. Exhausted, Mayel collapsed onto the ground, panting. Just then, Trang appeared next to him, commenting that his body was making great progress. Mayel turned to look at the little palm-sized bear, grumbling that he didn't want compliments from some dude. Trang immediately shot back fiercely, insisting she was a girl. Hearing that, Mayel shot up, not believing his ears, and demanded to know how it could be a girl. Trang replied bluntly, "Because I was born this way." He was still in shock and yelled, "A Daegu has a gender?" Trang angrily put her hands on her hips and shouted right in Mayel's face, "Who says we don't? It's just that you never bothered to ask." Mayel immediately shot back, but they had bathed together. He remembered those times. Trang scoffed coldly, dropping a line, not like there was anything worth seeing anyway, but indirectly admitted everything. Mayel's face darkened, and he growled out each word. "So, you're saying you've seen everything? Hit a nerve?" Trang trembled, quickly turning away to hide his embarrassment. But in complete contrast to Trang's flustered state, Mayel just let out a small laugh. He stood up, deciding not to tease him anymore. "That's enough, I'm leaving." Hearing this, Trang quickly turned back to look at him with a bewildered face. Trang hurriedly ran after him, shouting, "Wait up, let's go together." But Mayel had already strode a long way ahead, and ignoring his pursuit, he just called back. "Then stop joking around," he stammered. "No, I'm serious." But he was met with skepticism and a teasing laugh. "You think I'm gonna believe that?" Hearing that, Trang could only shut up. The scene changes to a train station. Under a clear blue sky with white clouds and golden sunshine, it was a picture-perfect weather day, but a loud voice immediately shattered the atmosphere. Jia-san was hugging Mayel tightly, tears streaming down his face as he said, "I'm leaving first. You have to take care of yourself. Got it?" Mayel, blushing, helplessly patted him. "I'm not dying or anything." Their friends around them burst out laughing as the train whistle blared, signaling its imminent departure. Jia-sun and the other students quickly boarded the train. Mayel stood silently, watching it disappear into the distance. Just then, Wildcat's voice rang out. "All right, we should get going too." He turned to look at the guy. After seeing his friends off, Mayel headed to Leverdell to begin the champion's official schedule. He and Wildcat sat next to each other on another train. The two of them were silent. Mayel recalled their first meeting. The guy had introduced himself, saying to just call him Wildcat. This was the guide wizard sent from the wizard's tower. The system immediately activated to analyze Wildcat's identity. Name, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark. All his information was unknown. Mayel was shocked that a player's eye couldn't identify him, which showed his skills were extremely high. Mayel thought to himself, this meant the guy was on par with or even surpassed the professors at the academy. The only piece of information he could gather was that Wildcat looked to be in his late 20s. Mayel turned to observe Wildcat with a cautious gaze, his eyebrows nearly furrowed. Just then, the guy finally spoke, briefly announcing the schedule. First is a visit to the royal palace to receive congratulations. The guy explained in detail, while Mayel just listened in silence, his expression clearly tense. Mayel suddenly cut Wildcat off. "Excuse me, but could you speak more casually?" This request slightly surprised the guide. He explained that he was only 16 years old, but Wildcat immediately refused. "This way of speaking is more comfortable for me." The guy's face remained cold and emotionless. He immediately went back to his work, continuing to review the schedule. Mayel could only manage a forced smile, thinking to himself that they were really thorough and extremely professional, and that he'd learned something new again. The guy announced the next item on the schedule. He had to go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. After hearing this, Mayel asked blankly, "Be chosen?" Wildcat confirmed, "That's right, you might even leave empty-handed, because the items themselves are the ones doing the choosing." Hearing this, a hint of worry crossed Mayel's face. He immediately understood the issue. This meant that, just like Kingram, these items possessed their own consciousness. As Wildcat put the schedule back in his bag, he announced the final part. "You will be assigned a special mission," the guy explained. Normally, students don't receive official missions, but the Grand Festival Champion is an exception. This is an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages. Mayel continued, as he opened the mission list to look. "So it's like an official debut ceremony." "Exactly," Wildcat replied immediately. He continued, "Now, choose a mission from the provided list." Mayel thoughtfully looked over the options, which included search, subjugation, assassination, and knowledge excavation. And as Mayel was focused on considering them, Trang suddenly appeared. He leaned in and whispered something in his ear, causing him to pause for a moment. Both Mayel and Trang simultaneously fixed their eyes on the mission list. The intensely focused expressions on both their faces were identical. Finally, Mayel locked in his choice. He spoke decisively, his voice cutting through the loud rumbling of the train. "I choose this mission." The scene quickly shifts to the magnificent Moran Palace. The two of them were standing in the main hall. Wildcat introduced, "This is Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace." "Get in there," the guy urged Mayel. "Everyone's already waiting inside." With that, Wildcat immediately bowed and announced he was leaving right away. Mayel freaked out, yelling, "Wait up, you're not coming in with me?" He was still reeling from being ditched by Wildcat. The massive door right in front of him suddenly swung wide open. The crown prince stood imposingly right behind the door, while he was still dazed, unconsciously looking for Wildcat. The crown prince put his hands on his hips, speaking with an unconcealed smirk. "Welcome to my empire." Mayel was speechless. He looked up, staring straight at the crown prince, remaining completely silent, not showing any reaction. Mayel entered the main hall, immediately knelt before the crown prince, and began his report. "First, I received 10,000 gold from the crown prince. This amount of gold exceeded the annual budget of the Odio territory. A horrifying realization hit them. That thing was a frost crystal. Everyone panicked and fled, tripping over each other in chaos. Be extremely careful. Don't get so focused on Mayel that you forget about us." As Mayel wreaked havoc on the enemy's defense, Joun immediately seized the opportunity to grab the arrow ball. "He's got the arrow ball. Stop him now." But the order came too late as the defensive line had completely shattered. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Jaun, a master of throwing skills, and were about to taste defeat. He let out a powerful roar as he made his move. The score decisively changed to 2-0 in their team's favor. The stands erupted in cheers. Amazing. Another point was just scored. All the attention was focused on Mayel, creating an opening for Jaun and his teammates to exploit a fatal flaw in the defense. Mayel charged forward like an unstoppable storm, causing the entire enemy defense line to completely collapse. The entire stadium fell silent. They couldn't believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Down on the field, the players were panting from exhaustion, admitting their opponents were monsters. They accepted their defeat. An arrowball match usually only has 3 to 4 goals, but today was different. Zenith Academy dominated with 11 goals, an absolute record that gave the opponent no chance to catch up. The signal for surrender appeared, and the commentator announced a resounding victory for the Zenith Magic Academy. Mayel and his teammates erupted in celebration. Cheers echoed through the arena, confirming the historic, overwhelming 11-0 victory. Looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. He might actually be the strongest. The crowd began to whisper and gossip about the true power of the Zenith Magic Academy. In the waiting room, the atmosphere was festive with celebration. They believed the #1 spot was about to be theirs. In the midst of the joy, a voice suddenly called out Mayel's name. Professor Hun walked in. His demeanor made it clear he had been waiting for him for a long time. He walked straight up to Mayel, reminding him of a previously scheduled appointment. The important meeting is at exactly 7 p.m. tonight. The professor's hand rested on Mayel's shoulder, a strangely familiar gesture, as the scene shifts to a space glowing with a vibrant red. The Underworld King was leisurely enjoying a glass of golden wine. He held the glass, his gaze distant and filled with hidden meaning. A reminder echoed, "Mayel, don't eat anything before you come." An image of a majestic tower shrouded in a strange red and black hue suddenly appeared. On the day of the appointment, Mayel casually strolled down a familiar hallway. "So you've arrived?" Tyrion of Zenith suddenly appeared, startling Mayel, but he quickly realized this silver-haired man was his master. Mayel hurriedly bowed to his master. Tyrion of Zenith just watched him in silence for a long moment before giving a faint smile. He gestured for him to come inside. The heavy door opened. Mayel and Tyrion of Zenith slowly stepped inside. A deep, steady voice rang out with a welcome. Mayel froze, his eyes widening in shock. He immediately looked toward the source of the sound, where an imposing figure stood before them. The system analyzed at lightning speed. This guy's magic is too powerful. Could he also be from that bloodline? Mayel frowned, trying to search his memories. A thought flashed in his mind, helping him realize, this is the ultimate mage, the one about to reach the state of a half-dragon. That person was none other than the Underworld King, Terran. A lavish feast was prepared and waiting for them. Terran spoke up. "You probably don't realize it, but we've actually met before." Terran maintained a calm expression, revealing that he had been watching him from a distance. Mayel couldn't help but be curious hearing this detail. "He's seen me before?" Terran said leisurely. "The story begins 5 years ago when I was searching for the most promising candidate. Your name also appeared on that list." Tyrion of Zenith nodded in confirmation, stunning Mayel. But Terran immediately cut in. "The current situation has changed too much." Terran cut straight to the chase. Mayel swallowed hard, hanging on his every word. "I want to hear exactly what's been going on with you." Mayel realized that in Terran's eyes, he was just an error, living proof that the Supreme Mage could actually misjudge someone. Terran wanted him to admit it himself. Just to prove his initial judgment wasn't wrong, Mayel lowered his head, seeing right through his little game. "Forgive me, sir, but there's only one thing I can say for sure right now." Mayel's steady voice made Terran pause. He instantly narrowed his eyes, suddenly wary. Mayel laid it out plain and simple. "No matter how insane my talent might be, all my effort will just be ignored anyway." "Effort?" Terran repeated, his hand on his chin, his eyes mocking him like he just heard some lame old joke. "You two related? Why do you keep going on and on about effort?" Tionix chuckled warmly and glanced at Mayel. "That's exactly why I like this kid," Terran asked. "So what exactly have you been efforting at?" Mayel replied. "Lately I've been focusing on combat training." "You mean you suppressed your mana disorder with just martial arts? And that's how you got so ridiculously strong?" Terran's voice was practically dripping with sarcasm. "Even casting spells without an incantation. You expect me to believe that nonsense? Or did you just get your hands on some special artifact?" Terran was hinting at some stat-boosting item to downplay Mayel's accomplishments, but even I've never heard of an artifact that could do something like that. Tionix suddenly chimed in, hesitating. "It's not entirely impossible." Terran waved it off. "Whatever. We'll have plenty of chances later," he declared. I'll be watching your performance very closely. I'm just dying to see if your so-called effort can even hold a candle to my talented prodigies. Mayel shot back without even flinching. Then by all means, watch my performance as closely as you want. He suddenly stood up, ignoring Terran's shocked face. Now it's my turn to be curious. Mayel flashed a defiant smirk. I wonder if the ones handpicked by the Supreme Mage are really all that different from me? Terran was obviously taken aback by his sheer audacity. Meanwhile, at the Grand Arena, the atmosphere was electric. The roar of the crowd was getting out of control. The commoners in the crowd were going absolutely nuts. Yeah, the welcome here is a little over the top. As a maid approached, Terran spoke up. Oh, afraid I'm gonna poach your favorite student? Don't be ridiculous. The two master mages sat across from each other. Terran smirked and shrugged. Exceptional talents are always welcome. I was just a little curious. The maids silently poured their tea. Tyonyx eyed his rival. So, is your curiosity satisfied now? Terran's voice was low. I wonder if you're hiding something from me? He took a sip of tea with his eyes closed, a cryptic smile on his face. But now, I'm curious about something completely different. You heard him loud and clear. That little punk just threatened me, Terran shrugged. Tyonyx just gave a wry smile. He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. But that kid didn't show an ounce of fear. Countless other mages tremble when they have to face me. How interesting. Terran chuckled softly, a strange sense of anticipation in his voice. Terran kept a straight face, hoping the kid he was watching would actually make some waves. Outside the arena, the roar of the crowd was non-stop, the doors flew open, and heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Doom Priam stormed in, leading a pack of mages like an alpha predator. He looked seriously pissed off, and scowled. What's the point of all this damn noise? It's all just static to me. Suddenly, a door slammed open, and some guy scrambled in, nearly face-planting. He immediately rushed to Doom Priam's side and whispered an urgent report. Doom Priam growled, demanding if it was true. The messenger swore he saw it with his own two eyes. The report was about Mayel, confirming he had just set foot in the tower. Doom Priam was floored, his jealousy exploding. The Underworld King chose to test someone else instead of me. His entire body shook with rage, and he immediately flashed back to watching a few of Mayel's fights during the festival. The guy made a lot of noise with his weird magic and was rumored to be a tough nut to crack, but Doom Priam never gave him a second thought, writing him off as just some small fry. Doom Priam was lost in thought. He'd always seen Mayel as a freak, and now his jealousy was boiling over, pushing him to the edge. The people around him immediately noticed something was off. Are you okay, Doom? What's wrong? Worried voices called out. They started getting wary of the heavy vibe coming off him. He growled in his mind, Mayel, I will never forgive you. The only one who deserves his recognition is me. At the same time, in another area, a mysterious teleportation gate revealed itself. Stepping out of the gate was none other than Mayel, the target of all the attention and jealousy. Mayel froze the second he came through. He immediately recognized the guy in the black cloak blocking his path. It was Doom Prim. Doom Prim, with a look of pure hostility and annoyance, was staring daggers right at Mayel. What did you say to the King of Hell? He roared, glaring and grinding his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. You stood here waiting for me just to ask a stupid question like that? Mayel seriously couldn't believe someone had this much time on their hands. Doom Prim's yelling echoed through the great hall, his eyes blazing with fury, demanding Mayel answer him immediately, but all he got back was indifference. Mayel was completely unfazed by his opponent's rage, calmly asking back, why should I answer you? The words were casual, but packed a major insult. Doom Prim's brow furrowed instantly, and without another word, he drew his sword, an action that was a direct threat. The air in the hall instantly grew thick, the sword radiating a chilling aura as he growled, but I want an answer. Faced with that killing intent, Mayel remained perfectly calm. Mayel thought to himself, this guy's clearly looking for a fight, and his expression hardened immediately, his gaze shooting like a bullet straight at his opponent. You dare challenge me? This isn't an arena, you know. Mayel raised his fist, answering the provocation. Two opposing auras began to clash. If that's what you want, I'm happy to oblige, Doom Prim roared, his eyes wide with fury, accepting the challenge. The moment the challenge was accepted, the entire ground beneath them began to shake violently. A blinding flash of light exploded with incredible force. Doom Prim lunged forward, attacking at a terrifying speed. Before Mayel's reflexes could even kick in, the danger was already on him, and the conflict erupted. The immense magical energy from both of them collided, spreading throughout the great hall. Mayel had to admit, this guy was crazy strong. He couldn't find a single opening. His initial confidence was instantly crushed. Is this dude insane? Does he really plan to fight to the death right here? This is definitely not an arena. Mayel couldn't believe his opponent was this reckless. Doom Prim was silent, his hand reaching for his sword's hilt, preparing for the next attack. They both stopped dead in their tracks. A commanding voice suddenly echoed from a distance, shouting so loudly that both Mayel and Doom Prim flinched and halted their attacks. The person who had just spoken was Irene Sperato, a girl with striking, long white hair, walking straight towards the two of them. Today is an important meeting day, and everyone is already here. Irene's voice was a reminder as she got closer. What kind of meeting is this? I'm not even sure if I should greet you two properly. Irene stood next to Mayel, crossing her arms, her voice full of exasperation. Meanwhile, Doom Prim just stayed silent, let out a cold snort, his face still fuming with anger, and then decisively turned his back and walked away, without even a glance at Mayel and Irene. Is he always that much of a jerk? Mayel turned to Irene, a questioning look in his eyes. Not really, except on special days like today. Normally he's a man of very few words, Irene explained, but Mayel still couldn't quite grasp what she meant. Irene revealed that Doom Prim's weakness is the king of hell. He craves recognition from that arrogant bastard more than anyone, and he's willing to kneel and submit for it. She added that the king of hell rarely summons anyone, so Doom Prim mistakenly thinks Mayel is getting special treatment. Mayel immediately pondered the implications of this. Irene suddenly turned to look straight at Mayel and smiled. A moment that left him completely stunned and unable to react. Irene curiously asked if he was actually planning to fight for real. Mayel immediately denied it, insisting he wasn't stupid enough to get disqualified from the competition. Mayel waved his hand, dismissing Irene's speculation. He believed that Doom Prim wouldn't have dared to actually attack either. He was just trying to intimidate him with his aura. Irene suddenly asked a mischievous question. So, were you scared of him just now? The blunt question made Mayel freeze for a second. She warned him that Doom Prim is as solid as a fortress, immune to normal attacks. Hearing that, Mayel just silently raised his hand to look at it. I never thought for a second I'd lose. Mayel clenched his fist, his fighting spirit flaring. Because no matter how solid a wall is, if you keep hammering it, it's gonna break. He shot back confidently. I'm pretty damn strong too, right? The comment made Irene chuckle. She admitted he was a total weirdo. Irene seriously warned Mayel to be extremely careful, because Doom Prime absolutely will not hold back. At the same time, the sound of someone's footsteps quietly faded away. She warned that after this clash, Doom Prime will definitely make you his target. Elsewhere, his determined eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. The scene shifts to the dorms at XN Academy. Peaceful morning sunlight streamed through the window panes. A long sigh echoed out. Jason was sprawled out, muttering about his crushing disappointment. Mayel patted his teammate's shoulder comfortingly, encouraging him that everyone had fought their hardest and didn't need to beat themselves up. John admitted that getting 4th place without Mayel was still okay, but another teammate immediately shot back that it was a disappointing result, not an achievement. He was bummed about losing their winning streak, but shrugged in acceptance. At least they proved the Academy's real strength. Jason asked Mayel about his plan for the upcoming individual test. Just then, a cheerful teammate walked in carrying 2 bags full of vanilla cokes. Of course, the goal is to win. Mayel answered Jason's question while taking a cold can from his teammate. He declared firmly that he had to hold the #1 spot until the very last second. His eyes shone with determination as he popped the can open, thinking to himself, right now he was still tied for 1st place in the individual rankings. The names he had to surpass were Irene Pryor, Chucky, and Dalian Mankin. And of course, you couldn't forget Doom Prime. They were all top-tier opponents. He was competing for the championship against nothing but heavy hitters. The next match would be decisive, a true battle for survival. This round is a fierce survival battle among the top 32 representatives, taking place on a massive artificial island. The scoring system is ruthless. 1st place gets 32 points and last place gets only 1 point. Scores are based on performance, promising a massive shakeup in the rankings. His teammate trusted Mayel would do well, but he was curious why Mayel wasn't preparing anything. Mayel asked back, confused. What do you mean, prepare what? Jason pointed out that all the other players were scrambling to find allies for the survival battle. Mayel hesitated a little when he heard that. The rules of the survival battle allow for alliances, making it a key strategy to distinguish friend from foe and build a strong team. His teammates were worried that every opponent would form a team, and they wondered how Mayel could possibly fight all those alliances alone. A teammate suggested he try allying with Column, but Mayel was lost in thought. The first person he thought of was Irene, the girl with white hair. He wondered if she would agree. And even then, the team would still be short on people. Hey Mayel, let's make a team! Seda suddenly burst through the door, suggesting excitedly. Mayel was completely surprised by his appearance. Mayel suddenly realized, that's right, there's still this guy. His face immediately brightened, and he looked at Seda triumphantly, like he'd just hit the jackpot. Mayel warned Seda not to betray him midway. Seda brushed it off. I should be the one saying that. Both of them immediately rushed out the door, moving with urgency. Mayel silently assessed Seda as an honest and reliable person. He glanced at Seda, his eyes filled with hope and trust in his new teammate. Mayel urged, hurry up, we're still short one person. With that, he sped up, leaving Seda behind. Seda hurried to catch up. Hey, who else is there besides me? Never mind, she's probably out of our league since she's rejected every offer. She's planning on participating alone. Amidst the bustling crowd, Mayel and Seda stood there, their gazes locked on a single target. Don't tell me you're planning to invite her? Seda flinched when he realized who the target in front of them was. Their target was the brilliant red shawl, emblazoned with a 5-petaled flower, fluttering in the wind. Are you crazy? That's Irene Pryor, a championship contender. How close are you two? Seda still couldn't believe his ears. Mayel just answered the blunt question nonchalantly. We're pretty close. How close? Awesome. So I'm about to be on the same team as Irene Pryor. Seda was getting overly excited. Mayel had to cut him off helplessly. Calm down. I haven't even asked her yet. The rumor is she's rejected everyone, so if we get rejected too, it'll be a huge loss of face. Seda's face flushed red with anxiety. Mayel said, exasperated, you're acting like you're about to confess your love. Seda snapped back in embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense. Just then, Mayel sensed a presence right beside him. He shot a look to the side. It was Irene, the girl with that signature white hair, who had popped up out of nowhere, smiling straight at him. I've been waiting for you, Mayel. Irene suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. She talked to him like they were old friends, super casual and all. The three of them quickly got together in a discreet strategy room. The whole crew leaned over a huge map of the contest grounds spread out before them. After geeking out over it for a bit, they started to cook up a survival plan. Mayel kicked things off, pointing out the biggest threat. So the biggest alliance is rolling 14 members deep. Irene immediately dropped some intel. That's right. That alliance is led by Mankin from the Frela Academy of Holy Arts, a total genius who's always ranked in the top 5 to win it all. His main thing is light and holy magic, so the team pegged him as a super tough opponent to drop. The vibe in the room instantly got super tense. Set closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, looking totally stressed out. He mumbled, the numbers ain't the issue, but Dolly's crew is for sure the scariest one out there. Mayel immediately shut down Set's line of thinking. He said that Take was dead wrong. The other two snapped their heads toward him. They were shocked that Mayel insisted there was someone even scarier. Just him saying the name Doom Prim was enough to make the whole room go dead silent. That was the real threat, the one they both seemed to have totally spaced on. Mayel's face was dead serious. He stressed that Doom Prim is the biggest wild card, a lone wolf powerful enough to flip the whole competition on its head. Before they knew it, competition day was here. The sun was blazing down on the deck, but nobody knew if it was a good sign or just the quiet before everything went nuts. The proctor did one last check. Is everyone suited up in full protective gear? He went over the main rule again in front of all the contestants, who were hanging on his every word. When your armor's durability hits 0, you're out and instantly teleported off the island. A little while later, the fancy ship docked at the man-made island, the official site of the survival battle royale. The contestants stepped off onto the island one by one. The vibe was split. Some were all tense and worried, their feet dragging, while others were totally pumped, ready for whatever came their way. The second he stepped on the island, Set started shaking like a leaf, admitting he was totally freaking out. A complete 180. Mayel didn't even blink, his eyes glued to what was in front of him. Set glanced at the main island, shrouded in a hazy barrier, and asked, we just gotta hold out for 72 hours, right? Mayel, with his ice-cold gaze, just nodded. Instantly, all eyes were on Doom Prim. Everyone started sweating bullets. Everyone was on edge, knowing his power was way beyond peak B rank. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. And just as everyone figured, Doom Prim was rolling solo. Mayel's crew still looked wary, though. Irene immediately warned them, never look down on him, because sometimes the lone wolf is the deadliest hunter. Mayel gave the order, no time to waste. We need to take a boat to the main island now. Irene and Set were right with him. Let's roll. The crew's little boat started gliding slowly across the blue water into the contest area. Their boat slowly pushed through some kind of energy barrier. They were officially on the island. Irene touched the barrier, confirming it was a safe zone. Mayel nodded, adding, yeah, and its perimeter is going to keep shrinking over time. The second they hit the shore, The three of them bolted like their lives depended on it. Mayel pushed them. Faster. We gotta grab the best strategic spot. The island was overgrown with thick trees. Sunlight barely managed to sneak through the dense leaves, making these faint light streaks in the dead quiet jungle. Right in the middle of all that tension, the peace and quiet of the forest was suddenly wrecked by a loud growl from someone's stomach. The culprit was none other than Set. While the three of them were hiding up in a tree, his stomach was raising hell, and he had to ask, Mayel, why didn't we get any food back at the entrance? Mayel could only sigh, looking totally done with him. Irene immediately jumped on him. Wasn't it you, Mr. Setmaniri, who was all about setting up an ambush first? Set's face went bright red, and he started sweating, trying to change the subject. Hey, you're in this squad too. You trying to start something with me? A huge noise from behind suddenly cut them off, and they both snapped their heads around. Off in the distance, a massive explosion ripped through the middle of the forest. The light was so bright they had to shield their eyes, and the shockwave rocked the whole area. Set was totally stunned. The fight's already kicking off this fast? Mayel crossed his arms and looked down, a smirk on his face like a beast that just spotted its next meal. Mayel called to Seda, it's our turn now. Seda didn't get it and asked what was going on. Mayel reassured him, I told you not to worry about food. You're about to eat until you pop. Our prey has delivered themselves to us. Mayel casually pointed down at a group of 5 people cautiously scouting the area. They were moving around scared, like a bunch of helpless animals. One of the exhausted guys in the group started whining. Why can't we just get the food later? All this walking is killing me. Their leader, exhausted too, tried to rally them. Those other spots are guaranteed to have food and water. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot out of nowhere, flying straight at them. The arrow hit some unlucky dude. He fell backward, screaming in pain. The rest of them were still clueless, having no idea what just happened. The group finally snapped out of it. They scrambled into a defensive formation, shouting, We're being ambushed! It's an ambush! Seda appeared on a tree branch, a cold smirk on his face as a magic orb formed in his hand. You little punks, I've been waiting for you. Seda then unleashed a torrent of magic. A storm of screaming ice arrows rained down on the group of 5. Right beside him, Irene started chanting, her hands clasped together. Her face was completely blank. A massive blue orb of mana glowed brightly overhead. It was way more powerful than Seda's attack, swirling violently. Even Mayel was shocked, realizing it was a Tier 5 ice spell. Blizzard! Irene unleashed a massive amount of energy with overwhelming power. The magic explosion erupted like a vortex, ripping through space with sharp shards of ice. The roar it made showed its insane destructive power. Seda's jaw dropped at the sight. That's Irene Sperato for you, casting a high-tier spell without even flinching. In the middle of his own spell, Seda's eyes suddenly shot open in shock. He sensed a massive amount of energy coming back at them. The other group wasn't scared at all. They decided to counterattack. Their leader shouted, There are 3 enemies in total, and one of them is Irene Sperato. Attack and defend. Take down whoever you can. A barrage of counterattacks filled the air. The shockwave from the magic clash was so strong, everyone nearby had to shield their faces. Mayel wasn't surprised they fought back. He never underestimates his opponents. They were all top students from their academies, definitely not some random scrubs. Seeing his chance, Mayel decided to make his move. He instantly jumped down from the tree. A brown-haired guy on the enemy team, with his sharp hearing, sensed something was off. He muttered warily, What was that noise? Staring at the thick bushes ahead, he figured the last enemy had to be hiding in there. Then, to save his own neck, the brown-haired mage launched a preemptive attack at the bushes. The target's over there! The magic blast shot through the foliage, straight at Mayel, but he didn't even flinch, and calmly faced it head-on. Instantly, Mayel activated his time refraction skill. He zipped past every enemy without a single problem, closing in on the last guy in the blink of an eye. Mayel's speed left everyone wide-eyed with terror. Mayel leaned forward, gathering all his strength, ready to unleash a world-shaking kick. A thunderous kick landed right on the brown-haired mage, taking him out of the fight instantly. His teammates stared, their jaws on the floor. To get revenge for his buddy, another guy immediately used the tree prison skill. Countless vines erupted from the ground, shooting toward Mayel to tie him up. But having dealt with this trick before, Mayel easily dodged it with a simple jump, and at the same time, a fireball started forming in his hand. Realizing just how dangerous that fireball was, the rest of the enemies knew their best option was to run for it. They panicked and scattered in all directions like headless chickens, screaming, "That's an explosive fireball! Everyone get back!" But their bad luck wasn't over. They only made it a few feet before Seida's sharp ice darts blocked their escape. Seida cheered like a crazy fan from the sidelines, yelling, "Mayel, mess him up!" Answering his teammates' hype, Mayel threw the fireball with all his strength like a game-winning slam dunk. The unlucky dude couldn't escape, even though he was running for his life. His face turned pale as he screamed in despair. A devastating explosion erupted, the shockwave expanding in a dome, wiping out everything in its path. All the nearby trees were blown away, and a blinding light swallowed the whole area. In the end, that mage collapsed right there, totally knocked out on the ground. At the same time, the durability of the armor reached its limit. The system immediately ruled the guy eliminated and teleported him off the island. Mayel glanced over at the others. They couldn't help but tremble, the hair on their necks standing on end. All they could do was let out terrified screams. From his dominant position, Mayel calmly calculated that it was now a 3-on-4 fight. Right behind him, Irene and Seida slowly moved forward. They formed a pincer movement. Realizing the power gap was too wide to overcome, the other team's captain humiliatingly announced, "We surrender." Mayel couldn't hide his excitement. He declared, "Looks like we've got food now." After their victory and looting the opponents, the team scored a huge amount of provisions, even some meat. This might be enough to last us for 3 days. Those guys really kept their food well preserved. Seida checked the loot with a smug grin, telling the losers, "Thanks a lot, we're gonna eat well." Suddenly, another massive explosion went off in the distance. The shocking sound made Seida flinch. All three of them immediately turned their attention toward the blast. Irene figured Dion's alliance was probably heading that way. A massive clash just went down. Who would dare to take on a team of over 10 people head-on? "That's what you call being on a whole other level," Irene explained with her arms crossed. "Very few mages can ever reach that level." "It's only been 1 year and he's already come this far?" Seida exclaimed in shock. Hearing that, Mayel immediately grew quiet. "He's seriously strong." Mayel's expression turned grim, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. His mind was focused on the top-ranked swordsman, Doom Bram. A door creaked open, letting the brilliant orange sunset spill into the dark room. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Mayel was silent, lost in thought. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to accommodate a large number of contestants. Dolly's team will probably target this place. Irene nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense. And Doom Bram, he's sure to go there too." At the mention of his name, Mayel's expression grew even more grim. He knows that place will be crawling with people, but he's still planning to go it alone? "Isn't that way too reckless?" Irene asked, confused. "No, he'll definitely show up. It's the best strategy for him to win in the end." Irene didn't get it and immediately asked, "Why do you think so?" "Because of the kill points," Mayel replied, making Irene's jaw drop. "For every single contestant that gets eliminated, the kill points skyrocket." "If I were Doom Bram, that's a genius move," Seida said admiringly. "Damn, he's crafty as hell. I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes and think about what I'd do in his situation," Mayel said with a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Besides, he's desperate to impress the Underworld King, and the only way to do that is with the most reckless and overwhelming play. You're a weird dude." Irene gave Mayel a skeptical look, which made him a little flustered. As night fell, a mysterious figure was sneaking around outside their house. "Did you check how many of them there are?" Mayel cautiously peeked through the curtains. Irene replied, "Just one. I turned off the lights to stay hidden. I don't think he knows we're in here. He's heading this way." Mayel watched the stranger with intense caution. "Irene, go wake Seida up," Mayel commanded. "We're in danger and that idiot is still sleeping like a log. I'll keep watch." The mysterious figure slowly approached the front door. The sound of footsteps rustling through the grass echoed clearly in the dead of night. He stopped right in front of the door, apparently listening for any signs of movement inside the house. Mayel was already hidden and waiting, just waiting for the stranger to open the door to take him down. Mayel's face was taut with tension. He held his breath, trying to figure out who this person traveling alone could be. The intruder stepped inside cautiously and immediately shut the door tight behind him. The stranger moved deeper into the room, completely unaware that Mayel was hiding in the shadows right beside him. Seizing the moment, Mayel shot out from the shadows, grabbing the intruder's cloak and startling him. Mayel threw all his weight into flinging the guy forward, causing him to stumble and crash to the floor. Just as the stranger was about to shout, Mayel was on him, clamping a hand over his mouth to keep him quiet. A burst of magical light flared up as Irene appeared. She shined it right in the face of the person Mayel had pinned down. In the magical glow, the intruder's face became clear. Seida gasped in shock. "It's you." Realizing it was Kankalis, Mayel loosened his grip. The mage immediately groaned from the pain of being slammed to the ground. He quickly tried to explain, I didn't mean to break in. I was just looking for a place to crash. If I knew you guys were here, I wouldn't have come in. Mayel still held him tight, not letting go. Mayel frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. Are you alone? The mage weakly nodded. That's right. Set immediately checked outside. He pulled back the curtain to scout the area. Where's your crew? I remember your alliance had 6 people. The intruder uttered 2 words. Doom Prim. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze, becoming incredibly tense. He recounted, we fell into his trap. Callus's face turned pale as he recalled the sight of Doom Prim slaughtering his teammates. Callus began his story. Their plan was bold, using their numbers to ambush Mankin's team, aiming to farm kill points. Just then, Doom Prim showed up. He attacked from above, a lightning-fast strike just as their formation scattered to search for supplies. Irene was shocked. All 6 of them were taken down by Doom Prim? The guy shook his head. No, only one was eliminated. We managed to defend in time, but the real disaster struck right after that. The explosion from Doom Prim's attack lured Dion's team over. We were caught in a crossfire, and even though we fought like hell, only 2 of us, including me, managed to escape. The tragedy wasn't over. Both Callus and his last teammate were severely injured. They had to painfully drag themselves to find a way out. At their most desperate moment, Doom Prim appeared once again. He blocked their path, his killing intent exploding, staring down at his 2 wounded prey. Callus gritted his teeth as he explained, that bastard had been hiding, watching the entire battle. He waited for us to be exhausted and injured before silently tailing us for the finish. Mayel analyzed internally. He used both sides. What a brilliant move. Mayel had to admit Doom Prim's ruthless calculation. This time he'd definitely rake in all the points. Callus suddenly begged, I know this is shameless, but please let me join your team. Set was surprised this guy would make such a request. Set rubbed his chin, assessing him. Even though this guy was exhausted, his plan to ambush Mankin showed he wasn't bad at tactics. Mayel coldly rejected him. No way. The firm decision stunned both Set and Irene. They asked for a reason in unison. Mayel stared daggers at Callus, his gaze ice-cold. How did you escape? The direct question made the guy break out in a cold sweat. Mayel pressed him. With Doom Prim's personality, he would never let an injured prey get away. His expression was as serious as an interrogator's. Irene and Set immediately saw the hole in the story. Set pointed at him. Oh, you mean this guy's shady? Mayel instantly analyzed the situation. There were only 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prim intentionally let you go. Or 3, there's a third party watching us. To be sure, Mayel immediately activated the system, requesting a check on this guy's true identity. The system returned a question mark, identity unconfirmed. The imposter knew he'd been exposed. He gritted his teeth. You're not Callus? Mayel growled. He raised his fist, his killing intent flaring, ready to fight. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, shattering the silence of the night. Startled, an owl quickly flew away. At the scene, a huge chunk of the house was blown out, with embers still smoldering. The intruder had vanished, leaving behind only a cloak. It was a clone. The sight of the clone dissipating left Irene and Set stunned. Mayel immediately ordered an emergency retreat. As dawn broke, the sun began to peek over the majestic mountain peaks. Mayel analyzed, the real Callus was probably already taken out. It's highly likely his entire 7-person team has been eliminated. The group quickly packed up and left, but Mayel believed the information the clone provided wasn't entirely false. Irene suddenly spoke up. She wanted to say something important about the one who fought Callus's team, grabbing the attention of the other 2. Irene's expression turned unusually serious as she began to share her info. She quoted a saying from the Mazzaros Sea. If you want to hunt a pirate, the best way is to use another pirate. Mayel silently shouldered his backpack. He got the message. It was time to hunt the enemy. Mayel smirked, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. At a large base deep in the forest, Dalian Mankin was asking his teammate, have you found their location yet? His teammate sneered. They're scurrying around like rats on the west bank. The guy admitted his scout puppet had been discovered and destroyed. Dalian frowned in confusion. Your puppet was found? How? The other guy shrugged. He wasn't sure either, but the puppet was destroyed by a fatal pincer attack. He grinned widely, revealing a twisted expression. Dalian fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed tightly. He started plotting his next move. He muttered the names of his 3 targets, Irene Sperato, Seda Manri, and Louis Nell. All of them were a total pain in the ass. Dalian began to map out his counterplan. Suddenly, a scream echoed out, an ambush from the rear. A blinding flash of light unexpectedly slammed into Dalian's base. Holy spear! Dalian reacted instantly, grabbing his weapon and rushing out to meet the attack. He was stunned when he realized the enemy wasn't Luinel. The guy who set the surprise ended up being the one surprised. A massive explosion of holy magic rocked the entire forest. That was Dion's divine art. Everything was going exactly as planned. Mayel, Irene, and Seda were actually hiding up in the trees. Seda was even munching on an apple, chilling like he was watching a movie. Seda laughed smugly, saying once they hear the fireworks, those idiots will come swarming. But we're not even there. Irene watched intently and asked, "So what's the plan now?" Mayel stood up, smirking that the trap had worked. He announced, "Now, it's time to rack up some kill points." Both of them immediately snapped into a combat stance. A chaotic scene unfolded as Dalian stared in shock at his teammates. The three guys who were mistaken for Mayel's crew were cowering in fear, and Mayel's squad showed up right on cue. Seda looked intrigued. "Is this what you call a temporary alliance? Might be worth a shot." One of Dalian's guys got his nerve back, screaming, "There's only 6 of them. Get 'em!" He stupidly charged right at them, completely clueless about how outmatched he was. Suddenly, an immense surge of power shot out from behind Seda. It was so fast that even Mayel was caught off guard. The guy who just charged in was immediately struck by that force, his body blown away a good 100 yards. The whole thing happened so fast, nobody had time to react to the surprise attack. Dalian's alliance was completely floored, horrified to see their teammate get one-shotted. Even our 3 main players were shocked by that overwhelming power. They all whipped around to look at whoever made the move. Mayel's pupils constricted when he realized it was Doom Priam. He blitzed through the battlefield at an insane speed. A blue aura shrouded his entire body. With a single slash of his sword, Doom Priam took down 3 more members of Dalian's team right in front of everyone. Seda asked hesitantly, "Doom Priam, you want to team up with us?" Irene frowned. "Looks like we've got another ally we didn't ask for." Mayel was wary but went along with it since it benefited them. Mayel immediately decided to prioritize taking out Dalian's team first. The final battle was about to kick off, and most of the survivors were gathered here. Dalian's team started to panic. "Why is Doom Priam only attacking us?" People started falling back to their base, trying to yell, "Don't retreat! Fight together!" Mayel roared, "Earthquake!" He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a tremor aimed right at the guys rushing them. Horrific screams immediately echoed throughout the forest. A voice suddenly cut through the noise. Mayel instantly snapped his head up, his eyes locking onto the speaker. Doom Priam coldly vaulted over the unconscious body of a defeated opponent. He landed right in front of Mayel, blocking his path. Doom Priam's face was stone cold, his piercing gaze locked onto Mayel, completely devoid of emotion. He said Mayel's name, then casually brushed past his shoulder, his deep, menacing voice making Mayel freeze. He tossed out a chilling declaration of war. "I will be the one to end you with my own hands." His glare at Mayel was filled with raw, undisguised hatred. With that, Doom Priam instantly vanished. He cleared a path with his sword, leaving Mayel behind. Mayel stood frozen on the spot, lost in thought. Mayel could only sigh, his eyes tracking Doom Priam's back until he vanished completely into the woods. Time passes, and the scene quickly cuts to the central observation room. The scene shifts again to a small, isolated house deep in a dense forest. Inside, a young man is going through an intense training routine, his body drenched in sweat and showing clear signs of exhaustion. The group had set up a checkpoint at Base B. Near the center of the island, Mayel was training like a maniac, completely soaked in sweat. That massive battle was over. The strongest alliance had been shattered, leaving only Dalian, Manson, and Chucky. Doom Priam had also split off from the temporary alliance. The recurring quest log reported, punches 5,500, kicks 5,500, 15-kilometer run 1 out of 1, combat practice 1 out of 1. Mayel was breathing heavily, satisfied that he'd finally finished after slacking off for so long. The soft creak of a door opening made Mayel stop instantly, turning his head toward the entrance. Irene walked out with a smile and asked, "You're awake?" Mayel nods. Irene walks down the hall, asking about his training. Mayel awkwardly admits he was feeling antsy. She brings up the brutal battle from before, which makes Mayel just stay quiet. Irene announces Seda has made breakfast. Mayel quickly changes the subject. He thanks her. On the table is a neatly arranged plate of steak and eggs. Irene starts eating. The steak is cooked perfectly, thick, juicy, and has a seriously tempting color. The second she tastes the first bite, Irene's eyes light up, shocked by the flavor. Mayel walks in from outside, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking all cool. He comments, "Seda's a real jack of all trades. This food is killer, right?" Irene looks guilty for going to bed first without saying anything. But Mayel gives a reassuring smile. He gets that she was wiped out after her night watch. Mayel sits down in the chair across from her, slowly pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Irene suddenly calls out to Mayel just as he's lifting the cup to his lips, making him snap his attention to her. Irene says seriously that there's a question she's been wanting to ask for a long time. Mayel casually replies, asking what's up. Irene looks Mayel straight in the eye and asks a serious question. What are your plans after graduation? Mayel is quiet for a second, then throws the question back at her. Irene explains she's just curious because with his insane talent, she's sure he won't pick some boring path. Irene explains that the mages who are fighting tooth and nail here will all have to blend into society eventually, starting a life connected to the outside world. She lists the usual options like joining the Knights to protect some territory, signing up for the Royal Army, doing research at the Magic Tower, or joining an adventurer's guild. All of them are totally normal paths. Miles stares into his teacup, thinking about his own path. Mayel admits, honestly, he has no idea. He's never really thought seriously about the future. He puts his teacup down, lacing his fingers together. He explains that just last year he was a total nobody at the bottom of the class, so he didn't have time to think about stuff way down the road. Mayel looks down at the table. Back then, his only goal was to become an Earth Mage. He smiles. Maybe after this competition he'll figure out what to do, or maybe he'll just go back to the academy and chill. Irene keeps listening silently. Mayel asks Irene the same question, but she admits she's just like him, totally clueless. Irene confesses she's never once decided for herself what kind of mage she wants to be. She's just always done what everyone expected of her. She lowers her head, repeating the same old line, Irene, you have to become a great mage. She lifts the teacup with both hands and takes a small sip. Mayel just watches quietly. Irene puts the cup down on the table and declares, that's why I've made my own decision. Irene puts her hands on the table, her voice determined as she announces her #1 goal is to take down Doom Prim. Her golden eyes are blazing with willpower. She believes that winning will help her figure out her future, to know exactly what kind of mage she wants to be, and the mood instantly gets heavy. The normal chat has turned into a declaration of war against Doom Prim. Doom Prim is the massive mountain Irene has to climb, the roadblock that always keeps her stuck in second place. Mayel smiles. He totally gets it and respects her drive. He decides he'll help her reach that goal. Irene's face lights up with a brilliant smile when he agrees. She's grateful that Mayel understands everyone has their own demons they have to deal with themselves. Night falls. A perfect full moon hangs in the star-filled sky. The three of them look out the window. Seeing the safe zone shrinking faster and faster, they figure they only have about 1 hour left before they have to get a move on. Sita uses magic to light up the map. They figure out that only the central village and base A are still safe. If everyone's in the village, taking that spot is a solid tactic. Mayel warns that Doom Prim could be setting up an ambush, a theory that instantly shocks both Seta and Irene. Seta stares outside, on edge. Irene is worried about the safe zone closing in. They'll be in deep trouble if they don't figure something out soon. Seta links his hands behind his head and suggests they just barge in and attack, an idea that leaves Irene totally speechless with this meathead. Irene shoots back, stressing that they need to be careful and not draw attention. Mayel, who'd been quiet with his arms crossed this whole time, finally speaks up. Hold on, I've got a plan. Mayel's words instantly shut down the argument. Seta and Irene both whip their heads around to look at him. Mayel starts laying out his strategy. There are only a few people left, so moving up even one rank will score them a ton of points. And just like Irene said, every opponent is going to be super cautious. Besides, after that chaotic fight this morning, it's highly likely no one will expect us to make another move right away. Seta still didn't get it. This is the perfect opportunity for us to go on the offensive and hunt down Doom Prim. Seta and Irene were both stunned by this bold move from Mayel. Dalian and Chucky have already lost all their comrades. The remaining weaklings will go into hiding. But Doom Prim, confident in his own power, will definitely show himself. Mayel frowned, his expression dead serious. He stressed that they couldn't just ignore him, or they themselves would be in mortal danger. Irene asked the practical question, but how are we supposed to find Doom Prim? How can you hunt an opponent whose whereabouts are unknown? Before Mayel could answer, a massive explosion from outside completely blew the door to their base off its hinges. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a tall, intimidating figure emerged and stepped inside. It was Prim, his face ferocious, his eyes bloodshot. He radiated killing intent as he stared directly at Mayel. Did you sleep well? Mayel's expression didn't change. He calmly faced Doom Prim and said, we need to move this somewhere outside. The silent night only intensified the incredibly tense and oppressive atmosphere. Seta cautiously stepped forward, anxiously asking if Mayel had been captured, but Mayel raised a hand to reassure him, confirming that he himself had brought Doom Prim here. Seda snapped impatiently. Why bring him here instead of ambushing him? Mayel awkwardly explained that he never intended to set an ambush, while Doom Prim remained completely silent. Mayel turned back to look Doom Prim straight in the face. He declared, "Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Sperato." Then he turned to look at Irene, who was clutching her dress, clearly tense. Seda was completely stunned by Mayel's baffling decision. Doom Prim just stood there and let out a soft, unreadable sigh. Mayel sighed and began to explain. Irene is actually very strong, but she always comes in second to Doom Prim. That's made her extremely anxious and obsessed. He recalled how Irene always got flustered and evasive when asked about it. It's probably a family issue, so she doesn't want to share the details. Mayel remembered Irene's determined face. He believed this was her way of facing the problem, a way for her to believe in the path of a mage that she has chosen. Snapping out of his thoughts, Mayel looked up, assessing the small girl who was struggling, sweat pouring down her face. She braced herself, conjuring a massive, violently swirling orb of blue ice magic. She gathered every ounce of her strength, pushing the massive, magical construct straight forward. Irene roared Ice Storm, and the orb of ice shrieked, flashing as it shot forward. It aimed straight for Doom Prim, who held his sword up in a defensive stance. An earth-shattering magical explosion erupted, the sound louder than a bombing raid. The entire forest shook. The ground, the trees, and every living creature trembled. Irene frowned, completely stunned by the result. The blue light vanished, replaced by a blazing red glow that erupted, blowing everything away. It was a magic shield. A blazing red sphere that enveloped him, providing absolute protection for Prim. A moment later, the fiery sphere shattered, a brilliant light from within flashing against the night sky. As the explosion dissipated, Doom Prim appeared at the epicenter, holding his sword with the cool confidence of a protagonist. The ground around him was carved into a deep crater, dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, his ice-cold face was revealed, veins popping as he clenched his teeth, his fiery gaze fixed on his opponent like a demon king. Irene was completely exhausted, drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth helplessly. Seda, standing beside them, started to worry. Mayel, is it really okay to let her face him alone like this? Mayel appeared calm on the outside, but his brow was furrowed in thought, his insides churning with the urge to intervene. The battle was fierce, and Irene was spent. Meanwhile, Doom Prim, his face as cold as a demon's, prepared to launch his next attack. He swung his sword, unleashing a blazing red magical flame, aiming it straight at Irene. She no longer had the strength to defend herself, and she was completely terrified. She watched helplessly as the destructive power rushed ever closer, knowing full well she couldn't possibly dodge it. A figure suddenly rushed forward, shielding Irene. He took Doom Prim's fatal blow head-on. It was none other than Mayel. Irene stared in shock at the back of the man who was shielding and protecting her. Mayel, while blocking Doom Prim's attack, casually turned his head back to speak to Irene. I said I'd let you attack first, not that I'd let him finish you off. Hearing that, a weight seemed to lift from Irene's shoulders, and she collapsed to the ground, panting. Mayel glanced at her and smirked. I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you, not for the sake of our victory. Mayel turned back to face Doom Prim, aggressively provoking him. Doom Prim, it's time to get wild, he scoffed, looking him over with a sneer. You plan on taking me on alone? Not gonna call that meathead over too? Seda yelled back. This meathead ain't deaf, you know. Go wreck that jerk. Mayel stepped closer to Doom Prim. Of course I'm fighting you alone. Or would the two of us be too much for you to handle? It was a trash-talking showdown and neither was backing down. Mayel felt a little smug, thinking he'd learned how to deal with swordsmen from Sir Chester. He recalled the lesson. The core of a knight is their footwork. It's how they channel power into their sword and predict their enemies' moves. So if I can just take out Doom Prim's legs... At that same moment, Doom Prim launched himself into the air. He charged straight ahead with his sword raised, preparing for a fierce exchange. Mayel focused intensely, waiting for the opening he'd already anticipated. Right on cue, Mayel's eyes narrowed, and he smirked to himself. Everything is going according to plan. The moment Doom Prim swung his sword to strike, Mayel instantly flipped back, perfectly dodging the deadly slash. Mayel smirked. That was it. Way too easy. But life is never that simple. Mayel's eyes shot wide in horror as a lightning-fast shadow blurred past him. Before he knew it, Doom Prim had already zipped in front of him. The magic-infused sword grazed past Mayel. His brain hadn't even caught up with the situation yet. Then, drops of blood began to patter onto the dark ground in the night. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage, Doom Prim roared, a powerful reminder to Mayel. who was now struggling to even stand. Mayel clutched the wound on his arm, sweat pouring from the pain, but he still forced his head up toward the taunting voice. Doom Prom raised his sword, explaining that they had never witnessed the power of a true magic swordsman. He immediately attacked. The sound of magic clashing rang out violently. Doompram started pressing his attack, swinging his sword with every step forward. Mayel was constantly forced back as Doompram roared furiously. "Defend yourself, Mayel!" Mayel struggled to retreat, and he clicked his tongue, bitterly admitting he'd never faced an enemy this overwhelming. Mayel racked his brain. His usual strategy against mages was to use time refraction, get in close, and exploit a critical weakness. He realized Doompram had completely countered that playstyle by combining magic with close-range sword fighting, making it impossible for him to get near. Mayel suddenly stopped, unable to back up any further. He was cornered, but what horrified him was a scratch that had just torn through the fabric on his thigh. The wound wasn't just bleeding, the skin around it was bruised and the blood was turning a sickly gray. Doompram immediately explained. "That's called the radiation effect," he continued as he advanced. "The wound will constantly absorb your kinetic energy, completely paralyzing you, just like what happened to Irene." Doompram's expression shifted as he declared menacingly, "The show is over," and he slammed the tip of his sword into the ground. A torrent of magic erupted, no longer fiery red, but transforming into a deadly, ethereal black-purple. The energy enveloped Doompram as a pair of magical night-purple wings suddenly unfurled. Feathers drifted down, melting into the shadows. Witnessing this sudden power-up, Seda and Irene, watching from the sidelines, instantly felt a sense of dread. They screamed out in worry for Mayel. Mayel's eyes widened as he realized how dire the situation was. This was 5th-tier magic. Doompram roared the name of the technique, Wings of Demonic Suppression. His magic exploded, creating an emerald green light, but in contrast to its beauty were the dark, jagged wings. The magical force created a violent gale that began to sweep away everything around Doompram. This power was terrifying, strong enough to blow away a person standing firm. Irene and Seda were immediately hit by it, both of them stumbling and having to desperately cling to a large nearby rock to keep from being blown away. They screamed in terror. Doompram stood defiantly in the eye of the storm. The ground, the boulders, the entire path around him had been crushed to rubble by the sheer magical pressure. Mayel scrambled for cover behind a large boulder. He couldn't believe this insane power. Doompram was just too strong, truly deserving of his champion title. Mayel gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to tear a strip of cloth from his leather sleeve. He braced himself and quickly used it to tie off the wound on his thigh, to stop the radiation effect from spreading any further. Just then, a sudden light flashed. Mayel looked down in surprise at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was glowing with this weird light. Across from him, Doomprim was just standing there, all imposing. The whole place around him was a total wasteland now. All the plants were dead and withered. He sighed, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Mayel, I really expected more from you, but this is just pathetic." Mayel carefully peeked out from behind a boulder, staring right at Doomprim. "Yeah, I'll give you that." After saying his piece, Mayel stepped all the way out from cover, facing down the intimidating enemy. "Doomprim, you're seriously on another level. For a while there, I thought you were an unbreakable wall." The guy glanced over, his voice dripping with venom. "So you're just gonna roll over and die?" He was chilling on the throne, smirking as he told Mayel to just hit up Moran Palace if he ever needed money. Mayel just managed a weak smile, knowing he'd be in debt for life. He took off with the gold, realizing the prince still had him on a leash, but his next appointment was coming up fast. Meo Hoang led Mayel through the massive palace. Mayel cracked a joke, saying you'd need some insane stamina to get through this whole place in a day, a desperate attempt to break the heavy mood. But Meo Hong was clearly not the joking type. He turned around with a stone-cold look and cut him off. "Cut the chatter. Sir Teron is waiting." Mayel stopped dead in his tracks. Oh, right. He just had to laugh it off awkwardly, muttering to himself that nobody in this place had a sense of humor. Maybe they needed to go live by the ocean to get some salt in their system. Meo Hoang suddenly asked a question. "Are you dead set on that mission?" The question caught Mayel off guard for a sec. He quickly put on his game face and answered firmly, "Yeah, I'm sure." Getting that solid confirmation from Mayel, Meo Hong dropped it. "I get it. You're picking the hardest challenge." Mayel just laughed and said, "Haha, looks like this mission's gonna be fun." Meo Hong just mumbled, "We'll see how Sir Teron takes this." The conversation stopped there, and a heavy door creaked open. The air inside was so gloomy and cold it was creepy, giving him instant goosebumps. Mayel walked into the room where Teron was already waiting with a grim look. and the tension in the air got super thick. Tehran's deep, rough voice shattered the silence. "Get in here, stop dragging your feet." The official showdown kicked off over some still-hot cups of tea. Tehran cut right to the chase. "You really want to pick that pain-in-the-ass mission?" Mayel shot back without missing a beat. "Yep." Hearing that, Tehran took a sip of his tea and slowly broke it down. "The safest gig right now is the subjugation mission. You'll get a royal escort, and the target is just cleaning up some bandit crews near Siciliano. You'll even get praised like some kind of hero." Tehran laid out the perks. Mayel just listened quietly. Tehran looked baffled. "But why would you pick that place? A barren, god-forsaken wasteland." Mayel stayed quiet, but his eyes flashed with something different. He had his answer. "No, it's more like Thien Son." Flashing back to when he picked the mission, Trang popped up out of nowhere, pointing right at one of the items on the list. Mayel was like, "What's that? The system is pushing you. It's the first quest. Accept it." He was still confused. "What exactly does it want me to do?" Trang explained right away. "It's King Graham's homeland." That info left Mayel completely stunned, totally shocked. The system kept dropping bombshells. "It's the place where Draa lived for a solid 100 years. An image of a massive dragon appeared, breathing majestically over a green prairie. Thien Son is way up in the far north of the Rady Kingdom, a mountain peak that scrapes the sky, hidden behind a thick, mysterious fog. This place used to be the domain of the ancient elves, but now there's not a single one left. Those jacked creatures are now just a thing of the past. Except for the King Graham relic back at the academy, the entire elf race was wiped out in the Great War, crushed under the heel of Fee. The land where the elves were wiped out is now just a wasteland. A skull tumbles in the wind, carrying a chill that cuts right to your soul. The main reason the recon mission here is rated as insanely difficult is because of an invisible barrier that covers the whole mountain. It's a magical shield that no spell can get through. Tons of the smartest scholars and mages have tried to figure it out, but they all failed, totally helpless. Mayel's mission is to figure out what that barrier is all about. You could see the determination in his eyes as he remembered what Trang told him. Tehran was still curious. "I don't get why you'd pick such a dump." Tehran scoffed. "You actually find that theory interesting? It sounds like some kid's fairy tale, that the pissed-off elf gods turned the place into a sacred ground." Mayel just gave him a cold look without answering. He was lost in thought. It was true. A normal person would have no reason to care about that dead land. But for him, it was different. That forgotten land was where Draa had hidden for 100 years. That reason alone was more than enough for him to go. Mayel didn't want to get into a long explanation, so he answered curtly that it was the most difficult mission. Tehran tilted his head, looking at him. "Just for that? If you just want to show off, you should pick something else." He clearly didn't believe a 16-year-old kid would do something like that. Tehran continued to try and talk him out of it, saying you don't have to go through all that trouble just to score an achievement. This mission is only difficult because it's an unsolved mystery. Mayel smirked, looking defiant. If a 16-year-old mage could solve that 1,000-year-old mystery, wouldn't that be the most outstanding achievement of all? Tehran kept taunting him. "You'll just go down in the tournament's history as a spectacular failure." Mayel wasn't one to back down and shot back immediately. "Well, failing like that would be a noteworthy achievement in itself, wouldn't it?" Mayel's sharp comeback made Tehran's eyebrows twitch, and his smile became forced and unnatural. Tehran suddenly changed the subject. "Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Huang Ti?" The unexpected question made Mayel freeze for a moment. Noticing Mayel's confusion, Tehran explained, "The goal was to keep you here in Lebden. I wanted to observe you more closely. It was all part of my plan." Mayel was completely silent, the tension clearly showing on his young face. Tehran elaborated, saying he suspected Mayel's unique abilities were directly related to his decision to choose this mission. The atmosphere grew thick, and Tehran let out a warning. "No matter what, you'll always be on my radar." That sharp warning immediately made Mayel feel uneasy. Back in his room, Mayel flopped onto the bed, thinking about the commitment he had just made. But could he really pull it off? He anxiously asked himself. The cat next to him asked, "Why are you so worried? Scared you won't find anything?" Mayel admitted, "I am a little worried. That place has been cut off from the world for centuries. I wonder if I'll be able to find any clues at all." The system immediately retorted, "Humans haven't discovered anything so far. But you're different." Mayel shot back, "I'm human too, you know." The system insisted that he was far beyond human capabilities. Mayel was stunned. "Me? How could I possibly surpass the limits of humanity?" Their argument was cut short by a knock on the door and a voice asking for permission to enter. "Sir Mayel, may we come in?" Mayel quickly sat up. Sure, come in." Two visitors entered the room, and Mayel greeted them. "Hello, Laurent," the cat on his shoulder asked curiously. "Laurent cat? What's that supposed to mean?" Mayel sighed and explained, "It's a hobby of His Highness. All the top mages like to call them that. The system was still baffled, wondering what the hell kind of farm this was. Loran cheerfully walked up to Mayel and spoke. So, Mayel, shall we go? Their destination was the artifact room to claim his well-deserved reward. The three of them moved down the hallway. Loran explained to Mayel as they walked. Matop's artifact room is divided into 4 main sectors. Those 4 sectors are Sector C, Sector B, Sector A, and Sector X. The items in Sector C are the most common, while Sector X contains the rarest stuff. Loran led the way, with Mayel and the stray cat following. The stray cat continued to explain in detail. The stray cat added that Mayel would have the right to explore Sector A. He immediately wondered, so why didn't you mention going to Sector X? Hearing Mayel's question, the stray cat immediately turned away, its expression turning serious. That area is never open for anyone, unless there's a special incident. Not even His Highness is an exception. That's the deal. Mayel's eyes became probing. He immediately wondered what a special incident meant. Following their guide, Mayel began his exploration, starting from Sector C. The three of them entered the room filled with artifacts. Mayel picked up a greatsword that was even bigger than a boar spear. He asked curiously, "Is this a dark sword?" Loran confirmed, "Yes. We only collect well-preserved items from fierce battles with monsters and demons." Mayel examined the sword, truly impressive. It resembled the radiant sword of Doom Pram. The shiny blade clearly reflected his face. He marveled to himself. This really is Maytop's artifact vault. Even Sector C is a treasure trove for many nobles. His gaze was immediately drawn to a book on the floor. The Special Transformation of Tin Brown, he mumbled. "I heard they stopped writing this. Why is it here?" Loran noticed his curiosity and smiled. Loran was surprised. "You know about this book? It's an edition that's over 100 years old." Mayel smiled and replied, "Haha, there was a time when all I could do was read books." He glanced over the book spines, silently reading Behind the 7 Classes of Mazungum Yachts, Exploring Unknown Lands, and Searching for Ancient Creatures. He picked up a book to look at it and turned to ask, "Can everyone freely read these books while in the magic tower?" Stray Cat explained, "Sometimes the tower master allows members to browse, but owning them is impossible. Sector B is a massive treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten spell books to rare ancient texts, and even legendary manuscripts." Mayel ignored the allure of Sector B, decided to head straight for Area A. The unnerving part was that not a single artifact in Area A responded to him. This silence made him a little anxious. He turned back and asked the other two, "Has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before?" Lu Deng scratched his head, answering with a forced smile, "There have been, but very, very few." Lu Deng explained further, "For a mage qualified enough to enter Sector A, having 1 or 2 artifacts respond is already proof of exceptional skill." Mayel's mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all the artifacts was seriously disappointing. He was bummed out but could only manage a weak smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed its arms and smirked like a boss. It tried to cheer him up, nothing to be disappointed about. "They're all just trash." Mayel was floored when he heard that. "What did you just say?" The system started to explain. "Of course, to humans they're all rare items, but the times rare stuff is over there." The system pointed towards a door radiating a dense, murderous aura, like something straight out of hell. Mayel asked in shock, "In Sector X?" The Sector X door itself already looks terrifying enough, and it even has a dragon's head in the middle. Its mouth is wide open like it wants to devour anyone who dares to get close. Trang stared intently at the door. "I think there's something inside created by a dragon. I can even smell unclean dragon scales." Hearing the system say that, Mayel could only sigh. Mayel decided to ignore it, telling himself that no matter how valuable the item inside was, he couldn't get it anyway. He went back to focusing on his search in Sector A, but just as Mayel was about to find something, a sudden burst of blue light erupted, grabbing his attention. Meanwhile, Trang smirked, obviously knowing what was coming. The blinding blue light also made the 2 escorts jump. Lu Deng was so shocked he stuttered, That's the light coming from the Sector X door." The pressure was so intense that if they didn't stand firm, all 3 of them could be blown away and plastered to the wall like posters. Lu Deng shouted, his voice filled with excitement. It's happening. That special event was finally happening. After 56 long years, that sealed door was slowly creaking open. At the same time, in Taron's room, he frowned, his expression extremely serious. "Did the Fang of Kun Khan just react?" Stray Cat, who was reporting, immediately answered respectfully, "Yes, sir." He immediately fell deep into thought. Is this a sign that he's the next successor? Inside Sector X, 3 exceptional artifacts were stored, including the Scepter of Anan, the Scale of Mosi, and finally, the Fang of Kun Khan. These artifacts had one thing in common. They elevated their owners to the pinnacle of power. The Scepter of Anan, the weapon of the first human mage, Anan, it amplified destructive power and symbolized the Mage King. 56 years ago, Tehran himself was chosen by the Scepter of Anan. Anyone acknowledged by it was raised to the highest position in the Magic Tower. Second was the Scale of Mosi, an indestructible suit of armor that resisted all magical attacks. It only chose a master once every century, turning that person into a legendary knight. However, the Fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of the Ogres, was the most mysterious artifact. For the past 100 years, it had never chosen a master. Tehran pondered. The Fang of Kun Khan has chosen Mayel. Does that mean he's really destined for the throne? He wondered. He asked Stray Cat again to ensure the report was accurate. Mayel was able to lift the Fang of Kun Khan? Stray Cat confirmed. Yes, he lifted it with ease. Tehran once again fell into deep thought. The Fang of Kun Khan was an artifact that not even the generals could bring into the tower. He recalled the scene of 6 burly men straining to carry it, their faces showing immense effort. That's not something one person can just lift. It contains a power similar to that of an Ogre. Thinking about that, Tehran seemed to understand the heart of the matter. A power reminiscent of an Ogre. The special mission he was chosen for was a search at Heaven's Mountain, and now the Fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of the Ogres. He quickly organized all the information he had, trying to connect the dots. Then, Tehran suddenly broke the silence, giving an order. Immediately, summoning the Mage of Screams, he gave a decisive command to the Wildcat. Mayel decided to head west to the Heavenly Mountains. The Wildcat instructed, "The mission duration is 1 month. Make sure you finish on time." After giving the instructions, he handed over the supplies to Mayel. "This is your fee," along with an ID card and a train ticket. He took them and said thanks. The Wildcat stood silently watching Mayel pack his things into his bag, looking like he wanted to say something more. When he finished packing, Mayel looked up and met his gaze. He then asked, "Is there something else you want to say?" Hearing his question, the Wildcat gave a contradictory answer. Yes and no. Mayel immediately frowned. "What do you mean?" he replied. "As a mage belonging to the Mage Tower, I'm not allowed to express my personal opinions, but as your senior, I have something to tell you." Mayel's expression showed a hint of surprise, not understanding why he had suddenly changed. "The Mage Tower is very kind to the mages under its command, but extremely cold to those who aren't. You get that? The best place for you to belong is the tower, Mayel." He gave some cryptic advice, then lowered his voice to warn, "Be careful and question everything." His expression turned serious, and the atmosphere grew more tense. Noticing that attitude, Mayel's face automatically became more serious too. He understood this warning was no simple matter. Mayel's destination was Pink Tessiren. This is a city near the Heavenly Mountains, built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It's famous for its nickname, the Shield of the Continent. Tessiren is equipped with high walls, a powerful military, and soldiers with morale as fierce as the capital's. Mayel mumbled to Trang in the middle of a deserted street. "At least that's what I read in the books." The scene is so desolate. His face showed a hint of anxiety at this unexpected silence. Trang immediately explained that it's because this city has lost its purpose. The system explained that, with the threat from the Ogres gone, their purpose also vanished. It pointed to a tavern over there, where guards were getting drunk in broad daylight. The soldiers were holding huge mugs of beer, shouting and yelling loudly. The sight made Mayel a little uncomfortable. Tsk. The book said this was a city of heroic warriors. A giant of a man with a sword scar covering his entire face suddenly appeared, blocking the way. "Hey, pretty boy, hand over all your stuff." He tried to use his muscles to intimidate him, but Mayel didn't show any fear. Mayel just gently placed a hand on the aggressive big guy's shoulder, a completely calm action. A moment later, Mayel continued walking, muttering, "This world is really so different from what the books describe." As for the aggressive thug from before, he was lying unconscious, belly up in the middle of the street. A snore as loud as thunder broke the silence. Someone was fast asleep, drool running down his chin, and a snot bubble inflating at his nose. Mayel and Trang could only watch helplessly as the man slept, dead to the world, completely unsure how to react. He decided to speak up and wake him. "Excuse me." The sound of Mayel's voice made the sleeping man groggily wake up. He quickly shot up when he saw Mayel, profusely apologizing for falling asleep and not recognizing a mage. Mayel didn't mind. "It's fine. Can I rent a horse?" The stable owner's face immediately showed his awkwardness. Well, actually, sir, we don't have a single horse right now. The stable was completely empty, with only a few piles of dry hay left. Mayel frowned and asked again. Not a single one? The owner said hesitantly. Yes. Mayel asked again. Aren't there any other stables around here? The owner scratched his head. Looking apologetic, this is the only place in Tess that offers this service. Seeing this, Trang burst out laughing. What kind of stable has no horses? Ha, this place is really something. Mayel quickly cut him off. The plan had hit a snag, and he clearly looked disappointed. The owner hurriedly explained. We originally had 3, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had a customer in a very long time, but today someone rented them all. Mayel was slightly surprised, and the owner awkwardly suggested, if you could wait for one day, I'll try to arrange something. Mayel immediately cut him off. Wait a minute. The sudden action startled the stable owner. Yes, he questioned. No one has needed a horse for a long time, but today someone rented all of them? The owner was also confused. Yes, it is strange. But why do you ask, sir? Mayel started to feel suspicious. Tesserin rarely gets visitors. Could someone renting all the horses right when I arrived be a coincidence? He immediately questioned himself, recalling the Wildcat's warning before he left. Question everything. He glanced at the system on his shoulder. Trang, you've figured something out, haven't you? It sighed and crossed its arms. Yo, human, Bit, are you just figuring this out now? I warned you back on the ship, the system confirmed. That's right. Then, they both whipped around in the same direction, the air instantly crackling with tension. We're being tailed. Behind the house across the street, some creep in a cloak was secretly watching their every move. The moment they confirmed they were being followed, Mayel immediately cooked up a lightning-fast plan. He told the innkeeper to let him know right away if anyone came asking about him. He tossed the guy a gold coin, and the man's eyes immediately lit up, agreeing on the spot. Seriously, money makes the world go round. He decided to be the bait himself, taking a chill stroll around Tess Siren. They definitely saw me leave the inn, and are bound to go there asking for info. Mayel smirked, like he had it all figured out. They're obviously from the Renek Empire. He didn't give a damn if it was the prince, salty about being rejected, or the head of the magic tower trying to scope him out. But one thing was for sure, none of them were welcome. He had to ditch this tale for good, no matter what, before he officially started climbing the heavenly mountain. A determined glint flashed in Mayel's eyes. There was no way he was letting them keep tailing him now that he'd spotted them. Not a single person came here asking about you. The innkeeper told Mayel, looking a bit awkward. Mayel shot back, not believing it. What did you say? The innkeeper replied honestly. I'm serious. I was on edge waiting after you left, but absolutely nobody showed up. Trang piped up from his shoulder. He doesn't look like he's lying. Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something. But there was one really weird thing. Mayel immediately pressed him. What? The innkeeper dropped a bombshell. His memory was a complete blank for about 3 minutes. Mayel was totally stunned. The innkeeper swore he couldn't remember anything from that time. Mayel got even more tense listening to the guy's broken account. He instantly recognized it as mind control magic, a high-level 6th-tier skill, used to completely dominate a target's mind. The victim's memory gets totally wiped during the control period. The bastard stole the information that way. Mayel bolted upstairs. He realized the enemy was way more ruthless and powerful than he'd thought, and they knew he'd spotted them. Mayel slammed the door open to his room. The room was completely empty, except for a weird piece of paper pinned right on the headboard. The note read, I don't intend to harm you, so don't waste your time looking for me. Just focus on your mission. Mayel angrily crushed the paper. Sneaking into my room to leave a note telling me not to worry? This was obviously a blatant threat. Mayel's face went ice cold as he decided to fight back. All right then, bring it on. Without a second of hesitation, he launched himself out of his window. He kicked off the nearby rooftops to build up speed. He stuck the landing perfectly. That move alone showed off his insane skills. Mayel shot off at an insane speed. Trang immediately asked, What's the plan? He gave a triumphant smirk. We're gonna find them right now, Mayel commanded. Open the map. The system instantly showed 4 red dots. One was him, and the other 3 were his tails. He kept picking up speed, and shot a taunting look over his shoulder. All right, try and keep up. Rings of red energy exploded around him as he accelerated, even shouting to taunt his 3 pursuers like he was leading a death race. One of the guys in the group hesitated. Should we keep chasing him? The leader, a dude with a skull tattoo on his neck, just laughed. Ha ha, the grand tournament champ is inviting us to a game of tag. It'd be a real shame to turn him down. He ordered the other 2 to go after him. But remember, take him alive. Don't kill him. They both replied, "Got it," and disappeared. The sky burned red as the two pursuers flew like birds of prey, rapidly closing the distance to Mayel. But he just kept a cool smile on his face, not scared at all, because this was the exact trap he had laid for them. In a deserted area, a purple portal opened up, and three mysterious figures in black cloaks stepped out. All three moved forward cautiously, constantly scanning the area. The one in the middle spoke up. "The trail of the mage," screams Linnell, "completely disappears here." The leader turned back, his voice certain. "He didn't disappear. He's setting an ambush, waiting for us to walk right into his trap." The group kept chatting, totally clueless to the danger hiding right inside the pile of wooden crates nearby. Mayel suddenly burst out of the wooden crate, his insane speed leaving the three men in black no time to react. They screamed in terror. "Mayel, what the—" Before the words even left his mouth, one of them caught a brutal punch from Mayel that instantly caved his face in. Mayel immediately spun around, his sharp gaze locking onto the second guy, freezing him in his tracks. His jaw dropped in sheer terror as Mayel charged again, but the mage managed to react just in time, throwing up a magic wall to defend himself. But that flimsy barrier was no match for Mayel. He shattered the wall with one punch, and a second one landed square on the guy, making him spit up blood. In the blink of an eye, two of the three chasers were already down for the count, lying sprawled and motionless on the ground. Mayel turned, his cold eyes staring straight at the leader. The last man standing, the leader just burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I was so curious about you, but it turns out the champion isn't even human. You're a real monster." Mayel growled, his face radiating pure killing intent. "Who the hell are you?" The bearded man stayed totally calm. "The head of the Mage Tower sent us. Our mission is to protect the younger generation." Mayel smirked. "Protect? Or watch my every move?" The man's face turned cryptic. "It's all the same," he said, tearing up a piece of paper. "Either way, keeping an eye on you is pretty damn entertaining." The leader vanished, leaving behind his two unconscious goons, a puff of gray smoke, and a promise. "See you around." Mayel checked out the skull tattoo on the goon's neck, muttering, "Dark mages. Definitely dark mages." Mayel crossed his arms, looking down at the two defeated enemies, and explained to Trang, "Yeah, that's right. They're a secret group from the tower that handles all the dirty work. Their symbol is a skull engulfed in mystical blue flames, and they all wear black cloaks. Obviously, these guys are bad news." Mayel confirmed it's the secret Dark Mages group. All anyone knows about them is their name and that tattoo. Nobody knows their specific missions, their individual ranks, or even who their leader is. It's all a mystery. Trang seemed super interested and turned to ask, "So what's your take on them after fighting them head on?" Mayel glanced at Trang, smirking like he'd figured something out. Pathetic. Their skills are nothing compared to the representatives at the last major tournament. Trang looked confused. "But we still don't know how strong their leader is," Mayel replied calmly. "Right." He brought a hand to his mouth, remembering how they used their magic on innocent people. They used 6th level magic. They're definitely not your average chumps, and on top of that, they can track people from a distance. Trang noticed he was deep in thought. "So what's your next move?" Mayel was still thinking hard. He looked up, his eyes sharp, like he already had a plan. "First, I'm gonna force them to show their hand completely." The next day, the sound of galloping hooves filled the air. Mayel was on his way, heading straight for Thien Sun. Mayel pushed his horse into a full gallop toward the mountain range. The journey across the dry, barren desert was exhausting, but he could feel he was getting real close to his destination. Mayel suddenly clutched his chest with one hand. He jumped off his horse, still holding his chest, a flicker of worry on his face. His chest was vibrating like crazy, the sun beating down on his sweaty face. He cracked a faint smile, staring straight ahead. "So, this is Thien Sun." "Yep, that's it. That giant mountain, shrouded in that gloomy black film. That's Thien Sun." Mayel stood there, stunned. This was exactly the feeling of satisfaction he was looking for. The black barrier shimmered slightly. Mayel turned and asked, "You said this is where you and Draa used to live, right?" Trang confirmed it. "Yeah, that's the place." Mayel wearily plopped down, leaning his back against the barrier. It's not budging. How the hell am I supposed to get in?" Mayel's face suddenly changed. He looked up at Trang. "What kind of messed up idea is that? You're telling me to break the barrier that way?" Trang crawled onto his forehead. "That's right." Mayel could only sigh. "Ugh." Perched on top of Mayel's head, Trang confidently explained, "If they were human, they'd definitely try to break the barrier from the outside." "Right?" Mayel answered. "Yeah, that's the first thing you'd think of." Trang went on, "But they can't break it using normal methods." Trang threw out a theory. "What if there's still an OGE inside? Those words left Mayel completely stunned. He sat down cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand and thinking hard. Wouldn't it be better to call them from the inside? Ask them to open up like a friend? While he was still trying to figure it out, Trang hopped down to the ground. The system crossed its arms and looked at him. Right. My thinking is crystal clear now. Hearing that, Mayel was even more shocked, his pupils shrinking. But you told me everyone here was dead, didn't you? Trang shot back with a look of total confidence. That's just the narrow-minded thinking of you humans. Mayel started to feel the tension, turning his head back to stare at the dark, mysterious barrier. His expression grew serious again. Remember, Mayel, your power isn't meant to follow conventions, but to shatter them. Just as the thought finished, a deep, muffled voice echoed from within the barrier. I'm breaking it right now. The sudden sound startled Mayel. Mayel cautiously placed his hand on the barrier and called out, his voice a bit hesitant. Can you guys hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't, but I'm carrying the fang of your leader, Kun Khan. Mayel held his position and continued. If you can hear me, open up. The air immediately fell into absolute silence. The sudden quiet made both Mayel and Trang feel anxious. A moment later, an intense, bluish-purple light suddenly erupted from where Mayel's hand touched the barrier. A massive explosion created a violent shockwave that threw Mayel back, putting him on the defensive instantly. Despite the terrifying pressure, his strong will helped Mayel stand firm. He gritted his teeth and took heavy steps forward. Mayel's pupils suddenly constricted, reflecting a horrifying scene unfolding right before his eyes. The massive dark barrier began to dissipate. Mayel couldn't hide his astonishment. Did it really open? The mysterious black-robed mage suddenly appeared, rushing forward with a panicked look. How could a rookie like him break a barrier that no one had breached for 1,000 years? Ironically, the moment the old man arrived, the barrier instantly reformed. Blocking his path, he roared helplessly, repeatedly pounding on the shield. What the hell? It closed again. Before the enemy could recover from the shock, a familiar fist shot forward, tearing through the air. Mayel seized the opportunity, landing a direct punch that sent the old mage staggering back, stripping him of his mysterious aura. Mayel's face burned with killing intent as he roared. You're not getting away like last time, not giving his opponent a second to breathe. Mayel followed up with another attack, shouting, Earthquake! And slamming his fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth. The old mage took 2 consecutive hits, and the overwhelming pain made him let out a tormented groan. Ugh. The assault isn't over yet, Mayel yelled, and countless binding vines immediately shot up from the ground, lunging toward their only target, the mage. Instantly, he was tightly bound by the vines and thrown to the ground, completely unable to resist Mayel. Pinned down, unable to move or speak, the mage could only let out helpless grunts. Mayel asked coldly, Did you think you could get close to me so easily this time? Mayel calmly looked at his captive enemy. What level are you? Let's end this pointless game. But suddenly, a massive shadow appeared. A huge figure wielding a crude wooden club charged toward him. The ferocious green giant swung its massive club straight down at the captured mage, leaving Mayel completely stunned. An absolutely horrifying scene unfolded right after. The sound of the impact was gruesome. The giant's wooden club was now covered in a bright red liquid, a tragic outcome that needed no explanation. Mayel was completely frozen by what he had just witnessed. His eyes were wide, his whole body stiff from the immense shock. The green giant turned to look at Mayel with an incredibly savage gaze that sent a chill down his spine, an extreme sense of danger. Its pitch-black eyes locked onto Mayel. It spoke in a deep, muffled voice. Human. Who are you? Mayel tried to stay calm, but inside he was extremely worried. Trang quickly whispered in his ear, Mayel, remember, they think like wild beasts. Mayel thought to himself, lucky I made it inside the heavenly mountain. This place is like a whole different world. He cautiously followed the green giant, deeper into the territory. He was soon surrounded by countless other terrifying ogres. They eyed him with curiosity. What's a human doing here? Sniff, sniff. But he doesn't smell like a human. He smells like one of us. Mayel's expression was tense as a drawn bowstring. Trang continued to warn him, Master, be careful. They have no concept of human morality. Mayel replied tensely, I know. Mayel recalled the bloody scene from before. For now, they were probably sparing him because of Kun Khan's fang, but it was unclear when they might strike. He kept a safe distance, warily trailing behind the leading OGRE while constantly scanning his surroundings. When they reached a sky-high mountain, the green giant announced, We're here. This is the peak of the heavenly mountain. They stopped next to another OGRE. Mayel looked up, wondering, the summit? But it looked like there was an even higher peak above. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out and the ground shook, startling Mayel. He was on high alert. Another ogre stood before him. This guy was even bigger than all the others, with white hair and a beard. Mayel thought to himself, this isn't a mountain peak, this is an ogre. The white-haired giant looked down at Mayel and spoke in a commanding voice. I am Chieftain Hakan, human. I hear you carry the sacred artifact of Kun Khan. Mayel was still stunned by his colossal size, dozens of times larger than the other ogres. His jaw dropped. He was just so much bigger than the other ogres. Chieftain Hakan continued, Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you to shreds for the eagles. So who are you? Mayel tried to stay calm in the face of the threat and replied, I thought I made myself clear at the gate. I am the one chosen by the fang of Kun Khan. Chieftain Hakan immediately dismissed it as a lie. That is not an item a human can control, Mayel insisted. But it's the truth. Mayel took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, I can show you. The other ogre exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, it's real. Chieftain Hakan looked at Mayel, extremely pleased. An interesting human. I smell the scent of our kind on you, and I also smell the scent of power. Mayel cheerfully confirmed. That's right, I'm pretty strong. Chieftain Hakan repeated his question. So answer me. Who are you, human? Mayel hesitated for a moment. I am Mayel. He and Trang exchanged a look, seemingly sharing the same thought. Mayel spoke up. Do you know about Dracagonia? It's the name of a dragon that lives on this heavenly mountain. This time, Chieftain Hakan's jaw dropped, completely shocked by the information he just revealed. The chieftain hurriedly looked down at Mayel and demanded, How do you know that name? Mayel calmly smiled and replied, I heard it from Kingrim. Hearing the name Kingrim, Chieftain Hakan was even more shocked. He roared, Kingrim, he's really still alive? Mayel recalled their meeting. He's living as an artifact in my academy. Maybe it's more accurate to say he's considered one of the professors. Mayel looked Chieftain Hakan straight in the eye and declared confidently, You're curious who I am, right? The green ogre who had led the way stood still, listening intently. I am a friend of Kingrim, the former leader of the Heavenly Mountain Summit. Mayel continued. I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. With every word he spoke, Hakan became even more astonished. Facing the two massive ogres, Mayel declared loud and clear, I am Mayel Carlstein. He then faced Chieftain Hakan and asked, With all that said, are you still planning to crush me and throw my corpse to the eagles? Chieftain Hakan thought for a long moment, then said, No, we will welcome you with open arms, human. Mayel's expression immediately hardened. He totally didn't see that reaction coming and was almost speechless. Right after that, he was taken to the middle of a large square, where a crude, ancient stone table stood in the center. All around him, the ogres were shouting non-stop, creating a super rowdy atmosphere. Trang, sitting on Mayel's shoulder with her arms crossed, explained, The ogres have a rite of passage, even for welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you have to prove your worth. Draka did it too when he first came here. Trang looked at Mayel seriously and said, And the way you prove it is by arm wrestling. Right in front of him, a huge green ogre strode forward to the other side of the stone table. He happily flexed his bulging muscles. I am Omerat, son of Meru Khan. So, you're the human we're welcoming? Mayel's face immediately scrunched up. He thought to himself, You're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is seriously wrong here. In an instant, Mayel and Omerat were in position to arm wrestle, and the whole square erupted. Krah! Let's go! Omerat, crush that human! Mayel leaned on the stone table and whispered to Trang, If I lose this arm wrestle, they won't actually throw me to the eagles, right? Trang replied helplessly, I'm not sure either. Facing the giant Omerat, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. You could see just how tiny Mayel was compared to him. The two gripped each other's hands. Mayel thought to himself, This giant ogre is definitely trying to intimidate me, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to go into this blind. Mayel's face was incredibly tense. He thought a strength contest between an ogre and a human sounded ridiculous, but he also had special powers granted by an artifact. A white fang was floating in a torrent of magic. Mayel thought to himself, Ever since getting Kun Khan's fang, my power has increased by 1,000. Mayel frowned, his expression turning serious as he thought, My power level is now at 3,520. This is totally doable. Omeras, on the other hand, looked incredibly confident. He said, I didn't take you for a human, but your grip feels different. I am Omeras, son of Omeru Khan, and even if my opponent is human, I won't go easy on you. Mayel wasn't about to back down. He smirked and shouted, Yeah, bring it on. Try and take me down once and for all. The goblin referee started the countdown. You could see both competitors were dead serious. Their focus was intense. "Begin!" the goblin referee yelled. The match was officially on. The second the match started, Mayel threw all his strength into slamming Omeras' arm down, tearing the spiked pauldron on his opponent's shoulder. Omeras instantly realized this human opponent was no joke. A flash of surprise crossed his face. The struggle was still a deadlocked, brutal stalemate. Omeras roared, pouring strength into his massive arm. As for Mayel, his face was looking rough, sweat pouring down. He knew he was about to lose his grip. "Ugh, is this it? But I have to keep going." Mayel focused every last bit of his inner power and roared. This was his last chance. He desperately tried to turn the tables. But contrary to his desperate effort, Omeras slammed Mayel's hand down on the table with ease. A loud thud echoed decisively. Mayel had strained so hard his shirt tore, but the crushing defeat left him completely stunned. His face was a mask of disbelief, completely dazed. The goblin referee immediately jumped up, threw both hands in the air, and bellowed the final result. "Omeras is the winner." Mayel, completely spent, collapsed onto the stone table. He sighed, admitting, "Ah, I lost." Even after giving it my all, Mayel's hand was trembling, covered in deep bruises. He asked desperately, "So, am I really going to be fed to the eagles now?" Mayel stared blankly at the sky, accepting his fate. But at that exact moment, a voice called out, "Get on your feet, human." A green goblin knelt, looking Mayel straight in the eye with a look of approval. "You put up a hell of a fight, even against Omeras, the most elite warrior of the Heavenly Mountain. That's seriously impressive." A system quest window immediately popped up. The Heavenly Mountain goblins worship strength. It took Draa 17 years to conquer them. Be like him and win over the goblins with your power. Mission: defeat Omeras in an arm wrestling match. Reward: the recognition of the Heavenly Mountain goblins. Mayel stared at the notification, stunned. He turned to the goblin and stammered out a thank you. Trang said cheerfully, "Nice one, Mayel. You've earned their respect." Mayel pushed himself up and glared at the system. "Trang, you intentionally kept this from me, didn't you?" The system just laughed. "Heh, it was fun." Mayel smirked, shooting a look at Trang. "You said it took Draa 17 years to beat Omeras? That right? I'll get it done in just 1 month." The atmosphere immediately erupted with excitement. The goblins all gathered around the feast tables. As soon as the match was over, a huge feast had been prepared on the mountaintop. Mayel happily tried the food. "It's way better than I imagined. I can't believe goblins are such amazing cooks." Trang replied, sounding defeated, "This food has a really strong smell. That smell is just..." Mayel quickly cut in. "No, that's not it." Mayel sat down, observing his surroundings and wondering, "But why do the goblins choose to live so secluded up here?" Mayel's expression grew serious as he thought, "Anyway, I get the feeling that watching these goblins laughing and having fun." Mayel realized he could achieve something even more important than the mission this time. Omeras walked up from behind. "Hey, strong human?" Mayel turned to look. "Yeah, Omeras?" Omeras leaned down and asked, "So, what are you planning to do with the fang of our first chief?" Mayel was surprised. "Huh? Do with it? Is there something I can do with it?" Omeras grinned and offered, "If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon suited for a human." This unexpected offer left Mayel speechless. He thought, "What? Forge a weapon?" The scene shifts to a dark, damp forge. Mayel held the giant fang, wondering, what exactly is this thing? He examined it as he walked. Trang explained, "It's the core source of power, the ultimate symbol. Whoever inherits it becomes the strongest." "Ugh," Mayel cut in. "No, I mean, what does it do?" Trang continued. "Anon's staff and Mosi's scales have very clear functions. The system mocked me. One is the Sorcerer King's magic staff, another is a knight's magic armor, and this thing is just a crude mace. You planning on using that for magic attacks?" The two continued down the dark hallway. Trang chimed in, "Just keep it and figure it out later. For now, it only increases your power," Mayel replied. "All right." Mayel remembered Omeras' offer. "If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon fit for a human." He thought to himself, "I have this thing but no idea how to use it. This is a totally unexpected opportunity." Omeras pointed a thumb at himself, confidently declaring that Kunkan's fang is crazy, heavy, and hard. Nobody can handle it. But for a blacksmith of Ome Sira, it's totally possible. Mayel looked confused. "A blacksmith is just like a human blacksmith. What's the difference?" Omeras looked straight at Mayel and asked, "Got any ideas for the special weapon you want?" "Human." Mayel thought for a moment. A weapon." A moment later, Mayel suddenly grinned like he just had a brilliant idea. "So, are you sure you can make exactly what I need?" "It's been half a month since I set foot on Sky Mountain." Mayel muttered, hiding in the bushes like he was stalking prey. Up ahead, a giant green goblin yelled in that direction. "Human! Stop it now!" Mayel immediately shot out of the bushes. "I'll handle it." During this whole time, he had been constantly helping the ogre tribe hunt and do other jobs. Then came days of grueling physical training. He spent most of his time training, pushing past limits he'd never broken before. Mayel, drenched in sweat, looked up at the system and said cheerfully, "All right, completed." After that, he continued to arm wrestle with Omerus, and the result was the same as always. Mayel lost again. However, the main quest that took up most of my time was actually something else. Trang clearly announced 15 losses in 15 consecutive arm wrestling matches against Omerus. After losing the 15th match, Mayel rubbed his arm in frustration. Lost again. Omerus, standing behind him, just burst out laughing. "Ha ha." As Mayel stood there rubbing his arm, Trang flew over to encourage him. "Hang in there, master. You've improved a lot. Don't get discouraged." Omerus laughed too. "That's right, human. You're gradually learning how to use your strength much more effectively than before." But Mayel didn't give up. He looked at Omerus with confidence. "Thanks. I can feel myself getting stronger little by little. Thanks to your advice, I've learned how to control my power properly and last longer each day." Mayel stuck his hands in his pockets, turned his head, and declared, "Before I leave this place, I'm definitely going to beat Omerus." The ogre, whose name was called, suddenly froze in astonishment. A conversation echoed from inside the cave. "Omerus, are you hesitating?" Omerus quickly replied, "No, not at all, human. When it comes to arm wrestling, you'll never have a chance of beating me." A few days later, Omerus now had a stiff, unbelieving look on his face. Mayel's small hand had slammed down Omerus's giant arm. The referee announced the results of 17 matches, 16 losses. Trang couldn't believe her eyes either. In less than a month, Mayel happily jumped up, raising his hands to the sky and shouting, ignoring Omerus's stunned face. "I won! I finally won!" The system displayed, "Side quest at Sky Mountain. Win an arm wrestling match against Omerus, 1 out of 1. Complete. Reward: the reverence of the Sky Mountain Ogre tribe. You have earned the respect of all ogres." Omerus wasn't angry at all. Instead, he praised him endlessly. "You keep surprising me one after another." "I lost, Master Mayel." Mayel rubbed his wrist, looking happily at Omerus. "This is the first time you've called my name so formally." Omerus turned his back and walked away. "It seems you're finally ready." Mayel watched his back, asking curiously. "Ready for what?" Mayel wondered. "Is it that? Is it finished?" Omerus turned his head back and nodded. "Come here." Omerus explained. "Actually, it's been done for a long time. I was just waiting for this moment to give it to you." Mayel quickly stepped forward. "Why didn't you give it to me even though it was finished?" Omerus said as he rummaged for something. "I was waiting until you could beat me. If you didn't win, I wasn't going to give it to you. Kun Khan's fang is an extremely important treasure to us." After hearing that, Mayel's expression immediately stiffened, a bit embarrassed. "Why does it sound like I just snatched it from him?" A moment later, Omerus held out a hand with an object in it in front of Mayel. "Here, this is yours." Mayel looked at the object, completely surprised. It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, bear claw gauntlets made from Kun Khan's fang, crafted by Omerus, and decorated with the sharp fangs of the ogre chieftain. First, the fang fragments will not be broken by any impact and will crush everything. This equipment immediately increases strength by 2,000, unlocks a unique skill. Mayel slipped on the gauntlets and clenched his fist, thinking resolutely that a gauntlet with a Kun Khan's fang embedded in it was definitely the perfect weapon for a melee mage like him. Seeing him quiet, Trang asked, "So?" Omerus chimed in. "What do you think of my work? I used the absolute best mold for you." Mayel looked super tense on the outside, but inside, his mind was blown. This wasn't just 2,000 strength points. It was way stronger than that. He looked up. "Omerus, can you get all the Heavenly Mountain warriors together?" And just like that, all the ogres were gathered in the square. They started murmuring to each other. Word of Mayel's challenge spread like wildfire. Some little human wanted to arm wrestle all the ogre warriors. "He's claiming he'll take us all down." The ogres immediately started buzzing. Even though he'd already beaten Omerus, this challenge was a direct hit to their pride. But instead of being pissed, they got even more hyped. "Welcome the challenger." Mayel stood in the center of the square, facing down a giant ogre. Even though the challenge was cocky as hell, the vibe was totally festive. The ogre tribe worshipped strength, and they totally dug his fighting spirit. It wasn't just the warriors. Even the little ogre kids came out to watch and cheer like crazy. One kid yelled, "You got this, Dad!" Trang crossed her arms and smirked. This whole scene felt way too familiar. Draa had done this exact same thing back in the day. Mayel leaned on the table and shot back at Trang. Draa might have taken 30 years to fight 17 opponents, but humans don't live as long as dragons. I gotta be quick. Trang's smug expression immediately disappeared. Mayel slammed his hand on the stone table, staring down his opponent, his mind flashing back to yesterday when he thought this was totally impossible. But now, staring at the gleaming black gauntlets, Mayel felt absolutely confident. With the Kun Fang gauntlets, he knew there was no way he could lose. The ogre ref watched from the side and started calling out the commands. Ready! The signal was given, and they both poured all their strength into slamming the other's arm down. But at first, Mayel was clearly losing ground. However, combining his own trained strength with the insane power from the gauntlets, Mayel easily slammed his opponent's arm to the table. On the plains, the ogres gathered to see Mayel off. One of them asked, "You'll come back, right, young master?" Mayel confirmed without a doubt. "But right now, we have to head to Leon." The ogre looked disappointed. "You gave us an unforgettable experience. Thanks a lot, young master." Mayel just smiled back at them, but he decided to stay quiet. Then, Mayel held out his hand to Omeras, which caught him off guard. "You still want another round of arm wrestling? Even after you've beaten every single one of us?" Mayel shook his head. "It's not a challenge." This left Omeras a little stunned, not getting what he was trying to do. He took Omeras' hand and explained, "This is called a handshake." "A handshake," Omeras repeated. Mayel's face held a trace of sadness as he explained, "It's a human way of greeting." Omeras looked like he just had a revelation, listening quietly as Mayel explained it was for meeting or saying goodbye to a friend. With that, Mayel started to leave amid the ogre's goodbyes. He waved and yelled back, "See you later! That's another way to say goodbye." Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, some new intel just dropped. In his office, Tehran was at his desk, listening to a report. The person reporting said, "This isn't exactly major news." Tehran listened, chin in hand, lost in thought. The report on the Screaming Witch was still going nowhere. It had been a while since his two goons came back seriously messed up, and there was still no word from the leader who was supposed to be tailing Mayel at the pass. He thought about those two mages Mayel had beaten to a pulp. After sending another scout team to Heavenly Mountain, they reported back that they couldn't find any trace of humans. Hearing that, Tehran reached the only logical conclusion. They've been dealt with. Before he could even finish the thought, another subordinate cut in. "Master, I have an urgent report." Another black-cloaked figure stepped in to give his report. "Mayel has returned to Lebden." The news completely blindsided Tehran. His face instantly darkened. He was quiet for a long moment, as if he was cooking up some shady plan. Tehran immediately gave the order to summon him back at once. At that exact moment, Mayel had just set foot in the city. The castle was drenched in the blazing red sunset as Mayel's low, disappointed voice rang out. "I failed to complete the mission." Tehran listened to Mayel's report, his chin in his hand, his expression a mix of frustration and deep suspicion. Mayel kept his head low, explaining with total dejection, "When I got to Heavenly Mountain, I just realized this mission was beyond my abilities. The barrier there is too strong. There's no way to get inside." Tehran just listened in silence. Tehran suddenly spoke, cutting off his excuses. "You're a terrible liar. You know that?" Tehran slowly emphasized each word. "Be honest. Tell me everything clearly. You are the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan." His voice became stern, "and the mission you chose was to find the secret of the Ogres." All of this seems far too coincidental. Mayel's heart skipped a beat, sweat beading on his face despite trying to act calm. He questioned, "So you've been watching me all this time?" Tehran replied nonchalantly. "Watching is just one way to put it. I was simply concerned you would become a threat to the tower." Mayel quickly retorted, "Any mage who dares to oppose King Pluemi automatically becomes a common enemy of the tower. Isn't that right?" Tehran glanced at Mayel, cutting him off. "Enough chit-chat, let's get straight to the point. Tell me the truth. What did you witness inside Thin Sun?" Tehran's face suddenly turned fierce. He growled, demanding an answer. "The primordial Ogre tribe. Are they really still alive?" Tehran's question left Mayel speechless, his face extremely tense. He realized he was in a tight spot and didn't know how to answer. Mayel remained silent, slowly turning to leave the castle, trying to hide his turmoil. As soon as he was out the door, Mayel finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. Everything almost came out." He recalled Tehran's threat. "Don't even think about lying. I know everything. I can totally rummage through your past right here if I want to." Mayel had interrupted him. "But you won't do that, will you?" The counter question made Tehran freeze. "What?" Mayel smirked provocatively. A great border mage like you would surely not stoop to using such methods, especially to deal with a lowly student like me. Tehran immediately frowned, clearly angry. You dare to bet on my pride? That student title seems a bit too humble for you. Tehran finally had to concede. Well, all right, you win this round. His voice softened as he gave an order. Your first official mission was a failure. Return to the academy immediately. Mayel frowned, lost in thought. The gamble on King Pluemi's pride had paid off. Even though he didn't use extreme measures, there are still countless other methods. He frowned, tense, thinking to himself, but if King Pluemi gets more reckless, I'll definitely be at his mercy. That prospect is too terrifying. Mayel tried to comfort himself. But surely it's over now, at least for the time being. He thought about Tehran with an uneasy feeling. The item in Area X has chosen me. It implicitly confirms my status as the master of the throne. Even if no one says it, King Pluemi will definitely keep a close watch on me. Mayel lightly punched his tired shoulder, walking away hurriedly. Whatever happens, happens. Right now, I just want to get out of this place as fast as possible. The steamboat blew its whistle, puffing out white smoke and speeding forward, taking him back to the academy. As soon as he arrived, countless colorful banners with Mayel's picture on them caught his eye, accompanied by cheers. Hooray for Mayel! Congratulations to the festival champion. The excited crowd immediately rushed forward, tossing him into the air to welcome him back, causing him to shout in confusion, "Stop it! That was 2 months ago!" Jia-sun casually dropped a heavy cardboard box on the table, making a dull thud. Mayel, sitting on his bed, asked curiously, "What's that?" Jia-sun put his hands on his hips and laughed. "It's all your mail. The festival champion is just as popular as expected." Looking at the overflowing box of letters, Mayel yelped, "Why is there so much?" Jia-sun calmly cut in. "That's just the mail that arrived recently." To Mayel's astonishment, Jia-sun turned towards the white cabinet. "And this is the mail that arrived a long time ago. We've been saving it." Mayel's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He was completely speechless when he saw a literal mountain of letters piled up in front of him. He went into a state of shock, not knowing what to say next, his mind completely blank. Jia-sun leaned on his hand, watching the surprised Mayel read a letter. "What is this?" A letter from Prince Luan, calling himself a genius mage and a true patriot of the kingdom. Letters continued to spill out of the cabinet. Mayel read the contents. "I am very happy that you refused the Imperial Prince's invitation. You are a true patriot." "Wait a minute. Dear? Even though I've never met them," Jia-sun sighed and explained. "Dear isn't for someone you're close to. It's for someone you want to be close to. You don't know this basic rule?" Jia-sun, sprawled on the bed, watched Mayel intently reading a letter and asked, "But Mayel, what's your next move anyway?" The corner of Mayel's mouth curled into a mysterious, cunning, and calculating smirk. He flashed a bright smile and replied, "I'm thinking things are going to be a lot different this year." Mayel slowly rode his horse through the sun-drenched forest, heading towards a completely new goal. He spurred his horse onward, his heart soaring at the thought of his hometown. He realized he'd spent a whole year just holed up in the dorms, not going anywhere. Looking back on that time, Mayel admitted he didn't have the guts to face the villagers. He was scared of their questions about his life at the academy. But now, everything was completely different. A rock-solid confidence flashed in Mayel's eyes. He was ready to face them with his head held high. From horseback, his gaze swept over the vast land, where familiar villages with their distinctive architecture came into view. The villagers were stunned, barely believing their eyes. Then they all burst out in unison. "Young master, the young master has returned." Mayel could only scratch his head, awkwardly returning their greetings. "Has everyone been doing well?" Cheers immediately erupted. "Oh, is it really you, young master?" The news spread quickly, shocking everyone else. He was instantly surrounded by the crowd, scratching his head awkwardly as he explained, "Sorry, everyone, I've been away for too long." The villagers laughed and bombarded him with questions. "Is the academy just like the rumors say? Our young master is the best, right?" Just then, Luina rushed out of nowhere and threw her arms around him, bursting into tears and shouting, "Big brother!" She put her hands on her hips, her voice sulky. Not a single letter this whole time, and now you dare to show your face." Behind them, his father just smiled gently, looking helpless. Mayel ruffled her hair teasingly. "Luina, you've gotten so big, I almost didn't recognize you." His words immediately made her bristle. "What?" He just gave a bright smile, silently adding in his mind, "And you're still as cute as ever." Mayel turned to his father and said gently, "Father, please call all the family members together. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with everyone." As night fell, the brilliant moon peeked through the clouds, signaling the start of an important evening. In the living room, Mayel recounted the entire story of the past 6 years to his family and close aides. Of course, he left out the details about the system. Luina sniffled, wiping away her tears. "Big brother, you've really been through so much." The maid exclaimed, "But you overcame it all, young master. We're so proud of you." Zin spoke up in surprise. "So, you're telling me you won a major tournament and even spoke privately with the Imperial Prince?" Mayel calmly replied, "Yeah," though he thought to himself that even though it happened 2 months ago, it's still the biggest news in this remote countryside. His father proudly held up a letter, his voice full of pride. "That's exactly why the royal family sent a letter directly to us." He laughed heartily, boasting that countless other noble families had also flooded them with letters. Mayel could only laugh helplessly. "Haha, and here I wanted to be the first one to break the news." Zin said gravely, "There are some serious matters related to this that you need to be aware of, young master." His father nodded. "Let's get started. We've just finished a preliminary discussion." Zin advised, "You need to understand the situation better. It'll be to your advantage." Mayel immediately felt lost, completely clueless about what was going on. Mayel turned to his father. "Dad, just tell me straight. If I have to hear this from someone else, I'll be seriously disappointed." His father rested his chin on his hand, sighing helplessly. "Ha, it was all useless, son." He recalled the mailbox, explaining, "Our family has received tons of letters from nobles, and they're all targeting you. They offer to help our family, but what they really want is to use you or meet you." Luina and the maid looked visibly worried. His father continued, "I've rejected all of them, but another serious problem has come up." Mayel placed his hands on his lap, looking straight at his father. "What kind of problem?" He answered firmly, "Lord Bin, of Monzo City." His father's worry was obvious, as he explained that Bin is using your reputation as leverage to threaten our family. Monzo is the only commercial city bordering our territory. Almost all of El's goods have to be traded through there. In other words, Monzo holds our family's economic lifeline in its hands. Mayel wondered, "They're really daring to force our prices down to such an absurd level?" His father replied gloomily, "That's right. They want to use our territory as a hostage, to force you to become Monzo's guardian mage." Mayel's father wearily rested his forehead in his hand, warning that at this rate, the family's finances would definitely collapse completely. He lowered his head, his voice filled with helplessness. "The problem is, right now, we don't have any clear way to deal with this." Mayel suddenly remembered the cheerful faces of the villagers from earlier. They were eagerly competing. "I'll definitely be the first one to host the young master," another proudly boasted. "Young master, the quality of our goat's milk is especially good this year. You have to try it." His father and Zine were both stunned when Mayel suddenly spoke up. "It just occurred to me that bad guys need to be taken down." Mayel looked at his bare gauntlets. Decisively, he said, "If they're so eager to meet, then I'll just have to go pay them a visit." Zin carefully tied up the luggage, reminding Mayel to bring food and water. He thanked the man for his thoughtfulness. Zin felt bad that Mayel had to take on such a heavy responsibility right after coming home, but he just patted his horse, reassuring him that they were both just doing their duties, one as a steward and the other as the young lord. Zin watched Mayel climb into the saddle, his face full of worry, wanting to say something but hesitating. Just as Mayel was about to spur his horse, he quickly called out, "Young master, please don't be angry with the lord." Mayel turned back in surprise. "Angry?" Zin explained anxiously. "The lord has done everything he could. He even used his own money to cover the losses from Monzo. It's a truth that almost none of the citizens know." Mayel bowed his head and listened, realizing the territory's current peace was bought with his own father's silent sacrifices. Mayel's voice grew heavy as he admitted he was ashamed for being so arrogant. The unexpected confession left Zin stunned. "What do you mean, young master?" Mayel recalled confessing that he had been very disappointed. He had wondered if his father was just silently enduring all the pressure. He felt ashamed thinking back to last night. He had arrogantly thought that he alone could solve all the problems his father was powerless against. A sad look filled Mayel's eyes. He admitted that he'd known since he was a kid that his father loved and cherished this land more than anyone. Hearing his words of self-reproach, Zin could only remain silent, unable to find the right words to comfort him. From atop his horse, Mayel held out a wooden box. "Please give this to my father for me." Uncle Zin respectfully took it, curious. "What is this, young master?" Uncle Zin's jaw dropped, stunned as he stared at the box when Mayel calmly announced it contained 10,000 gold pieces. The gold bars were stacked neatly inside. Mayel explained, "This is the prize money from the tournament. I hope it helps our territory." Uncle Zin quickly asked, "For what specifically?" Mayel replied. My personal opinion is to use this gold to buy more land. I believe our family can become self-sufficient without relying on our vassals. Uncle Zin frowned. That might be possible, but our territory is being squeezed right now. No one would dare sell land to us. Uncle Zin was shocked by Mayel's bold proposal. You mean we just take it by force? Mayel confirmed with confidence. That's right. And then we'll proceed to clean up all obstacles. He explained his plan to reclaim the eroded hills and the occupied plains. It wasn't a bad idea. Mayel laid out the strategy. Use this money to hire mercenaries to both reclaim and cultivate the territory. We'll even turn a bigger profit. Uncle Zin immediately understood that if they could hire mercenaries for a reasonable price, the plan was definitely worth the risk. Mayel turned back and said curtly, I'll leave the detailed plans to you and father. I have to get going now. Mayel spurred his horse and took off like the wind. Leaving Uncle Zin behind, he shouted, Let's ride! Straight to the commercial city of Monzo, the largest territory in the south of the kingdom, the supply hub for the entire surrounding region. Lord Benos Monzo was notorious, with rumors saying he'd bought his title with loan shark money and had even been a former gang leader. Mayel thought to himself as he rode. In other words, to deal with a guy like this, I'll have to be ruthless. Absolutely no holding back. He reined in his horse before the gates of a magnificent castle, which was heavily guarded by soldiers. From atop his horse, Mayel bowed politely. I am Mayel, the second son of the Carlstein family. Is the Lord in? Upon hearing his announcement, the skinny guard let out a weary sigh, while the fat one next to him picked his nose with blatant contempt. Mayel's face darkened instantly when he heard the guard start to jeer. It's those hicks from the pass again, one guard wondered. Why do they keep kicking up a fuss when they know they'll never get anywhere? The skinny one replied. Yeah, the fat one added. Probably just a kid learning how to beg for scraps. The skinny guard clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter and mocking Mayel. Ha ha ha. Wonder if the little lordling can even speak this time? The fat guard next to him snickered along. Mayel shut his eyes tight, trying to swallow his rage as he wondered. How many times did father have to endure this humiliation just to plead with them? Another guard sneered. Hey, pretty boy, go on in and ask the Lord yourself. But if you're from the pass, you're just gonna get tossed out on your butt. Seeing his comrade yawn, the skinny guard intentionally yelled, I'm sure it'll be different this time, right? Let's see it then. His sarcasm was completely undisguised. Mayel calculated silently. He was here as the second son of the Carlstein family, not as some academy student. If he were to accept this insult, he would be disgracing his entire family's territory. The fat guard was stunned to see Mayel change his posture, and he immediately shouted, What do you think you're pulling? The skinny guard's eyes narrowed dangerously at Mayel's warning. You all should go home and get some more training. Despite his partner's shock, Mayel made his move decisively, sending the skinny guard flying backward. He didn't hold back one bit. Just then, Benos Monzo returned with another soldier, and the old man immediately put on a friendly smile, calling out, Oh my goodness, look who we have here. He glanced at Mayel with a broad smile. The hero of the grand tournament, the brilliant mage of the new generation. If it isn't Sir Mayel himself. Mayel narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you Lord Benos Monzo? The man quickly bowed deeply. Yes, I am. To have a figure of your caliber visit my humble abode, I'm so ashamed I can barely look up. He was then left completely stunned and shocked by Mayel's arrogant response. Then you'd best keep your head down forever. He glared at the Lord, his voice low. If my presence truly brings you such shame, then just stay in that bow. After hearing that, Benos Monzo's eyebrows shot up. He was completely speechless at such insolence. He managed to force a smirk, hiding his growing irritation. Benos Monzo straightened up, adjusted his attire, and laughed. Just as the rumors say, You're quite blunt. Then I suppose I'll just have to endure the shame and look up. Mayel replied casually. Fine by me, but you really ought to retrain your guards. The old geezer immediately played dumb, asking, Did my boys do something wrong? Benos Monzo's eyes widened at Mayel's contemptuous glare. They treated the family like a pack of goblins, so I gave them a light warning. The old man glanced behind Mayel, where the guards were beaten to a pulp, piled up in a heap of 5, a sight that left him utterly speechless. Benos Monzo was provoked to the point of fury, gritting his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage as he tried to suppress his fury. Mayel watched his expression and let out a sharp, sarcastic remark. You don't look so good, my lord. The old man forced a smile and replied, Excellent. Feel free to treat them as your subordinates. But inside he was screaming. This little punk dares to touch my men. Mayel rubbed his gloved hands, smiling knowingly. Oh, in that case, we should. To Binos Monzo's utter astonishment, Mayel unleashed a kick, sending the last guard flying backward with a critical blow. The poor guard was sent tumbling, rolling several times on the ground before lying motionless, his fate unknown. Mayel casually dusted off his hands and said with a smile, "That's enough. This one clearly needs more training in etiquette." This act left the old man stunned and speechless. Mayel added another taunt. "Surely you don't intend to let me stand out here all day, my lord?" The old man was so agitated his whole body trembled, gritting his teeth with a ferocious glare. But Mayel continued to mock him. "Aren't you going to invite me in, my lord?" As soon as he walked through the door, Mayel immediately noticed a bizarre trophy, the head of a wolf-like beast with its mouth agape and sharp teeth, mounted on the wall. The old man let out a forced laugh, sharing with Mayel, "My hobby is collecting unique works of art like this one." Heh. Mayel observed it seriously, silently judging. This thing didn't give off a pleasant vibe at all, but the old man just kept rambling on. "I get it. Everyone has different artistic tastes, right?" Ha ha. Miles' face fell as he thought in silence before reaching a conclusion. To collect such gruesome things and call them beautiful, this guy's taste is truly twisted. The entire room was filled with bizarre and frightening objects. A normal person would never collect these things. The more Mayel looked around, the more concerned he grew. It was clear this display was intentional. The old man wanted to use them to create an atmosphere of fear to intimidate him. Then, Binos poured Mayel some tea and began his introduction. "This is Param tea, an extremely rare blend from the south. Please, have a taste." Mayel crossed his arms, refusing flatly. "No thanks." The old man feigned surprise. "Oh, you don't like tea? Shall I get you some juice instead then?" Not wanting to beat around the bush, Mayel looked him straight in the eye and retorted, "Are you deliberately pretending you don't know why I'm here? Do you really not understand why I refused this cup of tea?" Mayel decisively poured the tea straight onto the floor, his tense gaze locked onto Binos's face. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The two men locked eyes, and though nothing was said, they both understood each other's intentions. The tension skyrocketed, and the sound of the spilling tea mixed with the dreadful silence that filled the room. The corner of Binos's mouth curled into a mysterious and dangerous smile. The old man calmly took a sip of his own tea. "Did you think I put poison in the tea? I have no hostile intentions toward you. And of course, it's not poisoned. I just want to be your good friend." Whether it was poisoned or not was unclear, but this phony good friend act filled Mayel with contempt. Friends who use intimidation tactics on each other? Binos burst out laughing. How ridiculous. That was purely a proposal made in good faith. Ha ha. Mayel gritted his teeth in anger and immediately shot back. A proposal? That was a cowardly scheme meant to weaken the territory's economy. With that, he bluntly and decisively rejected the old man's offer for an alliance. The two of them stared at each other again. Binos lowered his gaze, his voice turning cryptic and full of resentment. "Unfortunately, from the moment you rejected our friendship, the price of goods in the territory will remain dirt cheap." The old man sneered, his eyes filled with the condescension of a bully. Mayel's face hardened, radiating killing intent. He growled, "You'd better return the prices to what they were originally." Another tense silence fell over them. Both sides were on edge, the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife. Immediately, Mayel was insulted as an ignorant country bumpkin who didn't know his place. The old man clenched his fist in anger and roared, "You think you're the only one who gets to refuse? You should be the one begging me. You're the one at a disadvantage, not me." Binos was practically losing his mind. The old geezer hissed, "I heard students from the Magic Academy can't use magic during their break, right? I'll teach you a lesson in humility." That arrogant little punk. The moment he finished speaking, his guards appeared from all sides at once, quickly surrounding Mayel. Mayel showed no fear. He calmly assessed the situation. "It looks like you never planned on letting me leave here safely." Obeying their master's command, the guards immediately charged forward. "Kill him. I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen for this gallery." "In this life or death situation," Mayel calmly retorted, "you want to turn me into a trophy? You're even more insane than I imagined." Trang on his shoulder agreed, "That guy is seriously crazy." Even though Mayel had predicted the negotiations would fail, he never expected the old man to act so crudely and furiously. He saw the old man as nothing more than a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. For people like him, there was only one way to handle things, Mayel thought as he charged toward a guard. When they were at point-blank range, Mayel abruptly stopped and raised his finger, a strange gesture that made the guard hesitate. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying surge of power sent the guard flying dozens of yards away. A spectacular battle unfolded. A brilliant golden light erupted from Mayel's power, wiping out the guards who were swarming like ants. With a confident look, Mayel turned to Binos. Let me tell you something. A special skill had just been activated. Will of the Chieftain. Until completely exhausted, the user will receive the protection of Chieftain Hak Khan and Kun Khan. The fang symbol of Kun Khan immediately appeared, hovering majestically above Mayel's head and radiating an incredible pressure. Binos instantly panicked. Cough! Why is there suddenly smoke? What the hell are you doing? Immediately after, a giant magical flame erupted fiercely from within the smoke. The flame quickly condensed, forming the shape of an ancient face, neither human nor beast. Mayel proudly declared to the old man that even though he was on vacation, if his life was in danger, he would use magic instantly. The old man, now terrified, watched as the formed flame charged violently toward the remaining guards. Witnessing this, the terrified guards cried out, "If we stay here, we're definitely dead." Immediately after, the guards scattered in all directions, none of them wanting to lose their lives. He clenched his fist, and the flame mimicked the action. Mayel smiled confidently. You can't escape just by running. He and the deity from his skill shot forward simultaneously, heading straight for their target. Energy erupted, destroying everything. An earth-shattering explosion destroyed the entire mansion. Everyone nearby was in a state of extreme panic. Seeing the massive and dangerous fiery figure, everyone scrambled to escape the area. Meanwhile, the fat, silver-haired man was still mourning his collection of artifacts, muttering, "My 2,000 gold footsteps." Mayel stepped up behind him and asked in a cold voice, "Do you really have time to worry about your artwork?" The next second, he glared threateningly. "Now it's time for you to worry about your own life." The flames raged violently, the space becoming desolate and distorted from the heat. The smug protagonist wasn't finished. "You have to return the prices of the goods to their original rates and compensate my family for 10 times the amount you took. Those are my demands. What do you say? Can you do it?" The old man knelt down, trembling and stuttering. Compensation? How much could that possibly be? He grabbed the old man by the collar and snarled, "Give it to me now. Now you see why you should never underestimate others." The old man loved to use his power to bully the weak, and the price was getting thoroughly thrashed by him, which he totally deserved. The scene shifts to Mayel riding his warhorse home, thinking to himself that it's almost over. I wonder how surprised father will be when he finds out I've taken care of everything. Traveling alone on the road, he felt relieved. So I've resolved the issue in Mon. Now I just have to return to the pass. But one surprise came after another. He hadn't even had a chance to celebrate, and things were not over yet. A sudden voice greeted Mayel. He broke out in a nervous sweat, surprised to see the long, white-haired girl before him. An unexpected guest was waiting at the pass. She looked at him with a gentle smile. Lady Irene, continuing from the previous chapter, this young lady had made a sudden visit. The scene flashes back to about 2 months ago at a lavish and ostentatious banquet. Mayel stood to the side, his hands on his head, with a bored expression. "I'm so sick of this. It was interesting at first, but now I just want to go home." The beautiful white-haired girl approached and asked, "Are you talking about that charming little estate at the pass?" Irene rested her chin on her hand with a sulky look. "I'm so glad the party ended without any issues. I thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone." He laughed awkwardly. "Haha, my bad. The situation was serious, but I couldn't help myself. They didn't just disrespect the students' efforts, but our entire estate too." She asked curiously. "Huh, is it really that beautiful?" He cheerfully started describing his home. "Of course it is. It's a place that brings peace to your soul. You should visit sometime." She replied, "For real? If I show up, you can't ask me why I'm there." He laughed. "Haha, I won't." And that's where it all started, because he never expected her to actually show up. Back in the present, he's sitting there all flustered as she walks into his home. The whole family is laughing and chatting happily. His father, mistaking Irene for his girlfriend, is moved to tears. That kid Mayel has finally grown up, while the girl next to him is openly furious. It's not clear what her relationship with him is, but she definitely looks jealous. "Hey, can you explain this situation?" He's a little scared, wondering what's gotten into her. She furiously fires off questions. "What's your relationship with her? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you even meet her? Tell me!" A million different questions were fired at him. The scene shifts to Mayel and his dad talking. He's surprised that the mischievous girl offered to be Irene's guide. Luina actually volunteered to be Lady Irene's guide? When I suggested it, she accepted right away. Mayel silently put the pieces together as his father went on. Isn't that cute? She doesn't want to lose the big brother she hasn't seen for the past 6 years. His father then got suspicious about Mayel's relationship. So, are you sure she isn't your girlfriend? You can be honest with me. He immediately denied it. At his words, his father's disappointment was obvious. Mayel couldn't understand why his dad was so bummed out by that. His father quickly changed the subject. Let's put personal matters aside and discuss something else. Bacon, come on in. An old man with a brown beard and hair opened the door and stepped inside. He carried an object over to Mayel and his father. The Lord thanked him politely. Then, his dad turned and offered the item to Mayel. Mayel, I can't take this money from you. Mayel was totally shocked by his father's decisive attitude. His dad explained, this is your own money. Mayel, not the family's. He wondered why that was a problem. Am I not a member of this family too? His father replied gently. You are. No one denies you're the heart of this family, but you still have things you need to do outside the estate, right? Mayel was quiet, staring pensively at his father. He lowered his head, his thoughts turning sad. I know you're only saying this because you're worried about me, and I respect your integrity for that. But it hurt that his father always discussed the estate's issues without including him. He mustered his courage, deciding to say everything he was thinking and wanting. He spoke with determination. No, I want to use my money for the past. I want to contribute, just like you have, father. Hearing these words, his dad was taken aback. Bakken chimed in. Haha, I think the young master should know that the Lord has been using his own personal funds to support this all along. Mayel's father gave Bakken a subtle look for revealing that. In the future, I'd appreciate it if you discuss things with me before making any hasty statements. Bakken laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Yes, my lord, I'll remember that. The Lord then turned back to his son. Regardless of your intentions, I cannot accept this. You're not ready to carry the responsibilities of this estate on your shoulders. He took the bag of money. I'm still keeping the 3,600 gold. That's the amount we rightfully earned. Finding it now is like stumbling upon a forgotten emergency fund. Mayel turned and whispered to Bacon, 3,600 gold? Why so little? I'm sure I gave you 10 times that amount, he explained. His lordship didn't ask for the rest of the money. He was so firm about it that I couldn't even mention paying him. The two of them whispered back and forth. Why is Dad being so stubborn? Tell me about it. I've already given up trying to persuade him. With his piercing blue eyes and handsome face, Mayel glanced at Bacon. Bacon forced a smile, trying to hide his worry. Our Lord has always been like this, hasn't he? His father wore a kind smile, one that was both kind and proud. Mayel's mood softened at the sight. A faint smile touched his lips as he accepted his father's decision. Looking toward his dad, he could only say softly, Yeah, Dad's always been like that. Mayel stepped out of the house. As he walked toward the courtyard, he spotted the beautiful girl strolling around. His younger sister, Luina, was right beside her. Mayel called out, Lady Irene. He approached them and asked, Lady Irene, are you enjoying your tour of the estate? Just then, Luina suddenly excused herself, leaving the two of them alone. This made Irene a little awkward. The little girl smiled brightly and said goodbye, not forgetting to add, Make sure you get along with her, big bro. She seems like a really good person. Mayel was pissed. Luina, what the hell are you talking about? He was totally shocked by her 180-degree change in attitude. Gone was the stubborn anger from when they first met. Mayel mulled over his sister's words, feeling completely lost. Why would she say something so weird? He blushed, awkwardly asking her to take a walk. Would you like to take a little walk with me? As they were strolling, Irene talked about Luina. Luina is seriously adorable. I wish I had a little sister just like her. He was glad to see they were getting along. She then asked Mayel with concern, By the way, Mayel, is something on your mind? You look like you're thinking really hard about something. Mayel was surprised. Oh, is it that obvious? He didn't hesitate to tell her. As the family heir, I want to do something for the manor, but I still haven't come up with a solid plan. After saying it out loud, Mayel got lost in thought. He was mentally calculating the total sum of over 40,000 gold from the tournament and the Monzo compensation. His father had given him free rein to use it, but he was still weighing his options. While Mayel was tangled up in his thoughts, Irene spoke up. Can't you stop thinking about the manor for 1 second? She went on. Even though I came all this way to see you. Mayel's face went pale. He finally realized she had traveled a long way to get here, and he'd been totally blowing her off. He instantly switched gears. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you travel here? Our manor is pretty far out of the way. It must have been a real pain for you. She gave a sly wink and replied smugly, It's not that far. It only took me 2 days to reach Le Bourdon. She started pointing towards the path she'd taken. She explained, you just have to cross that mountain range over there, and it's super close to your estate. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in his head, a brilliant idea. Her casual answer was the exact solution Mayel had been looking for all this time. The southern mountain range, while taking up a huge chunk of the estate's land, had treacherous terrain that was impossible to farm and had been abandoned due to monsters. However, its location was prime. Being near Lake S gave it incredibly high strategic value. Mayel had an idea. What if we used that location to create a trade route right through the southern mountain range? Mayel considered it seriously. Instead of depending on places like Monzo, they could build themselves into a self-sufficient estate, a powerful one with the only southern trade route leading to the fallen empire. Why didn't I think of this sooner? This would be a massive boost for El. The beautiful, white-haired girl beside him watched him intently. The moment the idea clicked, Mayel was so ecstatic he could have jumped for joy. He spun around and grabbed Irene's hands, thanking her over and over for accidentally giving him the idea. His sudden move made her blush beet red. And just like that, Mayel took off running, leaving Irene standing there alone with a quick "see you later." He sprinted away, buzzing with excitement and determination, while the lady was just frozen in place for a good while. Then, she smiled softly, thinking to herself, he's definitely an interesting one. It's hard to say if it was love at first sight, but even after being left in the dust, she was totally smitten. Totally the main female character in a romance story. Back in the room, the Lord declared with a sense of finality, no way. Mayel, confused, asked his father, what do you mean? In the spacious room, Mayel's father's deep voice echoed, I've already tried it, but all 8 of the merchant guilds at Lake 8 turned us down. Mayel kept questioning. They refused? Why? Seeing Mayel's shocked expression, his father slowly explained, in their eyes, our house doesn't offer enough profit to make it worth their while. Zin, who was standing nearby, added, young master, even the Lord himself knows what a huge opportunity this is. Mayel immediately cut him off. No, he insisted. The estate is different now. It's small, but we're making progress. A clear thought formed in Mayel's mind. Just because the guild said no one time, doesn't mean we should give up on a plan that gives our people so much hope. Mayel's lips curled into a confident smirk, and who knows, maybe a proposal from a champion will make all the difference. Lord Elo and Zin went completely silent. Then, his father let out a relieved sigh. You're right. You even handled the whole Monzo affair, so what right do I have to stop you? He gave his approval. All right, give it a shot. Mayel immediately responded. Thank you, father. Mayel had just stepped out the door when a sudden voice asked, you heading to Lake number 8? Irene approached from a distance, casually starting a conversation. Then you'll be riding in the same boat as me, an illegal immigrant. Mayel didn't seem to process that right away. What does she mean? Mayel suddenly jumped up in shock. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the border without your family's permission. Irene just smirked without denying it. That's right. Hearing that, he yelled, that makes me an illegal resident. Mayel questioned her, crossing a deserted border all by herself. Is she always this reckless? Didn't she think that could be seriously dangerous? She crossed her arms smugly. I don't think that even compares to what you've done. Mayel still didn't quite get what Irene was saying, so he could only ask. She closed her eyes and slowly listed off the things he thought he'd kept secret. You broke into someone else's dorm without permission. You used an insane method in the competition without even thinking about the risks, and ended up winning it all. The girl smiled. For someone trying to keep up with you? Isn't this just a little mischief? Didn't I tell you I'd catch up to you? At that, Mayel's face finally relaxed a bit. He finally understood. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and through their hair. Mayel announced ambitiously. But I plan on going even further, Irene decided instantly. Then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant, so what's one more time? The two of them climbed the mountain together, deciding to head straight for Lake number 8, crossing Nam Mountain to scout the path. During their exploration, the terrain was so rugged that even using a compass made it hard to find their way. They decided to use a tracking spell to locate Isung's hidden village. Suddenly, Mayel realized something in a panic. Of course, there's a rule about not using magic during the break. It's unclear who said it, but the two of them started running for their lives in a panic, blaming each other as they ran. Aren't students forbidden from using magic during the break? Then you could have just followed the compass. But Irene had been using this spell since she arrived. However, the tracking spell only pointed towards humanoid monsters, accidentally leading her into a den of werewolves. Danger struck. A pack of snarling werewolves appeared, blocking their path. Mayel immediately used a magic-enhanced jump to leap high into the air. He brought down a powerful blow on the werewolf. The yellow energy created a massive explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf was buried in magical flames, but by exploiting the werewolf's reliance on their leader, they quickly took down the alpha and escaped. They also received an unknown quest. Mayel was a bit surprised, exclaiming, "A quest using the leftover traces of the tracking magic." They continued toward their destination. Luckily, they didn't run into any more monsters like before. A relieved smile finally appeared on both their faces. Irene said softly, "Looks like we found the right place this time." Lake number 8 appeared before them. Lake number 8, a huge guild territory where the Great Lake meets and connects to the sea. Like in Tin, this was also a neutral nation under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds governed the country with the title of co-representatives. It's a trade nation that dominates the continent's commerce, and rumor has it they even deal with pirates. If it turns a profit, money is valued above all else. Irene tilted her head, asking for Mayel's opinion. "So where are you planning to go now?" He answered quickly. "We're going to the Golden Hall." The Golden Hall was a large mansion located in the middle of Lake number 8, where the representatives held their daily meetings at noon, making it the perfect place to persuade them. A guard, following the rules, blocked the entrance and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Mayel calmly asked for a favor. "No, I'll wait here. Could you please pass on a message?" The guard hesitated, saying that submitting official documents would take time to process. Mayel said confidently, "Just tell them that Mayel Carlstein has arrived, and this is Irene Sperato," another important piece of information. As soon as he realized their identities, the guard was immediately stunned. "Wait, are you the winner of the grand tournament? Mayel Carlstein, my apologies for not recognizing you. I'll report this immediately." Mayel crossed his arms and laughed. See, Irene wasn't surprised, just as Mayel expected. Luckily, they were allowed inside right away. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught their eye was a golden statue of an angel with a trumpet. The whole place was incredibly sparkling and extravagant. Irene immediately exclaimed, "This place really lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Mayel had to agree. "Yeah, this place blows our home in L out of the water, right?" They arrived before a large white door. The guard bowed respectfully and invited them in. Mayel calmed himself down. "Don't get tense. I'm here to make a fair deal, not to beg for favors." Then he quickly threw the door open. "A pleasure. I'm Mayel." The group at the round table all turned their heads to stare at them. The packed round table had exactly 2 empty chairs left. The whole crowd kept sizing them up. As soon as they were seated, someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in the cafeteria. You're the champion," the man with the thick beard asked, raising an eyebrow. "What brings a prestigious new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Mayel thought to himself, "The title of champion from the grand tournament holds some weight here. I was worried about coming unannounced, but it looks like we can talk." The people next to him laughed and chattered. "Well, it would be great if it benefits our guild." "Haha, not so fast. I'm interested too." In contrast to them, he stated with a very serious expression, "I've come to negotiate trade between L and Lake 8. The people across from him immediately fell into thought, letting out a soft hum. In another corner, a few others were speechless, remaining silent. Trang on Mayel's shoulder leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Mayel, it seems you've really killed the mood." At this point, some quiet discussions began to emerge. A man turned to the person next to him and asked, "L, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other person replied, "It's south of the small nation of Royden." The woman behind them chimed in, resting her chin on her hand. "Ah, yes. That backwater place that tried to sell Keystone fish and sweet potatoes. Their lord paid a visit once. How did that end again?" The man who started the conversation spread his hands and recounted, "We refused. 8 abstentions, 0 ayes. It was a unanimous decision. The woman was curious, and the other person explained it was because it wasn't profitable. They only wanted a one-sided sale." Mayel lowered his head slightly, his expression darkening. The man in the chairman's seat across from him smirked and declared, "In that case, I don't think there's much left to discuss." Now, he started to get tense. They're merchants. The moment they hear something against their interests, their attitude changes instantly. I'm a new generation mage and a lord's son, but they just see me as the son of some poor country bumpkin trying to take their money. Their cold, straightforward perspective is terrifyingly clear. Mayel and Trang both looked visibly annoyed. He wondered aloud if it was going to be the same this time. However, Mayel pushed himself up with his hands. "It's a shame to see everyone react this way when we haven't even presented our proposal." He slammed it down on the table. "This is a total of 30,000 gold." The people around the table were immediately and profoundly shocked. He smiled as if he had already won. How about now? Are you gentlemen more interested in a deal? Lake 8, a vast city-state where 8 large lakes converge and connect to the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives govern the country under the title of co-representatives. I came here to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and L. I crossed the northern mountains to get here. I faced many hardships along the way. If these negotiations are successful, it will all be worth it. Mayel's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I will buy weapons worth 30,000 gold from Lake 8 for L. In return, allow us to trade our products. The person next to him asked in confusion. 30,000 gold. Are you preparing for war? Why do you need so many weapons? He remained silent. As expected, they were very surprised. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget for a rural domain like L. It's equivalent to the 1-year budget of a mid-sized city. Spending that much on weapons is truly shocking. I realized something through the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and power creates peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain strength, I'll build my foundation right here. I know each of the 8 representatives specializes in different types of goods. Who is in charge of weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child sitting there. That's representative number 1 here. Weapons, iron ore, flora and fauna, even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Not expecting this answer, Mayel's face showed surprise. They look even younger than me. That kid's eyes aren't those of a child. An extraordinary presence. What kind of life has this child lived? Cecilia asked calmly. By the way, what do you plan to do with so many weapons? This curiosity is improper, but as a supplier, I'm concerned. Mayel replied respectfully. First, we were planning a large-scale hunt for the monsters nearby. The weapons deal was just step 1. Julia repeated, kinda hesitant. You said step 1. Mayel cut in to explain. We plan on setting up a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and, that route would cross the ice mountain. The person presiding over the meeting frantically reminded Mayel. Hey you, please don't mention that mountain by name in here. He was confused. Sorry. Irene glanced around the table and asked, why is the mood so tense? What's going on? Mayel also looked around and answered, I'm not sure either. He watched them carefully. I don't know what's happening, but I know who's responsible. They had all gone pale. Why is that? Cecilia frowned, warning him, are you planning to cross the North Mountain? No, that's impossible, because a demonic beast lives there. A realization hit Mayel. A demonic beast, so could it be? He recalled how he crossed the mountain range alone last night. The girl's face darkened, clearly disbelieving him. You're lying. Mayel backed up his claim, pulling something from inside his coat. I'm not lying. I met that thing in the mountain range. Is this the demonic beast you mentioned? It's silver wolf fur. Cecilia jumped to her feet in shock. You have completed the mission and earned the respect of the Vanis clan. Mayel confirmed to himself that it was all true. Clear tears welled up in the corners of the girl's eyes. Finally, it's finally dead for good. 3 days later, Mayel and Cecilia were walking together. The girl politely started, My apologies for keeping you waiting. He wasn't bothered at all. It's no problem. It's understandable. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Cecilia confided, I never thought I would face this mountain again. My heart is still heavy, but it's different than before. The catastrophe that took, my father is gone now. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lin. Mayel replied humbly. It was nothing. I just stumbled upon it on my way here. The two looked up at the trees. Cecilia laid out the specific plan. If we create a road through the South Mountain, we can establish a direct trade route from Elo to the Western Kingdom of Ota. We won't have to waste time and money detouring through the central region anymore. And as for building the road here, the Vanis clan will support it. He was shocked, raising his voice. Excuse me, this is the complete opposite of what I predicted. I thought we would start with the weapons deal. The trade route was supposed to come later. I had even calculated the costs for opening the trade route, assuming I'd cover them myself. If the Vanis clan is offering support, this is a massive gain. He stammered in disbelief. Are you saying you accept my proposal? She admitted calmly. Of course. Any goods produced here will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate at the 8 lakes. Mayel realized that buying above market price was an incredibly generous condition. Cecilia explained softly from across him. Merchants will do anything for money, but we have hearts too. Cecilia Vanis promised to show the gratitude and trust befitting a benefactor. Mayel closed his eyes and finally went along with the proposal. He held out his hand to shake the girls. I look forward to working with you. The deal with the 8 lakes was a success. Mayel and Irene walked through the forest. He shared emotionally, I'm so happy everything went so smoothly. I can finally send some good news back to everyone and my father. By the way, That representative Cecilia is incredible. She's so mature for someone so young, especially without a father. Irene quickly noticed a change in Mayel. You're not your usual self. Mayel, are you getting emotional? He blurted out an unexpected reply. I guess I empathized with her because I'm in a similar boat. She looked surprised. Huh? Mayel turned back with a good-natured smile. Anyway, just you wait, Lady Irene. The next time you visit Elo, you'll be shocked to see how lively it is. Irene let out a sigh. You really love your hometown, don't you? Lynn, I wish I could feel that way too. He put his hands behind his head and asked curiously, Isn't your hometown a place everyone remembers and treasures? She immediately shot that down. Not for me. Mayel went on. Now you've got me curious. Are you planning on inviting me to your hometown one day? Lady Irene? Irene answered vaguely. Who knows? Irene didn't seem to want to talk about it, but I'm sure I'll visit Fruit one day. Warm golden sun rays wrapped the village in warmth. Mixed in with that was the Lord's absolute shock. What? For a price higher than the market rate? The Lord was astonished. They even promised to cover the costs of opening the trade route, and then there was Luna's completely unrelated concern. Did you two get a private room at the inn? Mayel quickly clamped a hand over his little sister's mouth, ignoring his sister's nosiness. He replied to his father, Yes, father. Cecilia Vanis promised all of that. Bak In was greatly impressed. After all, for the notoriously cold Vanis representative to promise to repay a favor is truly astonishing, Mayel calmly explained. Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity. They said it will take 3 months for the weapons. The construction of the road through the South Mountain will begin this month. Lord OL was proud of his son's capabilities, a direct trade route to the Empire. OL will finally prosper. You've really grown up, Mayel. To achieve something so difficult. Thank you for becoming such a fine man. Seizing the opportunity, Mayel made his final request. Then, father, will you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his hands on the table and decisively stated his desire. The lifeblood of El, the dream of the people of El, is revenge for my mother. It's that hunt on the plains. Everything faded into a memory, standing before a horrifying scene, the world engulfed in a sea of fire. Mayel recalled, My 6th birthday was supposed to be a happy memory, but it turned into a brutal nightmare. The mudmen overran the grasslands and attacked the village. Countless people lost their lives. The most painful part is that my mother was one of them. My mother. I can't even clearly remember her face now without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, died, and many more were gravely injured. That day, for the first time, I swore an oath. I had to become stronger. As its lord, I will not let El remain weak under my watch. Back in the present, on a beautiful morning, Mayel and Irene went for a walk, watching the villagers train diligently in front of them. Their shouts echoed, their movements sharp and full of spirit. After the subjugation order was issued, the villagers started practicing with their spears every day. They repeated the synchronized drills tirelessly. Irene watched them, excited. The villagers looked completely different. Mayel also praised them. It's something to be thankful for. They're working really hard. She seemed to notice something unique, a mix of surprise and slight admiration. By the way, their spear technique seems very unique. Irene wondered, who taught them that technique? He glanced toward the old man, who stood solemnly with his hands behind his back, and answered, Oh, our knight commander taught them. The man had a gentle face, etched with the lines of time. He was once known as the kingdom's frontline lightning flash, Sir Bog Peyton, the greatest knight of Andalis. I remember how powerfully he faced those monsters. I'm so grateful. If Sir Bog hadn't been there when the mudmen attacked, the damage would have been far worse. I still remember it clearly, how he cut down 5 mudmen in a single blow. He was still lost in thought. Even now, he uses a fishing rod more often than a spear. Suddenly, a questioning voice called out for Sir Bog. The voice pulled Mayel back to reality. He quickly turned and answered, Yes, is something wrong? Bog walked over, calling out to him. Ah, is that you, young Master Mayel? Seeing him approach, Mayel quickly greeted him. Ah, it's been a while, Sir Bog. I was going to say hello after practice, he replied gracefully. Practice just ended, so it's fine. Suddenly, Bog grabbed Mayel's hand, laughing excitedly. I heard you made a huge splash this time. You won the grand prize, and now you're leading the subjugation campaign. He laughed sheepishly. Ha ha. Well, yes. Something like that. After the warm greeting, Bog glanced at the young woman beside him curiously. And this young lady is? Placing a hand on her chest, she introduced herself politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Irene Sperato, she exclaimed with admiration. To meet the Lightning Knight, Sir Bog, in person is such an honor. Hearing that title made him stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Beside him, Mayel shot her a surprised look. What is she talking about? After a moment of shock, Bog composed himself. He asked, Miss Irene, what are you referring to? I heard about you in a nightly lecture called The 11 Children. Irene explained respectfully, clenching her fists. I was sure of it after seeing the villager's spear technique, her hair fluttering gently in the wind. Facing the middle-aged man, her voice remained soft and steady. The one and only spear knight of the Radiant Kingdom. I heard you suddenly retired and vanished at only 30 years old, a legend among legends. His voice lowered, soft and filled with nostalgia, as if revisiting a bygone golden era. Ha ha, I never thought someone would still remember those little stories. Her expression was calm, her voice gentle, as if she were stating a simple fact. Of course, I was so impressed that I read about it in great detail. Irene looked at Bog and saw a warrior in full armor, spear in hand, standing there defiantly. The story of him taking down over 10 high-level mages from the rival nation of Pona was the stuff of legends. He closed his eyes, totally calm like it was no big deal. I'm honored that you still remember, milady, even though I'm just an old man now. Mayel walked up to Boga, his voice sad. Sir Boga, why did you hide it? He turned to face the boy and answered bluntly, I never hid it. You just never bothered to ask. The boy looked down, explaining with a bitter tone, still feeling out of the loop. I had to hear from someone else that you were the Lightning Knight, even though I was right here with you, and I didn't know. But then, something he said made Mayel's eyes widen. If anything, shouldn't you know more about me than anyone else? Young master. Mayel didn't agree, starting to list the things he knew about Boga, but it was only part of the story. As images flashed in his mind, he said, I know you like to fish, and you live in this house down the hill. Images of warm sunsets and surprise walks with Boga flashed through his memory, and you always took me for walks when I was a kid. The old man continued, but seeing you all grown up like this now makes me really happy. Boga put his hands behind his back, his tone serious. Isn't knowing that side of Boga Pawn enough? Just those few words from him made Mayel snap out of it. He stepped forward to face him, his gaze determined. I wasn't thinking straight. I understand you better than anyone else. Boga bowed his head, pleased, and replied, Thank you for understanding, young master. Not letting him dwell on it, Boga made a suggestion. Ah, by the way, I promised to help the young lady with her sword training today. Would you like to join us? Mayel was intrigued and immediately agreed. Observe? I'd be happy to. Suddenly, his face remained gentle, but his voice turned dead serious. Interrupt? No. Boga clarified what he really meant. I'm not talking about observing. I'm talking about a sparring match. Hearing those words, the boy was too surprised to speak, his face frozen. He asked again as if he'd misheard. What? In a dense forest somewhere, Boga was sparring with Lugina. The two swords clashed, creating loud, piercing clangs. Irene watched intently. She exclaimed in admiration, That kid is amazing. To have skills like this at 12 years old is incredible. Mayel didn't reply, his face serious, but he agreed in his heart. I agree. Honestly, even I'm surprised. He watched the girl, her hands gripping the sword tightly, her fighting spirit blazing, and thought to himself in awe, her blade is perfectly balanced. Her footwork is decisive and consistent, proof that her fundamentals are rock solid. Then he glanced at her opponent. He was holding back most of his combat power to avoid hurting Lugina. Mayel admired how Sir Boga was only using his left hand to fight Lugina. And his weapon wasn't even his specialty, the spear, just a wooden sword. Boga's voice rang out, ending the match. That's enough for today's practice, milady. He slung the sword over his shoulder and looked at the girl, who was standing with her hands on her hips, proudly praising her to Mayel. See? The young lady's skills have improved this much. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Mayel smiled proudly. Looks like it. This kid is really amazing, he continued to praise her in his head. She's worked so hard. Mayel, Boga didn't let him stay in that mood for long. He suggested, Now it's your turn, isn't it? Mayel took the wooden sword, feeling a bit nostalgic. Yeah, around 9 years old, I used to spar with Sir Boga with a wooden sword, because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made up his mind. Since I've been training in martial arts until now, it's my turn to show what I've got. His face grew stern, his eyes sharp, as he said, Please teach me, Sir Boga. The match ended with Mayel flat on the ground, his face covered in bruises, his eyes dazed as if he couldn't believe what just happened. To the sound of the two girls laughing beside him, Boga encouraged him. Your moves have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very pleased. But as Mayel lay there helplessly, it wasn't much of a comfort at all. Mayel sat up and asked curiously, "By the way, how does your skill level as a knight compare to today's standards?" Hearing the question, the old man seemed unsure of the answer. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I retired. I don't know what the younger generation is like these days." The boy looked down, lost in thought. Is there a good point of comparison? As if he'd found a solution, he blurted out, "Huh?" An image of someone appeared in Mayel's mind. He suggested, "I know a knight. Sir Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in the eastern region." He recalled gratefully. "He helped me train in martial arts before the big tournament. I remember he was really strong." Bogawa's expression turned thoughtful. He reminisced, saying, 6 stars? 20 years ago, when I left the Knight Order, I was already a 7-star knight." Hearing that introduction, he was stunned, his eyes wide open. "What?" he thought to himself. "You were a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's pretty much the strongest in the kingdom." Mayel looked at the system window that appeared in front of him, wondering to himself, why would someone like that show up here? An order was given: fight the knights with a wooden sword, a surprise quest, spar with a 7-star knight. He looked at the countdown timer. With 10 minutes remaining, his face beaded with sweat. He was a bit worried. Can I even do this? With my current swordsmanship, I'm nowhere near ready. Suddenly, Irene's voice pulled Mayel from his thoughts about being trained by a 7-star knight. "Young Master Mayel, you are truly having a rare experience," he asked back blankly. "What?" she explained enthusiastically. "Sir Bogawa is the only person in the Radiant Kingdom to reach the legendary knight level. This is an experience that money can't buy." Mayel smiled as if he'd figured it out. "That's right. This really is an amazing opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated just because of failure." Bogawa still kept one hand behind his back. He caught that moment and was impressed. "Oh, young master, I really like the expression on your face right now." Meanwhile, Mayel regained his composure, stood up, and raised his sword. "Right. I'm really determined now. The time remaining to complete the quest is 3 days, once again." He seriously gripped his sword and held it out, his face hardening with a touch of confidence. "I'll have to rely on you again, Sir Bogawa." Mayel was fired up. "With this much time, I'll succeed. No problem." Mayel suddenly received a notification from the system while sparring with the 7-star knight. A new quest has appeared. The quest specified that he must execute parries, dodges, and counterattacks using a critical hit against Sir Bogawa. Mayel told himself, "To complete this quest, I sparred with Sir Bogawa every night." The countdown ticked away second by second. Mayel trained relentlessly, his face covered in scratches and grime. He moved his limbs while deep in thought. At first, I wondered if these spars even had any meaning. Lost in thought, he accidentally let his guard down and was caught by the 7-star knight. There's an opening here. Still, thinking there must be a reason the system issued this quest, I continued to spar. The deadline was just over 42 hours away, meaning less than 2 days. Just then, the 7-star knight calmly announced again, "Over here is vulnerable too." And finally, when the deadline was down to just 23 minutes and 51 seconds, Mayel had to concentrate even harder. He lunged toward the 7-star knight with the speed of wind. After a moment, he gave a slight smile, his eyes showing clear excitement and satisfaction. "It's done." The 7-star knight looked at him with a gentle smile and didn't hesitate to praise him. "You did very well," he also thought to himself. "Sir Bogawa said it. The results of your efforts are starting to show." Time passed, and the final day of the training session arrived. Bogawa, worried about Mayel overexerting himself, asked, "Young master, are you tired?" He firmly denied it. "I can still keep going." Bogawa slung the wooden sword over his shoulder, gently telling him there was no need to push so hard. "Look, the sky is already getting bright." But Mayel, who was on a quest, had his determination soaring. "Yes, I've sparred enough with the 7-star knight," but he stared intently at the only remaining quest objective. A critical hit. I still haven't fulfilled that condition, and there's only a little over half an hour left. Mayel was lost in bewildered thought, unable to believe this was all he had achieved after an entire night without sleep. Was landing a critical hit on a 7-star knight an impossible quest from the very beginning? His hand tightened its grip with each passing second, and now there was very little time left. "What's going on? You've been up all night?" "Big brother." Luina had woken up by then. The little girl tried to persuade her brother. "Brother, stop it. You've practiced enough." The maid sighed a long sigh. "Honestly, I followed the young lady to be cautious, but why is the young master pushing himself so hard?" Luina tried to add, her voice filled with worry. "Even you have limits. Big brother, stop and get some rest." Mayel didn't look at them. He looked at the 7-star knight and emphasized, just 30 more minutes. He repeated it intentionally as if to say that no one should hope to stop him. Just 30 minutes is all I need. But inside, Mayel was also full of anxious thoughts. I know it all too well. I know it's difficult to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes, but he continued anyway. He slammed the wooden sword in his hand hard onto the ground. He said loudly, Sir Bogawa. With the sword stuck firmly in the ground, Mayel quickly rolled up his sleeves. I'll consider this my final attempt and try a different method. Mayel thought to himself, all right, I'm changing my approach starting now. His bizarre actions left Luina and Irene completely baffled. His father and the others couldn't hide their surprise. The two girls grimaced, while Bawa mumbled something to himself. Anna B was also a bit taken aback. He then replied gently, Young master, looking at Mayel's face and body already in an attack stance. He asked again, Are you serious? Mayel replied firmly, Yes, I am. His eyes narrowed, his mind filled with nothing but determination. Through these past few days of sparring with a wooden sword, I've learned how to predict a knight's movements. Now that goal is complete. I need to win using my own strengths. Boa, with his keen perception, had already figured it out. I thought it was weird that you were practicing your swordsmanship all night these past few days. Turns out you wanted something from me. Mayel didn't hide it. He just smirked at the man's guess. So you figured it out. This made Boa look forward to their final match even more. Very well, then I'll add one more rule for you, young master. He generously gave him a huge advantage. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Mayel stared blankly and mumbled the word, magic. As he spoke, Boa raised his sword. I'll also get a little more serious. I want to see what you're really capable of. Mayel was ready. He lifted his heels, pointing his toes toward Boa. Here I come. The next second, they both flew at each other. Mayel gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he thought. Without the wooden sword, I have to get inside his reach. In exchange, my body feels lighter, and my balance is better. Once I'm this close, the sword's blind spot makes it useless. Boa suddenly stopped his attack and let out an amused laugh. So, that's your game. At the same time, Mayel hesitated, confused, but he quickly gritted his teeth through a flash of panic. He's not leaving any openings outside his sword's reach. This is the same method I used against Doom Prime at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy that works on just anyone, especially not on knights at Sir Boa's level. They don't meet a difference in strength head-on. They redirect it instead. Boa analyzed Mayel's fighting style as if he could see right through him. Your plan is to get inside my sword's reach. That's a good move, but once it's exposed, you're left with very few options. Your opponent will always try to create distance from you. This only fired Mayel up even more. He squared his shoulders and clenched his fists. Sir Bawa is right. He's seen through my whole strategy. Just as his fist was about to land, Mayel suddenly flashed a wicked grin. But you didn't see this coming. In a flash, his clenched fist flew open. Mayel yelled, Flash! A blinding blue light enveloped them both, making it impossible to see either Mayel or Boa. After the light faded, leaving only wisps of smoke, everyone saw that Mayel had grabbed Bawa by the collar, pinning him to the ground. Luina screamed in shock. Bawa, despite his defeat, still smiled kindly at him. I was worried you were going to use some kind of terrifying magic, but you just blinded me with a flash of light? You've completely beaten me. Mayel looked at him and replied humbly. It was all I could think of at the time. I'm truly sorry for catching you off guard. His words were humble, but his mind was racing with other thoughts. To be honest, if Sir Bawa hadn't been tired, I probably would have lost. He hasn't had a break all day because of me. And finally, I did it. The system announced the reward Mayel received, the skill, Steel Destruction. While he was happily checking out his reward, Mayel felt a sharp smack on his shoulder. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Luina snapped, her hands on her hips. Even if it was just sparring, how could you slam Sir Bawa to the ground like that? Mayel just laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to explain, and mumbled, My bad. Bawa spoke up to defend him. I'm all right, so please don't be too hard on the young master, my lady. Mayel then bowed respectfully and offered a hand to Bawa. I've taken up too much of your time. Now that our sparring session is over, I think I'll go soak in a hot bath for a while. He pulled the older man to his feet, his heart filled with emotion. I've learned so much from you over this time. The two of them then slowly headed back. This was a very interesting experience for an old man like me. Young master, your vacation must be ending soon. Mayel replied, Yeah, I have to leave soon. It's a 10-day ride to the academy. This long spring break is coming to an end, and he's a little bummed about having to pack up and leave. And just like that, the day to leave his hometown arrived. Standing on a bridge, he and his father looked down at the young men working hard. All right, just a little more effort. Let's finish this up and grab a few beers. You bet, I'm gonna drink my fill today, he politely explained to his father. These are the workers sent by the Vances family. Since we're building a base here, we need a lot of manpower. His arms spread wide, showing his excitement. Through this route, we'll transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out subjugation missions. Plus, many of the workers will use the restaurants and inns, bringing huge benefits to this whole region. This is the beginning of a change. As he said this, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "There's one more thing I want to tell you, Dad." He handed him a box. "This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for the pass." Mayel's father seemed to want to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, "Son," but understanding what his father was thinking. Mayel quickly cut him off. "I've already kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry too much. You're not going to refuse again, are you, Dad?" He looked at Mayel with loving and proud eyes. "I'm so ashamed. I'm just racking up a debt to you." To say goodbye to his dutiful son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, son." "All right, well then, I'll be on my way." Mayel continued to drift into his thoughts. "I have to say, this was a very productive vacation. I said my goodbyes to everyone and walked a ways with Irene. When the road forked and I was about to say goodbye, Mayel heard Irene say something that made him quickly ask again. "Huh? What did you just say?" "I must have misheard." Irene deliberately emphasized her words. "Nope, you heard me right." She grinned at Mayel, her eyes crinkling. "After graduation, I'll help out with the monster subjugation missions too. I already told you, I'm going to follow you until I can beat you. Master Mayel." Watching Irene's retreating back, Mayel thought to himself, so she still hasn't forgotten. What a weirdo. And just like that, we parted ways, promising to see each other again someday. After traveling for about a week, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, this place was way more crowded. As soon as he set foot here, Mayel was drawn in by a street brawl and stopped to watch. Someone was screaming, "Say that again!" A thug in black was yelling his head off at a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say? You weak little punk?" The shrill shouting grew louder and louder. "Say it again, you bastard!" Seeing this bullying, Mayel started to get restless. "What the hell is going on?" The guy in black kept up his high-pitched, arrogant tone. "Say it again. What did you just say, kid?" The young man, his face covered in cuts, pleaded softly, "Please, let my sister go." But a second later, the guy in black, cackled, his voice full of mockery. "You guys hear that? What are you gonna do if you don't just stand there?" Then he shot to his feet, ready to school this pathetic kid. "This is all happening because your family couldn't pay up. We gotta make a living too, you know." His fist tightened as his mouth spewed taunts and insults. "So now I'm gonna collect the debt your old man owes, even if it means selling your sister." "Ha ha." The young man scowled, his eyes filled with rage. "What?" The second he heard the guy mention his family, he instantly charged forward without thinking. "You think I'm just gonna let that happen?" For the first time, the kid actually scoffed at him. What a joke. But before he could even land a hit, he caught a fist from the scumbag. The goon's voice dripped with scorn. "Do I look like I'm kidding?" As he kicked the kid to the ground, he let out a stream of curses. "And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Hanson, is this the standard for apprentice knights in Farena? And that's not all." He grabbed the kid by the hair and yanked his head up, ordering him around like a slave. "Say that again. What did you just say?" The kid bravely enunciated every single word. "Just try to sell my sister." He stared at the guy with a fiery gaze, his voice completely devoid of emotion. "I will literally kill all of you." Mayel watched, his own brows knitting in frustration. Am I really witnessing this? Stuff like this happens in broad daylight? That kid looks like an apprentice knight from a nearby territory, but even for an apprentice, he's pathetically weak. Still, that's not the kind of look I usually see. It's the look of someone who has something they absolutely have to protect. As Mayel started walking toward the brawl, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. A scared-looking man warned him, "Young man, don't get involved in other people's business and just leave. If you mess with NGG, Lam will be a disaster." That's right, those guys are seriously brutal. Mayel didn't even bother to thank him. In fact, he was looking to stir things up with these guys. I get it. But then what are you guys doing here? The men were confused. Huh? What do you mean? Mayel continued. You're not trying to stop them, and you're not saving that guy. His eyes glared, and he bared his teeth in disgust. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You're no different from them. After saying that, he continued walking toward the young man. That look in his eyes is good, the kind that can become stronger. Suddenly, I'm curious about that guy's true worth. The man who had tried to warn Mayel was now furious at being lectured by him. What? Fine. Do whatever you want, after I was just trying to look out for you. The thug who was tormenting the young man paused when he saw Mayel approaching. He shot him a sharp glare, then spoke in a menacing, condescending tone. He asked, "Who the hell are you? You here to get your ass beat too?" He was running his mouth without even knowing who he was up against. Get lost before I. But before he could finish, Mayel used magic to send him flying backward. The thug's eyes widened in confusion and fear. He stared at Mayel's cold expression. Why am I shaking? The onlookers' eyes went wide and their jaws dropped in shock. His lackeys were also frozen, asking, "What the hell was that?" As for the thug, he could only stand there while Mayel ravaged his body with magic. What just happened? After toying with him for a bit, Mayel finally unleashed his anger, blasting magic straight into his face. He screamed in agony, "Oh, don't come any closer, stay away from me, retreat, retreat!" The young man from before was still sitting on the ground. He hesitated. "Who are you?" "The person who helped me." Mayel's back was filled with pride. He answered, Mayel Carlstein." Then he turned back to look at the young man, with a relaxed and gentle smile. He continued, "He's a bad guy." That night, Mayel went to the young man's house. The guy, who introduced himself as Han, had invited me to his home. And his story was pretty typical. Two siblings burdened with their alcoholic father's debt, and a boy who had to take up the sword to stop his sister from being sold to a brothel. Mayel had a few questions, so he asked, "But what is that NGGY lamb place? The name sounds kinda cute, but their actions are horrifying." Han confirmed it. "It might sound that way, but they're extremely brutal." Han got goosebumps as he explained. "They'll tie people to the corner of the NGGY tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them." Mayel still had some lingering doubts, so he asked, "Does the Farena territory just let guys like that run wild?" Han explained to him that their area of operation isn't in Farena. They operate in our village, and a few other small villages. They're all too small to have a guard patrol to help. Mayel lowered his head slightly, hiding his thoughtful expression. "They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to take them on one by one." Han also bowed his head and spoke to Mayel with a grateful voice. "Thank you for your help, and I've heard about your name," he asked gently. "They said you were the champion of that tournament, right?" Mayel's immediate reply surprised Han a little. "Yeah, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Pirante?" Han straightened his back and looked at Mayel. "How did you know?" Mayel explained with a smile. "I heard that thug say you were an apprentice knight from the Farena territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I figured he would have mentioned me." Han shot up to his feet, his words filled with excitement. "That's right. Our captain talked a lot about you. He said there was a really strong mage at the academy, but not as strong as the captain." Mayel thought to himself, annoyed. "Oh, really? But I beat him in an arm wrestling match." Han continued to beat his chest enthusiastically, pouring his heart out. "I want to become strong, quickly, and become an outstanding knight like our captain." Mayel fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. Having the captain as a goal to strive for is great, but Han is too weak to achieve it. Forget becoming a knight. I'm not even sure he can graduate from the academy. Suddenly, he lowered his voice like he was kinda embarrassed, and confessed, "Actually, I'm dead last at the academy, so I get clowned on every single day. They're always like, 'How are you even still at the academy with skills like that?'" His story was a downer, but you could still hear the hope in his voice. "Everyone rags on me, but our captain is different. He told me I have a talent that no one else has." As he said this, his face lit up, all positive again. "And that if I just keep working hard, one day I'll shine." It clicked for Mayel right then. Han's situation. It's exactly the same, just like how Professor Haydn and the headmaster believed in me to the end. Sir Gunter Pirante must believe in Han because he's been through something similar. Mayel didn't hesitate to hype Han up. "That's right. Hard work never lets you down." He popped a bite of food in his mouth and kept encouraging his new buddy. "Even if you're slower than everyone else, if you stick with it, a miracle will happen one day. Just like it did for me." Seeing Mayel's face all twisted up, Han got flustered. "Oh, my bad. I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is one of a kind," Mayel groaned in his head. "Now you tell me." The two were having a chill, friendly chat when a loudmouth shout ruined the vibe. "Get out here, you filthy brats." A bunch of guys from the Yamber gang were crowded outside. "That damn noble, I should have ripped him apart right there. But instead, I'm here to kill these 2 brats," the leader growled. "Forget killing them, we're gonna sell them." He charged at the house, kicking the flimsy wooden door clean off its hinges. "Come on out, no more hiding." But his eyes went wide as he squinted inside. "What the? Where'd those 2 brats go?" Inside, there was no sign of Han or his sister, only Mayel standing there waiting. The leader roared, "Who the hell are you?" Mayel strapped some armor onto his arm and smirked. I was wondering what I should do, but thanks for coming right to me. Not even 3 seconds later, the guy got blasted by Mayel's magic, his body flying straight out of the house and into the dirt. The terrified goons looked at each other. What the hell was that? Every single one of them started to panic. The leader blinked, frowning, as whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that the noble from earlier? What are you doing here? Just then, Han and his sister appeared, huddled together in fear. Mayel told him, Han, it's dangerous here. Protect your sister. Han anxiously asked Mayel, what are you gonna do? Mayel cracked a small smile, clenching his fist as he spoke with confidence. Guess I gotta work for my dinner, the gang leader shouted. Don't be scared, everyone, no matter how tough he is. There's over 20 of us. Yeah, let's get him. The black-clad thugs charged forward with their weapons. Fine, bring it on. All of you at once. In an instant, a blue aura flared from Mayel's hand. From my fight with Baron Ba, I learned a new skill. Steel Destruction. When I use this skill, the moment a sword touches my fist, its very essence disappears without a trace. As he fought, one of the thugs thought, what the hell is this? My knife! Someone screamed in terror. Normally I'd go easy on them, Mayel thought, but these guys are obviously scum, a total menace, so there's no room for mercy. Mayel's overwhelming power crashed down on the thugs. You're a demon! Please, spare us! We've committed a terrible crime! The men collapsed to the ground, begging for their lives, finally realizing it was useless to keep fighting. Mayel was actually enjoying himself, having found some real villains to deal with. Just as he was thinking, a scream echoed from a distance. As he feared, someone had been taken hostage. You son of a B times, shh! If you move an inch, I'll slit this broad's throat! What are you all doing? Get up! Get up and tie that damn noble up! Mayel shouted anxiously. Damn it, so you're their leader? That's right. I'm the leader of the Bangon gang. Now that you get it, get on your knees. You bastard. He frantically looked for Han. Han, what happened? Han's sister, who was the hostage, spoke up. He got hurt trying to protect me, didn't he? Then I have no choice. I have to end this. He started walking toward the leader. The man screamed, don't get any closer. You think I won't kill her? Stay right where you are. If you even twitch a finger, I'll carve her up right here. Mayel was pissed. Damn it, they never taught us how to deal with a hostage situation at the academy. I don't have enough time to cast a spell. Crap, what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, a sword came slashing through the air, stunning the leader. You son of a B times, shh, Han yelled, charging forward with his sword in hand. If you don't want to end up like your leader, get the hell out of here. Damn it, let's run. The crowd scrambled to escape. Han's sister ran over. Han, are you okay? Han was in disbelief. I killed someone. How could I be? It's okay, Han. It was necessary. And congratulations. Mayel comforted him. Han turned his head in confusion. Congratulations, he explained. That was a Pareto sword, wasn't it? Aura mastery. I saw a blue aura coming from you earlier. Didn't you just reach level 4? The appearance of that invisible blue aura means... Han was stunned. Huh, I reached level 4? That's right. Reaching level 4 is considered top tier among knights. Of course, you still can't fully control your aura yet, but you've definitely shown clear progress. Yeah, you did it, just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong. Your thinking was right. He was moved. Thanks, Mayel. It's all because of you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the guts. Seriously, Mayel replied. Cut the sappy talk. At least now, no one will bother Han's sister anymore. And just like that, Han's problem was solved smoothly. As soon as it was morning, I went straight to the academy, and now I'm back. Before I left, I was hoping the break would never end, but now that I'm back at the academy, I realized something. I really missed this place. Mayel, what did you do during the break? Me? As they walked, he chatted. What should I say? A lot of stuff happened, but nothing worth talking about here. He hesitated. I trained. The guy was surprised. You? Someone as strong as you trains too? Swordsmanship. Oh man, Mayel, breaks are for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes for the second semester, right? Why would you practice ahead of time? Studying ahead during the break is called preparation. While the two were talking, a professor called out to him, Mayel. Professor Hden, so you're here. What brings you here, sir? Looking outside, a visitor had arrived. Lots of knights and a golden sunbird symbol on our flag. It must be him. It seems Mayel realized who the visitor was. I'll be right out. We've exchanged letters. But I didn't think I'd meet him this soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Open the carriage door. The princes have arrived. 2 princes stepped down from the carriage, one by one. Don't even think about getting between me and Mayel, Prince Croster Radian, Prince Karis said sarcastically. Don't get your hopes up, big brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Mayel will choose me. Mayel, while the two were still arguing, you came forward and introduced yourself. It's an honor to meet you, your highnesses. Your highnesses, I am Mayel. The first prince, Croster, spoke up. Young master, my apologies for the sudden visit. I've prepared a gift and hope we can speak privately. The second prince, Karis, cut in. No, the gift I prepared is much more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. Their intentions were way too obvious. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, support one side, it would be a huge step towards them becoming king. I have a solution. He spoke up. Both princes said in unison. A solution. All right, we'll do as you say, young Master Mayel. You two should discuss this together. The Radiant Kingdom, where both the Academy and I belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Despite that, the kingdom still can't unite internally. The first prince's monarchist faction clashes with the second prince's reformist faction, which is the cause of the prolonged conflict. It's the same with most of the mages. They're just tools in their power struggle. Thinking back, the reason they came to me is obviously because of that. This brat, I'm not just gonna sit here. The seat across from Sir Mayel is mine. The two princes were arguing over who would sit across from Mayel. He was helpless against these two. God, what a pain. Don't make a scene. Aren't you the one making a scene, big brother? It's because of childish people like this that the country is in such a state. These thoughts were swirling inside him. The second prince's challenge was ridiculous. What did you just say? Mayel intervened. Stop arguing. I'm a bit surprised by your sudden visit. But it's good that you both came. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. The first prince said, I expected this, but hearing it directly still hurts. The second prince replied, that's right, but even the legendary strategist, Jiggis refused the offer 3 times. You probably know that story too. The first prince sneered. Jiggis, you refused the great emperor's offer 3 times, so he finally joins the emperor's side. Is he really comparing himself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a level 9 knight. Mayel asserted, even if you keep making that offer, the final result will be the same. Mayel Carlstein said, I have something I must do. Both princes asked, something you must do? I plan to return to my homeland. The prince of the territory wondered, does that mean you won't leave the kingdom even after you graduate? Mayel replied, of course. At that point I can become a force for the kingdom. Both princes were satisfied. That was good to hear. Mayel continued, but the situation is far from easy. I trust you'll understand why I can't just abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised to hear this. The first prince said, the kingdom's future strength shouldn't be burdened by needless worries. I, Prince Croster Radian, will give you my full support, no matter what the problem is. The second prince chimed in. No, ask me first, not my brother. Money, food, I'll give you all of it. Mayel thought to himself, can't you see I'm talking to this guy? Stay out of it. The two started bickering again, but no matter what happens, I'm not picking either of you. Definitely not. You want to know why? Because I get more out of it if you two keep fighting. Mayel was still running his own calculations. The first prince said, I'll send an amazing gift for your graduation. The second prince shot back, no, I'll send an even more amazing gift than my brother. Mayel cut them off. All right, that's fine, but I expect you to take care of the things I mentioned. The two princes reassured him, haha, don't you worry about a thing. Just focus on graduating, Mayel thought to himself. Thankfully, the princes were satisfied that I didn't pick a side and left. On top of that, I also made my loyalty clear by confirming I wouldn't be leaving the kingdom. However, I did make 2 requests. First, I requested approval for the plans Dell is currently working on, and I asked for military support to coincide with the subjugation campaign. Everything is going smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Ah, my train of thought was interrupted. Everyone, listen up! Duke Mayel Carlstein is a hero of salvation and a treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I hereby appoint Duke Mayel as a royal protector. Everyone, show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't part of the plan, but it happened anyway. As a royal protector, the one closest to the royal family in the kingdom, no one can dare to look down on him. It's not official yet, but since the princes themselves acknowledged it, it might as well be. I'm relieved everything got sorted out so smoothly. The two princes said their goodbyes and left. Well, we'll be on our way. So impressive. To be appointed a protector of the kingdom. So impressive. Murmurs of admiration were heard all around. "Move it! You're blocking our way to class!" Jia-sun yelled, clearing a path as he walked. Now that the princes had left, it was finally time for the classmates to swarm in. Looks like things are about to get noisy again. The protector position has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, shut it. Over there, MC was approaching, and all the chatter immediately died down. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? He was irritable the moment he showed up. It's ridiculous, seriously. Who's talking about who? Looks like that comment really got to him. Have you all forgotten? I'm a Gary Hill, you know. No matter how much noise you make, after graduation, all of you will be working under me. Michael Gary Hill, who was almost expelled for using a banned substance during the first semester midterms, managed to avoid it with the harsh punishment of a 30-day suspension. It was all thanks to the reputation of the Gary Hill family. The Academy's Magic Society, no, even the entire Magic Society of the Royal Palace, is pretty much under the Gary Hills' control right now. Is that right? But it doesn't look like that's what the princes want. Long time no see, MC. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. You think you've won, don't you, Jiko? Yeah, you've probably won. Just wait and see who's laughing in the end. He turned away, but his face was still twisted with resentment. John, on the other hand, tried to comfort him. He's just jealous. Don't pay him any mind. When you won the grand tournament, the look on MC's face was priceless. This whole thing with the princes probably hit him even harder, Mayel thought to himself. I guess so. Jealousy? That stuff isn't even worth my time. The MC's tarnished rep in this whole mess is directly linked to his family's honor. He's probably plotting something. This class is a special lecture by the alumni, right? Mayel asked. Yeah, let's go. My rival is the ruthless Gary Hill anyway. Alumni are coming to the academy to lecture. I wonder who it'll be. Hope it's someone cool, Jason thought. And somehow, that bad feeling is never wrong. Looks like the person behind the door was a total letdown, and Mayel and Jason were just staring in shock. Jason was stunned. What the hell? The person on the podium finally spoke. Is there a problem? Why's the vibe so weird? Is that Mayel over there? Nice to meet you. Mayel. That's Jack and Gary Hill. The second semester for seniors is more about hands-on stuff than book smarts. Like we mentioned before, there will be night-related classes and alumni will come to share stories about mages in the field. A type of lecture. This was supposed to be a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow, that gut feeling is never wrong. Mayel and Jason sat down on high alert, both staring straight ahead in silence. Especially since the guest alumnus was Miko's older brother, Jackin Gary Hill. He picked up a book and some chalk to start the lesson. Today, I'm going to tell you about the relationship between the Gary Hill mages and the Royal Court mages. He gave a smug smirk. Everyone knows this, right? Out of the 14 court mages selected last year, a full 11 of them came from House Gary Hill. He smiled, but his eyes were unnervingly cold. As an upperclassman from this very academy, I'm going to share a truth you need to know to get ahead. In this world, you can't accomplish anything by yourself. Mayel listened intently to every single word. That's why the weak need to stick together. From now on, you need to focus on what's real, not some fantasy. Just because you all praise the student rep, Mayel, doesn't mean your life is going to turn out like his. He suddenly called Mayel out by name, stunning the entire hall for a second. He spelled it out. Mayel, what do you think? Jason slammed his fist on the desk, jumping to his feet in a rage. He always had to be the one to stop his buddy from doing something stupid, so he quickly stood up to speak. Well, I'll say this. In front of everyone, he didn't hold back his opinion. Even if you combine 10 pieces of trash with determination, a masterpiece will never be created. At best, it'll just be a giant pile of garbage. Feeling the sting of that jab, he paused for a second. Are you talking about me? Mayel denied it. No, not at all. Did you think I was? The tension between them got all the students around them buzzing. He was speechless, so he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my little brother. Miko, he's a pretty unlucky dude, right? Mayel just answered coolly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky dude totally destroyed him. He couldn't keep up that confident smirk anymore as his face went dark. What an arrogant little punk. At that moment, they both knew the beef between Mayel and Gary Hill wasn't going to be settled easily. Ever since Jackin appeared, the vibe at the academy started to shift quickly. With his claim that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted to, Jackin managed to blindside the underachieving students. Jackin's realistic, no BS style was pretty effective. Meanwhile, an argument broke out, with one student saying, "Did you hear what Senior Jackin said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can make it big too." The other guy shot back, "Shh, you really think Gary Hill cares about you? Have some damn pride. I'd rather not work under Miko. that snake who uses dirty tricks to manipulate people. Ultimately, the students at the academy were split into two factions over Gary Hill, with Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Mayel and Mayel's growing rage towards such childish provocations. The tension at the academy just kept getting thicker. However, it wasn't long before a chance to put Gary Hill in his place showed up. Headmaster Tyrion set a steaming cup of tea on the table, speaking softly, "Oh, come in, take a seat." Mayel sat down across from him and quickly replied, "Yes. How have you been, sir?" The headmaster calmly raised his teacup. "Ha ha, I'm doing just fine," he said in a steady voice, full of understanding and trust. "Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So, how's academy life treating you?" He closed his eyes for a second, his brows knitting slightly. "Same as always, except for one thing. There's a troublemaker stirring up a mess." Being a man of knowledge and experience, he quickly grasped the situation. He set his teacup down. "I get it. I have a pretty good idea who you're talking about." He leaned back in his chair. "Gary Hill. I can't stand them, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has some connection to them, so the academy is no exception." He went on to explain the situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we've only given them courses that don't directly impact grades. Even so, they're still causing a ruckus on and off campus. It seems they've got a pretty big grudge against you." He grew curious. The alumnus Jack and Gary Hill. "What's he like?" The principal recalled. "He was incredibly popular thanks to his good looks and smooth talking. His social life seemed flawless, and his grades were outstanding. At 23, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom." But the principal's expression grew grim. "However, behind that exterior, there's a massive snake living inside him. He has a deep-seated lust for power and ambition. His personality drives him to get whatever he wants, no matter the cost." After getting a clear picture of the Snake Lord Jackin, he became cautious. "He seems fine on the outside, but on the inside, he's completely rotten and will do whatever it takes to get his way. That's a Gary Hill for you." He clenched his fist. By now, he had more than enough reason to act. The question was what excuse to use. Suddenly, the principal spoke up. "By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." A confused look crossed his face. "Special lessons?" he asked. The principal replied, "Yes, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a crazy idea sparked in his mind. "I've got a great idea, but will he even agree to it?" It was something he'd asked many people about, but the response was almost always negative. As he was thinking this, he walked up to the classroom. At that moment, remembering Principal Tyrion's words gave him the push he needed. "So what if you ask him directly?" Then he opened the door. Hearing the door open, every student turned to look. Even Jackin, who was standing at the podium, stopped short, his voice tinged with surprise. "Huh?" Mayel Carlstein. Acting as the perfect junior, he made a direct request to him. "I'm here with a request for you, senior." Mike, who was sitting nearby, heard it all and snorted with laughter. He shot to his feet, pointing right at Mayel, a massive grin splitting his face. "All right then, it was only a matter of time before you'd say something like that." Mayel's expression hardened. "Don't get the wrong idea, it's not that kind of request," he continued, revealing his true intentions. "I heard you got a proposal from the principal for a joint class with the Knights Division next week, and you turned it down." As he said this, the corner of Mayel's lip curled up. "So, I'm here to make the request myself. Please allow the alumni and us students to have a joint class." In that instant, his entire body seemed to freeze. The arrogant smirk that was always on his face was suddenly replaced by a look of shock. A joint class. This was a class where alumni, acting as special lecturers, would participate alongside the current students. In other words, it was an official chance for Jackin and me to go head-to-head on the same playing field. That single sentence sent a jolt of excitement through the room. A joint class? Does this mean we'll finally get to see Jack and Gary Hill's skills for ourselves? The students around them couldn't hide their excitement. All eyes were fixed on him, knowing that he and Mayel would be on the same stage in a direct confrontation. After thinking in silence for a moment, he spoke. "Why?" he asked slowly. "Our alumni are seasoned professionals with years of field experience. There's no need for a class like that, and to be honest, it's just a pointless waste of time." "You really think that little of us?" It sounded convincing, but this was all part of his plan. He delivered the finishing blow. "That sounds a little ridiculous. Isn't the whole point of alumni visiting the academy to teach us?" Jackin was taken aback. "What?" Mayel put on a disappointed face. "And yet you're brushing aside a joint class, the best chance to pass on your knowledge to your juniors, all because of a class like that." He kept stressing that Gary Hill was a team, his face twisted into an ugly scowl. Mayel's voice was dripping with provocation, a smirk playing on his lips. So what's with the sudden change of heart, or is there another reason, like maybe you're scared? He flashed a classic villain smirk. Even if Mayel won the grand tournament, he was still just a student with zero real-world experience. Then, the guy quickly schooled his features. Faced with a real blade, Mayel wouldn't be able to do anything but cling to that useless, stubborn pride of his. Why do we need a class that's such a pain in the ass? Before he could even finish his sentence, the other students jumped in. We want to see your skills, too. The guy froze for a second, a flash of confusion in his eyes. Just then, one student spoke up, and the others started chiming in one by one. Yeah, that's right. Skills forged in actual combat. We're dying to see them. At the same time, Miko excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Come on, bro. What are you waiting for? Miko added excitedly. This is the perfect chance to crush that dude in front of everybody. Just take the deal, Mayel. You're gonna regret this proposal for a long, long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was exactly what Mayel was hoping for. He grinned, totally pleased. Yeah, Miko, you're dead on. This is exactly how it needs to go down so our esteemed senior here can't back out. Jackin let out a tired sigh. Fine, if it's a joint class, the knight apprentices from Farena will be joining, right? But the guy tried to justify himself. I only rejected this proposal because I didn't want to steal your spotlight as the student rep, but if you want to throw that away now, Mayel didn't hesitate, closing the distance between them one step at a time. No, please, I'm begging you to do it. Mayel held out his hand. As a junior at this academy, I want to see your skills too. The guy had no choice but to shake his hand. Well, if that's how it is, I guess I have no other choice. Let's both give it our all. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand, so intense he gritted his teeth. He hissed, "You little punk." Mayel leaned in close to his ear, whispering a challenge. So I'm leaving it in your hands, senior. Mayel's eyes blazed with excitement and defiance. Get ready to be blown away. 3 days earlier, right when the knight apprentices from Farena arrived at the academy, Mayel had a quick meeting with Principal Tyon before the official welcome. He brought it up, a special class. Oh, really? The principal calmly rested his chin on his hand and explained, I had considered pairing up alumni with current students for the class, but most of them turned it down. The principal smiled. However, if you ask him directly, as his junior, he won't be able to refuse the student representative. What do you think? Recalling the suggestion, he could only let out a wry smile, a mix of helplessness and surprise. The principal is pretty sly, huh? Coming up with a plan the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Someone couldn't hold back their excitement, pointing straight ahead with a thrilled voice. Look, they're here! It's the knight apprentices from Farena! Cheers rolled through the courtyard like a massive wave. The moment Gunter spotted Mayel in the crowd, he broke into a huge grin, a look of amusement in his eyes. Well, look who it is. You stubborn punk, how've you been? Mayel shot back. Couldn't be better. How about you, Gunter? The man just shrugged, his lazy expression never changing. Same old, same old. I heard about you a while back. You won the grand festival, right? Mayel tilted his head, a humble look on his face. Yeah, it's all thanks to your training. Hearing that, Gunter let out a hearty laugh. He started to walk away as he spoke, waving goodbye over his shoulder. Ha ha, I'm off to see the principal, so do me a favor and show these kids around. Mayel immediately accepted the task. Got it. Mayel placed a hand on his chest and gave a formal introduction. A pleasure to meet you all. I'm Mayel Carlstein, this academy's representative. Could you tell me who's the representative for the knight apprentices? The apprentice he spoke to nervously looked away. Our representative is busy right now. Following his gaze, Mayel's eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him was a classic bullying scene, with one guy laughing his ass off. Ha ha, come on, squint, you're scaring the little guy. The other guy shot back. Nobody would even care if this brat dropped dead. So what? It's not like it matters. Mayel froze for a second, his eyes locking onto a familiar, slightly bruised face. Han, the bullied kid looked up. Mayel. He slowly walked over. What are you doing here? Just then, some brown-haired dude in the crowd started laughing. Oh, so you're the famous Mayel, huh? If you ask him directly, as his junior, he won't be able to refuse the student representative. What do you think? Recalling the suggestion, he could only let out a wry smile, a mix of helplessness and surprise. The principal is pretty sly, huh? Coming up with a plan the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Someone couldn't hold back their excitement, pointing straight ahead with a thrilled voice. Look, they're here! It's the knight apprentices from Farena! Cheers rolled through the courtyard like a massive wave. The moment Gunter spotted Mayel in the crowd, he broke into a huge grin, a look of amusement in his eyes. Well, Look who it is, you stubborn punk. How've you been? Mayel shot back. Couldn't be better. How about you, Gunter? The man just shrugged, his lazy expression never changing. Same old, same old. I heard about you a while back. You won the grand festival, right? Mayel tilted his head, a humble look on his face. Yeah, it's all thanks to your training. Hearing that, Gunter let out a hearty laugh. He started to walk away as he spoke, waving goodbye over his shoulder. Haha, I'm off to see the principal, so do me a favor and show these kids around. Mayel immediately accepted the task. Got it. Mayel placed a hand on his chest and gave a formal introduction. A pleasure to meet you all. I'm Mayel Carlstein, this academy's representative. Could you tell me who's the representative for the Knight Apprentices? The apprentice he spoke to nervously looked away. Our representative is busy right now. Following his gaze, Mayel's eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him was a classic bullying scene, with one guy laughing his ass off. Haha, come on, squint, you're scaring the little guy. The other guy shot back, nobody would even care if this brat dropped dead. So what? It's not like it matters. Mayel froze for a second, his eyes locking onto a familiar, slightly bruised face. Han. The bullied kid looked up. Mayel. He slowly walked over. What are you doing here? Just then, some brown-haired dude in the crowd started laughing. Oh, so you're the famous Mayel, huh? I've heard a lot about you. Then the dude introduced himself. He held his head high, a smug look in his eyes. I'm Manhip Gagan, Farena's representative. His tone was dripping with arrogance. Van Gron, commander of the Golden Knights, the one and only 7-star knight. Ever heard of him? That's my dad. Your face basically screamed. Who asked? Why bring up his dad during an introduction? Is he trying to show off how great his father is? You completely brushed off his words. Yeah, whatever, but I'd appreciate it if you answered my question first. The guy's face fell, pissed at being ignored. A question? What question? Your eyes narrowed. Let me say it again. I asked, what are you doing? The guy answered nonchalantly like it was nothing. Oh, this? This punk hasn't been listening lately, so I'm personally training him. Got a problem with me training some commoner myself? You scowled, clearly gritting your teeth in frustration. The guy shot back. And you're the one being rude, getting worked up over a commoner when you should be greeting us. You know this guy or something. Your fists tightened. He's my friend. Got a problem with that? The guy's laughter echoed across the yard like he'd just heard the joke of the century. Hold on. You're serious? Friends? Huh? I guess commoners stick together? Manhip sneered. That Carlstein family? It's not much better than being a commoner anyway. For the Academy's representative to come from such a trash background, just talking to you is disgusting. You couldn't figure out why the dude's attitude flipped so fast. What are you trying to pull? Then, the guy spotted someone in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Huh? Bro! You instinctively glanced back, thinking, his brother? The second you saw the guy, it all clicked. You finally understood why this punk was so hostile. Jackin strolled over, casually smirking. A greeting, huh? Manhip, you're here too? Why is a knight apprentice like you even here? I guess birds of a feather really do flock together, Mayel thought. So even if I didn't know Han, these guys were gonna come after me no matter what. This confrontation was inevitable. We were bound to clash, Sir Gunter yelled out. All right, everyone, listen up. As you all know, today we're holding a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking confident, and next to him was Instructor Haido, with his usual serious face. He commanded, before we start, let's get into teams. He went on to explain, each team will have 2 academy students and 1 knight apprentice, making a total of 54 teams. The moment Gunter finished speaking, Manhip scratched his head, looking bored. I so did not want to be here. Why do I have to train with these brats? Jackin quickly jumped in. I graduated ages ago. I still have no idea why I'm even here. Great minds think alike, huh? He suggested with a grin. So, what do you say? Let's just half-ass this and get it over with. It's obvious we're gonna win no matter what. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, sounds like a plan. If we add Miko, that makes a team. The guy chuckled smugly. Heh, sounds good to me. We'll crush these weaklings easily. Around them, the atmosphere buzzed as students quickly got into their groups, but in the middle of all that noise, Han just kept his head down, standing silently like a forgotten ghost. Suddenly, Mayel walked up to him. Han, be on my team. He looked like he couldn't believe his ears, quickly asking, huh? Mayel, are you sure? You're really okay with teaming up with me? As someone who'd been through it, you totally understood what it felt like to be left out. A quiet but firm voice rang out. Why not? You're my friend. At that moment, he looked at Mayel with deep gratitude in his eyes. He mumbled your name, Mayel. John slowly walked over. Whoa, A little surprising. If we're picking friends, you gotta count me in. He stepped closer, his face lit up with a grin. Since you're Mayel's friend, that makes you my friend too, right? You explained. Thanks, John. I saw Han was in a tough spot, so I figured I'd step in first. He put a hand on Han's shoulder. You're Han, right? Let's just talk casually from now on. Cool? Han was a little taken aback at first, but quickly warmed up to it. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Then you announced loud and clear, all right, guys, listen up. Our goal here isn't just to get a good grade. He put his hands on his hips, tilting his head. Huh? What else is there? Your eyes flickered over to Miko's group, where Jackin and Manhip were huddled together. You narrowed your eyes. We've got to take care of that annoying crew over there. Once the teams were set, they got a short break. Mayel and Han walked down the hall together. He asked gently, Hey Han, you alright? After getting beat up like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. The kid immediately waved him off. It's nothing. I'm fine. I don't need to go anywhere. He kept his head down, one hand gripping his other arm. Mayel, it was nice meeting you, but it's probably not a good idea for you to act like you know me. Mayel stopped. What are you talking about? Insecurity washed over the kid, his eyes fixed on the floor. A lot of people don't like me. So, Mayel looked him straight in the eye, his gaze unwavering as he shut down that childish thought of his. No. Like I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't have to be so wary. Anyway, that guy from before, the one who was messing with you at the training center, that was him, wasn't it? The kid answered, Yeah. After that, both of them looked towards Manhip up ahead. When Mayel saw the guy's info on his status window, he finally understood why Han was so afraid. A 4-star knight with high potential like Manhip was bound to be strong. At the same time, he glanced over at Han, remembering the blue aura that enveloped Han's body when he took down the gang leader in a single strike. Even though he seemed weak and lacked confidence at the moment, his stats really made Mayel think. Even though his current status was 3-star, he already met the requirements for a 4-star, and with such high potential, there was plenty of room for him to grow. With that in mind, Mayel spoke up. I'm thinking about taking care of that Manhip guy soon. What do you think? Han's eyes went wide with shock. Mayel kept encouraging him, as if trying to transfer some of his own strength. Are you just gonna let him push you around forever? That determined look you had when you protected your sister. Where did it go? Han hesitated. Can I really win? Without a shred of doubt, Mayel stated firmly. You can. As if he'd never even considered it, Han kept asking. I can? Manhip, who was up ahead, heard them and turned around, annoyed. I can't listen to this crap anymore. For a guy with an ego the size of Mount Everest, losing to someone he always looked down on was completely unacceptable. Han, defeat me? That useless commoner is just wasting space here. Han, get over here, Han answered firmly. I don't want to. It looked like this was the first time Han had ever defied him, because the guy got absolutely furious. What? This bastard must be crazy. Just standing next to him doesn't make you anything special. It's just a bunch of losers clinging to each other. He was about to teach him a lesson. Did getting your ass kicked all this time finally make you lose it? Get over here. I'll kill you myself today. Han immediately went on guard and drew his sword, but Mayel quickly stopped him. Don't fight him. Han looked at him, confused. But Mayel explained, You're not like him, right? You shouldn't stoop to that scumbag's level. Mayel slowly stepped forward. Today isn't the day for you to fight him. Wait for the right chance to completely crush him. So I'll take care of it today. The second he finished speaking, the two of them charged at each other like moths to a flame. Manhip's face flushed with anger as he screamed, Who the hell are you? Get lost! Damn it! You bastard! Suddenly, someone kicked him square in the face, sending him flying 5 meters and his sword soaring into the air. Mayel's eyes widened in shock. Sir Gunter! The man frowned in anger. Mayel stared, completely stunned by Gunter's arrival. This was totally not part of his plan. Manhip was hit so hard his entire body was thrown backward into the stone wall behind him. He sternly questioned, Manhip Gagan, what is the meaning of this? The guy stammered in panic, immediately making an excuse. They started it. I didn't do anything wrong. His stern eyes seemed to pierce right through the guy's excuse. So you drew your sword to cut someone down? His voice dropped, cold as ice. Manhip Gagan, as of today, you are dismissed from your position as captain of the Training Academy's Knights. The vice captain will take over temporarily, and your punishment will be carried out the moment you return to the academy. The guy refused to accept this and threatened, But if you punish me, my father won't let this slide. But a single sentence from him was enough to shut the guy up. Yes, I figured as much. But when he finds out his only son drew his sword in the academy and was about to attack someone, Lord Vengerus Gagan will probably faint. Hearing that, the guy backed down. I'm sorry. Mayel, who was standing nearby, shot him a cold, silent glare, silently judging him with a scornful look. All talk, but scared to death of his daddy. He frowned, especially when he caught the guy's hateful glare that looked like it wanted to tear him apart. He realized I'd probably drawn too much attention to myself. First day of boot camp, and the first lesson was all about offense and defense. Today, Gunter Pirante taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, their casting time, to shut him down. Then Professor Hayden went over how to predict a knight's moves and effectively get out of their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques under their guidance. While the trainees were busting their asses up front, Mike's crew, the Thorns, were just chilling in the shade, watching. The squinty-eyed dude scratched his head, his pissed-off face showing just how annoyed he was. I'm so ticked off that Mayel has to train in a place full of losers like him. Jackin just calmly replied, "Whatever, man, we already know all this crap, right?" The guy sighed. "Let's just get it over with." He acted all cool, but inside, his mind was racing. He said that, but how the hell were they supposed to train? He had an idea, but shot it down just as fast. Not in front of all these trainees. Do they really expect me to go all out? Hell no. In another corner, Mayel's group was also training their butts off. Han was bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Pant, pant. Lin, let's take a break. Mayel was still standing tall, without a single drop of sweat. All right. Jiason on the side was amazed. Does this dude ever get tired? I haven't even sparred with him, and I'm already freaked out. He feels like that last drill wasn't enough. Mayel casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied coolly, "I don't know, but it just felt like a warm-up to me." The other two couldn't tell if he was human or a monster. They yelled out together, "What the hell?" Suddenly, Gunter walked up, cutting into their conversation. "If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment?" Mayel said nonchalantly. "Sir Gunter," he was already holding a wooden sword. "I want to confirm something." Mayel was confused. "Confirm? What do you mean?" The man then explained. "Swordsmanship at this level can't be self-taught in such a short time, unless you had an incredibly talented teacher." Hearing that, Mayel froze for a second, his master's face flashing in his mind. "Whoa, Sir Gunter is sharper than he looks, huh?" Then, he continued, "So, I want to ask you for a favor." He pointed his sword right at Mayel, issuing a challenge, as everyone watched in suspense. "Mayel, I want to spar with you." Mayel froze, a look of pure shock on his face. What the hell is going on? The crowd started buzzing like a kicked beehive. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why is the commander doing this? After calming himself down, he spoke up. "Are you kidding me? Sir Gunter, I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly beat you? Besides, I've only been at this for 1 week." Gunter looked him dead in the eye. "I'm not asking you to win." This just confused Mayel even more. "Then what is it?" Then the man revealed his real reason. "I want you to teach the trainees here. No one else has sword skills that surpass yours." The knights in training who heard that were totally stunned, completely floored. "What? Commander!" Mayel took a quiet breath, thinking, being the center of attention all of a sudden is a real pain. But he narrowed his eyes, his lips tightening into a firm line. He didn't say it out loud, but he knew this was a golden opportunity. If I put on a good show here, I can use this to solidify my standing, which isn't a bad idea at all. With that thought, he got fired up and quickly took his stance. "I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gunter." And the man smiled, satisfied, a natural smirk forming on his lips. "Your stance is impressive." Then, just as the words left his mouth, Gunter shot forward with insane speed. The onlookers' eyes all went wide at once. Everyone yelled, "Whoa, what kind of speed is that? Is he getting way too serious?" If that hit landed, there wouldn't be enough of me left to scrape off the ground. But Mayel blocked the attack easily. Someone shouted in shock, "He actually blocked that?" Even so, Mayel let out a heavy breath. The force of the swing sent him skidding across the training ground. Gunter's voice rang out slowly. "Seeing it again, I can hardly believe your skill. I'll ask you one more time. Where did you learn this sword aura?" He narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed suspiciously on Mayel. "Is it a name you can't reveal?" Mayel was lost in thought, unsure if he should say it or not. But it's not like the guy was trying to hide his identity or anything, so it's probably fine. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally said a name, Sir Boa Peyton. This was a name no one saw coming, so everyone there, including Sir Gunter, just stood there with their jaws on the floor. They were just getting hit with one shock after another. The legendary warrior B.A. Pon? No way. I heard he was dead. Gunter managed to compose himself. He asked, "Can you elaborate? How did you get to know him?" Mayel explained, "Sir B.A. retired and has been living there ever since. He's the person I've been with since I was a kid." Before he could finish his sentence, Slit Eyes rudely cut him off. "Don't lie." The guy stormed forward, his eyes burning with a rage that could incinerate him. Don't you lie to me. Mayel was confused. Lying? The guy pointed straight in his face as if he'd just caught a fraud. That's right, you're lying. You said it yourself. B.A. Pawn is dead and you can't prove otherwise, right? Mayel was visibly annoyed. Why would I need to prove that? And don't call someone who is still alive dead. The guy grit his teeth, his face twisted into a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed how bitter he was. Even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter, because the strongest person in the kingdom is still my father. Mayel immediately understood that this was what the guy was worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Van Gren's father, the commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight B.A. Pawn was still alive, the official rankings could be completely overturned. Mayel replied nonchalantly, "All right, think whatever you want." The guy looked confused. Mayel's gaze was sharp, his tone unshakable as he stated his point. Go ahead and believe in those strongest in the kingdom titles or whatever. It's up to you. Sir B.A. doesn't care about such trivial rankings. Hearing that, the guy was so furious he grit his teeth. Trivial? Did you just say trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now he was like a psycho who would cut down anyone he saw. Mayel, I challenge you to a duel with real swords. Right now, while he was screaming like a madman. Come here and fight me right now! He was met with a solid smack on the head from Gunter. His eyes went completely crossed. He hit the guy because he didn't want him to do anything stupid while he was out of control. What the hell is this, a challenge? So you really want to fight, Mayel? The guy cowered like a puppy, clutching his head. Yes, finally, he announced. All right, then the first match in tomorrow's group sparring session will be Mayel's group against Slit Eye's group. Any objections? Both of them shouted in unison. No. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. His powerful voice echoed across the training grounds. All right, is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be Mayel's group against Slit Eye's group. The two groups stood facing each other under the curious gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, Jackin stepped forward and called out Mayel's name. His face showed no signs of worry. In fact, he looked completely at ease. Are you guys well prepared? Mayel immediately went on high alert. What is this? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? He flashed a sinister smile. Ah, forget it. Just try to have a good match. Hearing that, Gunter gave the signal. All right, prepare to begin. As if just waiting for that, he lunged forward with incredible speed, leaving Mayel bewildered. Luckily, he reacted in time. If he had been even a little slower, he would have been caught. He wondered to himself, what kind of speed is this? What's going on? There's no way anyone can be this fast. He noticed the status window above the guy's head, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Ah, how ridiculous. How desperate is he to win? Is he carrying a divine artifact? The night before at the mansion, the sound of formal greetings could be heard. Father, who is this? Sir Vengerus. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time. Commissioner Joss, commander of the Golden Knights, Vangrad Gegan, continued. I heard about Jackin. He was invited to give a special lecture at the Academy as an alumni representative, wasn't he? Joe Scary Hill, a high-ranking commissioner of the Radiant Kingdom's Tower Council, replied humbly. It's surprising that Headmaster Tion personally invited the boy. Is Slit Eye still doing all right? He was helpless. His face clearly showed his frustration. Yes, but he causes too much trouble. It's a real nuisance. That's why I sent him to Sir Gunter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the Academy now. The old man sighed, closing his eyes as if he had been agonizing over this issue for a long time. Actually, I came here because of that Academy's representative, he said thoughtfully. The representative? You mean Mayel? Then he thought about the information he had heard before. The rumors have spread so far that even I remember that name. Word is, he won the tournament, and even caught the eye of the Empire. But then, his whole tone flipped in an instant. Some country bumpkin from the boonies shouldn't have it this easy. Like that was his cue, the old geezer jumped in. Ha ha, exactly. We gotta stop guys like that from sucking up to the princes, right? We're loyal subjects who actually care about this kingdom, obviously, he asked. So you got a plan? Like he was just waiting for that. The dude shot back. This time my son and Manhip are teaming up against Mayel, so I was thinking, why don't we slip Manhip an artifact? He couldn't believe the old guy would go that far. His eyes went wide with shock, his breath hitched. What? The geezer promised. If you just leave that necklace, I'll make sure Manhip gets it, the guy stammered. Are you telling me to cheat? The old man clapped him on the shoulder. That's not the point right now. If we want to crush that punk before he becomes a bigger problem, we gotta do what it takes. I already gave my own son an artifact. But the guy was still hesitating, so seeing his chance, the dude played his trump card, B Pawn. Does that name ring a bell? The guy's face instantly changed and he stammered. Why are you bringing up that name all of a sudden? The old man's face grew dark. I hear he's still alive, and apparently, he's the one who taught Mayel how to fight. The old geezer went on. Mayel, the one the princes are so fond of, learned from the legendary knight B. If he beats our sons in this next match, we're finished. After hearing that, the guy scrambled to take the artifact off his coat. He handed the necklace over. All right, I hope this works. The old man smirked, a scheming look on his face. Oh, it will. They shook on it. All for the good of our kingdom. Back in the present, Jaqen was laughing his ass off. Ha ha ha! What's the matter, Mayel? He cast some magic, and vines shot out, wrapping up Mayel's crew. You're really that cocky with a lame skill like that? What a letdown. The magic vines squeezed like chains, making them squirm in pain. Mayel's face went dark, a mix of pissed off and disgusted. He figured they'd pull some crap, but he never thought they'd stoop this low. The guy just stood there, taunting him. What are you waiting for? Mayel, show me that incredible power you've got, or Manhip is gonna beat you to a pulp. The second he said that, the dude charged in from the side with a wooden sword, and a worried J-son screamed. Mayel, move. Mayel quickly broke free from the vines just as a brilliant golden light slammed into the ground, erupting in a huge explosion. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. He was stunned. What the hell? How is a wooden sword that tough? Just then, a weird light started glowing around the sword. The artifact Manhip Gagon got from Vangrad was the Amulet of Fortification. This artifact is designed as a necklace, so it's easy to carry, and it reinforces weapons, making them sharper and way more durable. The guy laughed sarcastically, a mocking sneer on his face, and said with fake regret, "Ah, I missed. I could have totally killed you." Then he charged again, swinging his sword. This time I'm definitely gonna kill you. Mayel watched him closely. Hard as steel, huh? Thinking that? He clenched his fist and activated his armor break skill. With a single swing, the wooden sword that was flying at him shattered into pieces. The guy freaked out. How the hell did you do that? Not giving the guy a second to recover, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A massive punch landed with a crack, the force sending the dude flying backward. He saw the guy sprawled on the ground in pain, his eyes shaking in disbelief at what just happened. His voice was raspy as he called out in shock, his face contorted from the pain shooting through his body. How is this possible? Even though they were all using artifacts, he wasn't pushed back one bit. Mayel slowly pulled on his gauntlets. I was planning on taking it easy on you guys, but I see that's not gonna work. Since things have gone this far, I'm going to fight for real. With that said, the will leader on his hand was instantly unleashed. Everyone there was completely speechless, their jaws on the floor at the insane sight in front of them. Even the usually chill people like Professor Haydn and Gunter couldn't hide how baffled they were. If even the spectators were like that, you can only imagine Jaqen, who was facing it head-on. He mumbled, "No way." An elemental appeared behind Mayel, a massive lion elemental. The crowd panicked, and chaotic screams erupted. Run! Everyone run! It's a spirit! A spirit! That terrifying pressure made his legs give out, and his trembling body collapsed to the ground. Mayel spoke calmly. Let's just end this already. I mean, it seems like 6 artifacts still weren't enough for you. Hearing this, the guy's head started buzzing. What? Mayel didn't bother explaining. He just gently reached his hand forward, and the giant spirit behind him majestically did the same, its massive finger slowly sliding under his necklace. The artifact necklace snapped into pieces and clattered to the ground, and the air instantly crackled with tension. Whispers spread like wildfire. What? Is he for real? Did Senior Jaqen actually use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior, he stammered. Thanks for. Mayel cut him off, annoyed. You said the Gary Hill family wouldn't leave me alone? First was Mikkel, then the eldest son, Jaqen Gary Hill. Who's next? Don't tell me it's Sir George Gary Hill himself. As soon as he heard his father's name, he lunged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say? You bastard! You dare mention his name? Mayel raised a hand, and a sharp spark of fire shot out, hitting the guy square in the forehead. Annoyed, Mayel said, You're too loud. Just take a nap for a while. Suddenly, the bear spirit appeared on his shoulder. Are you sure about this? You asking me? Mayel replied. About what? Is it really okay to reveal the spirit like this in front of everybody? At that moment, he finally noticed thousands of weird stares locked onto him. The spirit continued. Just look at the principal's face. He's completely shocked. Mayel just calmly replied, It's not like I could hide it forever, and it agreed. True. After that, the look in his eyes changed as he drifted deep into thought. Anyway, Jack and Gary Hill was down for the count, and it looked like Miko had fainted and was foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the spirit. That meant the winner was decided. Thinking this, he shot a look at Mr. Gunter. Catching his eye, the man cleared his throat and began to announce loudly, "And therefore, the winner is," but a loud shout suddenly interrupted him. "Hold on!" Everyone, startled by the voice, whipped their heads around to see where it came from. It was Han, walking over with 2 wooden swords in his hands. "This match isn't over." He stopped in front of Manhip and threw one of the swords at him. "Your sword broke, didn't it? So use this." "Pick up the sword, Manhip." The mood instantly dropped. All eyes were on Han, as if no one could believe he would do something like this. And of course, Manhip instantly lost it, veins bulging on his cheeks. "Are you out of your damn mind? You filthy commoner! You dare!" He snarled, but his voice caught in his throat as his gaze fell downward. He suddenly noticed the sword in Han's hand. It was a Pareto sword. The weapon was now cloaked in a fierce, blue, lightning-like energy. A Pareto sword. That's for a knight who's at least a 4-star, someone who's mastered aura manipulation. According to tradition, 4-star knights have a blue aura, and 5-star knights have a red one. From the 6-star rank onward, the aura starts turning purple. And once you pass that level, the aura is no longer tied to a specific color and instead manifests based on the knight's unique traits. The average skill level of the apprentice knights here is about 3 stars. The guys in the crowd still couldn't believe what was happening. Manhip was completely speechless. Behind him, someone whispered, "It can't be." Countless eyes were glued to Han as the crowd buzzed with whispers. How could a weakling like Han do that? I haven't even mastered my aura yet, which means, even among full-fledged knights, a lot of them haven't reached the 4-star rank, the spirit on Mayel's shoulder whispered. "Mayel, you're not going to stop this?" The match was already over, after all. Mayel's gaze was resolute as he answered, "No, let's watch a bit more," he thought to himself, a sense of awe building inside. It's finally back. That look in Han's eyes. Mayel stared intently at Han's serious expression and his knitted eyebrows. Manhip reached down and picked up the wooden sword on the ground. "I don't accept this!" He then charged toward Han, screaming, "I will never accept this!" The sword in Manhip's hand swung high and then came crashing down toward Han's head. He snarled, "You're nothing but a pathetic commoner, and now you're telling me you can use an aura?" Han gripped his own sword with all his might, blocking the deadly strike. He gritted his teeth, struggling to push back, as Manhip's voice echoed in his ears. "No way." He tightened his grip, Manhip's face getting closer to Han's with contempt. "There's no way a weakling like you is on the same level as me." Manhip swung his sword sideways, yelling, "Get on the ground where you belong!" Han also countered with a sweep of his own sword. Han let out a cold laugh. "Still clinging to that commoner logic?" Manhip, not expecting him to fight back, asked blankly, "What?" Han strained his neck and yelled, "You're just some lucky punk born into a good family. A selfish, narcissistic nobody." Veins popped on Manhip's face as he cracked a bizarre smile. Are you insane?" Manhip stomped his foot hard, a loud thud echoing on the ground. His voice dropped low. "Fine then, Han." Manhip channeled power into his weapon, a blue light enveloping the entire sword. He spoke as if granting a favor. "If you want to die, I'll help you achieve that." Manhip stomped to launch himself high into the air, then brought his sword crashing down. Manhip yelled, "Die, you bastard!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Mayel sprinted over, shouting, "Han, watch out!" Gunter also ran towards the arena. He muttered curses as he ran, that bastard Manhip, with 2 men in black rushing behind him. A loud bang erupted from the middle of the arena, the blue light spreading out like a drop of ink in water. Mayel's pupils contracted in shock. He froze in place, staring at the scene before him. Before everyone's eyes, Han still held his counterattack stance, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the sword had been knocked from Manhip's hand, and his entire body was thrown far away. Manhip screamed in furious disbelief. Han was completely unfazed by the insults, his entire presence radiating pure seriousness. Seeing Manhip lying motionless on the field, a group of male students ran to his side, calling out to him, "Calm down. Damn it, is he unconscious?" Then, whispers broke out. What just happened? It was so fast. Did Han really beat Manhip? And Han was still standing there like a statue. Mayel, not even having reached him yet, hurriedly asked, "Han, are you okay?" Han turned his head to look at him and called out Mayel's name. Mayel stopped short, staring at him in stunned silence before letting out an "oh." He pointed at Han's hand, telling him to look at his wooden sword. He looked down at his own hand and asked doubtfully, "My sword." The brilliant golden sword suddenly flared with a blinding light. Han growled, "That power. It's as red as blood. His voice echoed throughout the castle. Just as predicted, his ability is truly astonishing. Mayel, Kieran, and Nit walked quickly. He admitted, I had a hunch, but I never expected you to take down a recently graduated upperclassman. Mayel clenched his fists, immediately questioning him. Was it just a hunch? The headmaster replied decisively, the headmaster has already summoned Gar. I anticipated this result. Kieran Nit laughed loudly. Oh man, you saw right through my strategy. The headmaster looked straight at the portrait. This is a lesson in humility for Gary Hill, but it seems to have only deepened his hatred. Mayel repeated doubtfully, hatred. Headmaster Kieran Nit clarified that news of the victory had already reached the capital. Defeating the eldest son, Gary Hill, has the nobility buzzing about the fall of his family. He warned Mayel, Gary Hill will surely do something desperate to reclaim his honor. You may soon face danger, Kieran Nit said in a low voice. As the headmaster, I must protect my students from harm, and that is why we are here. They stopped at the top of a spiral staircase and looked down, the headmaster introducing the passage that led directly to the academy's secret basement. Kieran Nit began to explain that a few days ago, Kingram had just awoken from a long hibernation. The first thing he uttered upon recovery was, Mayel clenched his fist as he heard Kingram's words being recounted. I smell one of my own kind. Kieran Nit said mysteriously, just go down. Kingram is waiting with a spoil of war. Seeing Mayel standing motionless, he asked, why aren't you interested? Mayel replied, interested in what? Mayel said, half joking, I suddenly show up with a pixie on my back. There's no magic like that in this world. Aren't you the least bit curious? Kiri looked straight ahead, his eyes showing absolute trust. Whether you're carrying a pixie or a goblin's head, the Mayel I know is always trustworthy, and that's all I need. Mayel replied sincerely, thank you. Kieran gestured. Now, go on down. Kingram has been waiting. He now stood before a giant door. Mayel pushed hard on the heavy door. The sound of creaking metal echoed. Stepping inside, he moved deeper into the dark space, each footstep reverberating. A moment later, a deep voice rang out. Long time no see, little destroyer. Mayel chuckled and replied, yeah, it has been a while. In front of him, Kingram was sitting majestically on a large throne. Mayel spoke his greeting. King Graham! King Graham's voice boomed. Little destroyer, I still can't believe this. I smell my people on you. I can even feel my father, Monka, on you. He thought for a second, then proposed, if you would, tell me what happened. Mayel nodded without hesitation. Yeah, I'll tell you everything. After that, the two of them talked face to face. I told King Graham about Heaven Mountain and how I forged the artifact from the Jiangham Khan. When he heard the story, King Graham let out a hearty laugh. You arm wrestled with a whole 100 goblins? You're one reckless kid, Mayel added. That's not all. I beat every single one of them. He nodded. Sounds like you. My people must have had a hell of a time. King Graham buried his face in his hands, his voice thick with emotion. I thought I was stuck, that I'd just fade away inside this thing. I never dreamed I'd hear news from home again. He looked at Mayel, full of gratitude. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. Mayel replied, don't mention it. It was my honor. The system screen suddenly flashed, announcing the artifact was unlocked. He wondered, what's this? A shimmering screen displayed the words, title, Friend of Goblins upgraded to Goblin Lord. Passive effect, Goblin Lord increases strength by 100%. The power incarnation, Trang, reached 5 stars. Human form can now use the special companion skill, permanently increasing strength by 500. King Graham said, you are the incarnation of Draa, my benefactor, the only human the Heaven Mountain Goblin tribe trusts. This is my gift to you. Mayel was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His strength shot up by 700 instantly, and Trang, now at 5 stars, stood there with her hands on her hips, plain as day. What a fantastic meal. I hit 5 stars way faster than I thought I would. It leaped from Mayel's shoulder to the ground, exclaiming, I've been trapped in this useless kid's body for way too long. Trang's body expanded and began to glow, growing several feet taller. She clenched her fist and asked, do you have any idea how boring that was? An incredibly bright golden light exploded outwards. Mayel had to throw a hand up in front of his face. He stammered, dude, what the hell is this? Long brown hair fluttered in the air as a soft chuckle rang out. So, a girl appeared, her familiar voice asking, pretty awesome, right, Mayel? She tossed her hair with a smug look. This is what I've been craving for so long. My human form. A little later, Mayel was back at the top of the stairs after his reunion with King Graham. I got 2 more gifts. The chieftain's authority lets me order the goblins around as the Goblin Lord. Then there was the second gift, the special right to summon King Graham, who's tied to the academy, to my location just once. Mayel remembered that before they left, the king warned him to only use the summon if his life was actually on the line. Laughter was still ringing in his ears, he thought, slightly irritated. Whatever, forget about it. Trang was jumping up and down, ecstatic. That's right, being human is the absolute best. Kyrian narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously. Mayel, who's that girl? He thought for a second. The moment Trang changed, everyone else saw her, so Mayel had to confirm. So you're really a girl? Trang put her hands on her hips and snapped back. How many times do I have to say it? His voice dropped to a mumble. I seriously thought you were lying. Tyrion's slow voice chimed in. Only one person went down there, but two came back out. Care to explain? Mayel shut his eyes and sighed. I'm so screwed. There was a dead silence. The man cleared his throat. So Tyrion stroked his long beard, probing with what little he knew. I'm guessing you're a spirit, right? Trang, hands on her hips, replied, close enough. To be exact, I'm an incarnation. Mayel was a bit flustered. Is this explanation gonna fly? Trang glanced around, then kept going. He and I are symbiotic. We can't be separated. Mayel called out, embarrassed. Hey, are you seriously talking to the headmaster with your hands on your hips? Trang scoffed. I've lived dozens of times longer than that geezer. Mayel couldn't really argue with that. She's got a point. But Tyrion cut in. Since you came here by way of King Graham, Mayel's noble incarnation, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy, Trang asked, intrigued. Oh, you've got a plan? He gave a slight nod. Naturally, the scene shifts, and a shocked voice echoes from inside the academy. Hold on, what is this? Everyone stared at Trang, stunned, and stammered. So you're saying you're Mayel's? Another guy yelled out. You have a cousin like this? She just transferred in today. Trang put her hands on her hips, laughed, and introduced herself. I'm S. Mayel awkwardly added. Yeah, she's in our year. A girl clutched her chest, her heart hammering. The graduating class? But you just said she was younger than us. Mayel explained. She skipped a few grades. She's a genius. The same guy yelled again. A genius? Jason politely offered his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, milady. Jason went down on one knee. Introducing himself, I am Jason Deond, Mayel's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? I'd be happy to show you around, Trang asked coolly. And who are you? Mayel had no clue what was going on. What the hell is he doing? Jason suggested. Want to go to the cafeteria? The baguettes are awesome. Irene shot him down flat. I don't like bread. Get lost. Then he tried another angle, asking if she liked the sea. It's amazing. Mayel closed his eyes and sighed. Well, whatever. As long as things go smoothly, it's fine. Suddenly, someone walked up and called out to him. Mayel saw who it was and greeted him. Han, right. You're leaving today, aren't you? Han smiled. Yeah, I came to say goodbye. Mayel lamented. That's a shame. We're splitting up again. I'll come visit you in foreign someday. He replied, I'd really look forward to that. You're always welcome. Han hesitated, then asked, Mayel, after I graduate from the training center, can I come visit? Mayel said generously. To Edel? Of course. Come whenever you want. He firmly said, No, I don't just want to visit. I want to become one of your knights. Hearing this, he asked back in shock. Are you serious? Han nodded firmly. Yeah, I want to do something meaningful, like protecting the place you're going to lead. So please give me a chance. Mayel replied with a smile. Of course, thank you. Suddenly, someone's voice cut in. You two planning on keeping this a private conversation? Jia-san jumped on Mayel's back. I want to come too. I'll even help with the dishes and cleaning, but I'm staying with your lady. He threw cold water on his idea. I never said you could come. He tightened his grip on Mayel's neck and yelled angrily. Hey, that's messed up. I know you're kidding. He thought happily to himself. My friend's moving in after graduation. This idea is awesome. Scene changed to the capital of the Ledian dukedom, the Ledian estate. A man shouted in a rage. It's over. It's all ruined. Do you have any idea how much I invested in this? Lord Vengerus was defeated by a mere knight apprentice. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. The same thing happened to the Gary Hill family. Even Jack and Gary Hill, their eldest son, was beaten by Mayel. The era of the Gary Hills is over. From the very beginning, the Gary Hill family has maintained its reputation as a family of mages, and Vengerus was hailed as the kingdom's strongest knight thanks to the nobles' backing. That's how it's always been. But what if that backing disappears? He strained his neck and screamed. Right now, you're the strongest, but when our children become the pillars of the next generation, your descendants won't stand a chance. Someone else added. The solution is obvious. We should switch sides. The voices grew louder and more determined. We have to switch sides immediately. But the Lord of Edel doesn't accept bribes. Someone else laughed mockingly. Oh, please. Who in this world doesn't like money? Just look at the Gary Hills. Suddenly, a person walked towards the crowd and spoke up. Are you talking about me? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Commissioner George, he roared. Having a nice little chat, are we? So, whose side are you all planning to join anyway? The man gave a forced laugh and made an excuse. Ah, that was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening. Joss questioned him bluntly. A slip of the tongue? If I weren't here, you'd all be spouting this nonsense all night. His voice dropped low. Listen up, all of you. Ever since the dukedom of Ledien was founded, the Gary Hills have always held power. History never lies. Your worries will never become a reality. One person laughed awkwardly. Yes, we'll keep that in mind. Joss gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Mayel. I was going to use him as a stepping stone to boost Jane and Miko's reputations, but he completely trampled our honor. Veins bulged on Jose's face from rage, and his eyes glinted with killing intent. I'll kill him, no matter the cost. Another important class for the semester, a visit to the capital. Inside the train car, the chatter was nonstop. We're going to the Mage Tower, the Royal Mages. Sounds so cool. Mayel watched everyone and thought to himself, an amazing class where we get to visit the Royal Mage Tower and learn by observing the current mages. He pondered the purpose of this amazing class. But Irene suddenly asked, Jose, Gary Hill, does this mean we'll finally see his face? Mayel didn't deny it. Probably. You know exactly what that means. Lately, the head of the Gary Hill family must be filled with resentment. Coming to the capital is the same as stepping into enemy territory, a place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages. In that situation, he'll have countless opportunities to target us. Irene wondered, is Joss Gary Hill strong? Mayel quickly answered. According to the rumors, he's a 7th grade mage, just like the headmaster. She exclaimed in surprise. 7th grade? In my old state, I could have easily taken him down with a single finger. He wondered curiously. I'm not sure how strong Irene was back then, but a 7th grade mage is not someone to be underestimated. Mayel looked at Tyrion up ahead. His system window showed, information cannot be viewed at this time. Right, the principal. A guy at that level. I can't get any info on him with my player's eyes. Mayel thought. I can't slack off for even a second while I'm in the capital. A little later, the announcement came on. Next stop, J Radian, capital of the Radian Kingdom. Everyone started cheering. We're here. They were finally getting hyped, just as I thought. The capital's on a whole other level. It's insane. Right? Totally the best. Even Mayel was impressed. Yeah, the capital is the capital, but he was super on guard. It's all just a flashy facade, way too much for a small kingdom like this. Just then, someone came up to greet Tyrion. Principal, long time no see, he asked, a little suspicious. Mr. Dixon, what brings you all the way out here? Kiri said the old man's name. Chairman George walked up and shot back, asking why I'm here. Kinda harsh, don't you think? When the future stars of our kingdom visit the capital, as a protector of this nation, the least I can do is come out and greet them. Then the old creep added with a smirk. But there's another reason. George stared right at Mayel. I wanted to see just how much these little sprouts have grown and confirm how you crushed our son. The old man glared, full of menace. So you're Mayel? That stare was seriously creeping me out, felt like a snake wrapping around my body. But something was off. The George Gary Hill I'd heard about was a top-tier mage, but the status window just said he was a mage. Mayel was confused. My player's eyes said he was only a 6th circle. How is he fooling everyone? Then it suddenly hit me. No way. Mayel glanced at George's hand, decked out with gold bracelets and rings, and guessed they were all artifacts. He smirked. Like father, like son. Seeing his expression, the old man snapped, What's so funny? Mayel started to turn away, then answered, Nah, it's nothing. I'm out. George instantly grabbed his arm. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished asking you questions. The old man glared, demanding. I asked you what you were laughing at? Commissioner George. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The old man then roared. Looks like you're all having a great time talking. So, whose side are you on? A man laughed nervously, trying to make an excuse. Ah, it was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't realize you were listening, sir. George wasn't having it. A slip of the tongue? If I wasn't here, you'd be spewing this crap all night. His voice dropped. Listen up, all of you. Ever since the Kingdom of Radian was founded, the Gary Hill family has always been in charge. History doesn't lie, so your little worries won't ever become reality. One guy forced a laugh. Yes, sir. We'll remember that. George gritted his teeth, cursing internally. Mayel. I was going to use him as a stepping stone for Jane and Miko's reputation, but he completely shattered our family's honor. Veins bulged on George's face from pure rage, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'll kill him no matter what it takes. Another important class this semester, a field trip to the capital. Inside the carriage, the chatter was endless. We're going into the Mage Tower. The Royal Mages sound so awesome. Mayel watched them, thinking, this class is pretty cool. A direct visit to the Royal Mage Tower, where we get to watch and learn from active duty mages. He thought to himself, the goal of this class is awesome. But Trang suddenly asked, George Gary Hill, does that mean we're finally gonna see the guy? Mayel confirmed. Probably. He knew the head of the Gary Hill clan was probably dying to get his hands on me. Coming to the capital was like walking right into the enemy's den. This is a place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages. In a situation like this, he'll have tons of chances to target me. Trang wondered aloud. Is George Gary Hill strong? Lai quickly answered. Rumor has it he's a 7th circle mage, same as the principal. She gasped. A 7th circle, back in my prime. I could have taken him down with one finger, Mayel wondered. I'm not sure how strong Trang used to be, but you can't mess with a 7th circle mage. Mayel glanced at Tyrion up ahead. His status window just said, information cannot be viewed. He understood. The principal. A guy at that level. I can't get any info on him with my player's eyes, Mayel thought. I can't slack off for even a second in the capital. A little later, the announcement came on. Next stop, Radian, capital of the Radian Kingdom. Everyone started cheering. We're here. They were finally getting hyped, just as I thought. The capital's on a whole other level. It's insane, right? Totally the best. Even Mayel was impressed. Yeah, the capital is the capital, but he was super on guard. It's all just a flashy facade. Way too much for a small kingdom like this. Just then, someone came up to greet Tyrion. Principal, long time no see, he asked, a little suspicious. Mr. Dixon, what brings you all the way out here? Kiri said the old man's name. Chairman George walked up and shot back, asking why I'm here. Kinda harsh, don't you think? When the kingdom's future stars roll into the capital, as a protector of this nation, I should at least come out to greet them, right? Then the old geezer added with a sinister tone. But there's another reason, too. Joss looked straight at Mayel and said, I want to see just how much these kids have grown and confirm for myself how you crushed our son. The old man glared menacingly. So you're Mayel Carlstein? Mayel felt uneasy under that stare, like a snake was wrapping itself around him. But something wasn't right. Jose Gary Hill. I know he's a level 7 mage, but the system window shows Jose Gary Hill as a level 6 mage. Mayel was confused. His player's eyes were telling him the guy was only level 6. How was he tricking everyone? He suddenly had a startling realization as Mayel looked at Jose's hand, covered in gold rings and bracelets, and guessed that all of that stuff must be holy artifacts. He smirked sarcastically, and whether it was the father or the son, the old man saw this and asked irritably, something funny? Mayel turned back before answering. Nah, it's nothing. I'm out. Joss immediately grabbed his arm. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you. The old man glared, demanding, I asked what you were laughing at. Someone asked, You're leaving right now? Mayel nodded. Yeah, I gotta head down. As he walked away, he thought to himself, tonight is going to be a long night. A few hours earlier, Joss had angrily slammed his hand on the table, shouting, This is it? He was furious. I called this meeting personally. And this is everyone who showed up? Someone reported timidly. Yes, sir. It seems everyone is intentionally avoiding the meeting, Jose growled, annoyed. Mayel's done for today, and they're still so scared they won't even come, he raged. Normally, this place would be so packed people would have to stand. But today only 4 people showed up. Joss gritted his teeth, silently cursing Mayel. Damn it, that bastard screwed everything up. Finally, the old man sighed. Fine. They'll all regret this sooner or later. I trust the task I gave you was handled properly? The man quickly replied, Yes, the night watch in kind is filled with our men now, so whatever happens, it won't be an issue. Joss turned to Vengras and asked, And the mission I gave you, Captain? He answered blandly. We confirmed last night that the assassins have arrived at the pass. Vengras continued to lay out the plan. After midnight, they'll sneak into the manor and take the head of the Lord of the Pass. Joss gloated. At least that father and son won't die alone, since they'll be dying on the same night. He then added that it's not just the father and son. Dell also has a young daughter, Vengras emphasized. And Bova Payton has to disappear too. He believed there should only be one sun in the sky. Meanwhile, Bova was on a walk, thinking how strangely quiet everything was. He mulled things over. The young master's recent victory against the Gary Hill's eldest son has drawn a lot of attention from the nobles. But the Gary Hill I know isn't the type to just give up. Bova recalled his lord's words. If he noticed anything suspicious, he was to report it immediately. He nodded to himself. Looks like the lord is thinking the same thing I am. I need to be cautious. Bova then spotted a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked him kindly, "Done for the day?" The worker smiled and replied, "Sir Bova." "That's right. I just finished cleaning up and was about to head home." Bova probed further. "Let me ask you something. Did anyone suspicious stop by today?" The man thought for a moment. "Suspicious, you say?" The worker quickly recalled. "There were 5 merchants, but I never saw them sell a thing, and I never saw them leave." Bova finally put it together. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants, and now they've completely disappeared after entering the territory. The worker suddenly cried out, "And they were carrying swords, too! You should be careful too, sir. Sir Bova must be on guard." He suddenly took off running in the opposite direction. Seeing him rush off, the man felt a bit relieved, thinking he probably didn't need to worry so much. Inside the eerily quiet manor, the assassins were searching, whispering to each other as they moved. "That lord of the pass, did he figure something out? He's still not back at the manor? You saw the vibe in town, nobody's noticed a thing. He'll be back soon, we just have to wait for the right time." The other assassin nodded. "Yeah, we've still got time." Suddenly, one of them dropped to the floor. When they saw who was in front of them, they gasped in shock. "What the hell? Is that Bova?" He glared and yelled, "How dare you? Do you have any idea where you are?" The bewildered assassins asked each other. "Wait, how does he know we're here? Is this the power of a level 7 knight?" Hiding was useless against him. He immediately pulled out his dagger and spoke up. "But this is actually good for us, since we were going to kill him anyway." They screamed, "Everyone charge! They're assassins hired by Vengras. The intruders hiding here are at least 6-star masters." "What?" Bova just quietly muttered. "Alright, so he's a 7-star knight who traded his spear for a fishing rod ages ago? The people in his territory thought his skills weren't what they used to be. However, that was a fatal mistake." Bova raised his spear and roared, "Come at me all at once!" His graceful spear strikes cut down the assassins one by one. Soon, he had them all beat, sending them flying through the air. The assassin's heavy body flew straight into a wall. One of them wondered in fear. 7-star? Is he really a 7-star? He doesn't look like it at all. We've taken down more than one 1-star knight from the Empire before. Just then, he heard Bova speak slowly. "Do you know why I stopped practicing my spearmanship?" The horrified assassin cried out, "It can't be!" He cursed internally. "This bastard. Don't tell me." The assassin didn't dare to say it. Was he an 8-star? Bova revealed. "No matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I had reached the limit of what mere technique could teach me." One of them risked it all and jumped in for a sneak attack. "Die, you monster." A cold, sharp spear was seen piercing right through him. The assassin was left dangling in midair by Bova. The last one retreated in fear until his back hit the wall. "This guy is insane," he screamed in terror. "Vengras, that bastard. This is ridiculous. He dared to lie about the target's strength? Even for 5 times the initial fee, we never would have taken this mission." The assassin stuttered. Damn it. Now Bova knew who was behind this. So it was Vengras. He grabbed him by the collar. "Go back and tell Vengras this." Bova stressed every word. Never set foot in L ever again. By now, the place where Mayel was had gone completely silent. He and Hai-Sen were facing each other. The man exclaimed in amusement. "So you came to me on your own?" Hai-Sen continued mockingly. "Mayel, but it seems you didn't come alone. A companion for the road to the underworld?" "How amusing," Lai quickly retorted. "Don't worry, we have no intention of dying here." Hearing this, he was surprised. No intention of dying? Hai-Sen spoke with contempt. "It would be nice if everything went according to people's wishes, but reality doesn't work that way." As soon as he finished, countless black-robed mages advanced, surrounding Mayel and his companion. Mayel silently observed. There were about 7 of them. They've gathered quite a crowd. The man raised his hand, blazing with red fire, and said, "I've lived much longer than you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to prolong your life." Hai-Sen continued to drone on, but he pointed at the mages, then continued, "Now you have only one future." They attacked him, screaming, "Die!" Hai-Sen laughed heartily, amused. "Accept your death in silence. What a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't hold too much of a grudge." However, when he saw the scene before his eyes, he couldn't laugh anymore. "What?" Hysen cried out in horror. How? How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead. Mayel's lips curled into a slight smile. Yeah, let's just say people like that exist in this world, he confidently asserted, the kind of people who can never die. Mayel knew all about incarnations, entities that cannot be destroyed or dissipated. The only way to subdue him is to kill me, the one who binds him. The system window displayed, unique skill, the chieftain's will. Until the last breath of the Kun-Kan people, the first chieftain chosen by the Sky God will always stand behind you. He raised his fist and declared loudly, but like I said, I have no intention of dying here. A punch as powerful as a storm was unleashed. Mayel thought confidently to himself. Good. At this level, I can win without trying too hard. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Hysen was gripping his leg tightly. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong, you bastard. But no matter how strong you are, he whispered, let's see if you can survive this. Mayel was startled. What is this? Black magic, water seal. Practitioners of forbidden black magic, a type of magic despised by all true mages. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the original water sorcerer. Once it latches on, it never lets go until it has drained all of your life force. It is one of the most notorious black magic techniques to ever exist. Mayel broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Black magic, I never thought these bastards would dare to go this far. The sound of flesh being crushed rang out, followed by Hysen's pained scream, but Mayel couldn't hear anything over his own physical agony. He continued to taunt. I was planning on killing you from the start anyway, Hysen said smugly. And now your friend, the one who dared to interfere, is completely helpless. Things just got a whole lot simpler. Mayel roared in anger. Damn it, you bastards. The man sneered. But don't hold too much of a grudge. After all, your trip to the underworld won't be a lonely one. Hearing that, a stunned Mayel asked, what did you say? Hysen's next words terrified him. By now, your father and sister are probably both dead, Mayel stammered. What? The man was kind enough to reveal more. Ah, of course you wouldn't know. If you knew, you wouldn't still be standing here. So, Hysen glared and questioned him. Then why did you dare to defy the commissioner? Did you really think you could win? He continued to scold, all for a little bit of fame. Before he could finish, Mayel grabbed his face. He panicked and yelled, what are you? How can you use the water seal? Hysen's eyes bulged in pain, and a second later, his head was easily crushed by Mayel. The remaining mages were terrified by the sight. Mayel muttered coldly, none of that matters anymore. The system quickly displayed, unique skill, summon King Graham. Summons King Graham to the caster's location one time. He growled, emphasizing every word. You bastards have crossed a line you never should have crossed. A massive monster suddenly appeared, letting out a loud growl. Don't hold too much of a grudge. You brought this on yourselves. Mayel told himself. In this fleeting moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. He began to sink deep into his hatred, just like the world destroyer Draa once did. I will destroy them all, King Graham asked in a deep voice. Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose have you summoned me? Mayel replied grimly. I want them all slaughtered, spare not a single one. He immediately grabbed his axe and charged forward. All right then. It's settled. The mages saw this and screamed in fear. Somebody help us! Cover the attack! Mayel clenched his fists and headed straight for the enemy. I can never forgive them. The mages were beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, which is why I'll kill every last one of them, he thought furiously. It doesn't matter what my hands destroy. Mayel lost all reason, slaughtering his opponents without a care for who he killed. Just then, Trang ran up to stop him. Stop it. He tried to bring Mayel back to his senses. Stop. That's enough. The other mage struggled to speak. So you were a madman all along, huh? How are you any different from us? Mayel roared in fury. Let me go. I'm going to kill that bastard. Trang scolded back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing happened to Elo. Trust that knight. Bova is much stronger than you think. He continued to persuade Mayel. Snap out of it. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up just like Draa. Don't you remember Draa's final days? Trang reminded him. Why do you think they called Draa the world destroyer? He went mad with infinite power and ended up destroying the entire world. He gripped Mayel's shoulder tightly and said, but you're not Draa if you end up like him too. Mayel finally calmed down. All right, I'm sorry for worrying you. Mayel went to the surviving mage. I'm asking you a question. Tell me everything you know. What's going on here? The man struggled to speak. You're going to regret hearing this. The mage excitedly explained. Have you ever heard of the Mayong, Dan? They're an elite assassination group, made up of only warriors level .6 and above, and 5 of their assassins have already arrived here. He burst into maniacal laughter. By now, your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced through his chest. Josh let out a soft "Ch, I only came as a precaution, and look at this mess." The old man angrily cursed, "You pathetic fools, to think the elites of Gar Hill couldn't even handle a brat like this." Mayel cried out in shock. "Josh, Gary Hill, you dare to touch my family." A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on him. Meanwhile, George threatened in a low voice, "You should have just kept your head down and studied quietly at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us?" Mayel and Trang were both forced down, quickly realizing it was dark magic. He angrily demanded, "You're a dark mage too? If this gets out, you should at least be rotting in a cell." George just sneered. "But you dying right here works for me too. You're nothing but a useless little punk after all." Mayel was pissed, but totally helpless. "Damn it, I can't move an inch. The summon for King Graham already timed out, so he's gone too." He heard the old creep speak. "Now, let's finish this." Then, a ton of spears materialized from his magic circle. George launched the spears at Mayel and roared, "Time to die." Mayel could only think in terror, "No, I can't let it all end so hopelessly." A massive explosion went off as expected, but Mayel was completely unharmed. He stared in shock at the person standing in front of him. The headmaster. At that very moment, George was also stunned. "Kyrian, why is the headmaster here?" Kyrian furiously cut him off. "George Gary Hill." The headmaster's overwhelming power made the old man's blood run cold. Impossible. This illusion field was created by the 6th-level mages under George Gary Hill's command, guaranteeing no one on the outside could detect what was happening inside. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Kyrian's caliber can quickly detect the presence of abnormal mana. The fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher-level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion can be easily shattered and destroyed. And just like that, George's illusion field began to crumble. He spat a threat at Kyrian, refusing to accept defeat. "Kyrian, are you planning to destroy the entire royal capital just to take me down?" The headmaster immediately denied it. "No, the only one who will be injured here is you," Kyrian revealed. "I've already established a barrier to prevent any harm to the royal capital. You not only dabbled in that disgusting dark magic, but you also dared to harm my student." He lunged forward, filled with absolute rage at the crime. Kyrian unleashed a colossal amount of magical energy at George, roaring, "I will execute your punishment myself." The old man glared furiously. "You!" George then screamed in outrage. "This Kyrian!" The narrator chimed in, as expected, because on the power scale, the difference between the two was crystal clear. The fight was an overwhelming victory. Mayel agreed. "Yeah, I thought so too." He had to admit the difference in power was on another plane entirely. Mayel silently sized things up. The headmaster, a 7th-level mage, is a level I can't even dare to reach for. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long road ahead of me, Kyrian asked with concern. "Mayel, are you all right?" Mayel stammered. Yes, thanks to you, headmaster." The people in the house were woken up by the commotion and started gathering outside, whispering among themselves. "What's all this racket in the middle of the night? What's happening?" one person suddenly exclaimed. "Huh? That person is." He recognized him. "The headmaster? But why is Councilman George in that state?" Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Mayel, Mayel, we're here." He looked up in shock. Those people were. Mayel finally recognized them. Prince Potter hurriedly said, "We came after hearing that the Gary Hill family had taken control of the kingdom's security," Roster also added. "And the only person the Gary Hill family was targeting was you, Mayel, who just happened to be visiting the kingdom." He asked, catching his breath. "Are you all right?" Mayel replied humbly, "Yes, I'm fine." The two of them started rambling about their journey over. "We were so worried something might have happened. I was scared to death. Me too. My heart was beating like a drum." Mayel was speechless. "You guys haven't changed a bit." They quickly turned to greet Kyrian. "Oh, Headmaster Kyrian is here as well. So the person lying over there is," Mayel confirmed. "That's right. That's George. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him." Roster shouted in anger, "That devil! How dare he try to harm our dear Mayel? This is a direct challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will immediately go to my father and have the entire Gary Hill family arrested for treason." Porter added, "It's rare for us to be in agreement, brother." "Ah, yes, this is treason, and since we've confirmed that he's learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest every member of the Gary Hill family in this land." Mayel suddenly spoke up. "Before that, I have a request." The two princes immediately asked. What is it? We will grant whatever you ask, he said quickly. I need to check on my father and my sister. Mayel was on edge. To get news from the kingdom as quickly as possible, we had to request information from the nearest trade city, Monzo. The wait for that news took nearly half a day, which felt like the longest wait of my life. A person carrying a letter approached him and spoke. We've finally received the information from nearby Monzo. He quickly delivered the news, thankfully. They were all safe. He continued to read. His Highness had already taken precautions against potential assassins, and Sir Bova had completely subdued the would-be killers. On top of that, they'd figured out who ordered the assassination, Gloucester asked impatiently. The one who ordered the hit, wasn't it obviously George Gary Hill? The messenger confirmed it. But there were accomplices too. He dropped a name. The one most deeply involved is Sir Vengrass, the captain of the Night Order. Gloucester slapped his forehead in frustration. Vengrass? Damn it, they're all rotten to the core. Gloucester immediately gave the order. From this moment on, Vengrass is stripped of his position as captain, and George is stripped of his position as a council member of the Magic Tower and his guardianship rights. The messenger suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, since those two held very important positions, you must also appoint replacements. He made a decision on the spot. The vice-captain will temporarily take over the captain's position. Gloucester continued to declare, as for the council member position and guardianship rights that George held, he looked toward Tyrion and asked if the headmaster could temporarily help out. He was startled. Forgive me, Your Highness. I'm just an old man. Gloucester quickly replied, Yes, I understand better than anyone that you're not interested in politics, but as you can see, the situation is not good at all. For now, at least until a new successor is decided, I'm begging for your help. Tyrion was still hesitant, but the story of how the princes had tried so hard to bring the headmaster to the capital was famous throughout the country. But the headmaster always refused, saying an educator shouldn't get involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now. Suddenly someone spoke up. Headmaster, please! The group of students chimed in cheerfully. I think that position would really suit you, sir. That's right, no one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please, headmaster. Finally, Tyrion decided, if that's what the students believe, I should follow their wishes. He still had a condition, but only until a successor is chosen. Okay. Everyone cheered with joy. Excellent. I'll be counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Mayel had a feeling. I suspect a new successor won't be showing up anytime soon. His mood gradually relaxed. I'm glad everything ended well. This tour of the capital is over. The graduation exams will start soon. The long yet short time at the academy will soon come to an end. Mayel recounted. The capital tour was shaky right from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But in the end, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned. So, we stayed in the capital for a few more days. He overheard people gossiping. Have you heard? Michael Gary Hill from the Gary Hill family is dropping out of school. Is that for real? With so little time left until graduation, the rumor that Mick had dropped out of the academy spread throughout the royal palace. His father, George Gary Hill, was imprisoned in the dungeon, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him had all disbanded, so it made sense. The students added more. They said that Jane Gary Hill has also disappeared. I heard he joined the Puna rebels. What's the real story? The name Gary Hill has completely vanished. The fall of the Gary Hills, the victory of L. Banners with these words started appearing all over the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout rang out. Hey, I already said no. Get lost. Wait a moment. Just a moment. Jaqen tried to explain. I really just need a little time. Just then, someone came over and asked, What's all this noise about? The guard hurriedly exclaimed, My apologies. My apologies. This man keeps trying to get inside. Jaqen immediately knelt before the newcomer. I apologize for arriving so abruptly. I am Jaqen Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet the Crown Prince. The person before him was Crown Prince Soman Atan of the Jek Empire. Jaqen continued to make excuses. Although I acted rudely, please understand that it was not intentional. Soman Atan spoke coldly. That's enough. He then asked, So why have you come all this way? Jaqen quickly replied, I've come to seek asylum in the Empire. Myself, along with my younger siblings and the mages of our family, more than 40 people in total, are seeking asylum in the Empire. Soman Atan questioned his reason and he pleaded, to offer a portion of my strength, however small, to the great Crown Prince and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Soman Atan glared and snapped, How annoying. Did you come here just to flatter me? He questioned him again. What crime did you commit? Jackin was bewildered. He confessed. Soman had a few questions. The Gary Hill family was the most powerful in that tiny kingdom. Why did you people flee your country in disgrace to seek asylum in this empire? Jackin stammered in reply. An assassination plot. His tone was grim. You went against the royal family over such a trivial matter. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jackin could barely stammer out a reply. No, that's not it. Soman then refused him. No matter how small the Radiant Kingdom is, harboring a criminal from the Gary Hill family would go against my principles. In fact, turning you in would be much better for my reputation. His next words made Jackin's eyes widen in terror. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Soman turned to leave, making sure to repeat himself. Go on. I won't grant you asylum, but I won't detain you either. Jackin desperately blurted out a name. Mayel. He finally revealed the truth. We tried to assassinate Mayel. Soman asked, stunned. The Mayel I know? Jackin nodded, trembling. Yes, that's him. He suddenly stepped closer and said, I want to hear more about that assassination attempt. Soman cracked a sly grin. Let's have some tea. Even though a lot had happened, it all seemed like small stuff in the grand scheme of things. Time passed peacefully after the trip to the capital. 3 months later, the new year came, and with it, a heavy winter snow. A ton of nobles showed up at the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple. It was for the graduation exams. This was a system where graduating students could show off their skills in front of everyone, giving them a chance to get scouted by the nobles. Today was the day of that very exam at the academy. Mayel was lost in thought about graduating. Once this exam was over, it would be time to graduate. After a year that felt both long and short, it was finally almost over. Jia-sun suddenly asked Mayel, what's with the long face? Don't tell me you're nervous. Mayel quickly denied it. Nah, not at all. Did you prep a lot for this exam? The guy laughed and replied, the exam? That thing's not important to me, since I'm going to be tagging along with you anyway. He was speechless. I never said I was taking you anywhere. Hearing that, Jia-sun shouted angrily, Hey, are you for real? Just then, someone walked over. Whoa. Seeing the little girl, Mayel's eyes widened in shock. He thought happily to himself, I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person is a huge relief. Now, Luina stood in front of Mayel and greeted him. It's been a while. Have you been okay, big brother? He quickly walked over to her and replied, Thank you all for coming. Nothing's happened since that day, right? Mayel lowered his head, blaming himself. I'm sorry, father. You ended up in danger because of me, the Lord said gently. It's okay. You don't have to feel so bad. I'm actually proud that we didn't back down and fought against them. He then turned to Bova. Thank you, father. And you as well, Sir Bova. Thank you very much. The man let out a hearty, polite laugh. Think nothing of it, young master. I was just doing my duty. Luina suddenly spoke up. But Appa. Mayel turned back, confused. Yeah? The little girl pointed at the girl next to him and demanded, Who's this girl? He flinched and cursed to himself. Crap, I can't even use the cousin excuse on my own family. Luina continued suspiciously. Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend just because Irene isn't around. Bova, standing off to the side, silently observed. The young master has always been a natural at this. He's really grown up. Mayel quickly explained. She's just a friend, that's all. Just then, someone walked up and greeted him. Long time no see. At that moment, Jia-san had approached the Lord. Hello, sir. I'm Mayel's best friend. Mayel was thrilled to see him, thankful that it wasn't just his family who had come to see his graduation exam. It was Han, who had completed his oath and become an official knight. Mayel cheered excitedly. Han! 2 more people came up to say hi. How have you been? Mayel exclaimed in surprise. Seda and Irene, you came too? The bonds he had formed during the grand tournament felt like a reward in itself. The crowd suddenly started buzzing. Wait a minute, those guys, Roster and Potter also showed up, calling out, Mayel, we're here. Mayel was incredibly happy. Even the strongest people he knew were here. The 2 of them complained, Mayel, you have no idea how hard we had to look for you. Seda stood behind them, completely in awe. He really was, on a completely different level. Just then, someone shouted out, In a few moments, the final year students' graduation exam will begin. He continued the announcement. Seniors, please gather at the arena's main hall. Mayel quickly turned to the people who had come to see him. I'll see you all later. Luina spoke for everyone. Appa, good luck. We'll be cheering for you, he told himself. I'll give this final exam my all since everyone is rooting for me. As he went inside, Mayel noticed 2 strangers. He cautiously wondered, What's this? Mayel was confused. I've never seen those 2 before, but they feel kind of familiar. He immediately turned to ask Trang. Trang, those 2 look pretty suspicious, right? It immediately revealed, "You're just noticing now? You know who they are," Trang explained in detail. "The one on the left is the Fire King, Sen," it continued. "The one on the right is the Crown Prince," Trang added. "As a divine being, no ordinary magic can fool my eyes. They might have changed their faces, but they can't hide that weird aura of theirs." Mayel was baffled. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here themselves? If they wanted to visit, they could have just done it officially. Countless questions raced through his mind. Don't tell me it's all because of me. Are they trying to use this exam to test my strength without anyone finding out? At that thought, Mayel couldn't help but smirk. How considerate of them. He told himself that if they made him the same offer as before, "I'll just turn it down again, same as last time." "There," Miles smirked. "But since they went through all the trouble to come here, I should at least give them a hell of a show." He stared them down, "So just watch closely and see how much I've grown." The graduation exam consists of the following parts: isolation, glaciation, and finally, destruction. It's a timed exam where you have to quickly clear all 3 trials. The first trial, isolation, requires you to escape from a room secured with a lock. There are various ways to get out of the room. Gason was standing in front of the lock, deep in thought. You could disable the lock with an unlocking spell or craft a key from a mana crystal to open the door. There are actually a ton of ways. It doesn't matter which method you use, because no matter what, the important thing is to get out of the room. After some time, a huge cheer erupted. The mages from Group 6 escaped the room at almost the same time. Then someone exclaimed regretfully, "What a shame. Another one just got stopped by a monster." Starting from the next trial, the difficulty ramped up like crazy, from defeating a horde of ice beasts in a bone-chilling glacier zone to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final trial. Someone who got stuck here yelled in frustration, "Why is this thing so damn tough?" "If you manage to pass everything, you'll finally complete the graduation exam successfully," Gason excitedly shouted. "I'm number 1!" The announcement gradually rang out. Gason Dayon, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He was the first to complete the trial from Group 6. They continued to read the results. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 ultimately passed the exam. The students who hadn't taken the test yet mumbled nervously, "What am I gonna do? I don't feel confident." Mayel stood to the side, calmly thinking to himself, "Gason, you're acting all casual, but you actually prepared a ton, didn't you?" Then his expression turned serious again. Only 3 people passed out of 110, and most of them finished in under 1 minute, with the rest within the 15-minute limit. I'd better come up with a plan to get through this as fast as possible. The examiner announced again, "Next up is Group B. Please step forward." Mayel moved quickly. "It's finally my turn." People in the stands curiously asked each other, "Isn't Mayel the pride of our academy in this group?" The murmurs were endless. "Yeah, I heard a lot of distinguished guests came just to see Mayel. I'm so excited to see how he'll perform." Roman Ann also spoke up. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how much stronger he's gotten." "What do you think, Godfather?" Taryn just commented coldly. "He hasn't changed a bit." He suddenly asked, "By the way, what are you planning to do?" Hearing that, he wondered, "About what?" Taryn instinctively looked towards Mayel. "The reason you came here today, you called it your last loose end, right?" Soman An didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right. My final regret. He believed that if he joins my side in the future, he'll definitely be a valuable asset. But if I can't bring him over to my side, he could become a threat one day. When that time comes, I'll handle him myself." As he walked up to the locked door, the announcement rang out. "The trial for this group begins now." Mayel tapped on the door while calculating his next move. "The principal must have gone all out on this one. Even with my power, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just pick the lock like the other students did?" He suddenly smirked confidently. "Nah, that's no fun at all. Didn't I learn this at the tournament? That nothing in this world is perfect." Mayel understood that no matter how solid a wall looks, it always has a hidden weak point somewhere. The system window immediately popped up. "Steel break. Can destroy anything made of iron in a single use." No matter what it is, the people in the stands were buzzing with curiosity. "His name is Mayel, right? I wonder how long he'll take. Hope he lives up to his reputation. I mean, he is the tournament champion after all." A sudden loud explosion rang out, and everyone's eyes went wide in shock. "Wait, what was that explosion? Hold on, look over there." Everyone was stunned. When they saw Mayel step out, they exclaimed in astonishment, "No way." Mayel achieved an unbelievable record. Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he opened room 1, an incredible speed. Both Soman Ain and Ceylon smiled, thrilled, and sharing in the satisfaction of the distinguished guests. He opened room 1, an incredible speed. Both Soman-an and Silun also smiled, thrilled and pleased along with the distinguished guests. The judge's words rang in his ears. In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam was about to cement Mayel's already legendary record-breaking reputation. It was a given that Mayel would win. He just plowed straight through to the second trial with nothing stopping him. The system's announcement came through loud and clear. Mayel has cleared the first gate in a mere 13 seconds. Now we're all left wondering just how fast he's going to tear through the next ones. The moment the announcement ended, the entire crowd went wild, their jaws on the floor in absolute shock. But Silong was the exception. He stayed cool, resting his chin on his hand like he saw this coming all along. I knew he wasn't normal. The second Kun Kan's Fang reacted to him, but the speed of his growth is just insane. As Silong watched, Mayel fought two massive frost monsters with a raging inferno. The monsters just growled, confused and intimidated by Mayel. The system and the crowd roared with excitement once more. Look at Mayel. He's clearing the second gate with an incredibly slick move. Such a brilliant strategy. The commentary just hyped everyone up even more. Their eyes locked on the fight below. Is he running with a freaking fireball? That's a wild move. With a fireball that huge, no monster in its right mind would get near him. Makes sense, I guess. Because only a total idiot would dare approach a fireball that massive. Mayel ignored the chatter, getting more pumped up the longer he fought. He was ready to go all out against these demons. His fighting spirit was on fire. The blonde dude stood there with his arms crossed, laughing until his jaw hurt. Ha ha, what the hell is this? This guy's a certified maniac, completely off the charts. Silong, standing nearby, heard him freaking out again. Soman-an was stunned, then went quiet, frowning as he got lost in thought. He always pulls off the impossible. All right then, I've seen enough of your skills. That was Silong's take on Mayel. So, how are you going to smash the final gate? He didn't keep the old man waiting. Mayel gave him his answer loud and clear. He shot forward like a flash of lightning, blasting towards the gate ahead with terrifying acceleration. His eyes were locked on, like he was going to pulverize the solid wall just by looking at it, pouring every ounce of his power into this one strike. Just wanted to put on a little show for you all. This is the finisher. The second he realized what Mayel was doing, Silong's eyes went wide with shock. There's no doubt about that energy. The truth was out. It was a moment of pure spectacle. And Mayel's punch was the highlight of the show. A punch that could shake the very heavens. A powerful, formless magic. It was formless, ripping everything apart with sound waves, so fast the naked eye couldn't even track it. A sonic wave technique. Boom! A massive explosion went off in a flash, lighting up the whole sky. It blinded the audience, not just from the light, but from the sheer, overwhelming power it unleashed. Pure destructive force. Huge chunks of shattered stone went flying in every direction. In the dead silence that followed, all that was left was the sound of the massive impact and the echoing death knell of the gate. In the aftermath of that strike, Mayel stood there with this confident vibe, ready for more, leaving everyone who saw it completely stunned. That kind of magic can only be used by someone who's hit the 6th level, right? Mayel, are you telling me you're already at that level? That was probably the question on every spectator's mind, too. They were all wondering about his level. A glowing purple sash of light appeared across Mayel's body. The skill demonstration part of the test was officially over. The whole thing happened in a flash. Some people still hadn't snapped out of it after witnessing that insane god-tier power. The system announced the time, 2 minutes and 57 seconds. It was so damn fast, so intense, that everyone just stared at each other, mouths wide open, before turning back to the guy in the center of the arena. An absolute record. Finally, the proctor's announcement echoed through the arena. Mayel from the 7th level group has performed a 6th level spell and flawlessly completed the exam in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The roar of the crowd from the stands was deafening and didn't let up. Meanwhile, our main character just calmly wiped the sweat off his face, a small smile of relief on his lips. Mission accomplished. But the one person who definitely wasn't feeling relieved was probably Silong. He was still deep in thought, trying to figure out this kid who was stealing the show. The 6th level is a realm most people can't even touch in their entire lifetime. And yet Mayel managed to reach it when he was only 6 years old. Silong was worried. This was bad. Before he gets any stronger and becomes a threat to my own position, no matter what, I have to crush him. He shot a hateful glare at the kid who was smiling and thanking the crowd, looking totally stoked. Such a hateful glare. So Silon's afraid the kid's gonna threaten his position. And over here you have the two princes' real objective. Roster and Porter threw their hands up to celebrate. Long live Mayel, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them was speechless, Watching the two royals act like a couple of kids, anyone who didn't know would think they were Mayel's parents celebrating their kid's victory. Such a hilarious reaction. Over on Luina's side, it was just as wild. She screamed out loud, "Congratulations, big brother." As for Zeta, she was already smiling from ear to ear. She was even excitedly waving her hands in celebration. "I knew you could do it, Mayel," all joy and support. And as for him, Mayel stood in the center of the vast arena, a place where he could witness the full enthusiasm of the crowd. How brightly did he shine! They were chanting his name, celebrating his victory. Mayel stood under the clear sky as snowflakes gently fell on him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At this very moment, everyone was congratulating him, a truly satisfying feeling. But the boy couldn't help but think about those old days. Facing all the ridicule and harsh words, now he no longer had to stay silent and ignore it. Who could have imagined back then that I would graduate like this, surrounded by cheers, feeling nostalgic and proud? Chason was smiling from ear to ear. He rushed over, throwing an arm around his neck and shoulders. "Whoa, Mayel, when did you reach the 6th circle? I can't believe my friend is a high-level mage now." This guy startled him, catching him completely off guard. Chason, with his loud praise, hadn't even finished when everyone else started coming over to congratulate him too. "Honestly, even for you, Mayel, I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon." The congratulations kept pouring in. Chason still hadn't let go of his shoulder, and even adopted a preachy tone. "Ahem, there is one thing that is absolutely essential on a day like today." His friend standing nearby heard that and got curious. "Huh? What is it?" Chason prepared to make an announcement. He gave a smirk, looking all strange and mysterious, and drew out his answer. "That is a closely guarded secret." Clink, the answer was revealed with 2 huge mugs of barley brew. That's all it was, and he made such a big secret out of some celebratory drinks. Everyone happily raised their mugs of barley brew, arms around each other's shoulders, bustling like a festival, cheering and partying in the lively atmosphere. "We're all adults now. Let's all drink together. Woohoo! Drinks, drinks, let's have some more. Cheers, let's go all out." Trang came over, while Mayel stood still, watching the rowdy scene. He felt helpless watching their determination to not go home sober. They were already 3 sheets to the wind. But in truth, he was also really enjoying this precious, happy moment. This has to be one of the best memories of Mayel's life. It's really starting to sink in. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, so this is probably the last time we'll all be gathered together like this. I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. Mayel's thoughts on the party. While he wasn't looking, Trang was completely wasted. She staggered over with a face flushed from the booze, popped up behind him, and without a word, thwack, threw an arm over his shoulder like a good bro, pointing to the sky and yelling for another bottle. Mayel stared blankly at her, completely surprised by this unfamiliar sight. "By the way, I just discovered today that even Trang can get drunk." A drunk Trang. 2 men were walking this way. The old man with long white hair and a beard stepped forward first. "Mayel, are you enjoying the party?" Hearing his name called, he turned his head to look. "The principal, and Professor Hyde is here too. The teachers came for a visit." He glanced at Trang, who had completely collapsed and was sitting on the floor, then stood up straight and spoke politely to the 2 in front of him. "Thank you for arranging this event. I'm enjoying it very much." The principal laughed warmly. "Ha ha, you're about to graduate. You should enjoy yourself to the fullest, right? Greetings and etiquette." Mayel nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Since tomorrow will be very busy with the ceremony, let me say this now. Thank you for everything, Mr. Principal, and you too, Professor." Words of gratitude. Hearing that, they both gave a warm, gentle smile. A word of thanks. "Ah, we really appreciate that. Before long, we won't be able to see you anymore even if we wanted to." A teacher-student moment. After speaking, the principal enthusiastically joked again. "In that case, we'll have to invite Mayel to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, you just have to say the word. You promised. Professor Hayden here is my witness. Don't you dare pretend you don't know about this after graduation." Everyone just laughed and chatted happily with each other. A promise for the future. By the time the party ended, it was already getting dark. When it was over, Mayel walked quietly on the stone path in front of the manor, letting out a tired sigh. Phew. Total exhaustion. He rubbed his head, which was pounding like a drum. "I probably drank way too much beer." His head was starting to ache. The price of partying. Mayel mumbled complaints about his beer-fueled headache, not noticing the figure standing right in front of him. A man with a straight posture wearing leather shoes suddenly approached to greet him. "Excuse me, you're Mayel, right?" The voice from the side made him jump and turn his head. A stranger approaches. 2 men were standing there. The one in front stepped closer. He was dressed in all black, bowing his head with one hand on his chest as he respectfully introduced himself. I am Draa, a merchant who runs a small trading company in the East. If possible, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. A fake introduction. Mayel was calm, but he was on guard against these two strange men. But he still didn't refuse. Yeah, go ahead. On alert. As soon as the words were out, the man who was actually Crown Prince Soman Ain flinched. What? Turns out his introduction was a complete lie about his identity. He probably never expected to be exposed the second after he opened his mouth to lie. That's why his expression froze for a moment, caught off guard by Mayel calling him out. The incredibly dapper man with slicked-back silver hair behind him was Silong. He glared and stepped forward, his voice sharp as he demanded, "How did you know it was me?" The Fire King speaks. He stopped walking after he spoke, shamelessly threatening the young man in front of him. You'd better answer properly. A direct threat. In contrast to the man's over-the-top attitude, Mayel just smirked slightly and answered calmly, "You can hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes reminded me of the crown prince I once knew, so I took a shot in the dark." The reason he knew, after speaking, he stared right at the other man's displeased, scowling face and gave a cheerful greeting. "Then you must be the Fire King. It's been a while. Great to see you again." Confirming it's Silong, Sir Silong was surprised by Mayel's unexpected explanation. "You recognize me just by my eyes? I'm truly impressed." You could easily tell he highly valued the boy's sharp perception in their first conversation. Unexpected respect. Soman Ain cut into the smooth, flowing conversation. He held out his hand, his face full of an arrogance he couldn't and wouldn't hide. "Now then, this is my final offer. There won't be a second chance. Come with me to the Empire. The final invitation." He glared with wide eyes, his face contorted as he threatened Mayel with his concise words. But the meaning behind them was heavy. Refusal will not be accepted. A forceful attitude. Oh, is that a threat? But this was Mayel we're talking about. He's never known the meaning of fear. He just let out a deep scoff, gently replying to him with two simple words. I refuse. The rejection. The three of them stood in a standoff in the cold winter snow. Soman Ain grew more and more irritated with the boy's rock-solid attitude, but he still tried to persuade him. You really won't listen, will you? I've warned you before. Any jewel I cannot possess, I will destroy. Seriously, what's with the defiant attitude? But Mayel was just indifferent. You could do that. That's true. The Crown Prince's threat. But I don't think you will. His answer was something Soman Ain definitely didn't expect. But it somehow made him reconsider. He asked again, what makes you so sure? A counter-argument. Because the Crown Prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around under a fake identity and order the murder of an ordinary student. The words that just left Mayel's mouth stunned him, then quickly made him furious. Mayel's psychological attack. Soman Ain twisted his lips into a bizarre smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Haha, are you calling yourself an ordinary student? Mocking his humility. Mayel gave a flat, humble reply. That's right. After all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. Emphasizing the fact. After hearing that, the prince smacked his lips and gave a deeply mysterious smile. I can't tell if that's courage or intuition. The Crown Prince's suspicion. After a tense standoff, Soman Ain turned around with a totally arrogant attitude, even giving him one last cocky reminder. I'll back off for today, but you better look forward to our next meeting. A declaration of retreat. Because next time, we'll meet as enemies. Faced with his words, Mayel stayed silent, not saying a word. A declaration of war. With that, the two guys with their insane auras quietly walked off in opposite directions. They left. They hadn't been gone for long when Mayel turned to look behind him, seeing someone stumbling towards him. It was Cha Sun, and he wasn't done partying yet, his face all flushed from drinking so much, rambling on and on now that he was wasted. Mayel, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You gotta be at the party, man. It's meaningless without you. Cha Sun appears. Seeing him so insistent, Mayel happily went along with it. Yeah, I'm coming. But what he would never expect. Agreeing to the invitation at that moment. He had no idea that because of this drinking party, the cause of a disaster, a catastrophe beyond anything he could ever imagine, was about to hit him. Disaster is imminent. The next day, as the sun's first rays broke through to light up the world, white snow still clung to the treetops and red roofs. The morning after the party, in some corner of the grand castle, empty bottles and glasses were scattered everywhere, littering the tabletops, and someone was groaning in exhaustion. Ugh. After the battle with booze just ended, the aftermath of the party was Mayel, who had just woken up from a drunken stupor after going hard with his bros last night. His head already hurt, but now it was a million times worse. He clutched his head, dizzy. Ah, my head, the headache. Waking up with a completely blank mind, Mayel didn't even notice his surroundings when a soft voice came closer to him, whispering, "You're awake?" He looked up, surprised. Yeah, an unexpected voice. Lady Irene. She ignored his curious gaze that screamed, "Why are you here?" and asked again, "Feeling any better now?" Irene appears. Mayel glanced around at the guys passed out drunk on the floor, still clutching their drinks, and awkwardly answered Irene. Yeah, I probably should have paced myself, but it looks like I overdid it. You can see the guys passed out on the cold floor." She laughed, "But even so, you seem to be in better shape than them. What a relief," the after-party state. Saying that, she covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling as she giggled. Heh. You don't remember anything, huh? Mayel stared back, completely bewildered. Irene was teasing him. Not even a second later, he looked horrified, getting goosebumps and yelling with wide eyes, That's the horrifying truth that keeps hitting me." Irene sat right on the table, swirling a green bottle of liquor in her hand as she casually explained. "Cha-san secretly mixed that stuff into the beer you were about to drink." Mayel, Cha-san's actions. After that, you suddenly stood up and yelled that the whole group was going to. As she recounted the story, he remembered the totally embarrassing scene from yesterday. Mayel, Seda, and Cha-san with their arms around each other, acting like complete idiots in the middle of the bar for everyone to see. Oh man, just remembering it makes my face burn. That bastard Cha-san and his drunken antics. Irene didn't let Mayel stay silent in his embarrassment for long and spoke up. "So, should I go down there too? You seem like you just woke up, so your brain probably hasn't caught up yet," he asked dumbly. "Huh? Go where?" Irene's suggestion. She gently tucked her hair back, an undeniable smile on her face. "To that place. I've been there before, and it's an amazing spot." Destination confirmed. She desperately wanted to beat him just once. Irene declared seriously. "Like I said before, I have to get stronger fast so I can defeat you." Mayel, the one being challenged, was still half asleep and dazed, just staring with wide eyes, completely speechless. A declaration of war? A few seconds later, he gave a gentle smile, taking her challenge positively. "It would be my honor. Lady Irene, you are always welcome." He was probably praising her spirit and determination, and acceptance. Mayel's gaze, now clearing up, also had a hint of a blush. He looked at her affectionately. On the surface, they were just talking, but anyone with a brain could see the hidden meaning in their eyes. Irene didn't say anything more, just answering him with a radiant, angelic smile, her whole body bathed in the morning sun. The reason Lady Irene wanted to go down there clearly wasn't just for that, an unspoken secret. And a few hours later, in a vast room filled with lights, the low murmur of people talking could be heard. A voice from the podium drowned out all the surrounding noise. "Graduating students of the Exnet Magic Academy, to get to this graduation ceremony, you have all surely endured countless hardships. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future." Those were the words of the principal standing at the podium addressing the entire student body. Because today was graduation day for all the seniors, including Mayel, who was giving the opening speech. A moment later, it was time to wrap it up. "My speech ends here, and now the student representative will come up to give their graduation remarks." Straight legs and shiny shoes slowly made their way up. The one giving the speech was none other than him, the top student known throughout the entire school. The principal formally introduced him to everyone, the representative for the entire student body and this year's valedictorian, Mayel. He walked up to the podium with a calm demeanor. The principal stepped back to give the valedictorian, Mayel, the stage, not forgetting to pat his shoulder encouragingly as he passed. "Mayel, don't be nervous. Just relax and speak your mind." But it didn't look like he was worried at all. Mayel still replied politely, "Yes, don't worry, Mr. Principal. People always say you can't judge a book by its cover." Mayel's case was exactly like that. Don't be fooled by how chill he looks, because on the inside his heart was pounding like it was about to jump out of his chest. I'm just saying this, but I'm actually super nervous. The anxiety inside. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of all these people is making me so tense I've forgotten everything I prepared. Stage fright is real. Because right in front of Mayel were thousands of students sitting there, staring intently at him, waiting for his speech. A massive audience. Mayel took his position and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "But it's okay. Even if I forgot the words I wrote down, I still remember what I want to say. Gotta get it together." with everyone's expectations on him, including Irene and Han, who were listening intently. Just like that, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the grand tournament, an achievement I managed in just 1 year, but the journey to get there was anything but smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years, my achievements and hardships. Mayel recalled his past as his deep voice continued. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was a devastating blow, but what was worse than that was the way everyone looked at me. Many people wondered why I stayed at the academy, why I refused to give up even until the very last moment. Painful memories. As he said this, he didn't seem to hold any resentment or anger about their past words, just smiling gently. But I didn't want to give up, because magic was everything to me back then. That love for magic was the only way I could protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. My reason to fight, that's why I held on until the end, affirming my will. As for winners and losers, let's just see how fate plays out, right? A philosophical conclusion. The speech wasn't over yet, but you could already see the response. The excitement and enthusiastic cheers from everyone. More than anything, it struck a deep chord of empathy. Mayel continued, and if there's anyone here struggling because you haven't seen results despite trying so hard, today I have to tell you this, just keep moving forward. He stood there, powerfully making his declaration, encouraging everyone to keep going. Mayel's eyes scanned over every person in the audience listening. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if you feel like no one is paying attention right now, someone out there will definitely notice. As long as you don't give up, miracles will happen. Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the past 5 years. At this point, the powerful speech officially came to an end, concluding today's graduation ceremony. The sound of applause mixed with a whole range of emotions. The feelings of everyone at the ceremony thundered on without end. Scene changed to the end of the day. Pure white snowflakes had already covered the trees and the road. The clip-clop of horse hooves echoed evenly on the cold, snowy ground. Convoys of different carriages left the academy one after another. From inside a luxurious ebony carriage came the sound of cheerful chatter. That speech was awesome, big bro. It looked like everyone really liked it too. You're always so cool. Thanks, Luina. Turns out the main character and his sister were discussing the hottest topic right now, especially Mayel's powerful speech. Luina thought for a moment, then glanced out the window at the pure white carriage moving alongside them. So, are your friends coming right away too? Through the window, you could see Irene, Seta, Ji, Sun, and Han sitting inside. They were also laughing and having a good time. Mayel confirmed it again. All 4 of them? His voice was flat. Yeah. The horrifying memory of that day came flooding back. It felt like just yesterday, that whole crew was trashing the room, running his mouth with no cooldown. Mayel even climbed on top of the damn table and pointed at some guy bawling his eyes out drunk, yelling, "Join my crew." People say you forget everything when you're wasted, but Mayel remembered it crystal clear, which gave him the creeps, but he was so embarrassed he had to play it cool with Luina. I have no idea how things ended up this way. Behind the 2 lead carriages was a long line of soldiers following them. Right after graduation, we decided to head out together. Though, to be fair, I'm the one who hired them. On top of that, 300 soldiers are joining us too. The twin princes promised to send reinforcements for the southern subjugation campaign, but I never imagined they'd send this many troops. While he was lost in thought, a voice snapped Mayel back to reality. Hey Mayel, after the subjugation is over, are you gonna stay in the territory for good? Mayel smiled and didn't hesitate to share his plans. Nah, our dads are still there after all. I'm thinking I might travel a bit, but I haven't really thought it through yet. Right now I should just focus on the subjugation. Under the clear, vast blue sky, snow was still falling without end. The sound of 2 people chatting away could be heard. After a short break, we'll get right to preparing for the subjugation, right? The other person answered right away. Oh, sounds good. I plan on starting with a terrain survey. Oh, it's our male lead and avatar, standing in front of a map and planning their next move for this subjugation. She asked again, have you come up with a strategy yet? Yeah, I'm weighing a few ideas. As they were talking, they heard the shuffling sounds of soldiers rushing around. Mayel and Avatar looked up, curious about the commotion. 2 people walked past, chatting away. Do we need to prepare really well? Mayel went up to the 2 of them to ask. Excuse me, where's everyone heading? One of them turned, and Mayel recognized him. Oh, you're the young master. I figured you'd already know. This is about your friend. How the hell would Mayel know? He just put on a dumb face. So the guy kept talking. One of our knights is about to duel that squire friend of yours. Hearing that, it all clicked for him. A squire, you don't mean Han? On the other side of the snowy clearing, soldiers had formed a circle, hyped for the duel about to go down. In the middle of the ring were Han and some knight. They were holding wooden swords, ready to fight, but you could still see the worry on his face. Han is dueling an official knight? You could already tell how mismatched this fight was. Mayel saw it and started to worry. The guy just took his knightly oath, for crying out loud. Up in the sky, the bright snow kept falling. It even looked like it was starting to come down harder. Han and the official knight started their duel. They went back and forth, neither one backing down. But it looked like the knight had the upper hand from the get-go, attacking non-stop. By the time Mayel hurried over, the fight was already well underway. He couldn't help but worry as he watched Han slowly getting pushed back. Ah, it's already started. He stood outside the circle with the other knights, watching the whole thing. Suddenly, someone next to him yelled at the guy in the ring. "Hey, Velks, go easy on him. Can't you see you're being way too rough on a rookie who just took his oath?" Mayel was a little surprised. Avatar was walking over. He went up to them too, wanting to ask, why are those two fighting? One of them turned to look at Mayel, thought for a second, and then answered, oh, no real reason. The knight motioned for him to watch the two of them going at it hard. Then he started telling him what happened. While we were cleaning up after lunch, we were bored, and we had this really eager junior. So I suggested we test his skills. Just then, Bova popped up silently behind them and greeted Mayel quietly. Young master, you're here too?" Mayel was surprised. Like, where did he even come from? Then he snapped out of it. He answered politely, "Sir Bova, you're here too?" The man clasped his hands behind his back. He stood there smiling, looking like he was enjoying himself, and answered, "Of course. How could I possibly miss a sight as interesting as this?" Hearing that, Mayel just glanced over at the main event everyone was talking about. He scoffed to himself. Interesting? He glanced at the knights standing around. If the knights here recognized Sir Bova, their reactions would be just as entertaining. A mischievous thought. With that in mind, Mayel continued to watch the increasingly intense match between the other two. Suddenly, he turned and asked the man, "What do you think of this match, Sir Bova?" He didn't hesitate and immediately gave his assessment. Neither of them is half bad. His attention was drawn to the young guy with light purple hair, whose face showed a toughness, not the usual hesitation you'd see in a kid his age. Bova didn't know who the kid was, so he asked the guy next to him, "Is that young knight a friend of yours, young master?" Mayel just smiled at the question and proudly introduced his close friend. "Yeah, his name is Han." As Bova sized up Han, his voice grew serious. His analysis was way more serious than before. He's obviously getting pushed back a little, but the fact that he's holding his own this long against a golden knight is damn impressive. Hearing that made Mayel curious too. A golden knight? Seeing his confusion, Bova started to explain what he'd accidentally overheard. "I happened to overhear it during lunch. Word is he's considered one of the kingdom's finest. I'm not entirely sure though." Speak of the devil. Right at that moment, the fight in the center of the arena took a sharp turn. A dark blur shot forward, attacking so fast his opponent couldn't even react. It was a super fast, lightning speed breakthrough. And that dark blur? You don't even have to guess. It was obviously the knight they were just talking about. With just a single swing of his sword, the knight's power sent Han's blade flying out of his hands and far behind him, startling him into a cry of surprise. Sir Bova continued his analysis. "Of course, that kid Han still has a long way to go to get to that level." Hearing the outcome of the round, Mayel looked at the old man with admiration. Of course, Sir Bova could see Han's potential. That being the case, Mayel stepped forward to face him. His serious expression showed he'd made an important decision. He said formally, "Sir Bova." The man couldn't help but be curious about his sudden seriousness. "Yes, young master?" Mayel stood before him and made a request. "If possible, could you teach Han a thing or two?" Sir Bova didn't answer right away, just offering his usual friendly smile. He seemed amused by the request for him to teach even a single move. If the legendary Holy Spear Knight, Sir Bova Pei, could be persuaded to teach him, even just a little, it would be a massive advantage. It would be a huge deal for Han's training, and for everyone else too. That's right. You can only imagine how much Han would improve, just from a little guidance from this legendary knight. It's a huge opportunity, but the most important thing is getting him to agree to teach. Mayel was very determined. Sir Bova just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Young master, that's not my call to make. You'll have to ask the kid himself first." This training principle made Mayel gasp in surprise. A surprised reaction. He responded with a truly menacing chuckle. For some reason, the whole vibe around him had completely changed. "It was a lot colder than before," Bova explained, revealing his strict side. "It's just like when I taught you how to use a sword." Bova smirked, letting out his chillingly demonic aura. He even squinted his eyes, full of hidden meaning, just to mess with him. Back to the main scene. The knights were standing in the middle of the freezing snow, so freaked out that all their jaws were on the floor. They must be witnessing something seriously messed up. One of them couldn't hold it in and blurted out, "What the hell is that?" They were totally panicking. The group stood off to the side, whispering, "Talk about brutal training. He's really making him do that? I heard he's a knight commander." Meanwhile, the guy they were talking about was just chilling, with a relaxed smile on his face, looking like he was seriously enjoying the show. He followed step by step behind Han, the unluckiest guy in the world, who was hauling a massive boulder bigger than himself and panting for breath. The reality of the training. Sir Bova watched the young guy carry the heavy load through the freezing snow, his teeth chattering from the cold. The kid had already collapsed to his knees, crawling forward on his knees when Bova had the nerve to ask, "Is it that hard?" Han immediately whipped his head around and denied it. "No, sir, I'm fine." Bova was just waiting for him to say that so he could jump on it. "Then stop being so damn slow. I told you to be prepared." The knights watching from a distance were so done with this whole scene. Those two looked like a comedy act, one setting up the bit and the other landing the punchline. Knight Lin looked at his best bud and kind of felt bad for him. But whatever, not his problem. He just sighed, maybe to cheer his friend on, while silently pitying the poor sucker doing all the heavy lifting. He said he'd be strict, but I didn't think it'd be this insane. I'm starting to feel bad for Han. Mayel felt the same, but hey, sucks to be him. Thinking back, it was just a few minutes ago when Mayel made the offer, and Han was acting like a stoked little puppy. All he was missing was a tail to wag. He agreed instantly, no hesitation. "Seriously? Sir Bova Payton is training you?" he warned him. "I heard it's crazy hard. Maybe you should rethink it. I'm confident I'll totally crush it." Yeah, he was that dead set on it. Han's confidence. Mayel couldn't even. I gave him a choice. Mayel was at a loss, totally helpless when it came to his buddy. He was startled by a voice from behind him. Yeah, a sudden call. It was those knights from earlier. They walked over, cautiously approaching Mr. Bova. "Oh, looks like they figured something out." The guy in the lead spoke up first. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask for your name?" They were asking for Bova's name. Mr. Bova was silent, his eyes shut tight, lost in thought or something, and didn't answer. He was probably trying to figure them out. Why didn't they notice him before, but suddenly they do now? Ha, Bova stayed quiet. The knights just glanced at each other, worried by his stone-cold silence. Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor he took down 5 assassins all by himself. Maybe I should ask about it. The other guy replied, "Nah, it's gotta be just a rumor. How could one guy possibly take out 5 assassins alone?" They were doubting his legendary feat. And just then, because life's a jerk like that, what you hope won't happen totally does. Han, the goofball, came running over, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Sir Bova." Han showed up, panting like he was fighting for air, totally breathless, and stood right in the middle of all the gossip to make his report. "All the spearheads have been moved. Mission report," he gasped out, finally looking up after managing to suck in some air. The answer didn't come from the guy they were waiting for, but from the knights over there, who were just full of questions. "What did you just say?" He had no clue what was going on. Just a confused reflex, huh? The knights were totally baffled. Both sides just stared each other down. One side looked totally confused, their faces covered in question marks. The other side's eyes were wide, not believing what they were seeing. The misunderstanding. I have to ask again. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? You just said this guy is Bova. Meanwhile, Mayel and Bova were probably the only calm ones in the whole mess. The truth was out. A little while later, the group and the knights set off again. The carriages and a long line of people moved through the blizzard-white landscape. They were on their way. A white carriage was in the lead. The two siblings were chilling in the second, black carriage. Mayel and Luina sat next to each other. She turned to look out into the distance, her voice full of curiosity as she asked the person next to her, "Hey bro, is Sir Bova really that big of a deal to the knights?" He glanced where his sister was looking and answered, "Looks like it." The two of them chatted away inside the carriage, a total contrast to what was happening outside. The steady sound of the knights panting breathlessly could be heard. Huff, puff, what a total contrast. And in a totally predictable outcome, Han and the knights got some special training from Mr. Bova. Each of them was struggling, covered in sweat, marching behind the carriage with bags heavier than sacks of potatoes on their backs. One of them started whining loudly. "Stop, sir! Aren't you taking this a little too far? This is the training method Sir Bova himself recommended." "Quit asking questions and just do it," another one snapped back. They just kept whining back and forth out there, but all that complaining was just making them more tired. The brutal training went on, while the guy they were talking about was just chilling in the carriage, eyes closed, totally savoring the moment. Miles saw this and could only sigh. feeling helpless. He just quietly called out to him, Sir Bova. When he heard, his expression didn't change one bit, and he lowered his voice to match Mayel's. Speak, young master. Bova, about that training. Is it actually useful? From what I'm seeing, it looks kinda crude. Mayel quietly shared his thoughts. He wasn't wrong, and part of it was because he saw those guys struggling so hard they looked like they were about to drop. Being drenched in sweat in this freezing weather just looked miserable. Bova got where Mayel was coming from. He didn't chew him out, just gently broke it down for him. It wasn't exactly a great method. If your form is off, you'll end up with a chronic injury first. Mayel was clueless. He didn't get what the old man meant, and asked again. Huh? So why'd you make them do it? Explaining the risks, Bova cracked a sly, mysterious smirk, giving a deadpan answer that was half joke, half serious. Well, there's not much to do on the way down. I just felt like whipping some new students into shape after all this time. The reason was so out of left field. Mayel and Luina were dead silent for about 110 seconds, listening to the miserable groans from the others outside, then looking back at Bova, they were totally speechless. No wonder they call him the Tiger of Owl, the nickname and their total helplessness. A little later, the group finally made it to this place, a barren wasteland, way colder than any of the areas they'd crossed in the last few days. This new land was the first place they set foot in. Our main character stood before a massive horde of small-bodied, slimy, crawling monsters. The person next to him was like, damn, that's a lot. The monsters were everywhere. Mayel, dressed in all black with his winter cloak pulled tight, couldn't help but shiver from the intense cold, even though he was used to this kind of place. Yeah, we're finally here, the biting cold. Mayel and Trang stood in the middle of this wasteland, with swarms of chittering monsters below. The stark contrast. They were surrounded by towering, overlapping mountains, and the wind cut right through them. It was brutally cold. The Crimson Plains, a seriously harsh terrain. This land is south of the southern mountains and used to be part of El's territory. A little history lesson. But ever since the Mudmen tribe took over this area, the rulers of this land haven't been human. It's the Mudmen, the tribe Mayel just mentioned, are those round, mushy-looking monsters swarming at his feet right now. And because they breed at an insane rate, the land looks like a field of dark red from a distance, which is how it got the name the Crimson Plains. Info on the Mudmen. Trang looked down at them, her mount growling in disgust, looking seriously pissed off. She felt pretty helpless, just looking at them, not sure how to even start. She turned to Mayel and asked, so what's the plan? Mayel crouched down, studying the horde's formation and thinking, time to strategize. What if we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? It's a narrow choke point. It might just work. Trang, always sharp, immediately came up with a tactical plan. But Mayel shot it down as soon as she said it. No way, it's too risky. They'll just attack us from the cliffs above. Tactic rejected. She kept throwing out other ideas she came up with. Okay, what if we put Sir Bova Peyton on the front lines? He could lead the charge and just smash through everything. The Bova tactic. This time, Mayel actually thought about it for a second, but the result was the same. Not gonna work. There are just too many of them. Plus, the Mudmen have a core inside their heads, and you can't destroy it with normal attacks. Weakness analysis. Oh, I see. Trang immediately got what the problem was. Even Sir Bova would have a hard time if he had to take them out one by one. Yeah, this is a real pain. Now I get why all the previous attempts to take this place back failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to push through all at once, so they must have always taken heavy losses. Understanding the failure. So, is there no other way? Mayel could only accept the harsh reality, total despair. But just for a moment, he looked up into the distance, thinking about something. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. The next day, the powerful voice of some unfamiliar guy boomed throughout the room. There's only one way. The commander appears. A direct frontal assault, he yelled, slamming his hand on the strategy map. He stood before a room full of powerful people, not backing down an inch. He was determined, showing no signs of backing down. Moro's solution. This guy is Moro, the commander-in-chief of the Kindred Forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He growled, making his position crystal clear. If we hesitate to fight, how can we ever expect to win? A head-on confrontation is our best option, Moro's logic. The man he was facing off against, Mayel's father, the Lord of El, knew it too, but he didn't agree with that choice. He was torn. What the commander says isn't wrong, but the projected losses are just too high. The Lord of El's objection. He stubbornly held his ground. He tried to persuade him. Sir, if we didn't have the Kindred Army's support, weren't we originally planning to launch this whole campaign with only about 300 men? Mayel's dad just shrugged. Yeah, that's right. Moro scoffed, not getting why the hell that was the case. We were ready to throw down with way fewer guys, so why are we hesitating now that we have a massive force? It makes no sense. Mayel's father looked the guy in the eye and decided to spell it out for him, because this isn't about numbers. Total shutdown. To wipe out the Mudmen, we have to get through a narrow canyon. And those bastards are never gonna let us just waltz on through. Sending more troops won't change a damn thing. That's why he shot down Moro's analysis of the terrain. But then the Lord offered up a plan that actually sounded a little better. He went on, bottom line, instead of going into the canyon, we gotta lure them out. Moro was skeptical about this idea. But sir, we've got no way to pull that off. A frontal assault is one thing, but a baiting tactic. Before he could finish, a smooth voice cut in from the doorway. Sounds like a plan to me. It was Mayel, backing his dad's play. His sudden appearance caught everyone completely off guard. Mayel just strolled in, but Moro was quick to snap back. A plan? Young master, what the hell are you talking about? He demanded, clearly not getting what these two were cooking up. Mayel just smirked and shot back. My dad just gave you the answer. Instead of us going in, we lure them out. Mayel laid it out simple. Based on the scouting I just did, I've got a battle plan I want to run by you guys. I've got a sick idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. An attack from above. Moro knew the cliffs Mayel was talking about. He turned away, clearly not a fan of this plan. Those cliffs? Nobody can climb those things, right? You're saying all of us have to scale a place like that? This dude was so damn difficult and skeptical. Mayel had to explain it again. We don't need a lot of people up there, just about 100 mages who can use magic to bait them out. This time, even the hard-ass Moro had to admit it made some sense. He seemed to be on board. That's a good idea, but the problem is getting up there. Mage, can you use flight magic? He accepted the plan, but still had questions. He was talking to Sun, who was standing next to Mayel. Just being called out was enough to make him jump. Mayel just poked the skinny dude, half joking. Nah, this guy can climb up there himself. Hearing that, Sun started stammering, scared out of his mind. What did you say? How am I supposed to climb that cliff? There's no way I can make it up there. Sun's reaction was totally genuine. Mayel wanted him to try it right now. No backing down. Mayel clapped him on the shoulder, trying to convince him. You can do it. Sun's eyes went wide with shock. He couldn't even believe it himself. Poor guy. Heh. Of course. Mayel flashed a creepy smile that was trying way too hard to be friendly. I'm gonna throw you up onto that cliff. Whenever he put on that face, you knew things were about to get messed up. Sun was such a chicken. After hearing Mayel's plan, his face went pale, his shocked eyes looking all innocent. What a look. He looked like some tragic poet or something. It was a beautiful sunny day. The sky was clear, a perfect day for this. Snow was still falling lightly as Moro's booming voice echoed all over the place. The day of the battle had finally come. Is everyone ready? Only Moro would sound that damn cheerful, but all the knights still roared back. They stood at attention, radiating killing intent, totally thirsty for a fight. The banner of House OL flew proudly at the head of the column. Everything was set. The commander took the lead. Moro took a deep breath, ready to give the command. Moro's order rang out clear. All troops advance. The subjugation mission had begun. On the front lines were Commander Moro, the Golden Knights, my old man, and Lord Bava Peyton, all suited up in armor for the first time in a while. Everyone looked dead serious, marching with grim determination toward that god-forsaken land. At the back of the formation, our crew rode together in a carriage, Mayel, Saida, Irene, and Adam. The tension was thick. No one knew how this would turn out, but at least they were in it together. The carriage was rolling along when a command rang out. Halt! An order from the commander, my dad. Everyone stopped. They gathered at the edge of the forest, with Moro and the two leaders calling everyone over. All right, huddle up. Let's go over the plan one last time. Our crew quickly joined the huddle. The main man hadn't even stopped walking when a timid, scared voice called out to him. It was a quiet mumble. Mayel. He turned to see who called him. It was none other than Sun. He looked ridiculous, completely wrapped up in a giant canvas bag with only his face sticking out to breathe, and he was tied up tight with ropes, looking like a damn chrysalis. Jia-sun complained to Mayel, I know this is for safety, but is this really the best you could come up with? It's pathetic. Mayel struggled to hold back his laughter. I think it looks pretty badass. Mayel glanced over at the knights who were snickering and whispering to each other. He told Jia-sun proudly, Look over there. Even the knights are checking you out. Jia-sun was speechless. Are you kidding me? They look like they're laughing at me. You're not fooling anyone. Mayel changed the subject, faking disappointment. What? You don't like it? That's a shame. It's a great opportunity. His clueless friend got curious. Huh? What opportunity? Mayel knew his friend all too well and went straight for the ego. He said, "The opportunity to be the star of this whole subjugation." As expected, Jia-sun was easily swayed. Just imagining all the academy girls admiring him was enough to make his chest puff out. The main star? Just a few seconds later, his eyes lit up and his jaw dropped in excitement. He put on a heroic act. "Mayel, just leave it to me. I'll take care of everything." Mayel smirked slightly. What a simpleton. Moro approached Han and asked, "Is the young master ready?" Mayel answered without a second thought, "No problem." Then he immediately passed this hot potato to the idiotic chrysalis next to him. "Right, Jia-sun? Put on the spot," he replied hesitantly. "Of course." But Jia-sun struggled to glance down at the bindings, wrapped tightly around his neck, his brow furrowed with worry, his lips twitching, as if to say he could barely breathe. He ended up whining, "But Mayel, please be gentle." The moment he said gentle, he was grabbed and yanked hard. Jia-san screamed in terror, "Gently! Gently!" Well, fate is fate, but he was still thrown mercilessly by Mayel. He was launched high into the air, along with Jia-san's non-stop tragic screams. Mayel's throw was incredibly powerful, creating a seismic gust of wind. Irene and Moro gave the chrysalis a pitying look. The calm ones watched the tragic one go, as Jia-sun became one with the blue sky and deep clouds, crying his eyes out and babbling incoherently, feeling like his heart was about to stop and he was going to die right there. Before he could even process it, he faced the harsh reality that he was already on the mountaintop, held in place by some freaky magic vines. He looked up and let out a sigh. Whoa, surprise. I guess this isn't so scary after all. Are you kidding me? Freed from his fat chrysalis state, Jia-san collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The group below was cheering. Irene exclaimed, "His aim is so precise, maybe we don't need the blankets and ropes anymore." "Ha ha, Lady Irene. Your wit is still as sharp as ever." He stood up and brushed the dirt off his pants, seeming much calmer than before, silently celebrating that he was halfway to safety. Phew, all right, now I just have to do my part. As soon as he said that and looked up, his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Jia-san saw a sight he really didn't want to see. What the hell is this? I knew the mudmen here multiplied fast and that there were a lot of them, but I never expected it to be this insane. There are thousands, no, tens of thousands of them. You can't even count them all. You want me to lure out that many mudmen? Just the thought of it is making me break out in a cold sweat. Jia-san was in a full-blown panic because the challenge ahead seemed way too difficult for him. I can't do this. How am I supposed to? Jia-san, you can do this. Mayel's cheering from below, with just that one word of encouragement, made his self-doubt shrink by almost half. Down below, Mayel understood his friend perfectly. He just wasn't ready yet. He just didn't believe in himself yet. Right now, another push was the best thing for him. Mayel's cheers echoed up to him. You're my friend. You can at least handle that much, right? Now go and give those mudmen a real beating. As it turned out, his encouragement really worked, because now Jia-sun was a different person, his heart filled with determination. He gritted his teeth and swore to himself, I can't let Mayel down. He trusted me enough to bring me here. Jia-sun summoned a palm-sized orb of fire energy, ready to start the battle. Soon, the sky grew dark and gloomy, the sunlight hidden behind the clouds as a storm began to brew. He looked totally badass, a far cry from the clown he was earlier, raising his hands high as if to summon a great power from the sky. Specks of fire like meteors weaved through the clouds and snowflakes, suddenly hurtling down towards the mudmen below. Mayel watched Jia-sun fight ferociously, proving he was truly worthy of his trust. Our protagonist smiled with satisfaction and pride. All right, Jia-sun, you're doing great. The clusters of fire rained down from the sky like small meteors carrying explosive power. The third-tier magic Jia-san cast was called Fire Rain. Jia-san's level wasn't high yet, so the cloud he summoned wasn't that large. The dark, ominous clouds that covered the bright sky were all his doing, but it wasn't exactly pro-level. Right now, the mud creatures were getting mercilessly hammered by the fire dance, every bit of it aimed right at them, making them howl and squirm in pain. Grr. Grr. This whole mess was enough to jolt the mud creatures out of their lazy nap. Mayel clenched his fists, ready, and turned to Captain Moro. It's time. I'm handing it over to you, like we planned. He snapped to attention. Got it, young master. Irene, already ahead, hurried him along. Mayel, let's get a move on, he answered. Yeah, let's bounce. The monsters all swarmed out, making a racket, and he was stoked it was all going as planned. Perfect. The mud creatures were all funneling to one spot to dodge Jia-san's attacks. They were scrambling on their stubby legs as fast as possible toward the ocean exit. The spot they were all heading for was a side path out of the canyon. But it's not going to be that easy for them. Ha, 'cause the killer trio is here, and they're totally screwed. The other three jumped down and rushed right at them. Mayel blocked their path. Up close, these mud things were barely taller than his ankles. I can't let them just waltz out of the canyon, but he couldn't help muttering. These things are like some kind of crustacean. Damn, there's a ton of them. Saida was the first one to charge in, blasting his fire. All right, come and get it. This is where the real fight starts. Snow was dumping down, making everything ice cold, the wind was whipping, and the air was frigid, but somehow, it felt like an oven in here. Irene and Mayel hung back, dead silent, their ice-cold stares locked on the center of the action. Saida stood there, looking totally pumped, a raging fire flaring up in his hand. He sneered. Welcome, you filthy mud maggots. From a distance, he unleashed a vicious blast of fire, swallowing the mud creatures in the blaze. His voice was dripping with arrogance. I'm gonna torch every single one of you. Bright orange flames exploded all over the place, twisting like a firestorm that was eating the mud maggots alive. In the middle of the inferno, you could see their furious faces, mouths wide open, screaming in agony. Saida looked super smug after that, a huge, triumphant grin plastered on his face. Ha ha, Mayel. So? What'd you think of my skills? I've gotten way better, right? Mayel's face was unreadable as he answered calmly. Better than I expected, actually. Mayel paused for a beat, then just laid it out there. But I think it's way too soon to get cocky. That one simple line made the guy in front of him freeze up. Saida started sweating bullets, the worry plain on his face, and he just blurted out, because it looks like these mud maggots are way too tough. Their mouths are always wide open, just waiting to chomp down and screech like a freaking horde, and now they're trying to climb the cliff face to attack. All of a sudden, a desperate scream echoed from up above. It was Jia-sun. What the hell? They're climbing the cliff. So that's it. They were going after him. Smart little bastards. Instead of taking on one or two of us, they went for the weakest link. Jia-sun was totally floored by how tough they were. It was a living hell. Right then, the mud maggots were scrambling up the cliff even faster. Their hateful faces were locked on him, hungry for revenge. He was on the cliff edge, scrambling backward, totally panicking. And of course, he was screaming for help. Ah, somebody help me. Mayel heard all the noise from up there. He was worried and didn't know what the hell to do about it. Taking a sharp breath, he muttered a curse. Jia-sun, damn it. Irene was worried too, but then an idea hit her. She wasn't sure if it was a good one, but saving the guy came first. She wasn't scared at all, just determined. Mayel, throw me up there too. He shot a surprised look at Irene, still totally confused by the whole situation. That sounded pretty risky, so he had to ask again, are you sure about that? Irene just smiled, her expression totally resolute, her eyes unwavering. That was pure confidence right there. Mayel's lips thinned into a line as he hesitated. In a mess like this, any move was risky, but saving someone's life was the most important thing. He made up his mind. Just then, the mud maggots scrambled up the cliff on their two stumpy legs. They let out these low, gurgling growls. Jia-sun was still scared stiff, completely frozen. He didn't give a crap if they understood him or not. He just kept screaming, "Get back! Get back!" In this do-or-die moment, Jia-sun seriously thought he was about to be served up as a meal for these mud freaks, and all he could manage was a choked out "damn it." He was scared out of his mind, his eyes getting wider and wider with terror. Tears started to well up in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth. I can't die here. Even now, facing death, Jia-sun was still hung up on his wasted school days. I've never even had a girlfriend. Oh, so that's what this is about. The dude's regretting being single his whole life. Jia-sun let out a scream of pure desperation. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. What a damn shame. Suddenly, Irene appeared, flipping through the sky, ready to take on the horde of mud monsters. The guy was probably shaking with relief. Irene, in a free fall, her eyes filled with a killer instinct, all gentleness gone. A brilliant blue aura erupted from her hand. A display of the elegant magic she was known for. Even while fighting for her life, her mind was stuck on Jia-sun's almost last words. So you've never been in a relationship, huh? A powerful blue light flashed from Irene's hand, piercing through the mud creatures and engulfing them in its glow, instantly freezing them solid in a single blast. She landed on the stone ground, or rather, what was now a sheet of ice from her spell. Seeing Jia-sun looking so desperate he wanted to dig a hole and hide, she couldn't help but tease him. Jia-sun, you okay? I learned something pretty interesting thanks to you. He had nothing left to regret. Thanks for saving me. Irene stopped teasing and got serious, turning to look down below. By the way, just as Mayel said, everything was going according to plan. Poor, clueless, Gia-san had no idea what was going on. Totally clueless. She watched the mud creatures shuffling away below and explained with a sigh, the mud creatures can't escape through the side paths or climb the cliffs, so they're retreating towards the coast. It suddenly dawned on Gia-san, his face a mask of shock as he put it all together. That means it's time for the capital's army to make their move. Just then, the capital's knights stood ready for action, led by their lord and Sir Bao. But even with the path paved by our powerful vanguards, they knew this fight wouldn't be easy. The knights were still anxious about the battle. They were fully armed, but their minds were a mess. The air was thick with tension. They were on edge. A moment later, the mud creatures began to emerge from behind the ice formations, swarming forward like a tidal wave. The situation spiraled out of control as too many of them poured in, their faces twisted with more rage than usual, clearly pissed off from the beatdown Mayel's group gave them. A knight screamed out a warning. "The mud creatures are coming," he yelled, terrified by their sheer numbers. "There are too many, this is impossible." But Moro, living up to his name as the captain of the capital's knights, remained iron-willed, his voice booming as he tried to calm his men. "You cowards! Do not retreat! Are you trying to disgrace the name of the Van Kingdom?" he continued, his voice filled with absolute conviction. "We will have support from the mages behind us. Our mission is to hold the line here for as long as we can." His confidence was contagious. The knights no longer hesitated, raising their bows and swords. At the commander's signal, they shouted their battle cry and charged, under the king's sword, to a glorious victory. While the vanguard charged ahead, the rest of the knights stood ready, but still hesitated. The knights were taken aback by their leader's unwavering resolve. They didn't share his die-hard idealism. All the knights here were filled with fear and apprehension. Moro grit his teeth, frustrated by the sheer number of mud creatures that were demoralizing his men. He knew he had to set an example, that he couldn't back down to these things. Moro immediately charged forward. Seeing this, all the knights followed suit, attacking as one with all the courage they could muster, facing down thousands of grotesque mud creatures together. Under the king's sword, for a glorious victory! Meanwhile, on the other side, Saida and Mayel were also locked in a fierce struggle against the horde, fighting back to back. They knew the army on the other side had engaged. Saita whispered over his shoulder, "I can hear the sounds of battle. Looks like the capital's army has engaged the mud creatures." Mayel clenched his jaw, his mind racing to figure out their next move. This meant the number of mud creatures on their side had thinned out, and the rest had been funneled towards the beach. Seeing that the horde on their side was no longer a major threat, while the battle on the other side was getting intense, he made a decision that surprised his friend. "Saita, I'm leaving this side to you. I think I need to go lend them a hand. I can't just let them be in danger." Saita smirked. He understood Mayel's trust and was completely confident in his own skills. "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Just leave this to me and go." With those words, Mayel instantly vanished, not forgetting to toss a word of thanks over his shoulder. "Thanks, man." Saida, he darted out from behind Saida, weaving for a moment before launching himself toward the mud creatures. Mayel zipped past them at top speed, leaving them dazed as he broke through their ranks. Back on the other side, the soldiers relied on teamwork, relentlessly hacking and slashing at the horde of monsters. Every sharp point pierced through, no flinching, no fear. I bet the ones who should be scared right now are them. Their bodies were being brutally ravaged by the sharp blades, their bodies torn in half, reeking of a foul stench. Sir Bava and Captain Moro looked way more relaxed than the knights. They were still on horseback. Each sword strike flew effortlessly, dancing through the air and aiming straight for the enemy. The attacks looked light, but the damage was insane, just as you'd expect from the powerful ones. The knights heard the commotion and couldn't help but glance over at the two of them in admiration. So skilled, so amazing, it dazzled them to the point of disbelief. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa! Are they even human?" Suddenly, the knight with the goatee's eyes widened in shock. He was seriously shaken. The others reacted one by one. Hearing a loud noise from behind, they turned their heads in horror with their jaws dropped. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were confused, not understanding what was happening, and couldn't help but wonder. "I'm not exactly sure what's happening out there, but one thing is certain, someone is wiping out the Mudmen. And of course, you don't even need to guess who it could be, other than Mayel. He appeared like a savior, helping everyone escape danger with blazing fireballs, continuously slamming into the Mudmen, making them writhe and melt in an instant. All at once, every soldier stared in shock at this sudden, unannounced appearance by Mayel. The knight with the goatee and his companion froze, their hands still gripping their blades rigidly. It took them a few seconds to gather their thoughts. He finally snapped out of it, his voice choked with joy. He gritted out each trembling word. "Sir Mayel is here! It's support from a mage!" the knight screamed, joyfully announcing it to everyone around. Mayel, the one everyone was waiting for, soared up and unleashed a powerful, piercing fire fist, shattering the bodies of the mudmen. Sir Bava smiled proudly, watching him fight. Meanwhile, Captain Moro seized the opportunity, raised his sword, and gave the order. "This is our chance. Everyone advance." Annihilating every single mudman, the battle became a powerful sweep thanks to Mayel's legendary magic support, wiping out all the monsters, big and small. As their numbers dwindled, Mayel relaxed, suddenly remembering the horrifying past this land had endured. It was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Houses, streets, trees, everything was consumed in a sea of flames. Black smoke rose, sealing their tragic fate. The people were attacked by monsters. They relentlessly chased the innocent civilians, regardless of who they were, forcing them to flee in chaos, suffering injuries, facing death and destruction. And his mother, a kind woman with shimmering chestnut-brown hair, had fallen, losing her life at the hands of those monsters. The painful memory made Mayel's heart boil with hatred. His eyes were determined, resolved to make them pay dearly for all their sinful actions. He exploded, radiating killing intent, unleashing a violent heavenly fire punch towards the remaining mudmen monsters. These beasts only have instinct, no reason or thought. "I will not stop," Mayel told himself, both avenging the past and stealing his spirit. He continued to strike the monsters with a defiant attitude. The sky was turning to dusk. A bright full moon illuminated everything clearly. In a quiet space shaded by trees, the sound of hushed conversation arose. "These evil mudmen, I, Jia-sun Damon, the mage, will destroy all of you right here." Jia-sun, a bragging fool, was rambling on about his heroic deeds to two girls. He suddenly stopped. Annoyed, he scolded the girl. "Wait a minute, are you even listening to me?" The girl laughed shyly. "Sorry, I think I dozed off." Mayel and Exeta casually walked over to eavesdrop, just in time to hear that fool's complaining tone. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the last time I tell it. These evil mudmen." Mayel chuckled to himself, feeling sorry for the two girls. He was very satisfied at this moment. The subjugation of the Jinhong Plains was over. More than 500 people were injured, but there were 0 fatalities. After more than 2 hours of fighting, we achieved a complete victory. Although it was sad for the injured knights, the final result was still worth celebrating. Even Sir Moro looked pleased, saying that the princes would be very happy. "I'm glad he's satisfied, and it wasn't just for show." He even let out a hearty laugh. Exeta, walking beside him, suddenly called out, "Hey, Mayel." He turned and replied, "Yeah?" Exeta pointed to himself with a smile and announced, "Tomorrow I'm going back to Oyota. You probably won't believe this, but the saint has been constantly looking for me. I'm actually a pretty promising mage in Oyota." Exeta wasn't sad at all. On the contrary, he was grinning cheerfully. Mayel nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I know you've gotten a lot stronger. That's an honest assessment since you witnessed all of my progress." He grinned brightly and replied loudly, "You little punk. Just you wait. One day I'll pay you back for everything you've done to me." After that interesting chat, things started to settle down. Mayel returned home. As soon as he walked in, he saw the butler waiting in front of his room. "Young master," he greeted. Mayel smiled. "Butler, where's my father?" He pointed to the door. "Please go in. Lord Melvin is on the terrace." The butler also reported on his father's demeanor after the punitive expedition. "He seems to have something heavy on his mind, so I think he's taking some time for himself." Looking at the portrait of Mayel's mother hanging on the wall, his father must be deep in sad thought about his late wife. Mayel pondered the butler's words, that he seemed to have something heavy on his mind. He thanked the butler. The butler replied politely, "No, young master, I'm the one who should be thanking you." His voice became much more serious, filled with choked-up emotion as he called his name. "Young master." Mayel also replied seriously, though he didn't understand what was going on. The butler placed a hand on his chest, expressing with reverence, "I have lived here for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." He paused, closing his eyes and bowing his head to express his gratitude, thanking him once more. "Young master, what you've accomplished today, no one in this domain, not even I, will ever forget." Mayel listened, feeling a wave of emotion himself. "Butler," he urged, worried his master was waiting. "You should go in. Perhaps he's waiting for you." He replied politely, "Yes, I understand." Mayel's hands gripped the door handle, hesitant and emotional. Today's victory was truly worth celebrating, but not everyone was smiling, especially his old father, who always carried a heart deeply scarred by a blade that would never heal. Mayel slowly stepped through the door. Never before had he walked out onto the balcony with such a heavy heart. Looking up, he saw the man whose years of hardship had coated him in a layer of worldly dust, but standing before the people, he still maintained his dignified appearance, along with a quiet, melancholic air, thoughtfully gazing at the distant moon. Mayel stopped in his tracks, lost in thought. Just as the memory of losing his mother years ago was still vivid, his father must also be remembering that day. Lord Melvin Ancho was surely reminiscing about that day about a year ago. Amidst today's victory, on a day of celebration for the domain, he chose the most sorrowful path. Recalling the dust-covered, horrifying memories, grieving for his beloved wife who was no longer by his side. In the midst of his emotions, his father softly called out to Mayel. He was slightly startled. "Ah, you knew I was here, Dad?" He awkwardly rubbed his hair. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." His father's voice was gentle and full of meaning. "Come over here." The father and son stood before a table where 2 glasses of wine were already set. Melvin picked up the bottle and offered, "Would you like to try the wine I've aged?" He agreed immediately. "Yes." He slowly poured and explained, "This wine has been aged for 17 years. Its name is Suk, but Maria and I used to call it by another name." Mayel froze, his heart skipping a beat when he heard the name Maria, his mother's name. This was the first time in a very long time his father had mentioned that name from his memories. His father continued, holding a glass in one hand and offering the other to him. "We used to call it Amorous Mayel, which means lovely Mayel, a name as meaningful and sweet as yours." Melvin continued the story, which Mayel was hearing for the first time. "The day you were born, I started aging this wine, promising myself I would drink it with you on a day even happier than that one." Mayel looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered even happier than that one. It was today, when they had won a glorious victory, a battle of vengeance. Lord Melvin's heart was also heavy, but he remained calm, proudly raising his glass with his son. "Although I couldn't keep my promise to drink this with your mother, I still kept my promise to her. Being with you right now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria." Mayel downed it in one go, smiling as he praised it. "This tastes amazing." His father laughed. "I'm glad to hear that." They immediately changed the subject to break the somber mood. Melvin asked about his plans. "Mayel, what do you plan to do next?" He expressed his intention to expand their territory. "The punitive expedition is over. We'll cultivate the canyon." Suddenly, a mystical blue screen appeared, a system window popping up out of nowhere. Mayel's eyes widened in shock as he read the information. "Huh? What is this?" The system window contained a message that confused him. The little bear, who hadn't appeared in a long time, suddenly sat on his shoulder and started talking non-stop. "Mayel, something's wrong. I think something happened to King Graham." He still hadn't processed it, blurting out reflexively. The bear grumbled in annoyance. "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy, fast." Right now, he was totally spaced out, his mind a million miles away. The little bear had to push him. "Snap out of it, Mayel! We gotta bounce, like right now." It took a loud shout to finally jolt him back to reality. Crap. The notification finally popped up clear as day. "Defeat the threat approaching the academy and save King Graham." Mayel read it over and over, still confused. "You want me to take down some threat heading for the academy? What the hell happened to King Graham?" Pulling himself together, he looked at his dad, bummed out. "Dad, I'm really sorry, but I've got to take off for a bit." His old man just stared at him, surprised. His eyes were like, "What's going on?" They'd just reunited, and now hearing Mayel had to leave hit Melvin like a ton of bricks. "What? What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Mayel just clammed up, feeling awkward. He couldn't exactly spill the beans, but Melvin got his son. He sighed, his voice suddenly soft. "All right, if you're this serious about it, you must have your reasons. Then go." With the green light, Mayel didn't waste a second. Since he was already on the open rooftop, he just took off like a shot, but he couldn't help but bitch about it in his head. Why now, of all times? Why did the quest have to pop up right at this moment? Right after the big battle, Mayel had to leave, totally pissed that his chill time with his dad was getting wrecked. But he had to suck it up. Seriously, what the hell was going down at the academy? The scene cuts to the academy. A cloaked mage was casting a freaking lightning orb at some green monster dude just chilling on a chair in the middle of the campus. It was Omerat. Looks like he's the target. So, what kind of messed up crap at the academy needed Mayel to fix it? The dude in the black cloak was charging up an orb of power in his palm. King Graham, sitting on his throne, saw this and was getting seriously pissed. Unbelievable. You just waltz in here and attack me. Are you insane? King Graham threatened, furious. I've already heard the rumors about you at the academy. Turns out the guy all bundled up in the black cloak was the Fire King, Tyron. Giddy himself said everything was super weird. Right from the moment Mayel Carlstein was chosen by Kun Kan's Fang, how could that kid wield power on par with an elite? So I started digging, first through the Carlsteins and then the academy. Finally, I solved the mystery. Then Tyrone's voice turned grim. King Graham, you did something to Mayel Carlstein, didn't you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Whatever your reason for being here, I'll make you answer for it. Tyron was a little surprised to hear that. But nothing could faze the guy. Tyron immediately spotted Tyrion Ignis. Tyrion Ignis wasn't hiding anymore either, stepping out into the open. You really are something else, spotting me right away. But his tone quickly turned serious. Tyron, how do you plan on dealing with the consequences of all this? Tyrion Ignis stood his ground. Consequences. But Tyron just shot back, totally unfazed. If I gave a damn about that, I never would have started this in the first place. Lost in his thoughts, his dad's voice calling Mayel made him jump. Oh, Dad, you knew I was here? He scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. His dad's voice was soft and full of meaning. Mayel, come over here. The two of them stood in front of a table with wine and 2 glasses already set out. Melvin offered. Want to try some wine I made? Mayel agreed. Yeah. His dad poured a glass and explained, this has been aging for 17 years. It's called cello. But Maria and I used to call it something else. Mayel froze. His heart skipped a beat hearing the name Maria, his mother's name. It was the first time in forever that his dad had mentioned that name. His dad continued, holding his own glass and handing the other to him. We used to call it Amoros Lewin. It means lovely Mayel, a name just as meaningful and sweet as yours. Melvin went on with a story Mayel had never heard before. The day you were born, I started this wine, and I promised myself we'd drink it together on a day that was even happier than that one. Mayel stared at his reflection in the wine, his heart feeling heavy. The day his dad considered even happier. That day was today, after their huge victory. The battle to settle the score. Melvin's heart was heavy too, but he kept his cool, proudly raising his glass to his son. Even though I couldn't keep my promise to drink this with your mother, I still kept my promise to her. Being here with you right now, it feels like I'm drinking with Maria. Downing it in one go, Mayel smiled. This tastes amazing. His dad laughed. I'm glad to hear it. They immediately switched topics. Melvin asked about his plans first. Mayel, what are you going to do now? He laid it out. I'm going to expand our territory. Now that the subjugation is over, we're going to develop the canyon. Suddenly, a mysterious blue screen materialized, and the system window popped up. Mayel's eyes widened in shock as he read the message. Huh? What the hell is this? A confusing message popped up in the system window. The little bear, who hadn't been around for a while, suddenly appeared on his shoulder and started talking nonstop. Mayel, something's wrong. I think something happened to King Graham. He still hadn't processed it, reacting purely on instinct. It grumbled in annoyance. I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy, and fast. His mind was all over the place, completely distracted. The little bear urged, Snap out of it, Mayel. We have to go right now. The loud shout snapped him back to his senses. Damn it. The notification finally registered in his head. Defeat the threat approaching the academy and save King Graham. Mayel wondered. You want me to defeat a threat that's heading for the academy? What happened to King Graham? Pulling himself together, he regretfully told his father, Father, I'm so sorry, but I have to go for a little while. His father looked at him, surprised, his eyes questioning what was going on. They had only just reunited, and now Mayel had to leave, which hit Melvin like a ton of bricks. What is it? What are you saying all of a sudden? Mayel hesitated, knowing he couldn't explain. But Melvin understood his son, sighing as his tone softened unexpectedly. All right, if you're being this serious, there must be a reason. Then go. You have my permission. Without a second thought, Mayel used the open rooftop to launch himself away, disappearing like the wind. He grumbled to himself, why now, of all times? Why did a quest have to show up right now, right after the subjugation was over? Mayel left, absolutely furious that his reunion with his father was cut short, but he had to suck it up. What the hell is going on at the academy anyway? The scene cuts to the academy grounds. A cloaked mage was casting a thunder orb at a green, monstrous figure sitting on a chair in the middle of the campus. That's Omerat. It looks like he's the one being targeted. So what kind of messed up situation at the academy does Mayel have to deal with? The figure in black was gathering power into an orb in his palm. King Graham, sitting on his throne, was furious. Unbelievable. You just waltz in here and attack me. Are you crazy? King Graham threatened angrily. I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turns out the figure, shrouded in a black cloak, was the Fire King, Tyron. He recounted how everything started to seem strange. It started the moment Mayel Carlstein was chosen by the Fang of Duke Sperato. How could a kid like that use power equal to an ogre's? So I started digging, first through Aeon and then the academy. And I finally figured out the secret. Then Tyron's voice became grave. You must have guessed my name, King Graham. I am Tyron of the Ogre Kings. You did something to Mayel Carlstein, didn't you? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind him. Whatever your reason for coming here, I'm going to make you take responsibility for it. Tyron was slightly surprised. But it would take more than that to rattle him. He instantly pinpointed Tyon Ignis's location. At that point, Tyon Ignis stopped hiding. He stepped out into the open. You really are on another level, to sense my presence so quickly. But his voice immediately turned serious. Tyron, how exactly do you intend to bear the consequences for this? Tyon Ignis pressed, firm on the repercussions. But Tyron just answered casually. If I was worried about consequences, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. After hearing that, Mayel suddenly turned to King Graham with a serious question. What does it actually mean to break the contract? Caught off guard, King Graham found it strange. How do you know about that? King Graham answered. Breaking the contract means I can return to my original form and finally leave this place. Mayel asked, can the player's artifact break the contract? King Graham calmly replied, that's right. It's now possible to break the contract as a reward for this current event. He added a careful warning. However, to break it, you need the consent of the curse itself. Tyon Ignis said seriously, do you really need my consent? My will is the same as Mayel's. A delighted Mayel thanked the headmaster. Then Mayel made his decision. Let's get you out of this place, King Graham. And with that, the contract between Frost Ignis and King Graham was shattered. King Graham felt a wave of joyous relief. Unbelievable. To think even the player could break a contract. King Graham expressed his sincere thanks. Thank you, everyone. King Graham asked, you seem pretty worried about the upcoming challenges, right? Mayel didn't hesitate to admit it. Yeah, I'm way too weak to take on Fire King Tyron. King Graham proposed, good. I just came up with a great idea for that. There's a catch, though, and I'm afraid this place isn't exactly suitable for it. He was like, so? You want to roll with me to the Heavenly Mountain? Mayel was caught off guard. A sec later, all hell broke loose with an emergency report. An emergency report? The underground prison's been hit. Hunt down the escaped prisoner. Everyone was freaking out. Who the hell would dare to attack the prison? Any description of the suspects? We got nothing. They looked like mages. Damn it. Who the hell would attack the capital's prison? And the escapee? Got an ID on him? Yeah. So far, we've only confirmed one prisoner. Turns out it was Josh Jerry Hill. Even caught red-handed, Josh Jerry Hill wasn't scared. He was proud. What an honor. You came all this way to save a guy like me. The dude in the hood just calmly replied, don't get it twisted. It's not like I'm your biggest fan or anything. That guy looked seriously dangerous. Just a small favor. Turns out it was the Imperial Crown Prince, the so-called fleeting joy of the slums. The sky was clear blue, and a group of people who looked like King Graham were chatting. Suddenly, someone yelled, Omerat, Chief! The guy announced, the Great Human Warrior. The Great Human Warrior has returned to the Heavenly Mountain once again. At the same time, Mayel and the orange-haired girl showed up. Omera wondered, and who's that dude behind him? Both Omerat and Hakan were confused when they saw King Graham. Together, you're finally back, King Graham declared. Yeah, I'm finally back. Back to my homeland. Hakan watched, stoked. Two great warriors showing up at the same time. We gotta throw a party to celebrate. But right after, Omera got worried. But King Graham, your arm. King Graham was chill about it. Ah, I'll tell you about that later. It's a long story. He started. Sorry, Hakan, for the sudden request, but I really need to ask you something. Hakan cheerfully replied, no problem, just spit it out. Whatever it is, we'll listen. King Graham casually shared, the Elfkin's refined elixir. Hearing that, Hakan's face suddenly changed. King Graham calmly explained, it's for our dear friend, Little Destroyer. Can you brew that stuff? A fake coconut bowl holding some kind of liquid. This is the secret elixir of the Heavenly Mountain Elf tribe. It's super precious, used to nurture elflings as they grow up. Mayel was staring at the treasure, feeling some weird vibe from it, but now seeing it up close, he asked nervously, King Graham, Do I really have to drink this stuff? King Graham didn't hesitate. You have to drink it, he explained. Didn't you say you needed the power to beat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving this to you, so you have to drink it. Mayel felt a lot better. Yeah, if King Graham's this insistent, there must be a good reason. He psyched himself up, grabbed the coconut bowl, and chugged the whole thing. Screw it. As soon as he finished, Mayel felt his body change instantly. Then he put the bowl down, thinking to himself, that was disgusting. King Graham asked, how is it, little destroyer? Mayel was honest. That's the nastiest thing I've ever tasted, but that's not what King Graham was asking. You don't feel anything different? Hearing that, Mayel was startled. Huh? What do you mean? Then it hit him, but he couldn't believe it. What is this? Mayel wondered as his power increased by 100%. Ugh, the system even registered it. You have consumed the specially brewed elf sinew spirit elixir. Power increased by 100%. Mayel was confused again. Just from drinking one bowl of that stuff, this totally freaked him out. King Graham, is this even possible? Do the elves here just get stronger like this? King Graham explained. No, it's not like that. For elves, it's a one-time thing. After that, it has no more effect. Mayel had only one question, so what about me? If I keep drinking it, will my power keep increasing? This was beyond anything he expected. King Graham didn't answer, changing the subject instead. Why do you think Draa stayed in the Heavenly Mountain for 1,000 years? It was all because of this elixir, Mayel suggested. Don't tell me. There's no more. I'll drink as much as you've got. Just give it to me. King Graham got serious. That bowl of elixir was the last one in stock. To make more, we need more ingredients. Mayel sighed. But right after, King Graham reassured him, but you don't need to worry about the ingredients anymore. Mayel was a little surprised. He saw a huge group of people bringing back ingredients, and King Graham slowly explained, when I said we should help you, everyone went all out to gather some heartwood fruit, tendon-strengthening herb, san stone, and a bunch of other stuff. They all wanted to bring the ingredients back for you themselves, little destroyer. Mayel heard this and was secretly stoked. Everyone's doing all this for me. But right after, King Graham brought up the catch, but there was still one final ingredient they couldn't find. Elf sinew is insanely hard to find, so that makes sense. So now that Mayel wants to help, what the hell are we gonna do? King Graham reassured them, don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King already prepared it for us. King Graham put his other arm up. Mayel still didn't get what he meant. King Graham explained, here, use this. My arm alone is enough to craft dozens of doses of the elixir. Hearing that, Mayel wasn't having it. But King Graham just calmly said, don't refuse, just take it. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from that old oath. Mayel was incredibly grateful. Thank you, King Graham. King Graham added, also, chugging too many elixirs back to back will put a massive strain on your body. It even took Draa about 100 years, so there's no telling how long it'll take you. Mayel got worried. So, what am I supposed to do? Fire King Tehran is hunting me down right now. I have to deal with him. King Graham remained totally unfazed. You don't need to worry about that. I've already come up with a plan. Then, he shared. Remember when we kicked the Fire King out earlier using the artifact's power? King Graham explained. Among the artifact's powers, there's a type of time-related magic, and the authority to use it is still active. Finally, King Graham concluded. Long story short, we're gonna use that magic. The spell King Graham was casting created fire. He immediately gave a demonstration to slow down time inside the cave. From now on, time inside this cave will pass countless times slower than outside. Then, he asked, Little Destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through some seriously harsh times, Mayel stated firmly. Yeah, I'm ready. I've steeled myself for this. With that, he walked off. Well then, I'm heading in. After Mayel left, the orange-haired girl asked, King Graham, are you sure about this? Even for Mayel, that's gonna take a really long time. King Graham didn't deny it. Yeah, it's going to be brutal. 1 hour outside is equal to 10 years in the cave. The orange-haired girl wasn't convinced. Even if he doesn't age in there, that's still a hellish trial, right? I'm an incarnation, so it's whatever. But Mayel is only human. King Graham was confident the little destroyer would pull through without a problem. So, let's head back. We still have things to sort out. Someone asked curiously. King Graham, where are you headed? Everyone turned around and saw Mayel, not expecting him to be out so soon. Hey, little destroyer, King Graham wondered. Exactly how much time passed in there? Mayel wearily recounted. I don't really know. I counted for about a week and then I just stopped. Then, Mayel declared with a commanding presence. Anyway, I did what I came to do. King Graham was confused. What do you mean? What did you want to do? Inside, Mayel had chugged a ton of the elixir, with empty vials scattered everywhere. Before he got back on his feet, Mayel explained. Every single day in there, I promised myself that if I could just walk out of this damn cave. Then he suddenly gathered his power, ready to completely obliterate it. And as a result, the cave was completely destroyed by Mayel. Everyone there witnessed this spectacular event. Only King Graham spoke up. Your base stats are looking pretty solid now. After finishing his task, Mayel suggested, so, should we get going? At this point, according to the system, Mayel's strength had reached the 20 mark. Mayel felt more confident too. Fire King Terran, I'm going to annihilate that bastard. At the royal castle, politories were being exchanged. I thank you once again, Crown Prince. Summeron sat politely on the throne. I've said it before, no thanks are needed. I just need you to keep an eye on Mayel for me, George then asked. By the way, where's the Fire King? Wasn't he with you? Summeron shook his head. I'm not sure myself. He just wandered off without saying a word. Summeron then thought in annoyance. Even if he is my adoptive father, just wandering off like that is seriously weird. I'm gonna make him answer for this. Summeron turned to George. You said you'd take care of Mayel, right? Got any good plans? George knelt respectfully. Yes, of course. The old man laid out his plan. There's a grand sword tournament being held in the Empire, correct? Summeron agreed. Yeah, its scale is on par with the Grand Melee. George felt confident. That's right, a tournament on a scale just as big as the Grand Melee. I heard Mayel's sister will be participating as her family's representative. But that dude totally dotes on his sister, so he's guaranteed to show up for the tournament. The old man kept rambling on that me and the Dark Mages will ambush and eliminate him then. If Tyrion Ignitus hadn't interfered last time, we would have already taken him down. This time it's gotta work. Somerton sat smugly on his throne, totally satisfied. All right, I'll trust you this time. But the very next second, his face turned grim. Don't let me down. On the day of the swordsmanship tournament, according to the introduction, if the magic tournament exists to honor mages, then the knights have their very own swordsmanship tournament. And this swordsmanship tournament, just like the magic one, is held for young knights across the continent to compete. The event has a preliminary round to select knights who will represent each region in the main tournament. Kicking things off was Mayel's sister, Luina. She was chosen as the representative for the Carlstein family. When she walked in, the entire stadium exploded with thunderous applause and cheers. But it all felt suffocating to her. Phew, I'm so nervous. The butler next to her sadly informed her it seems something happened to Mayel, so I don't think he can make it to the tournament with us this time. Luina thought to herself if only Appa could be here. She felt a pang of sadness. He promised he would come cheer for me. While she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called her name. Luina, you got this. Turns out it was Irene giving Luina a pep talk. Everyone and I are rooting for you. You have to win this. Some people in the crowd started whispering, isn't that Irene Sperato? Man, her connections are no joke. Irene overheard them, but instead of getting mad, she just gave a proud smirk. Thanks, everyone. Luina felt a surge of strength from the encouragement. She steeled her resolve. I'm definitely going to win. Just then, the referee yelled, all right, you two, get ready. Then he gave the signal and the fight began. Right away, Luina and her opponent started to fight. They fought a super intense match. It was a fierce back and forth with each trying to overpower the other. From up high, Somerton and Jose watched the brutal fight unfold. Somerton was the first to speak. What's the deal? He taunted Jose. Didn't you say this plan of yours would make him show up? We've scanned the entire arena, and Mayel is nowhere to be found. Jose started sweating bullets, feeling uneasy. This can't be something. Must have gone terribly wrong. If we just search a little longer, but too bad for him. Somerton was already pissed. I was a fool to trust you. This plan is a total failure. Then he said, without any hesitation. Then I'm backing out, Jose said apologetically. I'm sorry, then we'll back out too. But then Somerton had another idea. No, hang on. If we take out his sister, won't Mayel come to us on his own? After that, he gave the order, stick to the plan. Down in the arena, Luina and her opponent were still fighting on equal footing. Suddenly, a strange vibe filled the arena. Everyone started running for their lives. What was that? It's an explosion, run for it. The Carlstein family members saw the chaos and just watched calmly, while the person with Luina wondered what was happening. Wait, he screamed. Luina, Luina! But Bova managed to grab him just in time. Sir, it's dangerous. The old butler completely lost his cool. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Why did this have to happen right during Luina's match? He begged, please, just survive. Down below, everyone, including Luina, was thrown to the ground by the blast. Luina was no exception, but thankfully she was still conscious. Then she turned to check on her opponent. Hey, are you all right? Luina's opponent replied politely. Yes, I'm fine. At that moment, Luina wondered, why did it just explode out of nowhere? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice came closer. There you are. one of the guys said with a sinister grin. It would have been perfect if Mayel was here too, his lackey added. No, hold on, boss. What could be better than taking out his little sister and making him suffer like hell, right? Knowing Mayel's personality, he'll for sure blame himself for failing to protect his sister. The leader laughed his ass off. You're right. You really are my brother. Luina overheard all this, and though she was terrified, she stood her ground. Who are you guys? Why are you talking about eliminating me? The leader put on a mysterious act. Who knows? Do I really need to explain myself to someone who's about to kick the bucket? Another guy suddenly decided to spill the beans. Let me tell you one thing, we're the ones who hate your brother's guts. They started moving as they talked, causing Luina to panic. Wait, you guys, but before she could finish her sentence, they made their cheap move. Well then, goodbye. They began to launch their attacks. All sorts of sinister attacks were unleashed, aiming to finish Luina off. Luina looked at the situation and wondered to herself, what do I do? It's too late to run now, she screamed for help. Please, someone, please save me. Suddenly, a surge of power changed the situation. The three people watching from above, Irene, the old butler, and Bova, witnessed it. Their eyes were wide with shock. Meanwhile, Sumpton sat in his room watching the scene, smiling with satisfaction. What a magnificent sight. Joss saw this and felt relieved. Good, at least the Crown Prince's mood has improved. Well done, my sons. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. And the three in the stands were also completely stunned. Mayel appeared out of nowhere, blocking the gang's attack. Luina was utterly shocked to see her brother. But Mayel just said gently, sorry, did your big bro get here too late, Luina? Seeing her brother, the little girl could only sob uncontrollably. Why did you only show up now? Mayel could only make excuses. I'm sorry, a lot of stuff happened. Then he surveyed the scene. Anyway, I heard a rumor the Fire King had appeared, so I came looking. But I never expected this to happen. The ringleader started to find it interesting. You came at the perfect time. Just you wait. Our father will wipe you off the map. Mayel smirked. Your father, so that bastard is behind all of this. With that, Mayel used his power to fly right in front of the guy, leaving him wide-eyed, shocked, and confused. Hey bro, Mayel said gently, but it sounded like a threat. Hey Miko, who the hell gave you the right to touch someone else's little sister? Then he immediately taught the guy a lesson. And another thing, if you don't want to share his fate, you'd better answer me right now. Miles' tone suddenly turned serious. Jose, Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? At this point, both Somerton and Jose felt a little scared. Mayel punched someone until his hand bled, and he threatened them. If you don't want to end up like this, then spit it out, he emphasized. Joss, Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? A voice rang out. Mayel Carlstein. Turns out it was Joss. He flew out of nowhere, scolding him. How dare you? His words were filled with rage as he launched a direct attack, absolutely furious. A punk like you dares to kill my son? With that, he flew down with immense power, forcing Mayel to take a few steps back. Now, Mayel showed his full confidence. Oh, you came to me? Good. Saves me the trouble of having to look for you. Joss, still with a furious expression, cursed the bastard. He then challenged him. I will kill you with my own 2 hands. With that, he gathered his power to attack. Joss bitterly yelled, Die, Mayel Carlstein! A massive stream of fire rushed toward Mayel, but he remained completely unharmed, standing tall and proud. Mayel wasn't scared at all. He laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. Who said I was going to die? Then he got into his stance. The one who's going to die isn't me. After that, Mayel prepared to attack. It's you. With that, Mayel unleashed his attack. He bluntly kicked a single blow at the arrogant Jose, leaving him utterly bewildered. Joss hurriedly put up a barrier to block it. However, Mayel was much stronger now. Joss struggled to manage, breaking out in a cold sweat, but still unable to defend himself. Now he finally remembered. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Back in the capital, I was able to corner him all by myself, Joss wondered. And now, after just a few months, the gap between us is this huge. As a result, that guy Joss was defeated at Mayel's hands. He now looked as haggard as a sick person, his face covered in scrapes and his body full of injuries. But Mayel didn't stop. He continued to fight. The 3 people in the stands watched this scene with their jaws dropped in amazement. All of Jose's underlings broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down their spines in fear. Mayel flew over and stomped on Jose, pinning him against the wall. Mayel then asked in a firm voice, just one question. Jose, Jerry Hill, how did you escape the dungeon? The old man's hands trembled in fear. Mayel wondered, how did you escape the underground dungeon in the capital? With the ruined reputation of the Jerry Hill family, that should have been impossible. At this point, Joss was completely drained. He sincerely begged for his life. I'll confess everything. Please spare my life. Unfortunately for him, Mayel was extremely decisive. Forget it. He brought his hand down without any hesitation. Anyway, it was either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It definitely had to be one of those two. In the end, Yos died at Mayel's hands. His adopted sons saw this and screamed. "Damn it," one of them said bitterly. "You bastard. First my brother, and now my father." He was so angry he lost all reason. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." He then gave an order. "Everyone, charge, surround and kill him. He can't escape. If we don't kill him right now, the Jerry Hill family will be wiped out." Hearing that, the whole gang sprang into action. They roared in anger. "Mayel, just die already, you bastard!" Mayel stood before that danger completely unfazed, and I still don't get why. That whole crew used the same move to target Mayel, while he fought back alone with sheer determination. Scum like you isn't even worthy of being my opponent anymore. According to the description, the powers used by both sides were different. On one side, a brilliant orb of light from the villains, so bright it could blind you just by looking. And on the other, a raging inferno from the hero, scorching everything that came near. Mayel's power was 8th circle magic, while the other guys used meteors. With just one strike, could he defeat them? "Goodbye, Jerry Hill. Over here." Somerton watched the whole thing unfold as Mayel finally wiped out all those scumbags. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Somerton, watching from above after the battle ended, smirked. "You're crazy. You're absolutely insane." Somerton was a mix of sinister and scared. "Mayel, you really are the strongest." Just then, Tyron burst through the door, panting. Somerton!" Somerton was confused by this. Tyron was both worried and terrified. "What the hell are you doing?" Somerton just found this over-the-top concern amusing. "Godfather? Why the sudden visit?" "Godfather," Tyron scolded him. "You're asking why? You think I don't know about the chaos you're causing in the Empire? How could you act so brazenly?" Somerton's voice turned cold and dismissive. "Huh? You disappear without a word, and now you dare to raise your voice at me?" Tyron was stunned. "What did you just say? You saw that magic just now and you're still talking like that?" Hearing this, Somerton calmed down a bit. "Yeah, it was impressive, I'll give you that. But what kind of spell was it really, to make you freak out this much?" Tyron explained that it was 8th circle magic. Somerton was completely shocked. According to the system, 8th circle magic is a level that only the top archmages can reach. In other words, Mayel is now on par with, or has even surpassed, Flame Lord Tyron. Tyron grew worried again. "Is this really the outcome your highness desired? To be provoked by some troublemakers from a collapsing nation?" Somerton couldn't understand why his godfather was overreacting. "Why are you so angry? Please, just calm down and listen to me." But Tyron remained extremely anxious. "You just saw it. He cast 8th circle magic." Somerton wasn't just scared, he was thrilled. "Yeah, I saw it crystal clear. He's reached the 8th circle." Seeing the boy was still being stubborn, Tyron tried to snap him out of it. "Somerton!" At that moment, Tyron's anger transformed him into a different person. "Your Highness has made a grave mistake. You must never underestimate him. He's cunning, and he's likely already figured out that you were the one behind Joe's Jerry Hill." Somerton remained unfazed by these words. "Godfather," he said honestly, "do you really think I was trying to hide it from him?" Tyron was confused, but Somerton was calm. "Why are you so worried?" he explained. "You are the master mage, holding power across the continent. I am the crown prince, who will inherit and rule this mighty empire, and he's just an interesting toy from a tiny neighboring country." Suddenly, Somerton's tone changed strangely. "Or are you scared?" At this point, Tyron stopped trying to reason with him. He decided to let fate take its course. "You've always done as you pleased, so just keep doing it." Hearing this, Somerton suddenly turned back, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Tyron then turned to leave. "It means I have nothing more to say to you. Your Highness," Tyron said with a serious expression, "I will personally report this matter to His Majesty, the Emperor." The sky was clear and blue, with early morning sunbeams peeking through the white clouds and into the windows of the tower. I heard an 8th circle mage appeared in a small country. "I heard that too. He's only 17, right?" Voices broke the silence of the place. To be able to use meteors at that age. Below, 5 burly men were whispering amongst themselves. The reason for their reaction was simple. Mayel of the Carlstein family had reached the 8th circle at such a young age, which meant his growth rate surpassed even that of Flamelord Tyron. Mayel stood with his legs apart, raising one hand high, summoning a massive power core like a firebomb, forcing the opposing team to be on high alert. That's why you, Mayel, are currently showing a growth rate even faster than the Flamelord, and might be aiming for the very position the Flame Lord currently holds. In short, public opinion is increasingly leaning towards the idea that the Master of the Mage Tower should be replaced. These opinions put the two people at the center of the conversation on a life-or-death chessboard. And of course, those rumors reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard spoke up. "The next Master of the Mage Tower. What are your thoughts?" The charismatic man sat on a throne in a lavish palace. Below him, two burly men stood sternly on either side of the red carpet. A mage from a small nation is threatening Tiran's position. "I want to hear your opinions on this serious matter." He was Emperor Titan Rennick, wearing a military uniform that gave him an overwhelming aura. "Yes, Your Majesty." A man in a white vest answered hesitantly. "On the continent, there are many 8th-level knights, but only one 8th-level mage. The Fire King." The platinum-haired emperor listened intently to his words. But now, another 8th-level mage has appeared at a very young age. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one who deserves to hold the title of Mage Tower Master. His face was somewhat reserved as he spoke on the matter. "Your Majesty, please do not be swayed by their words." A sudden voice made everyone in the hall whip their heads around to look at the Fire King, Tyron. They were so surprised they were almost speechless to see him appear here. Tyron silently entered the great hall with a young man with chestnut brown hair. "Tyron, I didn't expect you to come here in person." Not making Tiran wait long, the Emperor continued, "Then I want to hear your opinion directly from you." Tyron earnestly replied, "Your Majesty, are you really going to accept this situation? Mayel, the one who supposedly reached the 8th level, was far inferior to me in skill just a few days ago. So how could he have reached the 8th level in such a short amount of time?" His eyes darkened, and his brows furrowed. Rank fell into deep thought. He didn't answer, instead continuing to listen to that sly old fox drone on. Rank's eyes widened in shock as Tiran continued, getting more and more worked up as he spoke. He must have touched forbidden power. Whether it's black magic or something else, he definitely used every dirty trick in the book. Otherwise, how could he have grown at such an absurd speed? He continued to drill his words into the Emperor's head. He even uses a strange power related to elves. And recently, the once-respected Jerry Hill family. He massacred the family head, George Jerry Hill, along with all of his sons. Mayel's power is so overwhelming that as this old man speaks, I am reminded of his past exploits. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, he will surely plunge the Empire into chaos. His face was as tense as a string about to snap, and his every gesture made the Emperor believe him more and more. Black magic. Everyone's eyes turned towards Tyron. Their mouths couldn't help but whisper and gossip curiously. Yeah, if that's true, then his growth sort of makes sense. Perhaps the deceptive arguments he was sowing had made everyone half believe and half doubt. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "That's right, just as you said. There's definitely something wrong. This issue doesn't just seem to affect the position of the Tower Master, but the stability of the entire Empire. Perhaps we will have to mobilize the army." In the middle of the Great Hall, these supposedly brilliant people were obediently listening to words born from his jealousy and envy. Almost there, as he thought this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a vile smirk. With the Emperor's military power, even that brat Mayel doesn't stand a chance. What a bunch of sly old geezers, saying one thing while thinking another. "Father, you can't do this. Please stop." A plea, both a suggestion and a desperate request, suddenly rang out from the young man. From the gate, the Crown Prince, with his pale orange hair and scowling brows, strode in, making the sly old fox Tyron so scared his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The Crown Prince. He never expected Somerton to show up at this moment. The Crown Prince strode forward, entering the great hall with a stern face. "Summeron, how dare you show your face here?" The Emperor, seeing his godforsaken son approaching, angrily questioned him. "I don't understand what you're talking about, Father." "Father." The Crown Prince's expression didn't falter in the slightest. He arrogantly treated the Emperor's words like water off a duck's back and replied, "You think I don't know? You think I don't know?" The Emperor was so furious he repeated himself, screaming at him, his face nearly contorting from the rage that suddenly rushed to his head. "And yet you dared to ruin it just because of your own personal feelings. How can a crown prince act so recklessly?" His father continued with his loving words to his son. He closed his eyes, looking exhausted, paused for a moment, then answered, "Father, that's over and done with. Are you just bringing up the past to yell at me in front of everyone?" The handsome crown prince was acting like a 3-year-old kid throwing a tantrum after being scolded by his parents in public. "The fact that you feel scolded shows you at least have the decency to feel shame." With that, he turned away, looking completely fed up with his troublemaker son. "Anyway, What did you mean by stop? Setting their family drama aside, the Emperor sternly questioned his son about what he'd said. Because I've decided I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. The Crown Prince's words were bone-chillingly cold. Even if he has to die, it'll be me who ends him. Samton's whole reason for being here was to stop the Emperor from making a move first. We thought an angel had shown up to save Mayel, but turns out that was just wishful thinking. I'm just as desperate to see him dead, he continued, his words so bitter they made even the Emperor flinch in surprise. Huh? He asked, unable to believe what his son was saying. Just as he was about to speak again, his illness flared up and his eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head. Asterisk? Cough cough? Asterisk? The Emperor coughed violently, startling his entourage. Your Majesty, are you all right? I knew you were at your limit. The Emperor struggled to speak. The Crown Prince's expression was unreadable as he watched in silence. Meanwhile, old man Tyron standing nearby just looked terrified. If that's what you say, then make the best choice you can on your own. The Emperor's judgment was like a splash of cold water to Tyron's face. The old man's twisted look of horror was enough to make anyone grimace. What? It's just going to end vaguely like this? He couldn't believe what he was hearing, all because of something the Crown Prince said. He was furious, but had no choice but to accept it. Godfather, the prince spoke up, making Tyron jump and look over. You dragged my father into this, a man who desperately needs his rest, also you could get your hands on him? Is that really the kind of person you are? He asked with a frown. The unexpected question just made the old man even angrier. Tyron's eyebrows practically touched as he glared at Samton. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the most renowned healers in the kingdom have thrown in the towel. He suddenly added, in other words, all the power my father holds will be mine in a matter of days. It was like another splash of cold water to Tyron's face. Tyron gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment, but he was speechless. Father, I'll be leaving now. Godfather. With that, he spun around and walked off like nothing happened, leaving Tyron and Doompram standing there, fuming. When did it all go so wrong? He questioned his fate, unable to accept it. I was supposed to be the wings that helped the Crown Prince soar, to help you become the next emperor. Tyron's fists trembled as he clenched them in rage, but ever since Mayel appeared, my wings have been utterly shattered. His twisted thoughts resurfaced as he pictured Mayel. Absolutely not. The old fox's sick and twisted intentions were written all over his face. Tyron's expression looked like it might just explode from pure jealousy. I will never, ever forgive this. It seems he had already chosen a different path. A moment later, he and his favorite disciple were back in his room. Tyron sat slumped over in his chair. Doompram stood with his hands behind his back, like a subordinate waiting for orders. Suddenly, the old fox called out to him, Yes, Tower Master. Doompram replied instantly, like an obedient puppy. What if you had defeated Renel in the swordsmanship tournament? The old man said vaguely. If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have gone down a completely different path? He continued, his words sweet like poison. Doompram seemed to be deep in thought. There's no point in bringing that up now. As Tyron spoke, a smirk spread across his face, like he was cooking up some dark scheme. Soon enough, the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he can't stop Duo like this. His voice echoed around the room. But why are you still with me? The cunning old fox asked, his expression suddenly somber. Because for me, the only Tower Master is the Fire King, no one else. If Mayel is the source of all our problems, I'll take care of him myself, he replied to Tyron robotically. I get it, but with your power as it is now, that's impossible. A glint of hope appeared in his eyes. Doompram remained silent as a statue, but this time, things might be different. What the old man said next made his eyes pop. This time, I'm gonna back you up myself. As he laughed, his body started glowing with a creepy purple light. His eyes turning pitch black with mana, the guy was just frozen in place, staring. Your eyes, they're black now. The more he thought about it, the more freaked out he got. The color drained from his face, leaving it ghost white. He stammered in fear at the man before him. Don't worry. The old man slammed his hand right onto poor Doombram's face. The sparkling purple mana from Tyron's hand surged into his head. You've always been dying to be my student, haven't you? He spoke while pouring dark power into the guy's head. All he could do was try to pry the old man's hand away and let out a few muffled groans. Come on, isn't this the moment you've always been dreaming of? He said with a twisted smile. The mass of mana behind him just kept growing. So just smile for me, Doombram. Those were pretty much the last words Tyron ever said to him. The old geezer's purple energy stream was so dense it burst out of the room and shot everywhere. Back at the arena, in the huge, empty space, Mayel stood in a long, black cloak. He was surrounded by raging red flames, flickering all around him. His silhouette gave off a scary, defiant vibe, but he also looked deep in thought. It was obvious he was thinking about something. Mayel stood there silently, facing the stands. He looked super serious, probably plotting something or just so pissed off he didn't know what to say. He was radiating a terrifying aura. Messing with him wasn't enough for them. They had to drag innocent civilians into this mess. Mayel's mind was a total mess as different theories started popping up. The sinister faces of Crown Prince Somerton and the Fire King Tyron flashed through his mind. Who did this? The Crown Prince? Or the Fire King? With a scary, quiet look, Mayel suddenly acted like he didn't care who was behind it. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, Mayel started radiating some serious killing intent. A deep crimson aura surrounded him. His eyes were locked on, filled with a hatred he couldn't hide, and his brows knitted together. His voice was low and quiet, but it sent a chill down your spine because of the insane killing intent. I'm going to crush them both. Inside the huge palace, down a hallway lit by flickering torches casting a warm, golden glow, were just two lone figures. Irene, dressed in a sleek, all-black outfit, was rushing to catch up to Mayel's retreating back. Wait, Mayel, where are you going? Mayel stayed cold and silent, not even looking back as he kept walking. Mayel kept up his scary, cold vibe, his killing intent still wrapped around him. His handsome face couldn't hide the rage boiling up inside. He scowled, his voice hard and certain, filled with frustration. This was definitely the Fire King's or the Crown Prince's doing. Both of them are openly targeting me now. Right behind him, Irene looked like she'd just heard something insane, not believing her ears. She put a hand to her chest to try and calm down, but her face was still full of worry and fear she couldn't hide. She instinctively blurted out a question. The Fire King? The mood instantly became terrifyingly tense. Mayel's voice was grim as he confirmed Irene's suspicion. Yeah, but now that it's come to this, the only thing to do is see it through. Irene kept following Mayel, trying to understand. Her voice was quiet and hesitant, confused by what he'd just said. What do you mean, all of a sudden? Mayel didn't stop or even look back, answering calmly. You saw it yourself, Lady Irene. They had the nerve to attack right in the middle of a place packed with families and regular people. Mayel kept explaining his thoughts to Irene. If we just let them run wild, the entire empire will be thrown into chaos. Irene went quiet, thinking about what Mayel said. I can't believe the Fire King is actually targeting him, Mayel, but that overwhelming mana he showed in the arena, it's definitely at the level of an 8th circle mage. Irene just kept staring at Mayel's back, her mind racing. Right now, he's probably the only mage strong enough to take on the Fire King, but what is he planning to do? Mayel didn't turn around. Please move. Lady Irene. Irene was confused. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? She stopped in her tracks. The air grew tense with the appearance of Doom Bram. He was standing in front of the door, holding a long sword and facing Mayel and Irene. Irene was silent. Mayel spoke up. Long time no see. Doom Bram. Did the Fire King send you? To kill me? Doom Bram's face darkened threateningly. Don't you dare say his name with that filthy mouth. Mayel's voice was full of sarcasm. Nah, you Fire King fanatic. Doom Bram gritted his teeth in anger. You arrogant bastard! Suddenly, Doom Bram unleashed a slash at Mayel. The cut was incredibly powerful, carrying sparks of fire with it. I, Doom Bram, will never let you get near the Fire King. Mayel raised his hands in front of him to block the attack. The sparks vanished after the slash. Mayel looked up with contempt and disgust. Psk, still the same. That attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly he was stunned, staring in disbelief. Huh? What? Doom Bram radiated a terrifying dark purple killing intent. His brows furrowed and his pitch-black eyes filled with deep hatred stared at Mayel, his hand never ceasing to tighten its grip on his blade. Mayel was suddenly suspicious. Surprised this guy. What's wrong with him? The space fell silent, as if in a flashback to Doom Bram's past, and Tyron's gentle voice echoed. Doom Bram, even if I grant you power, I know full well it's still not enough to face him. He stood before Doom Bram, who was kneeling respectfully before him, hands clenched tightly when he suddenly let out a wicked laugh. So you have only one mission. Buying time, that is your purpose, Tyron told Doom Bram. Back to reality. Doom Bram let out a terrifying roar. Doom Bram raised his sword, gathering momentum to swing it at Mayel, wanting to send him to his grave once more. Doom Bram's entire body exuded a terrifying killing intent, his slash powerful, decisive, carrying a shockwave of fire towards his opponent. Mayel reacted quickly, leaping into the air to dodge the slash. Irene also immediately fell back to avoid the destructive force of the attack. She stared at Doom Bram in astonishment, unable to believe it. Irene's eyes widened as she couldn't stop thinking. It's true that Doom Bram was once one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he's on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Irene assessed in shock, terrifyingly frenzied and stronger than ever. Doombram was in a stance, ready to fight at any moment. Irene was too stunned to speak, still staring at Doombram, when she suddenly had a realization. Her eyes snapping wide open as she stared intently at Doombram. She warned Mayel, in a rushed voice. Mayel, be careful. His form reminds me of something I read in a book. Doombram has undergone demonization. Irene's voice rang out, leaving Mayel a bit stunned. Demonization? Doombram shot towards Mayel in a flash while he was still thinking. There's no doubt about it, the one behind this is all too obvious. Truly a coward to the very end. The Fire King Bram isn't in his right mind anymore, probably because the demonization has driven him insane and made him lose all reason. In that case, I know exactly what I have to do. Mayel defended against Doombram while thinking. He was as ferocious as a wild beast, relentlessly attacking Mayel, trying to subdue him and help him regain his senses. Mayel stood firm without a trace of fear, looking at the wild beast that was after his life. Doom was going crazier by the second, his pitch-black eyes screaming at Mayel. Let's end this. Mayel countered a slash with immense suppressed power. All of Doombram's energy was unleashed, creating a massive beam of light that seemed to tear space apart. Phew, that was a close one. I almost couldn't block it, Mayel said with relief. Doombram looked up doubtfully. What? Because you swung your sword so hard, you finally gave me a chance to use something I've never been able to use before. Mayel stepped on Doombram's sword, speaking calmly. Steel break. Anything made of steel, I can unconditionally destroy at one time. Mayel raised his hand to the sky and began to cast his magic. Now it's time to end this. Mayel slammed his fist down on the blade, carrying a powerful stream of light. Doombram jumped back, but it was too late. The sword shattered. My sword. Before he could react, another powerful punch from Mayel flew straight at his face. Sorry about this, Doombram, Mayel said as he landed a heavy blow that deformed his face. I'll try to knock you out without killing you, so just try to bear with it. Mayel continued to lay into Doombram. In the hallway, a pair of long, slender legs were flying down the hall toward Somerton's office. The butler dared to throw open the large doors. Your Highness, he warned, in a panic you must retreat immediately. The Fire King is. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes went wide as if he'd been struck. The butler collapsed, falling in front of Somerton. But he wasn't in any hurry, acting like it had nothing to do with him. He spoke in an annoyed tone. So, in the end, Father still chose to play it this way, huh? Somerton sat at his desk, facing the Fire King, his godfather. The air was suffocatingly silent. Behind Tyron, 3 burly guards were already down, sprawled flat on the floor. I apologize, Your Highness. In the end, I had no other choice, he said with a calm voice. That guy Somerton suddenly scoffed, as if he'd heard something ridiculous. Ah, how absurd. Then he got angry, yelling at Tyron. Why the hell are you doing this? You think getting rid of me will make you the Tower Master? No, I'm no longer satisfied with just that. Tyron's cold words stunned Somerton. What? Tyron continued, speaking of his goal. Because my position as Tower Master is threatened, there's only one path left. To seize overwhelming power, to crush Mayel with absolute might, and become not just the Tower Master, but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the latent energy within you, Your Highness, the heir to the throne. His eyes turned terrifyingly pitch black. His words were like a hand pushing Somerton into an ice pit, leaving him shocked and speechless. Tyron continued speaking to Somerton. Do you remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your beliefs. His lips curled into a slight smile. The atmosphere grew heavy as Tyron began to cast his magic, his hand rising, carrying a mesmerizing purple light. And just as I've always known, I will make everything go exactly my way. Somerton stood silently opposite him, waiting to see what he would do next. Somerton's brows furrowed, suddenly losing his cool and yelling at Tyron. You think just saying that will make me give up? Guards, seize him now. Immediately, 3 guards appeared from thin air, pointing their swords at Tyron. He turned, glared, and unleashed his dark magic at the guards. Tyron swung his arm, and instantly a purple light flashed through them, leaving the guards too stunned to react. Tyron gave a contemptuous smile, turning his back on Somerton after dealing with the lackeys, one of them collapsing right at his feet. Are you done talking now, Your Highness? The purple magical light still lingered in the air, creating a terrifying pressure. Somerton suddenly forced a laugh, but was quickly losing control, sweating profusely. Ha ha. So this is it. Is this how it all ends? His words were filled with resentment. Tyron's magic was powerful, enveloping the entire room in streaks of purple and blue light. The 3 guards were collapsed on the floor, showing no signs of life. Somerton spoke to Tyron, full of hatred. Fine, Go ahead and try to take down Mayel Carlstein. I'll curse you even in death. Powerless, they both frowned slightly and looked down. She asked Mayel pitifully, is he going to be okay? After getting punched by Mayel countless times, his face was bruised and swollen red on both cheeks. His eyes had rolled back as he lay unconscious, his fate left to the arena. Mayel stood there with his hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he's probably fine. Getting knocked out is better than living as a demon, she answered hesitantly. That's true, but he's still just lying there motionless. From a distance, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person wore a mature-looking black, white, and brown outfit. He spoke up. Just as expected, he was no match for you at all. But you did a good job, Doombram. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them whipped around, stunned and unable to believe their eyes. He flashed a satisfied smile. Clenching his hand into a fist, he continued to speak in a steady voice. You have faithfully fulfilled your role, just as I ordered you to. Buying time. Irene spoke timidly. Your Majesty, the Fire King. I was. Mayel, with a grim face, shouted loudly. Fire King Tyron, so you finally decided to show your face. I'm going to destroy you. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Something was wrong. This power far surpassed the Fire King he knew, an energy that was many times stronger. He stood there, enveloped in a deadly aura, and then he gave a grotesque smile. Ha ha ha. Mayel Carlstein, you can never defeat me. With that, the immense dark power within his body erupted. Mayel yelled in alarm, Lady Irene, get back! Then, a massive explosion rocked the arena. The aftershock from the blast sent rubble and dust flying everywhere. When the explosion hit, the people outside had no idea what was happening inside, leaving everyone staring in bewildered confusion. Terrified screams echoed from all over the arena, creating a disastrous scene. Someone wondered aloud, what's going on now? Everyone fell silent, staring inside. Then Mayel's gaze landed on something that made his jaw drop. It was Irene's brother. From within the chaos, Mayel was holding two people in his arms. It was Doombram and Irene, sent flying from the explosion. As soon as he landed, he screamed his head off. Run! This place is dangerous as hell. Get the people out of here now. Little Luina's eyes narrowed, worried for her brother's safety. Then he managed to land safely, saving the other two from the blast. Before he could even catch his breath, he was already furiously questioning the guy. Fire King, what the hell do you think you're doing? In a place packed with civilians, the man had just touched down, lightning magic still crackling in his hand. Haha, a little late to be asking questions like that. With that, he sneered, just drop dead. Purple lightning bolts shot from the man's hand, blasting right at him. He threw everything he had into blocking the attack. Both his hands strained against the massive force, his face a mix of grim determination and fear. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. What the hell is going on? I thought I was finally ready to take this scumbag on, but this power is on a whole other level. Tyron just got more and more into it. He laughed like a maniac. Ha ha, that's it. Put your back into it. Mayel Carlstein, his eyes shot wide with shock. What did you do all this time? Wait a sec. I'm sensing some weird magic. This energy. No way. He was startled, a suspicion forming in his mind. Before he could even process it, the man launched another lightning-fast punch. All he could do was cross his arms and brace for impact. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. The more Mayel thought about it, the more pissed he got. He was sent flying back by the punch, but the thoughts kept racing. Damn it, you'd really stoop to anything for your ambition, wouldn't you? Tyron stood there, his tone dripping with arrogance. Lionel, thanks for pissing me off. Still reeling from the blow, Mayel struggled to his feet, completely lost. Thanks to you, I've finally become a demon god. He was surrounded by a massive dark aura, his eyes glowing with an insane light, looking all kinds of menacing. A demon god? Mayel's brow furrowed, a chill creeping up his spine. So in the end, your jealousy drove you to mess with forbidden power. This energy is so insane, I can't even tell how many others besides the Crown Prince were sacrificed for this. All he could do was grit his teeth in fury on their behalf. Never. Monsters like you have no right to exist. He started to get back on his feet. If I let this psycho do whatever he wants, the world will be plunged into chaos. With that thought, his mind started racing for a new plan. He called out his name, Fire King Tyron Actimus. Hearing someone use his full name, the man looked a little surprised. Mayel spat out every word, his eyes filled with resolve. I swear I'll stop you, no matter what it takes. Hearing that, the man just grinned, amused. A quest window popped up. The final quest, defeat the demon god and save the world. In the hazy darkness, A voice called out, "Sis, hey sis." Irene's eyes shot open. She struggled to sit up, her face beaded with sweat like she'd just woken up from a nightmare. "Luina, what's happening?" Luina quickly filled her in. "He asked me to get the rest of the people out of the capital." As she spoke, her face fell. "But it's not enough with just us. What are we supposed to do?" "Oh no. He's fighting all by himself." As the thought hit her, tears of helplessness started streaming down her cheeks. The little girl collapsed into Irene's arms, sobbing. Suddenly, Irene looked up, her eyes widening in horror. It was them, demons. The soulless townspeople were slowly shambling towards the two of them. So Doombram wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They were planning to wipe everyone out from the start. The two girls stared in terror at the approaching horde. "Luina, get out of here first. I'll handle this." A voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Everyone, fall back!" I suppose this is where this old man will make his last stand. He closed his eyes, the feel of a longsword in his hand. "Sir Bova, I'll fight with you," she insisted, her voice firm. The young master would be devastated if he found out. "No, my mind is made up." The demonized townspeople charged at them in a frenzy. "If we can't protect these people, I know I'll regret it for the rest of my life." With that, both of them got into a fighting stance, ready for the battle. A sea of fire erupted in front of them. They both froze, staring in shock. "Damn it, we're late," a white-bearded old man's voice boomed. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." Gathering everyone took longer than I thought. Behind the old man stood countless figures dressed in black, armed and ready as reinforcements. "Then we'll fight alongside you." With that, the entire group charged into the fray. Fists flew, kicks landed, and swords clashed with magic. One of them shouted, "We gotta take him down fast. Wrap this up and go help Mayel." In the distance, a massive explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Mayel. As the smoke cleared, he was on one knee, totally wiped out from a hit by the Fire King, Tyron. That dude was just floating there, wrapped in purple mana, staring down at him. Now he was thinking, "Damn it, I'm not even in his league. All that hardcore training for this? I have to protect everyone." The old man gloated. "Ha ha ha, a fitting end for ignorant trash like you." The more he talked, the more he enjoyed it. A sick smirk spreading across his face. "Your desperate struggles are pointless now. Someone who's reached the level of a demon god will wipe every last one of you out." And with that, he summoned a giant orb wrapped in fire flames, just like his name, ready to drop it right on Mayel's head. "All you can do is stand there frozen," he roared. "Now, it's time to say goodbye." Then, he threw his arm down with all his might, launching the orb straight at Mayel. His face was pure murder. The orb got closer, its insane pressure cracking the ground all around him, and all he could do was watch it come down. On the sidelines, Irene and Luina were freaking out. They both screamed, totally frozen in fear by that insane power. He could only stare, thinking, so this is how it ends? Just when he'd given up, a voice echoed out of nowhere, "Protect them!" He snapped his eyes open, stunned. Next to his hand was a dragon with glowing blue eyes. "I can't do it, but you can." He felt a hidden power surge inside him, and it jolted him. His eyes flew open. She frowned in surprise. This energy. No way. Then an aura exploded outwards, so powerful that even Tyron was shocked. Mayel shot him a sarcastic smirk. "It's not fair if you're the only one who gets to be a demon god, right?" Wielding the power of Draa, he stood before Tyron and called him out arrogantly. "You toad, Tyron Thomas," Mayel said confidently. "Tyron, let's have a real serious fight this time." Tyron was completely bewildered, wondering, what is this? He thought in horror, what the hell is going on? Tyron stared at Mayel, stunned. This insane energy was like a real god had just shown up. Mayel clenched his fists, ready to throw down. "All right, it's time." He charged fearlessly at Tyron. Tyron let out a roar. My turn to strike back. He summoned a shield, cursing to himself. "Damn it, I have to block this no matter what." But Tyron's defense shattered instantly, and he took a critical punch from Mayel. Tyron was sent flying. The shock was insane. Ty was completely stunned, blurting out, "What the hell is this? Is that really Mayel's power?" Trang was worried sick. "That's the incarnation of Draa. Mayel actually summoned it." He still couldn't believe what was happening. "No way. Is Mayel becoming the new god of destruction?" Just then, Mayel heard that familiar voice again. "You're using dirty tricks to the very end, Mayel." That person launched a massive, threatening blast of energy at him. "I absolutely will not allow this." He slammed his fist into the ground, and scary cracks started spreading across his face. "Anything that gets in my way now will be destroyed." Tyron got back on his feet, and declared he would never back down. He channeled a massive amount of magic into his palm and taunted Mayel. "Let's see how long that arrogant attitude of yours lasts." Countless orbs of electricity instantly appeared around Tyron, forming a barrier. He confidently declared, "In the end, your fate is total annihilation." But even Tyron, for all his power as a guardian of the gods, didn't realize one crucial thing. The Draa that Mayel had summoned was the real deal, the true god of destruction. So facing Draa now wasn't just suicide, it was a guaranteed beatdown. Mayel rubbed his hands together, creating brilliant sparks that signaled his attack. All Tyron could see was a deathly wind rushing at him. He thought in terror, What is this crap that's happening?" Mayel suddenly spoke up. "My turn again. What now?" He was wielding the terrifying, unstoppable power of Draa. He closed in on Tyron to land the final blow, and the guy got wrecked again. Before he could even react, Mayel slammed another critical punch into Tyron's side. The blow caused him excruciating pain, his face drained of all color. Tyron was sent flying, his injuries piling up. Everyone watching was completely stunned. It was beyond anything they could imagine. Even though he was injured, Draa kept running his mouth. I'll give him that. He suddenly shot up, speeding away from the battlefield and soaring high to prepare for his final attack. As Draa raised his hand, forming a magic sphere, he said, "Even using every trick I've got, I still can't beat you." He spoke slowly. "But if I can't beat you," Draa threatened loudly, "then I'll just drag you and this whole damn world down with me and destroy it all with everything I've got." Hearing this, Mayel glared and yelled, What the hell are you talking about?" He unleashed the attack at Mayel with everything he had, aiming to wipe him out. "Everything ends now. There's no way out," Mayel cursed in anger. "Damn it, you're crazy right up to the very end." Draa wanted to destroy the entire world just because of his jealousy. Mayel said with resolve, "Looks like I've got to stop this crazy attack. I'm gonna have to put everything I have into it, and not hold back." Mayel raised his fist again and roared, "Time to fight for real. Then for this one last time, let's go all out." His eyes blazed with determination. "Let's do this together, Draa." Mayel and Draa raised their hands at the same time to meet Dran's desperate attack. He let out a furious yell, creating a massive shockwave. Draa, still delusional, screamed, "In the end, you're nothing before a demon god. I'll wipe you and those other idiots off the map." The people below watched, holding their breath. Mayel shot back, "No, you're the one who's helpless." He shoved the massive, bomb-like power back at Draa and declared, "Oh yeah, you're the winner, all right. The one who's about to be annihilated." Draa was stunned, asking himself, "Is this the end? Is it really ending like this?" Draa cursed, refusing to accept it. "Damn it, this is so messed up." Right before he died, he screamed in fury, "I'll curse you even in death." Then, a blinding light enveloped everything. Thanks for watching this awesome video. When the battle was over, Draa's power started to fade away. Luina ran over, calling out with tears in her eyes. "Mayel," she asked worriedly, "after all that fighting, are you okay?" Mayel quickly answered, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm safe." His face was ghostly white and drenched in sweat. Mayel grabbed his head, panicking. "What is this? It feels like my head is gonna split open. What is this unbearable pain?" He let out a grunt of pain, trying to fight it. Finally, Mayel couldn't handle it and collapsed. Luina cried out in a panic, "Mayel, what's wrong?" The girl immediately tried to reassure him. "Are you okay, Mayel? Just wait, I'm coming," Mayel yelled back desperately. "Stay away, it's dangerous." He tried to stop Luina. "Don't come here. You absolutely can't get any closer." Hearing him, Trang realized she had to do something. Mayel stared in shock at the being in front of him. It was the dragon known as the most perfect creature and the world's destroyer. Draa, he thought, a little freaked out. Just facing him gives off this insane, overwhelming energy. "I can't believe it," Mayel cautiously asked Draa. "Where are we?" "Draa," he quickly answered, "I'm borrowing your inner world for a bit. I had a feeling that if I left you as you were, something horrible was going to happen." Then, Draa explained his condition. "Right now, you're just one step away from going insane from your power, just like what happened to me." His next words shocked Mayel. "That's why I had to pull you into this inner world, no matter what." Trang suddenly spoke up. "Then what do I do? Please, tell me." She clenched her fists and said, I don't want Mayel to go through the same thing you did. I don't want to watch another person lose themselves." Draa reassured her. "That's why I came, Trang. Don't worry," he explained. "The artifact connecting the player and the dragon. Since there's a link between me and the little destroyer, it can be broken. It's not too hard." Draa lowered his head a bit. So if I pour all of my power into destroying it, nothing can hurt the little destroyer anymore. Hearing this, Trang quickly asked, "Wait, if you use all your power, does that mean you'll disappear?" He turned to comfort her. "Don't be so sad, Trang. After I woke up as the god of destruction, everything I did just ended up hurting this world. If he can use this power without it swallowing him whole, he'll become a much bigger help to this world than I ever was." Draa went on, "Cutting the player link doesn't mean you'll lose your power, so don't worry," Mayel called out in a panic. "Wait, Draa, but first, I gotta ask something important." He struggled to get the words out. "With so many people out there, why me? I seriously don't understand why you're doing all this for me. I don't even know if me getting this power is gonna do the world any good." Draa stated with certainty that it would help. "Believe in yourself," he explained gently. "I'm giving you this power because you remind me of who I used to be," Draa sadly recounted. "Before I got my powers, my life was nothing but pain, but in the end, I was consumed by that very power and destroyed the world. But you're different." He had great faith in Mayel. "As a player, I've watched your entire life. From when you were completely powerless to now that you've become strong, you've always used that power correctly, without messing up." His next words left Mayel completely stunned. "Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path." Finally, Draa let out a soft sigh. "Looks like my time is up. It was nice meeting you, little destroyer." He then turned to Trang and said, "And you too, Trang, be strong." Draa expressed sincerely, "In the past and now, I'm always grateful for everything you've done." Trang gritted his teeth. This damn dragon god is so infuriating. But in the end, he had to reluctantly say his goodbyes, accepting the truth. "Goodbye, Draa, you reluctant villain." The sky gradually cleared up, and peace returned. Mayel struggled to open his eyes, as a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Mayel let out a soft groan, only to find everyone staring at him, worried sick. Yan chided him, "You really scared the hell out of me. You just collapsed out of nowhere. I thought something awful happened." Mayel gave a weak smile and replied, "Yeah, my bad. Sorry for making you worry." Trang stood silently to the side, deep in his own thoughts. Mayel sincerely thanked everyone. "I know I called for help out of the blue, but you all still showed up." Someone smiled and praised Mayel. "Even though you called us at the last second, everyone still dropped everything and came running. That just shows how awesome you are." Just then, someone approached. Sorry to interrupt such a warm moment. When they saw who it was, everyone froze, their jaws on the floor, and they gasped in shock. "Your Majesty, the Emperor." The Emperor spoke gravely. "I need to see Mayel." Ghassan was completely stunned. The Emperor was standing right there in front of him. Mayel was bewildered, wondering, "The Emperor himself came to see me?" He thought with a sense of dread. "Is he here to hold me accountable for taking down his right-hand man, the Fire King?" The Emperor probably isn't in his right mind. He just lost his son, the Crown Prince. Before Mayel could even react, the Emperor spoke again. "Sir Mayel, please listen." Then, in a completely unbelievable move, he bowed his head to Mayel. "Please allow me to personally apologize for my mistakes." The Emperor confessed with sincerity. "The chaos currently engulfing the Empire is all my fault. I failed to see Darren's wicked nature, and I even granted him more power. And what's more," he said with deep regret, "my greatest mistake was failing to control my son, the Crown Prince," the Emperor recounted. "And just now, I witnessed the battle between you and Draa firsthand." He confessed. "And in that moment, I was utterly and completely convinced." The Emperor had thought then that if a man like that fought for the world, it would surely be led toward a better future. Without a doubt. He then revealed his reason for coming. "And so, I wish to ask you myself." The Emperor's next words left Mayel stunned. "Sir Mayel, would you be willing to become the Tower Master of our Empire's Mage Tower?" One night a few days later, cheerful laughter could be heard coming from inside the house. "You're seriously on a whole different level, man," Ghassan said, taking a sip of beer. "I always knew you were on another level, but getting offered the Tower Master spot at your age? That's just insane." Mayel mumbled in agreement. "Yeah, I never in my wildest dreams thought this would happen." Deep down, he was still processing the offer to succeed the Fire King, Darren. Becoming the Tower Master meant becoming a figure of ultimate admiration for everyone. Mayel mused that he had defeated the former master, the traitor Fire King Darren, and now the Emperor himself was endorsing him. If he accepted, the title would be his instantly. He was seriously conflicted. What with Darren Actimus's rebellion and the death of the Crown Prince, the world was in total chaos. As the new Tower Master, there would be a hell of a lot of work to do. "I just graduated from the academy not too long ago. Can I really handle all this?" Just then, A soft female voice called out to him, "Sir Mayel." Mayel jumped. "Oh, Miss Irene," she asked caringly. "What's on your mind? You look kinda down." He opened up to Irene. To suddenly be handed such a huge responsibility. Honestly, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. This is an amazing opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing this, she suggested, "How about a trip? To a place where you can relax without worrying about anything." Mayel exclaimed, "That sounds great. So where should we go?" "An adventure." Irene gave a slight mysterious smile. She tempted him, "How about my place?" A pleasant surprise. The words hit Mayel like a bolt of lightning. It was so sudden. In the dead of night, he yelled out, "Huh? For real?" The day Mayel went to visit Irene's house was beautiful and sunny. Trang, on his back, chuckled and teased him. "Mayel, you've never even dated, and you're already jumping the gun like this?" It glanced at Irene, walking ahead, and asked, "You're really going to that girl's house all by yourself?" Trang nodded approvingly. "Your friends are pretty solid. They backed off just enough so you two could go on this trip alone, so that San guy is more perceptive than I gave him credit for." Mayel shot back. "But why didn't you back off?" Trang quickly reminded him. Hey, did you forget? I'm your one and only system, remember?" Irene suddenly turned around and called out to Mayel. "What are you muttering to yourself?" He immediately denied it. "Oh, it's nothing." Mayel looked at her, and his heart swelled with happiness. "Anyway, I'm finally on a trip with Miss Irene, just the two of us." He thought to himself, "This destination, Prios. All I know about it is that it's Miss Irene's hometown, but I never expected it to be so full of mountains. Even so, there's nothing in the way around here." Suddenly, a dark figure suddenly shot forward like a flash. Mayel flinched and looked over, his guard instantly up. He nimbly dodged a kick from the attacker, who had ambushed him from behind. Adam exclaimed gleefully, "Not bad. You dodged my kick. Interesting." Mayel demanded irritably, "Who the hell are you? What's your deal, attacking me out of nowhere?" He shot back contemptuously. "Who am I? Hey punk, you got a death wish? So who the hell are you?" Mayel exclaimed, confused. "What?" Irene hung her head in defeat. "I apologize on his behalf, sir." Mayel was stunned. "Huh? What are you talking about?" It was only then that she revealed who he was. Irene introduced him. "My brother, Adam." Mayel was totally shocked. "Huh? Your brother? Then why did he attack me?" Adam suddenly cut him off. "You dodged my sneak attack, which proves you're no ordinary scrub." He closed in on Mayel, but seeing you wandering around with Irene, "Don't tell me you're my little sister's boyfriend." Without waiting for an answer, Adam grabbed his collar and threatened him aggressively. He growled, "How about I punch you first, then we can talk?" "You little punk," Mayel quickly said. "I don't get what you're saying, but can you please let me go?" When he saw what appeared before him, he was completely shocked. "Whoa, what's this? A system window displaying an 8-star text warrior?" Mayel thought in astonishment. Wait, an 8-star text warrior? Why would someone so powerful show up here? Seeing Mayel just staring blankly, Adam got pissed. "What is it? Why aren't you answering me? You think this is some kind of joke?" Irene snapped. "Can you just stop it already? That's enough." He hurriedly let Mayel go. Irene turned away and chided him. "Even though you're my brother, this is way out of line." Adam was incredibly hurt to hear that. "You're really taking his side right in front of me? What's so special about that guy anyway?" Irene shot back. "I'm the one who just saved your butt. You should remember that." Finally, she called to Mayel to leave. "Let's go." Mayel thought, "What an idiot brother." He quickly answered, "Okay." Mayel wondered nervously. But the rest of her family should be okay, right? Behind him, Adam's rage was practically steaming off him. Mayel reassured himself, "They have to be. I hope so." Just a few minutes later, Duke Sperato, Irene's father, stormed out. He smashed a table to pieces right in front of Mayel. "What did you just say?" "Unbelievable," he muttered in a rage. "My precious, unbelievably adorable daughter. Irene, the apple of my eye, brought some guy home." Duke Sperato, his face red with fury, thought, "Bringing him all the way here? Does that mean he's asking for her hand? I will absolutely never ever approve this marriage." The system window flashed. "Warrior text, class, accent Sperato." His yelling just kept on going. "If you really want to have my daughter, you gotta beat me first." Adam jumped in too. "Hell yeah, that's how it's done, Dad." Irene just face-palmed, totally defeated. "Even my dad is acting like this? This is ridiculous." Mayel was seriously regretting his life choices. He shouldn't have come here and just wanted to bounce. Right then, someone stepped in to stop Duke Sperato. "That's enough," Seda snapped. "What in the world do you two think you're doing?" Irene finally brings a guest home, and you can't even act civilized? She laid down the law. "Apologize." Now, the two guys looked crushed. crying out, "Honey? Mom? I'm sorry." They finally had to bow their heads to Mayel. "Our apologies." "Yeah, sorry, man." Mayel's mood instantly lifted. Lady Irene definitely gets her cool vibe from her mom. How can one person be so gentle yet so dignified? Mayel glanced at Seida's system window. Warrior, level 8 class, Seida Sparado. His smile froze on his face. Seriously, what kind of family is this? The famous Sparado clan once owned huge territories and was bathed in glory. But all that fame disappeared when they fell from power. A few descendants drifted around until they finally settled in this backwater region. They lived hidden away in the mountains, focusing everything on pure survival. They honed their power through hellish training, day and night without a break. But Lady Irene, who was blessed with insane magical talent, managed to become a mage, dreaming of restoring her family's name. After things calmed down, Seida started serving food and said to Mayel, "I do apologize. We were so rude during your first visit, weren't we?" She went on, "The men in this family are always like this. I swear, I can't do anything with them." She was talking about the two guys she'd kicked out. They're super emotional and act before they think, but deep down, they're not bad people. Seida said gently, "They just love their daughter a little too much. I hope you can understand." Mayel, being cool about it, replied, "I totally get it. When a precious daughter like Lady Irene brings a man home, anyone would freak out a little." She tilted her head, teasing, "So how come I'm not freaking out?" Seida figured that if their daughter brought a guy all the way home, she must be pretty serious about him. She turned to Irene and asked, "Isn't that right, Irene?" "Spill it." Irene's face turned beet red. "Mom, it's not like that." Suddenly, Duke Sparado slammed the door open and screamed, "Absolutely not. I forbid it." He stormed in with a few other guys and warned loudly, "If you want my daughter, you'll have to beat us first, fair and square." Seida was at a loss for words. Honestly, these guys, Mayel was stunned all over again. Who are the dudes behind them? Does she have even more brothers? Duke Sparado asked him seriously, "You said your name is Mayel?" Mayel shot to his feet and replied, "Huh? Yeah, that's right." The Duke then laid out what he was thinking. "I believe the most important thing for a man is strength. The strength to protect his woman and his family, no matter what hell comes their way." Duke Sparado continued, "And with that strength comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's the code I live by, and it's the code I taught my kids to live by." He said bluntly, "To me, you just look like some pampered noble. Do you really have the kind of man's strength I'm talking about?" Mayel just smirked. "Strength, huh?" he declared with total confidence. "Damn right. Strength is the one thing I'm most sure of." Duke Sparado threw his head back and laughed. "Strength is what you're most confident in?" Bold words. I don't buy it. Mayel's tone turned dead serious, no hint of a joke. "When it comes to responsibility, I can promise you I don't lose to anyone. And when it comes to pure physical strength, I'm confident I won't lose to a single soul." Adam, standing behind his dad, jumped in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Won't lose to anyone, huh? You sound like a professional scammer. Isn't it obvious?" "Dad, a con artist like him has definitely tricked our innocent Irene," he said, flashing a wicked grin. "So why don't you put your money where your mouth is and prove it?" "We were just about to head out for a little training session, you know, father and sons." Adam made sure to add a little threat. "It's not going to be a walk in the park. Even the toughest badasses tend to steer clear of our sessions." But instead of being scared like they thought he'd be, Mayel actually looked hyped. "Sounds like fun." Mayel turned his head to speak to the person behind him. "Lady Irene, I'm going to go warm up a bit," Irene asked the men of her family doubtfully. "Yeah." Mayel gave her a reassuring smile. "Training is all they know, so maybe the fastest way to get close to them is through training." Then, he followed the Sparado father and sons outside, adding, before he left, "All right, I'll be back." Seida put a hand on her hip and comforted Irene. "Don't worry, look at that kid's eyes, he'll handle it just fine." But what Irene said next startled Seida. "No, I'm not worried about Sir Mayel," she asked back doubtfully. "Huh, then what are you worried about?" She emphasized every word. "What I'm worried about are those reckless men. They're gonna get hurt." Meanwhile, loud laughter echoed through the forest. The atmosphere was lively. Adam was laughing so hard his whole body shook. "How about that?" The people around him were full of praise. "That's a new record. Nice job, kid." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making the whole group fall silent. "You boys still have a long way to go," Anne remarked, leaning on a rock ledge. "You can never get complacent. To reach level 9, it's still a long road ahead," Adam said slowly. "Damn, surpassing Dad is seriously tough." Duke Sparado looked down at Mayel below and thought to himself, "What do you think of that? The flirt who dares to hit on our Irene," he sneered internally. "That should be enough to crush your spirit, right?" Mayel finally spoke up. Your strength is truly incredible, sir. He rotated his ankle slightly, getting into position. Mayel raised his voice. Well then, let's begin. The young men whispered among themselves. What's he doing? No way. Is he trying to destroy the entire Red Rock Mountain? A golden light flashed in Mayel's eyes. Wherever his arm swung, the golden light followed. The Duke frowned at the unbelievable sight before him, his expression growing more and more serious. It turned out that a single strike from Mayel had sliced through the rocky mountain An was sitting on. Adam, stunned by the sight, exclaimed, No way, this is beyond imagination. Adam looked at the dangerous cut and wondered, a mountain that big, with his bare hands? Mayel's expression was calm as he listened to everyone's chatter. What kind of mage is that strong? In the Sparado family, the most important qualities for a man are the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as I thought, they were probably planning to use this grueling training to crush my spirit. Right now, Mayel was running in the lead, with Adam and the others chasing desperately behind him, yelling, So you want to fight? But this just became my chance to prove my own strength and stamina. He laughed while panting as he heard Adam's voice. All right then, I'll go all out with you. A few days passed like this, with the whole group sprawled on the grass, panting from exhaustion. A shadow fell over Adam as someone asked, You okay? Need a hand? Mayel held out his hand to Adam. Can you get up? We still have to eat dinner together. He also reached out his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Yeah, thanks. For real. Then Adam asked, You training again tomorrow? He nodded and replied, Of course. No days off. Mayel suddenly looked straight at him and called out, Hey, Adam. Mayel's tone was so serious that Adam, not sure what was up, just hummed in response. Is it cool if we call you bro? To get closer. He looked at the others behind him, scratching their heads in embarrassment, and after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Sure, go for it. The barrier had been broken. The whole group, having found common ground, was now laughing and talking loudly, not noticing someone watching them from nearby. Duke Sparado's gaze was thoughtful. He was silent, lost in his own thoughts. Time flew by until evening, when a surprised voice echoed through the Sparado family home. What? For real? Adam shot up from his seat, asking again. You were really recognized as a Tower Master? A successor to the Tower Masters? By the Emperor himself? Irene nodded, answering for Mayel. Yeah, that's right. He's the mage who stopped the rebellion of the Fire King, Draa. So it's only natural he was chosen. Sounds of amazement buzzed around him. Such an incredible figure is visiting our home? We're meeting a successor to the Tower Masters in real life. Duke Sparado spoke with a hint of reproach. Why are you only telling us now? That was a real oversight. He seemed a bit awkward. If you'd told us sooner, we might have treated you differently from the start. But Mayel's words took the Duke by surprise. I don't care about those other titles, he exclaimed in astonishment. What? He spoke with sincerity. I want to be acknowledged by Lady Irene's family. In that process, I didn't think the title of Tower Master was important. Duke Sparado was stunned, not expecting Mayel's answer to be like that. So unexpected, Seda covered her face, smiling suggestively. For real, he's totally the type Irene would fall for. Right, honey? Her words made both Mayel and Irene blush bright red with embarrassment. She stammered out his name. Duke Sparado once again fell silent. Everything happened so suddenly it left him a bit stunned. Duke Sparado thought to himself, it really seems that way. It was now the middle of the night, in a large bedroom, with each of them in a separate bed. The sound of steady snoring echoed in the dark night. Mayel was still awake when suddenly someone called his name. Seeing Duke Sparado standing in front of his bed, Mayel scrambled awkwardly, shooting up in shock and yelping. Huh? Father? The man gestured. Follow me. Before leaving the room, Duke Sparado turned his head decisively. We need to talk. The two of them left under a sky with a full, round moon and millions of twinkling stars. Mayel's mind raced as he walked. He wants to talk privately. I wonder what it's about. Duke Sparado stopped walking and called out, Mayel. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, he still answered, Yes, sir. Duke Sparado said sternly, As I've stressed many times, Irene is my incredibly precious daughter. He turned to face Mayel and questioned him, Are you capable of taking responsibility for a girl like her? Mayel didn't hesitate for a second, answering directly, Yes, I am. Duke Sparado closed his eyes, listing things off. Skill, effort, character. Even though we treated you rudely, your attitude towards our family has been impeccable. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp but filled with love for his daughter. If you ever make my daughter shed a single tear, I won't let you get away with it. Duke Sparado's voice suddenly softened. Take good care of my daughter. Mayel replied sincerely, Thank you, father. Time flew by, and it was time for Mayel and Irene to say goodbye to the Sperato family. Adam said regretfully, "Are you really leaving already? That's a bummer." Mayel replied, "I'll miss you guys too. I'll come visit another time." Adam waved his hand. "Oh my God, no need for that. We'll come visit you ourselves." Adam's next words made Mayel and Irene freeze in embarrassment. "We're planning to arrange a formal meeting, so just keep dating until then, okay?" Her embarrassment turned to anger, and she rushed forward to kick her brother hard in the shin, full of spite. "What the hell are you talking about, you stupid brother?" While Adam was doubled over clutching his leg, Irene called out decisively. "Mayel," she urged, "let's get going." Mayel also hurriedly waved goodbye to everyone and answered her. "Huh? Oh, yeah, take care, everyone." On their way, after a moment of silence, Irene spoke up, but Mayel asked back, confused. She asked, her expression a bit unnatural. "Now that both our families have approved and no one is standing in our way anymore." Irene looked at Mayel with a gentle gaze and asked, "So, what are we to each other?" She pressed on. "What are we, really?" Hearing this, Mayel froze. His face flushed red and he stammered, "Lady Irene." Irene suggested bluntly, "Let's start dating seriously." The corners of her lips curled up slightly, her voice sweet. "Please take good care of me." The following year, at the Mage Tower, she recalled, "Just thinking seriously about that time feels insane. You were the one who confessed first, and I remember every single word. Let's start dating seriously." Lady Irene let out a sigh and he asked, "You talk way too much. It's been so many years and you still remember that?" Mayel ordered, "If you want to help me, then focus on your work and stop reminiscing about the past. The situation is, thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I became the Tower Master." Irene replied, annoyed, Yeah, I know. Ever since becoming the Tower Master, I've had a busy life. Trang took on the role of my assistant to help me handle my work. Elle has gone through many changes. Thanks to continuous development, Elle has become a stable city and strong. That was thanks to Hansen. He became a Knight of Elle with the support of Guillaume, who is in charge of administration. Of course, the person who did the most was still my father. A sudden voice called out, "Appa." Mayel turned in surprise. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't it our swordsmanship tournament champion?" "Luina." The girl brushed it off. "Come on, Appa. With my skills, that was a given." Besides that, Luina was still steadfastly pursuing her dream of becoming a swordsman. A few years later, she won the swordsmanship tournament by a landslide and is now by the side of the recovered emperor. "So, what brings you here today?" The girl replied, "I came to check if our tower master is working hard." Luina continued, "And to see how your preparations are coming along." Mayel was surprised. "Preparations?" The girl frowned. "Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about." He smiled. "Of course I know," Mayel assured her confidently. "Don't worry. Everything's been prepared perfectly. No one will be able to complain about a thing." A few days later, at the estate, the guides were in a frenzy. All right, everyone please don't push. Move slowly." "Hey, I said no pushing," Mayel shouted. Hansen, Seda, they looked up when they heard the call. "Answering the call, huh?" The two spoke in unison. "Oh, Mayel, one of tonight's stars has arrived." Murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Oh, is that the Tower Master?" "That's Sir Mayel," he said politely. "Thanks for coming and helping out so much." Seda laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. What's a little help between friends?" Mayel was curious. "Especially you, Seda. Long time no see. How've you been lately?" "I heard you became the head of the Senate in Oyot." He laughed in response. "Ha ha, news travels fast." "Yeah, that's right," Seda asked. "So how does it feel to be getting married? With your talent, I thought you'd be ahead of me, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." He hesitated and gave a weak smile. Then suddenly, a loud scream rang out. The loud wails of several young masters erupted. "Irene is getting married? Isn't this way too soon?" Someone stepped in to calm them down. "Come on, people are watching. Stop crying already," Seda remarked. "Your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit." Mayel could only manage a strained laugh. He spoke up. "It's about to start, so I'm going to get ready. It looks like everyone's here, except for one more person." They wondered. Who could that be? Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. "What? Don't tell me that's an earthquake." He quickly spoke to reassure everyone. "Please remain calm. It's just the ogres who were invited arriving." An ogre laughed and said, "Oh, how could we miss the wedding of the little destroyer?" And now all the guests have arrived. Jason's son also stepped onto the altar. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Can everyone hear me clearly? First off, I am a mage from the Magic Tower, and today I will be officiating the ceremony. My name is Jason's son Damon. The wedding will begin shortly, so I ask all esteemed guests to please take your seats, Jason's son said proudly. I introduced myself as a mage of the magic tower, but in truth, I'm better known as a friend of the tower master. Still, it's thanks to that connection that I'm able to stand in such an honorable place today. Not long ago, I met with the bride and groom. They asked me to extend their thanks to everyone who traveled far and wide to celebrate with them. Now then, let's welcome the man of the hour. The groom, Mayel Carlstein, appeared as Luina shouted with excitement. Appa, congratulations, the guests applauded enthusiastically. Sir Mayel, congratulations on your wedding, Jason's son said excitedly. And now, let's meet the bride. The name Irene Sperato was called out, and she quickly made her entrance. He was momentarily stunned, shocked to see Irene Sperato. With her frantic efforts to restore her family, she had become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone had to know. And now, she was about to become his wife. Mayel squeezed her hand, his eyes filled with emotion. I vow to be a steadfast and good husband, Irene's father smiled. All right, I believe in you, Jason's son quickly continued. Next, it's time for us to give a warm welcome to the presider of the ceremony. Today's presider is the Tower Master's master, and also my master, the Dean of Tyrian Academy, the Dean began. First, as the presider, I offer my sincere congratulations to you two. The people standing here today have overcome all hardships to stand united side by side. Even if similar challenges arise in the future, this married couple will break through them again, relying on each other through hardship and sorrow. That is the true meaning of marriage. Now, let us hear the vows from the newlyweds, Mayel recounted. I still remember the first day I saw her at the antique shop during the grand festival. To think I'm marrying that once cold and stubborn person. I still find it hard to believe. He turned to look at his wife pensively. I suddenly realized I was drawn to her absolute confidence and intelligence. I, Mayel, will be my wife's closest life partner. She also began to speak. I, Irene Sperato, will be my husband's loving companion, they declared in unison. And finally, to everyone present at our wedding, thank you all sincerely. Fireworks were quickly lit and burst open. A series of brilliant, multicolored lights exploded in the night sky. Everyone cheered and congratulated them wildly. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, my lady. At this moment, even he couldn't believe that someone as insignificant as him had managed to pull all of this off. Everything went down thanks to that solid backup. I fought like hell, faced a ton of crazy situations, but in the end, I totally crushed it. Mayel wished to himself, if only Draa could see this moment. A sudden voice rang out. Congrats! He jumped. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. He asked, Trang, you didn't hear anything just now? They turned over. Huh? What sound? I didn't hear a thing. Mayel was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, but then he smiled. Whatever. I guess I was just hearing things. He reminded himself, if one day, far in the future, someone asks how you'll remember yourself today, I'll answer that I don't regret a single moment. This is the perfect ending that I achieved on my own, with zero regrets.